On the Dishuan continent in Tianling Prefecture within the Yuanwu Kingdom, there was a certain mining site. Heavens, this is way too much. Crossing into another world is one thing, but you even broke my cheat. This is simply bullying me to the extreme. A youth covered in wounds knelt on the ground, his face filled with utter despair, as he raised his head toward the sky and roared. Yet the only response he received was the crack of a whip. The pain was unbearable, far too intense. Lu Jiuyuan, what are you barking about like a dog? Your workload for today is raised to 200 jin. If you don't finish digging, you don't eat. The youth lifted his head and saw the overseer standing to the side, brandishing the whip viciously as he spoke. Though anger seethed within him, he was powerless and could only lower his head and continue to toil at the task in his hands. His name was Lu Jiuyuan. He had once been an exemplary young man on earth, but one day on his way home, he was struck and sent flying more than 10 meters by an out-of-control heavy truck. At the brink of death, Lu Jiuyuan successfully bound to a system. The system informed him that if he wished to survive, he had to traverse to another world and collect primal source power there to heal his injuries. Helpless Lu Jiuyuan could only choose to transmigrate. Yet during the crossing, the system seemed to be disturbed by some mysterious power, switching his destination from the low-level world he was supposed to go to into a high-martial world instead. Moreover, the system seemed to have broken down. After he woke up, it kept emitting a constant buzzing noise, and no matter how he called out to it, the system gave him no response. In the end, after laboring the entire day, Lu Jiuyuan still failed to dig out 200 jin of coal, and was not even given a meal. Dragging his exhausted body, Lu Jiuyuan returned to his lodging. Calling it a lodging was generous, in truth, it was hardly different from a prison. He lay on the bed with a look of utter hopelessness while his stomach kept rumbling noisily. Brother Lu, you haven't eaten yet, right? I still have a steamed bun here. Why don't you take it first? A simple, honest-looking head poked out from the side. Lu Jiuyuan looked at him, and after pondering for a moment, finally fished out the relevant memories of the other boy from the original body's mind. Xiaotai, thank you. Brother Lu, when I first came here, I only managed to hold on because you looked after me. Who knows, maybe in 20 years we'll even get to leave this place. The dark-skinned Xiaotai scratched his head as he spoke. When he had first arrived at this coal mine, he had still been just a little kid, with both parents dead and 2 younger siblings to care, for he could only sell himself to the mine in hopes of providing for them. Don't worry. Once your big brother takes off in the future, I definitely won't forget you. Lu Jiuyuan spoke with utter seriousness. As a transmigrator, there was no way he would spend his entire life cooped up in such a tiny coal mine. From Lu Jiuyuan's inherited memories, he knew that the original body had been sold to this lightless hellish mine only after his family was wiped out. As for the mine's exact location, even the original owner had no idea. Having been trafficked here, he had never once set foot outside. If anyone tried to leave, what awaited them was a savage beating. Then I'll borrow your auspicious words, Brother Lu. Xiaotai bared a set of white teeth as he spoke. Though only 16, he was already much taller and sturdier than the 20-something Lu Jiuyuan. But in a high martial world like this, such growth was only natural. After Xiaotai left, Lu Jiuyuan lay alone on the bed, imagining his own miserable future. With the system failing and the original body already crippled before being sold here by his enemies, this was truly the most pathetic start imaginable. System, if you don't show some strength, I really am going to kick the bucket. He casually ate the steamed bun Xiaotai had given him, and only then did the gnawing hunger in his belly ease a little. Just as Lu Jiuyuan was about to fall asleep, a voice rang out in his mind. Ding, this system suffered severe damage during transmigration and is about to be destroyed. Say something like that, and I, Lu Jiuyuan, am suddenly wide awake. His eyes flew open as he shot up from the bed to a sitting position. Wait, system, are you joking with me right now? Lu Jiuyuan blurted out. As a cripple in a high martial world, if he had no system, wouldn't he be doomed to certain death? He did not believe he could rise from nothing by his own strength. After all, stationed at the mine's gates was a mighty cultivator of the golden core stage. For a mere mortal like him to escape under the nose of a golden core expert, was that not sheer fantasy? Yet no matter how Lu Jiuyuan shouted after that, the system refused to respond. At last he sank into despair. System, I'm just saying, even if you're going to be destroyed, at least give me the newbie gift pack first. Without a newbie gift pack, aren't you just sending me to my death? As soon as his words fell, the system finally reacted. Ding, opening newbie gift pack. Congratulations to the host for obtaining handsome man, good fortune, supreme background, extraordinary comprehension. Ding, these 3 supreme attributes will remain even after the system's destruction. Without time to overthink it, Lu Jiuyuan hurriedly opened the detailed descriptions of the 3 rewards from the newbie gift pack. Handsome man, good fortune. As a top-tier handsome man, your luck surpasses that of everyone else in the world. Supreme background. When you encounter an enemy whose backing is deeper than yours, you will obtain a background even more terrifying than theirs. Extraordinary comprehension. Your comprehension far exceeds that of others, and you can often grasp things that others cannot. I don't seem to be that handsome, though, Lu Jiuyuan murmured doubtfully as he rubbed his own face. However, he was subconsciously comparing himself to cultivators. Naturally, he could not compete with them. Among ordinary mortals, though Lu Jiuyuan would undoubtedly be top tier, if he were to step onto the path of cultivation and undergo the tempering of the qi refining stage, his looks would likely rise by several levels. But does this supreme background really work? Wasn't my original background already wiped out? Thinking of how his family had been annihilated, Lu Jiuyuan could not help letting out a sigh. At that moment, the system on the verge of destruction kindly reminded him. Ding, the divine level attribute will randomly generate a background for the host, but it requires 1 day to complete. I see. Enlightenment dawned on Lu Jiuyuan. As for extraordinary comprehension, he needed no explanation. It likely meant that when cultivating techniques, he would be far superior to others able to comprehend what they could not. Just then, Ding system destroyed. Wishing the host good fortune. Farewell. After that, no matter how Lu Jiuyuan called out, the system no longer responded. The only thing left to accompany him were those 3 attribute panels. It was a new day, yet what surprised Lu Jiuyuan was that he was not jolted awake by the crack of a whip this time. Thinking of this, he could not help attributing it to the influence of the system. But when he remembered that the system had already fallen silent and perished, Lu Jiuyuan could not help letting out a long sigh. He then climbed out of bed, preparing himself for another day of hard labor. Even if his luck might have improved a little, Lu Jiuyuan did not dare guarantee that the whip would spare his back simply because he happened to be handsome. Meanwhile, at the mine's only exit, an old man with waist-length white hair sat cross-legged with eyes closed in front of a small room. Before long, a clear, crisp sound of footsteps drifted in from outside the mine. The old man opened his eyes and looked over, seeing a maid in green robes step through the doorway. Behind her followed a young woman whose face was veiled with white gauze. Though her true features were hidden, the noble bearing she exuded made it clear she held high status, and her graceful full figure suggested that her looks were likely devastatingly beautiful. Upon seeing the young woman, the old man hurriedly stood up and cupped his hands in salute. This old servant pays respects to the Junju. Rise. The young woman lifted her hands slightly and spoke in a soft voice. Only then did the old man straighten and look at her with curious eyes. Junju, this mine is a filthy place. With such a precious body, you truly should not have come here. I do not know for what purpose you visit this place today. Oh, does the Junju need to report her every action to you? Before the noblewoman could speak, the maid at her side let out a cold snort. That single snort made cold sweat bead on the old man's forehead, and the next instant, he was met with the oppressive aura of a nascent soul expert bearing down upon him. Enough, Xiaoqing. Do not bicker with old Su. This body has come here this time merely to choose a few laborers from the mine to work in my Junju residence. Shaking her head, the young woman spoke, then walked straight into the depths of the mine. Naturally, the old man did not dare bar her way. As a mere golden core cultivator, how could he possibly block the path of a Junju? Only after the Junju had entered did old Su finally shake his head with a helpless sigh. The Junju truly is a pitiable soul. As Li Wang's most cherished daughter, she awakened only a peak yellow-grade talent, and was thus banished by Li Wang to this remote land as a Junju. Yet, even though this Junju had been sent here, she was still someone he could never afford to offend. Had he not just seen that even the maid at her side possessed the cultivation of the nascent soul stage? Even a tiger fallen onto flat ground is not something a dog may casually bully. Miss, this mine is extremely filthy. If you wish to recruit some laborers, you could easily have the people at the residence arrange it. There is truly no need for you to come in person. Within the mine, Xiaoqing stood at the Junju's side, shaking her head in puzzlement as she spoke. Xiaoqing, there is something you do not understand. As this Junju was passing by this place, a sudden powerful premonition rose within my heart. It felt as though there were an astonishing opportunity in this mine that could be of immense benefit to me. The young woman shook her head, a hint of fatigue surfacing on her face. Hearing this, Xiaoqing nodded as though half comprehending, while the young woman could only smile faintly and shake her head again. She was Li Wang's most doted-on daughter named Li Qingping. Contrary to the rumors outside, Li Qingping had not been banished by Li Wang. She had come to this place of her own accord. As for why, perhaps it was because she felt herself unworthy to bear the title of Li Wang's daughter. Watching her elder brothers and sisters, where even her least gifted third brother had reached Earth-grade talent, and with her royal father possessing an immortal-grade talent destined barring accidents to one day step into the realm of human immortals, she could not help but feel the weight of comparison. Come, let us stroll around here. Perhaps we might encounter something that will prove useful to this Junju. With that, Li Qingping began to wander through the mine, while Xiaoqing stayed close at her side. Back then, the emperor's command to her had been simple: protect the young lady's safety. At the same time, all the overseers in the mine had received word that the Junju had come in person. They grew instantly tense, terrified that any mistake on their part might incur her wrath. They also turned stern gazes toward their subordinates, afraid these men might cause trouble that would implicate them before the Junju. Why does this pick feel so light in my hands today? While others struggled bitterly with their work, Lu Jiuyuan seemed unusually at ease. In his hands, a 10+ gene iron pick danced with vivid momentum, and the amount of coal piling up in his bamboo basket increased at a terrifying pace. The commotion naturally drew the attention of an overseer. What's with this brat? Has he taken some kind of drug? How is he digging so fiercely? As a mere chi refining cultivator, he could not see that Lu Jiuyuan was currently standing on the very brink of creating a martial technique. Mislook. At that moment, Li Qingping and Xiaoqing had just reached the edge of the work area and saw Lu Jiuyuan swinging his iron pick. As a nascent soul cultivator, how could Xiaoqing fail to see that Lu Jiuyuan's state was precisely that of someone on the verge of creating a martial technique? I see him. This person may well be the one this Junju has been seeking. However, now is not the time to disturb him. We shall call him only after he is finished. Li Qingping shook her head. When her gaze fell upon Lu Jiuyuan's features, she unconsciously paused. Among all the mortals she had encountered, his looks alone could be ranked first. If he were to step onto the immortal path, what heights might he reach? On the other side, Lu Jiuyuan remained unaware that he had already caught someone's eye. He was wholly immersed in the process of creating his martial technique. He could feel that the iron pick in his hands might yet unleash even greater power, and his swinging speed increased again. This scene made the overseer instantly move as though to stop him. Lu Jiuyuan's movements were already affecting the work of those around him. Just as the overseer was about to act, a voice drifted into his ears. Let him continue. The overseer turned his head and only then realized that at some point the Junju had arrived there. Since the Junju had given her command, how could he possibly interrupt? All will be as the Junju commands. On the other side, through relentless effort, the speed at which Lu Jiuyuan swung the iron pick finally reached an extreme. At that moment, even the overseer felt a faint pressure emanating from him. This youngster was terrifying to such a degree. Ha! That felt great. Lu Jiuyuan cried out with a face full of satisfaction, then suddenly remembered he was still in the mine. Lifting his head, he saw his fellow workers staring at him in shock, and when he looked toward the overseer, the man spoke with a complex expression. The Junju summons you. Huh? So do you need something from me? Lu Jiuyuan felt somewhat restless, causing Li Qingping across from him to cover her mouth and chuckle softly. There's no need for you to worry, young master. My princess residence is simply short on servants. You seem quite capable, so I thought to recruit you to my royal residence. The treatment at the very least will be much better than this mining pit. Upon hearing Li Qingping's words, Lu Jiuyuan's eyes lit up. Could this system's function really help him escape from his miserable situation so quickly? Seeing Lu Jiuyuan frozen in place, the little girl Xiaoqing standing to the side assumed he was in disbelief over such good news, and thus looked at him with a proud smile. Hey kid, my young lady is asking you a question. Are you going to agree or not? Xiaoqing, don't be rash. Li Qingping intervened, and only then did Xiaoqing stop speaking. At this moment, Lu Jiuyuan also realized that if he didn't leave the mining pit now, the next opportunity might be far away. I am grateful for the prince's kind offer. Since the princess has spoken, I naturally cannot refuse. I am Lu Jiuyuan, at your service, princess. Lu Jiuyuan immediately half-knelt, bowing respectfully, for one must recognize the times. Leaving this place was the most important thing at the moment. After bringing Lu Jiuyuan under her wing, Li Qingping felt that the sensation within her body had vanished, and she determined that Lu Jiuyuan was indeed the one who could change her fate. If the young master is willing, then please follow me and leave now, Li Qingping said, standing up to leave the mining pit, while Lu Jiuyuan scratched his head in embarrassment. Princess, may I bring one more person? Don't worry, they're quite capable, and leaving them in the mining pit would be a waste of their talent. Lu Jiuyuan hurriedly explained. The person he needed to take with him was naturally Xiao Tai. He had promised that once he became successful, he wouldn't forget about them. Now that he could leave the mining pit, he naturally wanted to take them with him. It wasn't anything too serious, so Li Qingping agreed. Go ahead. We will wait for you here, but you only have 1 hour. After Li Qingping finished speaking, Lu Jiuyuan repeatedly expressed his gratitude and dashed toward the mining site. Once Lu Jiuyuan left, Xiao Qing leaned closer to Li Qingping. Princess, isn't this person just a bit handsome and has grasped a low-grade yellow-rank martial art? How could he possibly be of great use to you? He doesn't seem like someone who will be of much help. Li Qingping merely shook her head with a smile, saying, Xiao Qing, you don't understand. I sense an exceptionally strong fortune from this person. He will surely soar to great heights in the future. What we can do now is to establish a good relationship with him in advance. Xiao Qing scoffed, for they had already been sold into the mining pit. How could Lu Jiuyuan possibly have such strong fortune? On the other hand, Lu Jiuyuan was unaware of Xiao Qing and Li Qingping's opinions about him. After grasping a low-grade yellow-rank martial art, he felt his physical capabilities had significantly improved. He quickly ran and soon found Xiao Tai, who was busy among the crowd. He approached from behind and patted Xiao Tai on the back. Lu Gu, aren't you supposed to be working? Why are you looking for me? Seeing that the overseer had not acted against Lu Jiuyuan, Xiao Tai asked curiously. Hehe, your Lu Gu has been noticed by the princess and is now part of the princess's residence. I've secured a spot with her and want to take you along to leave. I haven't forgotten the promise I made back then. Lu Jiuyuan raised his head and said. His smile warmed Xiao Tai's heart, but he suddenly thought of something and felt a bit shy. Lu Gu, won't this be too difficult for you? After all, she is the princess. Although Xiao Tai knew little about the outside situation, he understood that the princess' residence was indeed a true powerhouse. Thinking about how Lu Gu had pleaded with the princess for a spot to help him leave the mining site, Xiao Tai felt somewhat embarrassed. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. It's just a matter of asking. Lu Jiuyuan said casually, and only then did Xiao Tai set down what he was holding, preparing to return to the dormitory to gather his belongings and follow Lu Jiuyuan. The overseer had already received Xiao Qing's spiritual communication and did not hinder Lu Jiuyuan and his companions. Soon Xiao Tai packed his things and left with Lu Jiuyuan. Lu Jiuyuan had nothing with him. He hadn't brought anything when he arrived at the mining site, so he departed with empty sleeves. Are you all packed? Let's go. Li Qingping said and walked toward the mining site exit with Xiao Qing following beside her, while Lu Jiuyuan and Xiao Tai hurriedly followed. When they reached the mining site exit, Elder Su noticed Lu Jiuyuan, who was following behind Li Qingping, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he did not stop them. After all, he was just a mere mining slave. If the princess wanted him, then she could take him away. After Li Qingping and her party left, Elder Su couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. I didn't expect that the young lad from the Lu family would actually be taken away by the princess. I wonder how the Chen family will react when they find out about this. The family that had previously destroyed the Lu family was indeed the Chen family. It was the Chen family's young master Qin Feng who brought Lu Jiuyuan to the mining site, and even gave Elder Su a little gift to ensure Lu Jiuyuan wouldn't leave. Considering that the Chen family's head Qin Lei was a golden core stage powerhouse, Elder Su had agreed. However, now that Lu Jiuyuan was being taken away by the princess, how could he possibly stop it? One could only say that the Chen family was likely to suffer greatly from this. Lu Jiuyuan, however, didn't think too much about it. Upon leaving the mining site, a dazzling ray of light made him squint his eyes, and Xiao Tai beside him did the same. Seeing this, Li Qingping merely shook her head. The mining site below was originally dark and dreary, and the mining slaves were not allowed to leave the site. Having not seen light for a long time, it was only natural that they would not be able to adjust immediately. About 3 minutes later, Lu Jiuyuan and Xiao Tai finally adapted. They bowed to Li Qingping and said, "Thank you, princess. There's no need for such formality. Let's go back to the princess residence first." After saying that, they headed back to the princess residence, and Lu Jiuyuan and Xiao Tai hurriedly followed. However, even Xiao Qing did not notice that in the shadows a monk dressed in a black cloak was observing everything. I have confirmed Li Qingping's location. Next, I just need to take her away. The mysterious monk murmured, but another voice came from behind him. Oh, which faction do you belong to, daring to have designs on Princess Li Qingping? Hearing this voice, the mysterious monk's expression changed drastically. He was a transformation stage monk. How could someone silently approach him from behind? Turning around, he saw a young man leaning against the wall, chewing on a piece of grass, looking at him casually. This person must be very strong. Without hesitation, the mysterious monk emitted a strange black mist and prepared to vanish. However, how could the opponent allow him to escape? You should stay. We will hand you over to the master. Seize the heavens. Suddenly, the young man conjured a large hand that directly restrained the mysterious monk in place. Feeling the pressure from the opponent, the divine demon monk could hardly believe it. What? How could such a remote place have a refinement stage powerhouse? However, he quickly understood that this young man was likely sent by the Li family to secretly protect Li Qingping. Realizing this, the mysterious monk hastily summoned his strength. In an instant, a terrifying power erupted from the mysterious monk's body, and the young man frowned slightly upon seeing this. Are you trying to self-destruct? Fine, it's just a loss of information. Initially, he hadn't expected that the mysterious monk would self-destruct. By the time he wanted to stop it, it was already too late, and he could only let the mysterious monk self-destruct. However, given his refinement stage cultivation, he could still block the energy from a self-detonation of a transformation stage initial monk. On the way back, Xiao Qing furrowed her brows, looking toward a distant alley, but saw nothing. Li Qingping noticed something. Is something happening? It's nothing. I must have been mistaken. Xiao Qing shook her head, while in another alley, the young man was secretly observing Li Qingping and her party, but his attention was drawn to Xiao Tai. This kid is quite a good candidate for body refinement. If given the chance, he could be recommended to the Batian sect. After observing Xiao Tai, the young man then noticed Lu Jiuyuan, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. This kid is quite handsome, and he hasn't even embarked on the immortal path yet. How amazing would he be if he did? At this moment, Lu Jiuyuan faintly sensed that someone was spying on him, and he immediately turned to look down another alley. What's wrong? Xiao Tai noticed Lu Jiuyuan's movement and curiously turned to look, but was stopped by Lu Jiuyuan. It's nothing, just a bit of stiffness in my neck. Lu Jiuyuan shook his head and said, which made the young man hiding in the shadows feel something was off. How did it seem like this kid had noticed him? However, the young man did not think much of it, and instead looked at the mysterious cultivator reduced to ashes, shaking his head. Sixth Princess, the Yumo sect has been in a state of conflict with His Majesty recently. Now that they know your whereabouts, this place is bound to become restless. With that, the young man vanished into thin air, secretly following Li Qingping and the others. After about an hour, Li Qingping's group finally returned to the princess residence. What an impressive place. Building a house like this must cost quite a fortune, right? Xiao Tai stared blankly at the princess residence and said, while Xiao Qing, seeing Xiao Tai's silly expression, couldn't help but say proudly, "You must not have seen such a world before. This kind of luxurious estate is not something people like you can own." Hearing Xiao Qing's words, Xiao Tai scratched his head in embarrassment, while Lu Jiuyuan comforted him from beside. "Xiao Tai, don't listen to this woman's nonsense. I see you as quite capable. In the future, owning a house like this will be nothing for you. Brother Lu, please don't flatter me. You know my worth, don't you?" Xiao Tai sighed, and Lu Jiuyuan did not continue the conversation. Since Xiao Tai wanted it, he could just give him one once he had achieved success in the future. This kind of house looked impressive, but in the eyes of cultivators, it was hardly anything significant. "Princess, you are back." As soon as Li Qingping appeared, the two guards at the princess residence said respectfully, Call Li Bo here, I have something to instruct him." Li Qingping spoke in a calm tone, and as soon as her words fell, an old man appeared before her. "Princess, do you wish to see this old servant for something?" The visitor was indeed Li Bo, one of the guards who had followed Li Qingping here. "I recruited 2 decent servants at the mine. Please take them to assess their qualifications. After all, they are from my princess residence, and if they go out without cultivation and get bullied, it would damage our princess reputation." "Yes, princess, you two follow me." Li Bo looked at the two behind Li Qingping and said, then led them away, while Li Qingping turned to Xiao Qing. "Xiao Qing, let's go. We need to rest for a while." With that, Li Qingping turned and went back to her chamber. Although she had embarked on the path of immortality, she was still just in the qi refinement stage, so her schedule naturally followed that of a mortal. Things would improve significantly after reaching the foundation establishment stage. Lu Jiuyuan and Xiao Tai followed Li Bo into a room, and along the way Xiao Tai curiously looked at Li Bo. "Excuse me, Grandpa, where are you taking us?" "Just follow me," Li Bo said lightly. Seeing that the other party did not seem very keen to speak, Xiao Tai did not continue to ask. After arriving in the room, Li Bo turned to Lu Jiuyuan and Xiao Tai, pointing to 2 stones not far away, saying, "This one is the qualification testing stone, a true treasure of the immortals. You only need to press your hands on it to determine your qualifications. Qualifications are divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Above the heaven level, there are 3 more levels: immortal, saint, and divine. However, if a prodigy of such caliber were to emerge, even immortals would be moved. And what about the other one? Lu Jiuyuan curiously asked, looking at the other stone. This one is used to detect special physiques. If you possess a special physique, the physique testing stone will emit a glow, and the name of the special physique will appear within that glow. Li Bo slowly explained that these 2 stones were true treasures of the immortals blessed by the heavenly way. Oh, I see. Can we start now? Xiao Tai and Lu Jiuyuan suddenly understood and then asked, "Who will go first?" Li Bo looked at the 2 and asked. Lu Jiuyuan, knowing his own situation, did not hold out too much hope. "Xiao Tai, you go first. My foundation has long been destroyed." Lu Jiuyuan shook his head, helplessly unsure if he would be able to obtain any treasures that could help him restore his talent in the future. After all, mere mortals only have a lifespan of 100 years. After 100 years, they would turn to dust. "All right, brother Lu." Xiao Tai naturally would not refuse Lu Jiuyuan's suggestion and confidently stepped up to the qualification testing stone. However, looking at the qualification testing stone before him, Xiao Tai couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. But after seeing Lu Jiuyuan's determined gaze, Xiao Tai resolutely pressed his hand on the qualification testing stone, only to awkwardly find that the stone showed no reaction after a long silence. The naive Xiao Tai thought that the qualification testing stone was broken. Lu Jiuyuan and Li Bo could only shake their heads helplessly, as this meant that Xiao Tai had no talent for the immortal path. "All right, you can come back. You have no talent for the immortal path," Li Bo said coldly. He had seen this kind of thing many times. In the vast Dishan continent, not everyone possessed the talent for cultivating immortality, and in fact the majority of the Dishan continent's population were still mortals. Cultivators were indeed a rarity. "I have no fate with immortality," Xiao Tai said somewhat dazedly. As for Lu Jiuyuan's situation, he had already clarified with Li Bo, so there was no need for testing. Just as Li Bo was preparing to lead the 2 away, a voice reached his ears. "Let that younger one test his physique." Li Bo froze in place, recognizing that it was that esteemed individual. How could they have come along? But Li Bo knew that he could only comply in front of that esteemed individual. "Wait, you haven't tested your physique yet." Just as Lu Jiuyuan and Xiao Tai were about to leave, they were directly stopped by Li Bo. "Didn't I just say I have no qualifications for cultivation? There's no need to test my physique, right?" Xiao Tai said hesitantly while Li Bo feigned profundity. "You may not know this, but in the Dishan continent, it's not only cultivators who matter. There are other physiques that don't require cultivation qualifications, and those physiques can also reach a very impressive level of cultivation. Then can one achieve immortality?" Originally, Xiao Tai had given up hope, but upon hearing Li Bo's words, a glimmer of hope emerged in his heart. Naturally, one can achieve immortality, but it requires a very high realm to do so. Li Bo nodded, stating without exaggeration that his own lifespan had already reached 1,000 years, which in the eyes of mortals made him a true immortal. Xiao Tai turned back to the physique testing stone, took a deep breath, and pressed his hand down. In the eyes of Li Bo and Lu Jiuyuan, they saw Xiao Tai directly pressing his hand down, and in an instant the body constitution testing stone began to vibrate, continuously bursting forth with a radiant glow. Moments later, from that glow they faintly discerned 3 large characters: golden body. At the sight of the golden body, Li Bo was instantly astonished. It's actually the golden body. Even among heavenly tier constitutions, it is considered one of the best. "Li Bo, do you know about the golden body?" Lu Jiuyuan asked in surprise, while Li Bo looked at Lu Jiuyuan as if he were a fool. He then took out a thick book from his storage ring and tossed it into Lu Jiuyuan's hands with 4 prominent characters on the cover. "Complete Guide to Constitutions." On the other side, Li Bo spoke to himself. The golden body is said to be a heavenly tier constitution born for body refinement, and if cultivated to its peak, one can even transcend the Great Ascension Tribulation and become a transcendent being. Of course, if the golden body is cultivated properly, it will at least become a powerhouse at the integration stage. Thinking of this, Li Bo looked at Xiao Tai with eyes full of fervor. Such a genius, if not now, when should one build a good relationship? As the radiant glow dissipated and Xiao Tai stood dazed in place, Li Bo rushed to Xiao Tai's side. Just as Xiao Tai had not yet reacted, a young man appeared before him, freezing him in place. Xiao Tai was obviously startled by the sudden appearance of the young man, but the young man paid no mind to it. Young friend, my name is Sifong Dao Ren, a genuine refinement stage cultivator. I wish to recommend you to the Ba Tian sect. What are your thoughts on this? The young man was indeed Sifong Dao Ren from the Yuanwu Kingdom, a peak expert at the refinement stage, but Xiao Tai was clearly unaware of what the refinement stage entailed, and he cast a pleading glance at Lu Jiuyuan. Lu Jiuyuan, having been the young master of a golden core family, naturally understood the terror of refinement stage experts and quickly said, "Xiao Tai, agree to it. This matter is entirely beneficial to you." He had also heard of the Ba Tian sect, a force that was not inferior to the Yuanwu Kingdom. If not for the absence of body refinement experts within the Yuanwu Kingdom, Sifong Dao Ren would likely have wanted to keep Xiao Tai. After all, Xiao Tai's future achievements would at least be at the integration stage. However, considering the current situation of the Yuanwu Kingdom, it would be better to let the Ba Tian sect owe them a favor, as the combined strength of the two great factions would alleviate much pressure on the Yuanwu Kingdom. With Lu Jiuyuan's encouragement, Xiao Tai finally agreed, but before doing so he thought of something and hurriedly asked, "If I join the Ba Tian sect, can I bring my siblings along?" Given your talent, bringing your family members along should not be a problem. After hearing this, Xiao Tai completely relaxed and looked at Lu Jiuyuan smiling. "Lu Go, why don't you give it a try too?" Seeing that Xiao Tai had successfully tested, Lu Jiuyuan wondered if he might have a special constitution as well. With this thought, he stepped up to the body constitution testing stone and pressed his hand down. Unfortunately, the body constitution testing stone showed no reaction. Well, although you cannot cultivate immortality, you can still practice martial arts. Reaching the pinnacle of martial arts can also rival immortals. Li Bo consoled him as Lu Jiuyuan appeared to have a good relationship with Xiao Tai. Rivaling immortals. How powerful are these immortals? Immortals of the Foundation Establishment stage. After bidding farewell to Lu Jiuyuan, Xiao Tai followed Sifong Dao Ren and left. Xiao Tai's original name was Li Tai, and he had a younger brother and sister whom he took with him as he departed. Watching the direction in which Xiao Tai left, Lu Jiuyuan couldn't help but sigh. "Alas, Xiao Tai, you have found your path to longevity, but I wonder where my path to longevity lies." Lu Jiuyuan sighed but quickly thought of his circumstances. Provoking enemies would generate an even more formidable background, and he wondered if his background could help him defy fate. With the princess residence as his backing, he likely wouldn't be eliminated immediately after provoking enemies, and it might be wise to summon a more powerful ally. Meanwhile, outside members of the Chun family had already received the news. Damn it, that bastard Lu Jiuyuan was actually taken away by someone from the princess residence. Chun Feng, the young master of the Chun family, was smashing things in his room to vent his rage. However, he had no good options at the moment, as they could not afford to provoke the princess residence. Even sending out a servant could lead to their family's annihilation. However, Lu Jiuyuan, your foundation has already been ruined by us. How much of a storm can you cause now? Thinking of this, Chun Feng sighed in relief. Back when the Lu family was still around, he had always been oppressed by Lu Jiuyuan. Lu Jiuyuan broke through to the foundation establishment stage at only 20 years old. Wasn't he just 5 years late in breaking through to the foundation establishment stage compared to Lu Jiuyuan? He had always been ridiculed by the people of Qingfeng Town. What Lu Jiuyuan did not expect was that his passive abilities had already been triggered unknowingly. The old site of the Lu family was now nothing but ruins, completely destroyed by the Chun family due to the events of that day. Who could it be? Who destroyed my Lu family? An old man stood angrily before the ruins. His aura, belonging to the nascent soul stage, erupted, creating a commotion that drew the attention of everyone in Qingfeng Town. That direction, is it the Lu family? Wasn't the Lu family destroyed by the Chun family? This aura, its nascent soul. That night, everyone in Qingfeng Town was shocked by the old man's aura. Meanwhile, in the Chun family, the family head Chen Lei looked into the distance. As a golden core expert, he could naturally sense that the aura belonged to a nascent soul expert. Such a powerful being can only be befriended, not offended. Chen Lei thought to himself, planning to head towards the source of the aura, to make the acquaintance of that esteemed figure, unaware that the aura was emanating from the ruins of the Lu family. Qingfeng Town was home to 5 great golden core families. Had the Lu family not been eradicated, there would have been 6. Each of the 5 patriarchs cultivated to the early golden core realm. Their profound understanding of nascent soul energy far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. Upon sensing that overwhelming nascent soul aura, they immediately hastened toward its origin without hesitation. Within the princess's residence, Xiao Qing felt the aura and could not suppress her astonishment. I never imagined such a formidable nascent soul cultivator existed here in Qingfeng Town. She sensed the cultivator matched her own cultivation level, early nascent soul, yet his aura dwarfed hers in sheer intensity. Were they to clash, she dared not claim herself his equal. The same aura stirred Li Lao from his reverie. What is it, senior? Lu Jiuyuan asked curiously, as Li Lao snapped back to awareness. Nothing. Let us first advance you to the 9th layer of the body-forging realm. Oh yes. Lu Jiuyuan nodded eagerly. Though you lack celestial affinity, the body-forging realm demands no innate talent. Only rare spirit herbs and treasures to temper your mortal flesh. Having spoken, Li Lao seized Lu Jiuyuan's wrist, and his expression shifted faintly bewildered. You've already reached the 5th layer of the body-forging realm. Though Lu Jiuyuan had once attained foundation establishment, Chunfeng had shattered his cultivation, leaving him utterly devoid of spiritual power. Yet during his prior breakthrough into martial technique comprehension, his physical constitution had undergone profound refinement, propelling him naturally into the 5th layer of the body-forging realm. 5th layer. Earlier, deep within the mine caverns, I inadvertently forged a yellow-rank lower-tier martial technique, Lu Jiuyuan mused aloud. He as its creator knew its rank instinctively. Li Lao could not help but marvel such talent. Forging martial techniques with an unenlightened mortal body would ignite fierce bidding wars among all major sects, were it not for your lack of celestial affinity. Alas, without innate aptitude, Lu Jiuyuan remained invisible to their eyes. Though spirit treasures capable of elevating one's celestial affinity did exist, none would expend such rarities upon him. Lu Jiuyuan rubbed his nose sheepishly. Here, this is the purifying body pool. Immerse yourself within, it will refine your flesh and elevate you to the 9th layer of the body-forging realm. Enter now. With that, Elder Li struck Lu Jiuyuan firmly on the back, sending him tumbling headlong into the pool. As his body submerged, tingling waves of numbing warmth surged through him, as if some arcane force began winding through his meridians and marrow. Exquisite! Lu Jiuyuan moaned involuntarily, while Elder Li merely shook his head and departed. He needed to investigate the source of that nascent soul aura. Though both were early nascent soul cultivators, Elder Li sensed, unequivocally, that the other's strength eclipsed his own. Whether to safeguard the princess, or simply to meet this peerless elder, Elder Li deemed the inquiry imperative. This place, is it the Lu residence? Indeed, murmured Chun Lei, startled as the 5 golden core elders gathered before the ruins of the Lu family compound. The other 4 patriarchs said nothing, only gazed silently toward the distant towering presence. Esteemed elder, I am Li Jiuyuan, patriarch of the Li family of Qingfeng Town. Might I have the honor of making your acquaintance? Li Jiuyuan stepped forward, bowing deeply, his posture humbly deferential. Before him stood a nascent soul grandmaster. A single misstep, a flicker of displeasure, and his entire Li family could vanish, without witness, without recourse. Watching Li Jiuyuan step forth, the other 4 patriarchs inwardly cursed him a sly old fox. Then swiftly followed suit, each vying to forge rapport with the nascent soul sovereign. But then, the figure slowly turned his head, his gaze icy, his voice glacial. Do you know who destroyed my Lu family? Chun Lei's heart lurched violently. Could this elder be connected to the Lu family? Instantly he slid one silent step backward, ready to flee at the first tremor of danger. Elder. It was the Chun family who annihilated the Lu family. Quan Lei burst forward, pointing fiercely at Chun Lei. This is Chun Lei, the patriarch of the Chun family. At Quan Lei's words, Chun Lei's blood ran cold. Indeed, the moment those syllables left Quan Lei's lips, Chun Lei felt himself locked in the predatory gaze of some primordial beast. His limbs grew leaden, his breath shallow. Yet survival eclipsed pride. With immense effort, Chun Lei bowed low. Esteemed elder. Pray tell what bond binds you to the Lu family. I had no knowledge of your connection. Else I would never have dared raise a hand against them. Ha ha ha, bond. You ask me of bonds with the Lu family. I am Lu Xian. Lu Guang is my son. Now, tell me, what bond do I share with the Lu family? Lu Xian threw back his head and roared with laughter. Disaster! Upon learning Lu Xian was Lu Guang's father, Chun Lei knew his family's doom was sealed. His sole hope now lay in escape. So long as he lived, the Chun family retained a sliver of chance to rise again. Yet Chun Lei had grievously underestimated the terror of a nascent soul cultivator, and overestimated his own prowess. Think you can run? Heaven-obstructing palm. Lu Xian snorted coldly, raised his left hand, and conjured a colossal palm print in midair. It descended like a mountain-crushing chun lay instantly into crimson mist. Beneath the crushing weight of an entire cultivation realm, Chun lay never even glimpsed the blow. The spectacle left the remaining four patriarchs frozen, stunned into mute horror. This is the terror of a nascent soul sovereign, truly incomprehensible. And Duzhing, patriarch of the family, swallowed hard, his throat dry with dread, only exhaling fully when Lu Xian showed no sign of further violence. Does any survivor remain of my Lu family? Though he knew the answer, Lu Xian voiced the question, his tone laced with fragile, desperate hope. Yes, Elder. Lu Guang's son still lives, sold into servitude at the Longyuan mine. Li Shuquan answered swiftly. The affair had circulated widely among the elders at the time. Excellent, excellent, excellent. A grandson yet breathes. You are Li Shuquan, patriarch of the Li family. Lead me to him, and I shall grant your clan one boon: my intervention without condition or limit. Lu Xian laughed, a sound rich with relief and quiet reverence. His son had left behind a descendant, a living ember of memory, a thread of continuity across annihilation. Li Shuquan's pulse quickened. This was a nascent soul sovereign's vow. With a lifespan exceeding 1,000 years, such a promise meant millennia of protection for the Li family. Perhaps even longer should Lu Xian ascend further. Regardless, the Li family's fate was now secured, even beyond Li Shuquan's own lifetime. Then let us depart. Take me to my grandson. As Lu Xian prepared to follow Li Shuquan, the elder gently halted him. His expression wry. Elder, you may not be aware. The Longyuan mine falls under the jurisdiction of the Yuanwu kingdom, and at this hour it is certainly sealed. We shall proceed at dawn. There is no haste. At the mention of the Yuanwu kingdom, a flicker of wariness crossed Lu Xian's face. Emperor Li, the tribulation transcendent sovereign, stood at the apex of cultivation. Against such a being, even a nascent soul sovereign was but dust. If Elder permits, please grace my humble residence with your presence until dawn. I beg you accept this modest hospitality. Li Shuquan extended the invitation without pause, and after brief contemplation, Lu Xian assented. This way, Elder, please. Li Shuquan led Lu Xian away, his bearing triumphant, so smug that the three remaining patriarchs ground their teeth in impotent fury. After all, what mortal dared challenge a nascent soul sovereign? From this day forth, Qingfeng Town shall bow only to the Li family, sighed Quan Lei. Not necessarily. Did you forget the elder's words, that the Lu family is his family? Perhaps he will re-establish the Lu family right here in Qingfeng Town, Pang Yun mused coldly, and the others fell silent, conceding such a thing was not impossible. Still, that outcome would be vastly preferable to Li family hegemony. Why should they, all equals in golden core cultivation, submit to Li dominance? Only after the elders departed did Elder Li arrive, late yet palpably alarmed. Sensing the lingering residue of that overwhelming nascent soul aura, his brow furrowed deeply. I pray you come not for the princess, for even such power cannot save you from certain death. A lethal chill hardened Elder Li's gaze as he exhaled the vow, then turned sharply, striding back toward the princess's residence. On the other side, Lu Jiuyuan continued to soak in the cleansing pool, and as the pool exerted its effects, his physical condition was gradually improving. Although the body refinement stage cannot utilize the spiritual power of heaven and earth, one's physical qualities far exceed those of ordinary humans. Upon reaching the first layer of body refinement, one can lift objects weighing 100 kilograms, and with each breakthrough one's strength increases by another 100 kilograms. However, humans have their limits. Without any special talents, one can at most break through to the 9th layer of body refinement. Those with some talent may reach the 10th layer, and only those who break through to the 11th layer can be called geniuses. As for the 12th layer, it is referred to as the demeanor of an emperor, and even in the entire Dishan continent such individuals are exceedingly rare. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Jiuyuan's cultivation had smoothly broken through to the 9th layer of body refinement. However, something unexpected occurred. His cultivation did not stop there, but continued to rise. The 10th layer of body refinement. Moreover, he showed no sign of stopping. As Lu Jiuyuan felt a chill run through him, he broke through to the 11th layer. Yet Lu Jiuyuan sensed that he had not yet reached his limit, so he began to fully absorb the power from the cleansing pool to aid his breakthrough to the rare 12th layer of body refinement. At this moment, Li Bo had also returned. Upon arriving at the cleansing pool, Li Bo felt a twinge of surprise as this kid had not yet come out. Then, as he extended his divine sense to investigate, he became even more shocked, unable to refrain from cursing. Damn it, this kid actually wants to challenge the 12th layer of body refinement. What kind of freak is this? And isn't it said that those without cultivation talent cannot break through to the 9th layer of body refinement? However, no matter what Li Bo believed that his divine sense would not deceive him. Yet he couldn't help but doubt, could it be that the talent assessment stone malfunctioned that day? Or perhaps the physique assessment stone had an issue. It seems that once this kid comes out, he needs to be reevaluated. However, Li Bo believed that even if he lacked cultivation talent, just the fact that Lu Jiuyuan had reached the 10th layer of body refinement would likely cause quite a stir throughout the entire Dishan continent. At this moment, the sky above the princess' residence changed. Li Bo sensed an immense pressure, and quickly looked up only to see colorful clouds appearing in the sky. This is the blessing of the heavenly Tao. What is this kid's background? The heavenly Tao has personally granted him a blessing. This kid is likely on the path to immortality. In just a few minutes, Li Bo's understanding was refreshed several times. This was the first time he had seen someone reach beyond the 9th layer of body refinement without cultivation talent, let alone the unprecedented 12th layer. It was also the first time he witnessed such a terrifying blessing of the heavenly Tao. One must understand that this is the heavenly Tao, a fearsome existence that even immortals do not dare to provoke. The entire Dishan continent is under the control of the heavenly Tao, showcasing its power. In Li Bo's dazed gaze, Lu Jiuyuan soared into the air, absorbing the colorful clouds into his body. With the blessing of the heavenly Tao, the foundation that had long been destroyed by Chun Feng was recovering at a terrifying speed, even more so than before. Previously, Lu Jiuyuan's cultivation talent had reached the peak of the Shen rank. If nothing unexpected happened, the Lu family would soon have a nascent soul cultivator. It was precisely for this reason that the Chun family had taken the risk to attack the Lu family and successfully destroy them. But now Lu Jiuyuan's foundation not only recovered but also broke through to the even more terrifying heavenly rank peak. Such a being would likely have no problem breaking through to become an immortal. However, Li Bo was still unaware of this, so there was no significant surprise on his face. In the capital of Yuanwu Kingdom, King Li, who was in seclusion, opened his eyes and looked towards the distance with some trepidation. That is the aura of the heavenly Tao. Which lucky one has received the blessing of the heavenly Tao? After thinking for a moment, King Li waved his hand, and instantly 10 cultivators shrouded in black mist appeared before him. Search in that direction. Find the one blessed by the heavenly Tao and be sure to bring him into my Yuanwu kingdom. At the very least, we must befriend him. After King Li finished speaking, the 10 invisible cultivators headed towards Qingfeng town. They were the dark guards under King Li, specialized in handling matters that could not be exposed. The one blessed by the heavenly Tao. I hope he can join my Yuanwu kingdom. King Li sighed and began to enter seclusion once more. He could feel that he was on the brink of breaking through. With just one more step, he would reach the Great Ascension stage and become a true immortal. Breaking through to the Great Ascension stage would allow him to be honored as an immortal. This thought was not held by King Li alone. In the UMO sect, the one blessed by the heavenly Tao has appeared again. It would be best to bring him into our UMO sect. If he refuses, then we shall devour him. The leader of the UMO sect, UMO Wang, sneered, while below him were countless demonic cultivators. At this moment, Lu Jiuyuan was still unaware that he had already drawn the attention of many. He had successfully absorbed the blessing of the heavenly Tao, and his cultivation talent had reached the terrifying peak of the heavenly rank. One must understand that a talent of this level could even become an inner disciple, or even a core disciple for training in ordinary sacred grounds, highlighting its rarity. At this time, Lu Jiuyuan still didn't know that his system had been destroyed, and he could not see his attribute panel, only able to see the 3 attribute bars. Seeing Li Bo looking at him with some envy, Lu Jiuyuan curiously asked what's wrong. Li Bo then explained everything. Hearing about the blessing of the heavenly Tao, Lu Jiuyuan couldn't sit still. Was the system really that powerful? Even the heavenly Tao had granted him a blessing. However, from the sincere gaze of Li Bo, Lu Jiuyuan believed that he would not deceive him. He was simply amazed by the power of the system, and a bit excited about his imminent journey into the path of immortality. Let's go, we need to recheck your talent. After Li Bo said this, he intended to take Lu Jiuyuan to reassess his talent, but what would happen next was something Li Bo never expected would shock him again. Although he had anticipated it, when Li Bo saw that Lu Jiuyuan's talent truly reached the peak of the celestial level, he could not help but feel a shock in his heart. Lu Jiuyuan felt the same way. Since your talent has reached the top of the celestial level, it would be somewhat difficult for you to remain as a servant in the Duke's residence. I will now report to His Majesty and recommend that you enter the royal family for training, where you will have access to the best resources. Li Bo said without hesitation. It was no joke. He was a genius at the peak of the celestial level. Even the Prince Li was merely at the peak of the celestial level, meaning Lu Jiuyuan's future achievements might not be inferior to those of Prince Li. If he could recommend Lu Jiuyuan to the royal family for training, obtaining an opportunity to break through to the transformation stage would be more than feasible. Building a good relationship with Lu Jiuyuan might even yield an opportunity to break through to the void refining stage. It is known that those at the void refining stage have a lifespan of 10,000 years. As long as one is alive, there are endless possibilities. The royal family is it. I understand. Lu Jiuyuan naturally would not refuse. The most important thing was to find a backing first. However, he did not expect that his grandfather had already arrived. Watching Lu Jiuyuan enter the room to rest, Li Bo immediately took out a communication stone to send Lu Jiuyuan's message back to the capital. However, sending also took time. It would probably be a day before Prince Li received the news. In the Li family, Li Shuquan had already brought Lu Xian into the Li residence. Head of the family, you have returned. Seeing Li Shuquan come back, the housekeeper, Li Bingbing, stepped forward to greet him, while Li Shuquan hurriedly replied. Quickly prepare my VIP room. No. 1. We have distinguished guests at home. Li Shuquan urged, and having been with Li Shuquan for a long time, Li Bingbing certainly had a keen eye. He quickly realized that the imposing figure standing beside the head of the family was someone he could not offend. Thinking of this, Li Bingbing promptly stood up and went to make arrangements. My lord, please, Li Shuquan said obsequiously while standing beside Lu Xian. Lu Xian said with a cold expression, and then under Li Zuquan's guidance they arrived in front of VIP room No. 1. Once inside, Li Shuquan cautiously inquired. Senior Lu, I wonder if you are satisfied with this place. It's acceptable. Lu Xian nodded. Compared to his previous dire situations, this place was indeed quite good. Then, my lord, I will take my leave. Please rest well. After saying this, Li Shuquan prepared to exit, but Lu Xian stopped him and casually tossed out a porcelain vial, which Li Shuquan hurriedly caught. What is this, my lord? Li Shuquan hesitated to open it, curious. This is a third-tier superior breaking mirror pill. Consuming it will be enough for you to break through a small realm. Lu Xian said nonchalantly. This level of elixir had no effect on him anymore. It was better to bestow it upon Li Shuquan as a small reward. Thank you, my lord. If you ever need anything in the future, my Li family will surely do our utmost to serve you. Li Shuquan became excited upon hearing that the elixir in his hand could help him break through a small realm. If he could advance another small realm, he would be able to trample the other 3 major families without relying on Lu Xian's reputation. All right, you may go now. Tomorrow take me to find my grandson. Lu Xian waved his hand, and Li Shuquan immediately bowed respectfully as he exited, closing the door behind him. After Li Shuquan left, Lu Xian, sitting cross-legged on the bed, could not help but sigh. Son, back then I left the family to become stronger, but I never anticipated that you would end up in such a situation. Fortunately, I still have a grandson. Hang on, grandson, a grandpa will bring you back. Back then, Lu Xian was merely a foundation establishment practitioner. In order to grow stronger, he left Qingfeng town and took decades to become a nascent soul powerhouse, only to return and find that his son had been wiped out. But no matter what, he had to find his grandson. This feeling is wonderful. Lu Jiuyuan woke up on the large bed and felt much more comfortable upon seeing that he was no longer in the dark environment of the mine. When Lu Jiuyuan got out of bed and prepared to go out, he discovered that 2 servants had appeared at his door without him noticing. What is going on here? Lu Jiuyuan asked, somewhat puzzled as he looked at the 2. You must be Lu Jiuyuan. Li Bo sent us to take good care of your needs. One of the servants quickly explained, and Lu Jiuyuan learned from them that it was because he had awakened the top-tier celestial level talent, which naturally meant he could not become a servant in the Duke's residence. Moreover, wanting to build a good relationship with Lu Jiuyuan, Li Bo sent 2 servants to take care of him until Prince Li sent someone to take Lu Jiuyuan back. This Li Bo, fine, I will go talk to him. Why send 2 big men to me? Lu Jiuyuan looked at the 2 strong men before him, feeling helpless, and soon learned from them where Li Bo currently was, so he hurriedly followed them. What? Are you saying that the Lu Jiuyuan brought back by the young lady yesterday awakened a peak celestial level talent bestowed by the heavenly Tao? In the hall, Shao Qing said in disbelief. The heavenly Tao's blessing was something she could not sense. If Li Bo had not been standing right next to Lu Jiuyuan at the time, she probably would not have been able to detect the heavenly Tao's blessing. Li Bo, are you absolutely certain? Hearing this, Li Qingping felt a bit incredulous. After all, she sensed that Lu Jiuyuan was extraordinary, but she did not expect him to be this extraordinary. To break through directly from an ordinary mortal to the 12th layer of the body refining stage and even receive the heavenly Taoist blessing to awaken a peak celestial level talent. Was this not a joke? Duke Li Chongqing dared to swear by the heavenly Tao that Lu Jiuyuan indeed received the blessing of the heavenly Tao. Li Bo said earnestly. In the Dixian continent, ordinary cultivators would not dare to swear by the heavenly Tao, as those who lie would truly be annihilated by the heavenly Tao. With Li Ba's oath to the heavenly Tao, Li Qingping and Shao Qing finally began to believe. I never expected this unfortunate fellow to awaken a peak celestial level talent. Now he will probably become someone we all have to look up to. Shao Qing said somewhat sourly, as Lu Jiuyuan was still an ordinary person, but everyone knew that surpassing them was merely a matter of time. You brat, being assigned someone is already a privilege. What more do you have to be picky about? Li Bo turned around and said to the entering Lu Jiuyuan with a helpless expression. Well, you can't possibly assign me 2 strong men. What kind of situation is it for a big man like me to be followed by 2 strong men? Lu Jiuyuan sighed as he looked at the 2 muscular men who were inseparable from him. You can just be pleased with yourself. These 2 are both golden core stage cultivators. Even when your Lu family was around, there weren't this many golden core cultivators. Li Bo complained. Hearing this, Lu Jiuyuan instantly felt no more fatigue. With 2 golden core stage bodyguards protecting him, doesn't that mean he can provoke others? Moreover, with the backing of the Yuanwu Kingdom, even if he provoked some powerful entity, they would likely go after the Yuanwu Kingdom first, giving him time to develop. How delightful! For some reason, seeing the suddenly sinister expression on Lu Jiuyuan's face made Li Ba's heart feel a bit uneasy. At this moment, sitting in the position of the county princess, Li Qingping spoke up. Since young Master Lu does not want strong men, Shao Qing let Shao Chun and Shao Wu serve young Master Lu. Li Qingping commanded Shao Qing beside her. Yes, miss. After saying this, Shao Qing sent out a message, and soon 2 graceful figures arrived in the hall. We greet the county princess. The 2 of them said respectfully to Li Qingping. From today onwards, you 2 will follow and serve young Master Lu. Li Qingping said calmly, while the 2 looked at Lu Jiuyuan beside them, instantly captivated by his stunningly handsome face. Hearing that the county princess wanted them to serve such a handsome guy, they felt it was a profitable deal. Thinking of this, they readily agreed, while Li Qingping looked at Lu Jiuyuan and slowly explained. These 2 are maidservants who came with me from the capital to Qingfeng town. Both have cultivation at the late golden core stage, and with their protection you will be quite safe in Qingfeng town. Li Qingping's words made Lu Jiuyuan feel somewhat tempted, but thinking that they were from the Yuanwu Kingdom, he decided it was better not to act. Then Lu Jiuyuan thanked the county princess here. If the county princess has any needs in the future, Lu will definitely do my utmost. Lu Jiuyuan also made his promise, to which Li Qingping smiled slightly, and said, then thank you, young Master Lu. Is this the Longyuan mine? As dawn broke, Li Shukuan brought Lu Xian to the Longyuan mine at Lu Xian's request. Indeed, this is the Longyuan mine, which is under the Yuanwu Kingdom. I kindly ask the elder not to cause any trouble. Li Shukuan reminded, after all, the Yuanwu Kingdom is a true behemoth. Even a servant sent out can ensure that the Li family will forever be unable to rise again. I am naturally aware of this, so hurry and take me inside. Lu Xian urged. Left with no choice, Li Shukuan could only lead Lu Xian inside, hoping that Elder Su would not make things difficult. This tea is indeed good tea, but the environment is somewhat wasted. In that same grass hut, Elder Su leisurely took out a set of tea utensils and began to brew tea, but soon sensed something and looked towards the door. Li family master, what wind brings you here? Seeing Li Shukuan walking in from outside the mine, Elder Su smiled, but frowned upon noticing Lu Xian beside him, feeling a faint pressure from him for some unknown reason. Elder Su, I have come to the mine today to redeem a miner. Li Shukuan quickly said. Oh, which miner is worthy of you, the Li family master, to come in person? Elder Su couldn't help but become curious. Lu Jiuyuan. As soon as Li Zukan's words fell, Elder Zu's smile instantly disappeared, but after some thought he still informed him. Lu Jiuyuan is no longer in the mine. Boom! As soon as Elder Su finished speaking, a terrifying pressure erupted from Lu Xian. What? Where has my grandson gone? Lu Xian said angrily, his presence shocking even Elder Su. A nascent soul powerhouse. Elder, please calm down, the situation isn't clear yet. Li Shukuan was nearly suppressed to the ground by this aura, and struggled to say a few words, which made Lu Xian retract his pressure. Where has my grandson gone? Lu Xian took a deep breath and looked at Elder Su inquiring. Naturally, Elder Su would not hide it, and informed him that Lu Jiuyuan had been taken away by the county princess. Let's go to the county princess residence. After saying this, Lu Xian walked outside, while Li Shuquan repeatedly apologized to Elder Su. I apologize, Elder Su. After the two left, Elder Su muttered in shock, this aura, could it be the nascent soul powerhouse from last night? He certainly felt the fluctuations of the aura from last night, but he needed to guard the mine and could not leave easily, which is why he did not go to join the fun. He never expected that the owner of the aura would come seeking him. This person is here to find Lu Jiuyuan. Could he be a relative of Lu Jiuyuan? Meanwhile, Li Shuquan was leading Lu Xian towards the county princess residence, and on the way he said with a somewhat bitter expression, Elder Lu, we shouldn't have treated Elder Su that way earlier. After all, he is a person of the Yuanwu kingdom. What of it? Would the Yuanwu kingdom act for a golden core cultivator? Lu Xian snorted coldly, and then rushed towards the county princess residence at full speed, while Li Shuquan could only bitterly smile and follow. Before long the two arrived at the county princess residence. Before reaching it, Li Shuquan repeatedly reminded Senior this county princess is the favorite sixth princess of the Li King. Be sure not to act rashly in front of her. But Lu Xian didn't care for that at all. He directly unleashed his aura in front of the county princess residence. Instantly, Li Bo and Shao Qing in the hall sensed this aura. Is someone here to cause trouble? Li Bo snorted coldly and then disappeared from the spot. Hearing this, Lu Jiuyuan seemed to see a show, and he turned to Xiao Wu beside him and said, Let's go, take me to see. Let's go and take a look too, Li Qingping said as she stood up and looked at Shao Qing. Shao Qing responded and led Li Qingping outside. When they arrived at the entrance of the princess residence, they saw Li Bo already confronting Lu Xian. Fellow Taoist, are you unaware of where this place is? How dare you act recklessly in front of the princess residence? Do you not regard our Yuanwu kingdom at all? Li Bo spoke first. Although Lu Xian was at the same realm as him, he could sense that Lu Xian was stronger. If a fight broke out, he might not be a match. Not at all. I came to the princess residence merely to retrieve my grandson. Lu Xian replied calmly, while Li Shuquan, who stood beside Lu Xian, was nearly scared out of his wits. After all, these were people from the princess residence, and one of them was a powerful nascent soul expert. Lu Xian could leave later, but how could his Li family rooted in Qingfeng town escape? Elders, please temper your aura a bit. I am struggling to hold on here, Li Shuquan said weakly, earning a cold snort from both Li Bo and Lu Xian. Who is your grandson? There shouldn't be anyone related to you in the princess residence. Li Bo said, his tone softening slightly. My grandson's name is Lu Jiuyuan. I am Lu Guang, the head of the Lu family, and this is Lu Xian. As Lu Xian spoke, Lu Jiuyuan, under the guidance of Xiao Wu, arrived at the entrance of the princess residence. Are you my grandfather? Lu Jiuyuan said in disbelief. He originally thought all his family had been killed by the Chun family, never expecting that he still had a grandfather alive. Upon hearing Lu Jiuyuan speak, Lu Xian noticed him and couldn't help but feel surprised. His grandson was indeed quite handsome. Indeed, I am your grandfather if your father is Lu Guang, Lu Xian said earnestly. He was about to step forward to acknowledge Lu Jiuyuan when he was stopped by Li Bo. You claim to be Lu Jiuyuan's grandfather. Do you have any proof? Li Bo snorted coldly. Lu Jiuyuan was a peerless genius with heavenly-level talent and had reached the 12th layer of the body refinement realm. He needed to be protected at all costs. Hearing this, Lu Xian's expression darkened, but since Li Bo was from the Yuanwu kingdom, he could only force a drop of blood from his fingertip. If you do not believe me, we can use the bloodline recognition technique. Hearing this, Li Bo turned to Lu Jiuyuan and then agreed. If the person before him truly was Lu Jiuyuan's grandfather, helping them recognize each other would likely enhance his standing in Lu Jiuyuan's eyes. After learning that he needed to provide some blood, Lu Jiuyuan did not hesitate and extracted a drop from his fingertip. Although he could regard the Yuanwu kingdom as his backing ultimately, he did not share blood ties with them and might be sold out someday. After receiving both Lu Jiuyuan's and Lu Xian's blood, Li Bo wasted no time and directly performed the bloodline recognition technique. Soon he saw the two bloods merge completely. This meant that Lu Xian truly was Lu Jiuyuan's grandfather. After confirming this, Li Bo allowed Lu Jiuyuan to approach Lu Xian. Grandson, you have suffered all these years. If I were here, how could the Lu family have been destroyed by the Chan family? Lu Xian said with some guilt while Lu Jiuyuan shook his head in response. Grandfather, I have come to terms with everything over the years and accepted my fate. But now that you are back, we can rebuild the Lu family. A hint of grand ambition flashed in Lu Jiuyuan's eyes. He wanted to create an unparalleled Lu family relying on his passive abilities, though he was unaware if the system's passive would still trigger at a certain level. Good. Now that I am back, we will ensure the Lu family continues on. Lu Xian nodded seriously. The former Lu family had been destroyed, but so what? As long as he and his grandson were alive, the Lu family would remain. Congratulations to young Master Lu on reuniting with your grandfather. If you do not mind, when the Lu family is established in the future, the princess residence will certainly prepare a generous gift for you. At this moment, Li Qingping stepped forward with a smile. Thank you, princess. I appreciate your help during this time, Lu Jiuyuan said politely as he bowed. Well, since that is the case, it will not hinder young Master Lu and Elder Lu from recognizing each other. Li Bo, let us return. After Li Qingping finished speaking, she led Li Bo and the others back into the princess residence, leaving Lu Xian curious. Grandson, that girl seems decent. If you can, you should seize the opportunity, Lu Xian said to Lu Jiuyuan with a serious expression, to which Lu Jiuyuan responded with a wry smile. Grandfather, she is the 6th princess most favored by the king of Li. I think I should pass for now, at least not yet. The king of Li. Grandson, I believe you can reach the level of the king of Li. Lu Xian shook his head. Just as he was about to say more, he was hurriedly interrupted by Lu Jiuyuan. All right, grandfather, let's first find someone to help us rebuild the Lu family. After all, there are only the 2 of us left in the Lu family now. Lu Jiuyuan was afraid his grandfather would say something more, fearing that the powerful protector of Li Qingping would hear and come out to slap them. After all, Lu Jiuyuan had witnessed a powerful figure stronger than a nascent soul appearance in the princess residence. From the way his grandfather could confront Li Bo, it seemed that his grandfather was only a golden core expert. He had never heard of his grandfather from his father, and it was likely that this grandfather was merely a product of the system's passive background. Princess, are we really letting Lu Jiuyuan leave like this? Xiao Qing asked, unable to believe it. After all, they had all seen Lu Jiuyuan's talent. Such a genius should ideally stay close. Xiao Qing, you are still too naive. Such talent can only be befriended. If we forcefully keep him here, it will only provoke resentment, making it a loss for us. Xiao Qing nodded, somewhat understanding. Furthermore, the news has probably already reached the capital. My father will likely soon send someone to bring young Master Lu into the royal family, and at that time young Master Lu probably won't refuse. After all, the strength of our Yuanwu kingdom is evident. In the Dixian continent, the buildings of mortal families are primarily constructed from ordinary materials. More powerful families utilize materials infused with spiritual energy to create their family structures, leading to the emergence of spiritual constructions. Spiritual construction shops specialize in crafting these spiritual edifices, allowing customers to create them simply by spending money. The Lu family previously crafted a low-grade Huang-tier spiritual construction, as the value of such structures is exceedingly high, making it difficult even for golden core cultivators to afford. Achieving a low-grade Huang-tier spiritual construction was already quite an accomplishment. As Lu Jiuyuan and Lu Xian entered, the shopkeeper quickly approached them. Dear guests, how may I assist you today? We wish to create a spiritual construction. Without hesitation, Lu Xian responded directly, and upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's expression became even more excited. After all, those who can create spiritual constructions are not ordinary individuals. Please wait a moment, I'll fetch the manual. The shopkeeper hurriedly brought a thick book to them and handed it to Lu Xian. Our Tianling spiritual construction shop is the largest in the entire Tianling prefecture. As long as you have the money, we can craft even celestial-grade spiritual constructions for you. The shopkeeper said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiuyuan nodded. Indeed, the Tianling spiritual construction shop is the largest in Tianling prefecture, while Lu Xian began to browse through the manual. Given his current foundation, he could at most construct a top-grade Huang-tier spiritual construction for himself. However, even so, the cost was still considerable, reaching 1,000 low-grade spirit stones per square meter. From the selection to the final estimation, it was quickly determined that the project was for the Lu family. Senior Lu, based on your plans, this project will likely require over 10 million low-grade spirit stones. The shopkeeper said cautiously, and upon hearing this, Lu Xian tossed out a storage ring. According to the rules, I will pay half as a deposit, while the remaining half will be settled upon completion. Lu Xian said calmly, and the shopkeeper accepted the storage ring, scanning it with his divine sense. Inside there were indeed 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, and he quickly smiled. Rest assured, Senior, we will complete it within a week. After signing the contract, Lu Xian left the Tianling spiritual construction shop with Lu Jiuyuan. Tisk, the Lu family was recently destroyed by the Chun family, and reportedly only the young master of the Lu family is still alive. I didn't expect that the young master has a grandfather still living, and judging by his aura, he must have reached the nascent soul stage. The shopkeeper exclaimed in surprise, his own aura revealing he was at the golden core stage. After leaving the Tianling spiritual construction shop, Lu Jiuyuan curiously looked at Lu Xian. Grandfather, how did you acquire so much wealth? After all, spirit stones are exceedingly precious, and even with the combined efforts of his entire family, his father could hardly have produced 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Over the years, I have ventured beyond Qingfeng town and encountered numerous opportunities, so it's not too surprising that I have accumulated some spirit stones. Lu Xian said with a smile, shaking his head. Hearing this, Lu Jiuyuan could only give up further questioning, knowing that Lu Xian would not harm him. Since it will take another week, and given that you haven't practiced any cultivation method, you could take this time to practice that technique. Lu Xian said mysteriously, which piqued Lu Jiuyuan's curiosity. A technique? Yes, but this isn't the best place to discuss it. Let's find a suitable location first. After saying this, Lu Xian led Lu Jiuyuan away. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of Yuanwu country, King Li, who was in seclusion, had received a message from Li Bo. The heavenly Tao has bestowed a top-tier talent awakening, and on top of that a breakthrough to the 12th layer of body refinement. This person must be cultivated as an ally. No, this king must personally visit. King Li stood up and headed towards the location of Qingfeng town, not expecting that this news had also reached the people of the Yumo sect. Kikik, a top-tier talent awakening coupled with the 12th layer of body refinement. If we can recruit this child into our Yumo sect, it will undoubtedly allow us to surpass Yuanwu country and devour it whole. The leader of the Yumo sect received this news from his spies planted in Yuanwu country, and immediately set off for Qingfeng town without hesitation. This child cannot be lost. He might just allow the Yumo sect to advance further. Meanwhile, Lu Jiuyuan was still unaware that both King Li and the Yumo sect were rushing to Qingfeng town because of him. Under Lu Xian's guidance, Lu Jiuyuan arrived in a training room filled with denser spiritual energy than the outside world, though the cost was notably high. A top-grade Huang-tier training room costs 100 low-grade spirit stones per hour. Grandfather, can you now tell me what technique it is? Lu Jiuyuan asked curiously, while Lu Xian rummaged through his storage ring and pulled out a stone. A stone? Lu Jiuyuan was surprised, wondering if a stone could contain a technique. Indeed, although this is just a stone, it contains a high-level technique. Unfortunately, I have already reached the nascent soul stage, and switching techniques would require me to waste my cultivation and start anew. However, you are different. You currently have no cultivation, and can practice this technique perfectly. Lu Xian sighed, as he did not have the courage to waste his cultivation. After saying this, he handed the stone to Lu Jiuyuan. Hold the stone tightly, and try to communicate with it. If fate allows, you may acquire the technique within it. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiuyuan earnestly gripped the stone, and began to attempt a connection. With the enhancement of fate, he quickly established a bond with the stone. The stone began to tremble violently, and Lu Jiuyuan found himself immersed in a dilapidated space. Where exactly is this? Lu Jiuyuan looked at the vast space, murmuring to himself. Looking down, he realized he was floating in the void. When he raised his head again, he noticed a small stone had appeared before him. Kid, you are quite interesting. To Lu Jiuyuan's surprise, the stone spoke. Ah, this is crazy. A stone can actually talk. Although Lu Jiuyuan understood he was in a fantastical world, witnessing a non-human entity speak for the first time was still shocking. Upon hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, the stone seemed to exhibit a hint of emotion. Kid, what's wrong? Is it strange that a stone can talk? There are plenty of oddities in this world. This world is full of bizarre happenings. However, it didn't take long for Lu Jiuyuan to accept this matter. So, what about my cultivation method? Lu Jiuyuan asked eagerly, already impatient to obtain an impressive technique. I can't say why the Hongmeng Divine Stone chose you, but since it has, I have no choice but to pass this cultivation method on to you. Kid, catch this. After saying that, a beam of light shot directly from its body into Lu Jiuyuan's mind. Soon Lu Jiuyuan sensed the cultivation method in his mind and unconsciously recited it aloud. The Hongmeng 10,000 method scripture. You absorbed it quite quickly. This scripture was cultivated by the Hongmeng Celestial Emperor, a genuine divine-level technique. Enjoy it, kid. However, the Hongmeng 10,000 method scripture is not something everyone can cultivate. Just because the Hongmeng Divine Stone chose you doesn't mean you can master this technique. The stone, said teasingly for the Hongmeng Celestial Emperor, was once regarded as the strongest in the Emperor Shen continent, a terrifying existence that surpassed the immortal emperors. Yet even he fell while pursuing a stronger realm. Before his fall, the Hongmeng Celestial Emperor sensed something and left his legacy within a Hongmeng Divine Stone, which eventually fell into Lu Xian's hands by coincidence. As the cultivation method practiced by the Hongmeng Celestial Emperor, the Hongmeng 10,000 method scripture is naturally immensely powerful, but the difficulty of cultivation is also extremely terrifying, or ordinary cultivators can't even comprehend it. However, before the stone's words could settle, it witnessed a scene that shook its worldview. Lu Jiuyuan was simply memorizing the Hongmeng 10,000 method scripture, and soon he smoothly operated it. How is this possible? How can someone memorize the Hongmeng 10,000 method scripture and cultivate it so quickly? Yet this was not Lu Jiuyuan's limit. As he operated the Hongmeng 10,000 methods scripture, the spiritual energy in the entire cultivation building surged toward his location. Ha ha ha, I only need a little more to break through to the golden core stage. Everything I lost this time I will reclaim. Next door to Lu Jiuyuan, a peak foundation establishment cultivator thought, excitedly ready to absorb spiritual energy and break through to the golden core stage. But at that moment, the abundant spiritual energy in the cultivation room suddenly vanished. What happened? Where is all my spiritual energy? The peak foundation establishment cultivator panicked, and with the disappearance of the spiritual energy, all the cultivators in the building grew furious. Where is my spiritual energy? What happened to all of it? What a joke, I was on the verge of breaking through, and now there's no spiritual energy. What is going on? Where's the spiritual energy? Countless cultivators erupted in anger within the cultivation room, and the building's manager also grew anxious, quickly saying, "Everyone, don't worry. There must be some issue. Our staff is already investigating it, so please remain calm." Upon hearing this, the cultivators calmed down a bit, but they were still cursing. Anyone would be angry if interrupted during their cultivation. Damn it, what could have absorbed all the spiritual energy in an instant? The building's manager, a golden core cultivator, spoke with an angry expression, but he would never have guessed that all of this was caused by a small cultivator who hadn't even entered the chi refinement stage yet. At this moment, Lu Xian stood beside Lu Jiuyuan, his face full of excitement. Ha ha ha, as expected of my grandson, you've truly obtained that technique. The rise of the Lu family is now promising. As the spiritual energy of the entire cultivation building was absorbed into Lu Jiuyuan's body, his realm finally began to shift. Bang! A crisp sound was heard as he broke through to the initial stage of chi refinement. But this was not Lu Jiuyuan's limit. The spiritual energy in the entire cultivation building could lead him beyond just the initial stage. His realm kept soaring. He broke through to the mid-stage, then the late stage, eventually stopping at the peak of chi refinement. The next realm is foundation establishment, and Lu Jiuyuan wanted to solidify his Dao foundation before breaking through to go further. At this moment, the stone was stunned in place. Could someone be so monstrous? It could sense that although Lu Jiuyuan was only at the peak of chi refinement, his combat power was so formidable that even a foundation establishment cultivator in the initial stage would be no match for him. Seeing this, the stone finally understood why Lu Jiuyuan was chosen by the Hongmeng 10,000 method scripture. Kid, carry on with the legacy of the Hongmeng Celestial Emperor. I believe that one day you will let the entire Emperor Shen continent know of the Hongmeng Celestial Emperor's legacy again. After the stone spoke, Lu Jiuyuan had just opened his eyes and saw his grandfather. Grandson, it seems you have acquired that mysterious cultivation method. Seeing Lu Jiuyuan open his eyes, Lu Xian stepped forward to congratulate him. After all, he was a member of the Lu family, and becoming stronger was naturally a joy for them. Yes, Grandpa, do you know about the Hongmeng Celestial Emperor? Lu Jiuyuan asked curiously, to which Lu Xian shook his head. I don't know. Hearing this, Lu Jiuyuan couldn't help but frown. Has the Hongmeng Celestial Emperor fallen for long? Even his grandfather doesn't know. He would find an opportunity to learn more about the Hongmeng Celestial Emperor later. Cultivating the technique of the Hongmeng Celestial Emperor means he is essentially the successor of the Hongmeng Celestial Emperor. Sooner or later, he would make the name of the Hongmeng Celestial Emperor known throughout the Emperor Shen continent. However, Lu Jiuyuan quickly thought of something and became a bit excited. This is a genuine divine-level technique, enough for him to cultivate to the immortal emperor realm. As far as Lu Jiuyuan knew, there seemed to be very few immortal emperors in the entire Emperor Shen continent. This means that as long as he continues to cultivate, he will eventually become the strongest in the Emperor Shen continent. Since you Jiuyuan have obtained the cultivation method, then stabilize your realm here for now. The Lu family still needs 7 days to complete the construction. Lu Xian spoke. Earlier Lu Jiuyuan had absorbed all the spiritual energy, causing the entire cultivation building to stop functioning, but it had now resumed. I understand, Grandpa, Lu Jiuyuan said as he prepared to sit down and cultivate, but he did not expect that at this moment a terrifying pressure descended upon Qingfeng town. A powerful being has descended. At the same time in the princess residence, the 3 family heads looked up at the sky above Qingfeng town with terror in their eyes. They could sense a terrifying figure appearing above Qingfeng town, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of demonic energy. Unsurprisingly, it was a demon cultivator. Damn it, it's someone from the Yumo sect. Within the princess residence, a powerful warrior from the Yuanwu kingdom tasked with protecting Li Qingping appeared, his aura clearly indicating he was at the refining void stage. He sensed that the one above was likely a formidable being at the tribulation transcendent stage, a figure who would undoubtedly be a core member even within the Yumo sect. Meanwhile, in the cultivation building, Lu Xian also sensed something, and his expression turned grim. Naturally, he could feel what others sensed, and Lu Jiuyuan felt the same. However, Lu Jiuyuan did not yet know that this was a demon cultivator. He simply felt an uncomfortable sensation from this aura. How could such a powerful demon cultivator be targeting Qingfeng town? Lu Xian was perplexed, having traveled extensively over the years and seen numerous strong individuals. He could clearly discern that the powerful figure before him was likely at the tribulation transcendent stage. This kind of person would be an absolute match for him, even if he used all of his abilities. At the same time, above Qingfeng town, the Yumo king, enveloped in black gas, greedily eyed everything in the town, his terrifying divine sense recklessly searching within. After a few seconds, the Yumo king's divine sense finally settled on Lu Jiuyuan. Kik, I've found you, my little treasure. As the Yumo king's divine sense stopped, the refining void stage warrior in the princess residence quickly reacted. Damn it, this guy is after Lu Jiuyuan. Upon hearing the words of her family's, warrior Li Qingping's heart skipped a beat. Young Master Lu was in danger. When would her father arrive? Lu Jiuyuan also felt a wave of anxiety, as if a terrifying presence was fixating on him, while Lu Xian cursed under his breath and prepared to flee with Lu Jiuyuan. As the most gifted individual of the Lu family, although the Lu family no longer existed, he believed that under Lu Jiuyuan's leadership the Lu family would surely rise again and surpass its former glory. Just as the Yumo king was about to strike, another terrifying aura descended. Yumo king, stop. This person has already been protected by my Yuanwu kingdom. A voice reached the ears of everyone in Qingfeng town, and Li Qingping finally relaxed as her heart, which had been in turmoil, eased. Father has arrived, everything should be fine now. The newcomer was none other than King Li, who had finally arrived at this critical moment. Upon hearing these words, Lu Xian quickly understood that the arrival was indeed King Li. With King Li's appearance, the Yumo king's expression clearly darkened. Li Xuanran, you cannot protect this person. Moreover, if he learns of the treatment he would receive in my Yumo sect, he might just join us. Oh, are you sure? Kid, come out. Li Xianran chuckled lightly, and soon Lu Jiuyuan stepped out from the cultivation room under Lu Xian's guidance. I pay my respects to King Li. Regardless, Li Xianran was Li Qingping's father, and Lu Jiuyuan naturally had to show some respect. Kid, I must ask you, do you plan to join my Yuanwu kingdom or the Yumo sect? Kid, with your talent, if you join my Yumo sect, you will definitely rank among the young masters, and I will provide you with the resources you need to break through to the refining void stage within 100 years. Li Xuanran, however, said nothing, trusting that Lu Jiuyuan would know what choice to make. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Jiuyuan smiled and said, Thank you for the generous offers from both seniors, but I already have a family and do not intend to join any other forces. Hearing this, Li Xianran was somewhat surprised but not angry. As long as this kid remained in the Yuanwu kingdom, he was still one of their people. It was only natural for a citizen to aid their country in times of trouble. The Yumo king's expression, however, visibly darkened. Kid, you better think carefully. After all, my Yumo sect can provide you with everything you desire. If you want to grow strong quickly, it's best to join us, otherwise you never know when you might be killed by a mysterious powerful being out there. This statement clearly carried a hint of threat, but Lu Jiuyuan was not one to yield to intimidation. The Yumo king's threat only sealed his fate. Sorry, I have no interest in your so-called Yumo sect, and frankly the name sounds like a trashy sect of little repute. Lu Jiuyuan said with a cold smile, and the air around them turned icy. You arrogant kid. Originally, if you had joined my Yumo sect, I could have taken you as my disciple, but since you dare to insult my Yumo sect, you shall die here today." With that, the Yumo king snapped his fingers and unleashed a wave of demonic energy aimed directly at Lu Jiuyuan, forgetting that Li Xianran was still present. "You dare to kill a person from my Yuanwu kingdom in front of me, Yumo old ghost. You really don't take me seriously." Li Xianran sighed, instantly appearing in front of Lu Jiuyuan to block the wave of demonic energy. "Humph, since you're here, Li Xuanran, let's settle old scores along with the new." The Yumo king snorted coldly and charged toward Li Xianran. "Fine, if that's the case, let's fight to the death." Li Xuanran, unafraid, charged forward, and in an instant the shockwaves from their collision spread outward at a terrifying speed, while the refining void stage warrior, secretly protecting Li Qingping, had to exert all his strength to block the residual waves. Noticing this, Li Xianran deliberately moved the battlefield into the sky, preventing Qingfeng Town from being destroyed by the shockwaves. In a fantastical world like this, battles between powerful beings could easily turn the tides, destroy the heavens and the earth, and even a hint of residual force could obliterate a city. As the battle between the two shifted to the skies, Lu Jiuyuan could no longer see the fight clearly, only knowing that a day later the Yumo king's furious voice echoed. "Good, good, good. I didn't expect you, Li Xuanran, to have such a trump card hidden. We have plenty of time in the future. I, Yumo king, will surely kill this kid." With that, a shadow swiftly darted away into the distance, while Li Xianran slowly descended from the sky. It was clear that he had the upper hand. Li Qingping had also arrived at the battlefield by now, and upon seeing that her father was safe, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and approached Li Xuanran, saying, "Father, I'm so glad you're okay. Don't worry, he's just the Yumo king, not my match. It's just that, if he wants to escape, I can't keep him here." Seeing his beloved daughter, Li Xianran smiled. "Yes, father is the most powerful." Li Qingping nodded in agreement, and after some pleasantries, Li Xianran slowly walked up to Lu Jiuyuan. "Kid, are you truly not considering joining my Yuanwu royal family?" "Thank you for your kind intentions, Li Wang, but I, Lu Jiuyuan, am already a member of the Lu family, and the Yumo king has already been repelled by you, right?" Lu Jiuyuan decisively declined. For now, he had settled in the Lu family, where he would face little constraint. If he were to go to the royal family, wouldn't that invite discomfort? Not to mention that within the royal family one would likely engage in constant scheming. While Lu Jiuyuan could handle physical fights, the intricacies of intrigue would be far too exhausting. "Very well, since you wish to remain in the Lu family, this king will not force you. However, you should know that the Yumo king is aware of your presence in Qingfeng Town, and soon you will face a relentless stream of disputes." Li Wang kindly reminded him, and Lu Jiuyuan was certainly aware of this. However, he was also confident that his passive ability had likely been triggered. After all, the Yumo king had already attacked him. Was he not his enemy? "If I were to die here, it would simply be my fate," Lu Jiuyuan said with a smile, seemingly indifferent to life and death, while Li Qingping standing by grew increasingly anxious. "Young Master Lu, perhaps you should reconsider. After all, the Yumo sect should not be underestimated." Lu Jiuyuan replied earnestly, "Princess, we cultivators naturally must strive without fear. If I were to be afraid of the Yumo sect today, my Tao heart would surely be unsettled, which would affect my cultivation in the future." Li Qingping wanted to persuade him further, but was stopped by Li Xianran. "Daughter, since young Master Lu has said this, we cannot force him. Young Master Lu, should you change your mind in the future, you can take this token to the capital to find me. Anyone from the royal family who sees this token will understand its significance." After Li Xianran said this, he took out a beautifully crafted token and handed it to Lu Jiuyuan. It was palm-sized with an exquisite dragon carved on it, and beside the dragon was the character for Li. Receiving the token, Lu Jiuyuan said earnestly, "Thank you for your kindness, Li Wang. If I ever wish to visit the royal family, I will surely come." "Haha, then I shall await your visit." Li Xianran laughed heartily, feeling that he had formed a good bond with Lu Jiuyuan today. In the future, when Lu Jiuyuan grew stronger, he might be able to offer help. "Daughter, will you return with me, or will you stay here in Qingfeng Town?" Li Xianran turned to look at Li Qingping, who first glanced at Lu Jiuyuan before speaking. "Father, I will stay in Qingfeng Town for now as the princess." However, how could such small actions escape Li Wang's keen eyes? He chuckled. "Then you shall remain here, but remember to be cautious about your safety. There are matters in the royal family that require my attention. I will take my leave now." Li Qingping also spoke up at this moment. "Then may the princess have a safe journey." Lu Jiuyuan smiled and replied, hearing which Li Qingping slightly furrowed her brows, and then said, "If young Master Lu does not mind, you may simply call me Qingping." At this, Xiao Qing couldn't help but be surprised. Did the young lady have feelings for Lu Jiuyuan? But Lu Jiuyuan paid no mind to such thoughts and clasped his fists in greeting. In that case, Qingping, please be careful on your way back. I'm leaving now. Watching Li Qingping and Xiao Qing gradually walk away, Lu Xian couldn't help but shake his head. Grandson, you have missed a great opportunity. Although your talent is formidable, our Lu family currently cannot support your strength. Moreover, the Yumo king likely has his eyes on you now. You may not find peace. Hearing his grandfather's words, Lu Jiuyuan merely smiled without saying anything and turned to return to the cultivation room to continue his training. If all goes as expected, my passive ability should have already activated. In the Tianling Prefecture Qianshou Mountain Range. Grandpa, can we really find the Shinfeng grass in the Qianshou Mountain Range? In the Qianshou Mountain Range, a grandfather and grandson were searching for something. Rest assured, grandson, the Qianshou Mountain Range is rich in heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The Shinfeng grass is merely a low-grade spiritual herb. With some time, we will surely find it. The old man said with a smile, but the next moment, he sensed something, his hair standing on end. Grandpa, what's wrong? The young boy asked curiously, while the old man looked ahead, his demeanor tense as if facing a formidable enemy. The boy hurriedly looked forward and saw a mysterious cultivator standing there, seemingly out of place in this world. What date is it today? After a long stalemate, the mysterious cultivator inquired, and upon seeing that the mysterious cultivator bore them no ill will, the old man quickly replied. Senior, it is currently the year 114514 of the Emperor Xian calendar. Hearing the old man's words, the mysterious cultivator looked up, revealing a hint of nostalgia. Has it only been 1,000 years? I wonder if my Lu family is still around. After saying this, the mysterious cultivator vanished, leaving the grandfather and grandson to breathe a sigh of relief. Grandpa, what kind of strength did that person have? The grandson asked with curiosity, while the old man's expression turned grave. I don't know, but anyone who can make a transformation stage cultivator feel utterly powerless must be at least a formidable being of the refining void stage. Little did he know that the other party was actually a peak super being of the great ascension stage. Just then he said, the Shinfeng grass you seek is 100 miles ahead. Thank you for the reminder, senior. The old man exclaimed excitedly. After all, while the Shinfeng grass was not a high-tier spiritual herb, it was extremely difficult to find. With this esteemed person's hint, my grandson's cultivation technique could be completed. On the other side, Lu Jiuyuan was still unaware that his background was on its way to him. At this moment, he was still in seclusion, solidifying his cultivation base, striving for an early breakthrough to foundation establishment. During the Qi refining stage, one could only perform some basic spells similar to a fireball technique, but in essence it was not much different from a mortal. After 100 years, one would still return to dust. Only by breaking through to the foundation establishment stage could one's lifespan double to 200 years, and one could also fly with a sword soaring through the skies. As time passed, with Lu Jiuyuan's seclusion, the Lu family's Tianling Lingzhuan shop began construction, with buildings rising swiftly. The Lu family is on the path to restoration. Soon the 7th day arrived. Lu Jiuyuan emerged from his meditation and followed Lu Xian back to the old site of the Lu family, where he found the Lu family had undergone a complete transformation far surpassing its previous state. A top-grade yellow-tier spiritual building is not something every household can construct. Senior Lu, please check the construction here. If everything is in order, we can settle the remaining payment. As Lu Xian and Lu Jiuyuan arrived, the owner of the spiritual building shop, Sun Xiaochuan, approached them with a smile. All right, let me take a look. After saying this, Lu Xian entered the Lu family residence to inspect, and Lu Jiuyuan followed him inside. Once they confirmed that it was similar to his memories of the Lu family, Lu Xian handed the remaining payment to Sun Xiaochuan. After everyone from the spiritual building shop left, Lu Xian looked at the empty Lu family and shook his head. It seems I need to buy a batch of servants, otherwise it looks too desolate. He then turned to Lu Jiuyuan and asked, Grandson, do you know where I can buy slaves? Although Lu Xian addressed him this way casually, Lu Jiuyuan felt it sounded like an insult, but he still spoke up. Grandfather, we can check the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. They should have slaves for sale. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is the largest merchant association in the entire Tianling Prefecture, with branches spread throughout the region. Wherever there are people, there is the shadow of the Wanbao Chamber. Being the largest merchant association, Wanbao naturally has deep roots, with reports of golden immortal experts stationed there, and connections to the immortal emperor. The Wanbao Chamber. Then let's pay a visit today. Grandson, lead the way. Lu Xian had heard of the Wanbao Chamber, so he waved his hand decisively, while Lu Jiuyuan could only smile wryly and shake his head. Grandfather, if you prefer, you could just call me by my name. Calling me grandson feels like an insult. Well, since you don't like it, I'll start calling you by your name from today on, grandson. Lu Xian said seriously upon hearing this. All right, grandfather. Meanwhile, at the Chun family, damn, the Lu family actually has an ancestor alive. We should leave Qingfeng town quickly to avoid being punished by them. In the Chun family hall, a group of high-ranking members were gathered, their faces filled with seriousness, clearly having received the news of their family head's demise. Indeed, the Lu family hasn't taken action against us yet, which suggests they are preoccupied with something else. If we don't leave now, when will we? I agree. Thus, the entire Chun family unanimously decided to leave Qingfeng town. After all, as long as the Chun family was still alive, they could find a way to destroy the Lu family in the future. Lu Jiuyuan, why do you always have to overshadow me? After learning that his father had died at the hands of the Lu family, Chun Feng lost his mind completely. Fenger, the most important thing now is to leave Qingfeng town first. As long as we still have the Chun family, we will eventually be able to annihilate the Lu family. Chun Feng's second uncle Chun Hu stepped forward with a serious expression. At this moment, his cultivation was at the peak of foundation establishment, just a step away from breaking into the golden core stage. You are right, second uncle. As long as I am alive, the Chun family still has infinite possibilities. Let's go and leave this place. After the guidance from his second uncle Chun, Feng finally calmed down, taking a deep breath with a dark expression. Chun Hu nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging that Chun Feng was indeed the most talented individual in their family, having broken through to foundation establishment at just 40. If things continued this way, reaching nascent soul was within reach. Once Chun Feng breaks through to the nascent soul stage, it would be the time for the Chun family to strike back. Although the Chun family acted quietly, they were still noticed by some observant individuals. Ha ha ha, are the Chun family members planning to slip away? In that case, let my Li family deliver them to Senior Lu as a congratulatory gift. When Li Shukuan heard this news, he was filled with excitement. His mid-golden core cultivation inadvertently revealed itself. After consuming the pills bestowed by Lu Xian, Li Shukuan had smoothly broken through to the mid-golden core stage. After all, he had been stuck at the early golden core stage for years, only lacking the resources and talent to break through. Meanwhile, Lu Xian and Lu Jiuyuan were unaware of this development, as they had already arrived at the magnificent Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Indeed, this is the largest chamber of commerce in Tianling Prefecture. Even a branch is so affluent. Lu Xian shook his head and said, then walked directly inside with Lu Jiuyuan following closely. As soon as they entered, a strikingly beautiful staff member approached them. Welcome, esteemed guests. How may we assist you today? Lu Xian got straight to the point and stated his needs. Upon hearing this, the staff member appeared contemplative for a moment, and then said, if you don't mind, we can post a notice for recruiting servants. What kind of treatment can you offer them? 10 low-grade spirit stones per year, including food and accommodation. Lu Xian replied without hesitation, as he needed servants, not to have them incorporated into the Lu family. Understood. We should be able to find your servants within 3 days. Additionally, we charge a handling fee of 2 low-grade spirit stones for each servant. The staff member said with a smile. After settling the handling fees and other costs, the Wanbao Chamber quickly began searching for servants for Lu Xian, as his requirements were not demanding. Just health was sufficient. 10 low-grade spirit stones were indeed quite valuable for some mortals. So it was clear that many would want to become servants of the Lu family. In addition to hiring servants, Lu Xian also purchased some items he would need later, most of which were intended for Lu Jiuyuan. After all, Lu Jiuyuan was now his only bloodline, so he needed to treat him with care. Before long, 3 days passed, and Lu Xian received news from the Wanbao Chamber, arriving there to find 100 servants assembled, 50 males and 50 females. After inspecting their physical condition with his divine sense and finding them satisfactory, Lu Xian nodded in satisfaction. After signing contracts with them, he brought them back to the Lu family. Upon arriving at the magnificent Lu family, the 100 slaves appeared somewhat anxious. Noticing this, Lu Xian gathered them together and proceeded to give a speech. From today onwards, you will be working for the Lu family. Your meals and needs will be taken care of here, and if you wish to leave the Lu family, you must seek permission first. However, if you perform well, you will be granted the Lu surname and become part of the Lu family. Most of these individuals were homeless or had sold themselves for various reasons, becoming servants. When they heard Lu Xian's words, they became particularly excited. After all, Lu Xian's strength was evident, and becoming a member of the Lu family would undoubtedly not be a hardship. Lu Xian did not pay attention to their expressions, but continued organizing their tasks, selecting a man named Lin Guiran as the chief steward before stepping back. Thus, the affairs of the Lu family began to get on the right track. However, outside Qingfeng town, another scene was unfolding. With all preparations complete, Lu Xian promptly decided to host the grand banquet 1 month hence, inviting every cultivation family in Qingfeng town to attend the feast at the Lu residence. Upon hearing the news, Li Shuquan of the Li family burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Excellent. In 7 days' time, I shall personally escort members of the Chun family to the Lu residence as a congratulatory offering. Master Lu is certain to reward me most generously. That very day, shortly after the Chun family departed Qingfeng town, they were apprehended by elite warriors of the Li family under Li Shuquan's personal command. With the Chun family now bereft of any golden core cultivator, and Li Shuquan having ascended to the mid-stage golden core, the capture unfolded with effortless inevitability. One regrettable detail, however: Chanhua, in a desperate bid to cover their retreat, unleashed a forbidden art, forcibly breaking through to the early stage golden core, only to be struck down and slain instantly by Li Shuquan's palm strike. Not a single member of the Chun family escaped. Quan Lei, patriarch of the Quan family, declared, since Master Lu intends to restore the Lu clan, our entire family shall certainly present a lavish gift. He turned and commanded, bring forth my Azure Thunder Sword. He intended to present the Azure Thunder Sword to the Lu family as a congratulatory offering. Upon learning of the banquet, Peng Yuyan of the Peng family acted without hesitation, resolving to bring his family's most beautiful descendant on the day itself to court Lu Jiuyuan's favor. After all, only Lu Jiuyuan remained of the Lu clan. Should she become his concubine, the Peng family's standing in Qingfeng town would be secured forever. And Wan, patriarch of the Yin family, likewise prepared an opulent gift awaiting the banquet 7 days hence. At the princess's mansion, a maid asked hesitantly, "My lady, this token was prepared for you by His Majesty himself. Truly you intend to bestow it upon the Lu family as a congratulatory offering?" Xiao Qing gazed at the golden decree held in Li Qingping's hand, her voice laced with uncertainty. "Yes. I have no use for this artifact. Moreover, Father has already stationed numerous supreme protectors around me. Thus, it serves no purpose whatsoever." Li Qingping spoke without hesitation, then cast an indifferent glance toward a distant corner. "Damn it! That wretched youth dared refuse me, and that Li Shenran. He is perilously close to stepping across the threshold." Within the demon-infused halls of the Yumo sect, where miasmic energies coiled like serpents, the Yumo sovereign sat upon his obsidian throne. His face contorted with fury, clearly still seething over the events of that fateful day. "Sovereign, the youth's clan is now preparing to re-establish itself. According to intelligence from our deep covert agents, the Prince of Li has entered seclusion immediately upon his return. Shall we dispatch forces now to abduct the youth?" The fifth elder of the Yumo sect stepped forward. "Indeed, this grievance must be avenged. But I myself sustained a minor injury and am presently unable to travel. Thus, Elder Grandmaster, you shall act in my stead." The Yumo sovereign's countenance darkened as he fixed his gaze upon a shadowed alcove, where a desiccated figure sat cross-legged in silent meditation. At the sovereign's words, the Grand Elder slowly opened his eyes. "As you command." Instantly his form dissolved into emptiness. Yet for a fleeting moment an aura leaked forth, unmistakably mid-stage tribulation transcendence. Meanwhile, the Prince of Li remained unaware that the Yumo sovereign had dispatched a mid-stage tribulation transcendence demon cultivator to seize Lu Jiuyuan. Instead, citing his duty to safeguard Li Qingping, the prince had quietly assigned a guest elder at the peak of harmony integration to watch over the Lu residence. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. By then, under Lin Guiran's meticulous arrangements, the Lu residence had been fully prepared, its halls radiant with festive splendor. "Young master." As Lu Jiuyuan emerged from profound cultivation, having just stabilized his newly refined realm, Lin Guiran greeted him at the threshold. A man Lu Jiuyuan had met before. Everything has been arranged for today, I trust." Lu Jiuyuan smiled. Lin Guiran hastened to reply, "Yes, young master. All preparations are complete." From Lin Guiran, Lu Jiuyuan learned the full scope of today's arrangements. 7 days prior, household servants had delivered formal invitations to every cultivation family in Qingfeng town. Cultivation families refer to those whose members have attained the Qi refinement realm. Though Qingfeng town sprawled vast, its cultivation families numbered barely 100, well within the Lu residence's capacity to accommodate. "You may begin receiving guests now. Once matters are settled, I shall elevate each of you to the Qi refinement realm." Lu Jiuyuan clapped Lin Guiran lightly on the shoulder and smiled. These words sent Lin Giran's entire frame trembling uncontrollably. "We owe you eternal gratitude, young master. We pledge our lives to the Lu clan, without reservation, without hesitation." To become a cultivator was the lifelong aspiration of every soul on the Dishuan continent. Yet attaining such status was no simple feat, especially for household retainers like themselves. That Lu Jiuyuan would promise them cultivation, even if merely empty flattery, was more than enough to warrant their deepest obeisance. And given the Lu clan's current ascendancy, such a promise carried undeniable weight. Having dismissed Lin Giran, Lu Jiuyuan strode to the main gate, where guests streamed steadily inward. The Ling family presents 20 low-grade spirit stones. The Chung family presents 30 low-grade spirit stones. The Shui family presents 25 low-grade spirit stones. Servants stationed at the entrance announced each gift in resonant voices. For most families, Qi refinement cultivators, such offerings represented extraordinary generosity. Only among foundation establishment families did gifts exceeding 100 low-grade spirit stones become commonplace. The banquet itself was entrusted to the legendary Xianren drunk restaurant, renowned throughout the Tianling prefecture. Though exorbitantly priced, its services were unmatched. 50 tables cost precisely 1 million low-grade spirit stones, translating to 20,000 per table. Viewed thus, even the most lavish gifts paled in comparison. Naturally, guests of differing cultivation realms received tiered treatment. Qi refinement elders sat separately from their juniors, foundation establishment cultivators dined apart, and golden core masters each occupied their own exclusive table. Few golden core cultivators were expected to attend. Just then the gatekeepers raised their voices in unison. Quan Lei, patriarch of the Quan family, arrives to congratulate the Lu clan on their re-establishment, presenting one azure thunder sword, a low-rank profound artifact. At this proclamation, all assembled cultivators turned toward the entrance. There stood Quan Lei, beaming with self-satisfaction, and beside him 2 young Qi refinement disciples brought along to witness the occasion. The crowd was stunned by Quan Lei's extravagance. A low-rank profound artifact sword commanded a market value of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, and as a longsword its price likely exceeded 12,000. Is a mere banquet truly worth such a priceless gift? Before Quan Lei could savor his triumph, the gatekeeper's voice rang out once more, this time brimming with excitement. And Wan, patriarch of the family, arrives to congratulate the Lu clan on their re-establishment, presenting one divine speed pill, a low-rank profound artifact elixir. At these words, Quan Lei's expression visibly soured. The divine speed pill, a low-rank profound artifact, granted cultivators dramatically enhanced velocity. Even golden core masters could sustain half again their normal speed for a full hour. Without exaggeration, such a pill was considered a life-saving treasure for golden core cultivators. I must say, and Wan, you are surprisingly generous, even bringing out such a precious pill. Upon seeing and Wan, Quan Lei couldn't help but scoff, to which Wan retorted with a hint of annoyance. You have no right to talk, considering you also brought the Qing Lei sword as a gift. The value of the Qing Lei sword is no less than my pill. Humph. Hearing this, Quan Lei merely snorted, not saying anything further, when suddenly the servant shouted again. The head of the Peng family, Peng Yuan, has come to congratulate the Lu family on moving in with a gift of 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing about Peng Yuan's gift, both Quan Lei and Wan were taken aback. 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. It seems this Peng Yuan is quite generous. Soon Peng Yuan approached the two. You two arrived earlier than I expected. Peng Yuan shook his head with a smile, while Quan Lei's eyes widened, as he noticed a beautiful woman accompanying Peng Yuan. Old Peng Yu actually brought your granddaughter with you. What are you up to? Hey, what's wrong with that? Isn't it perfectly normal to bring my granddaughter along to a banquet? Peng Yuan said with an indignant glare, as if he meant it, and beside him was a stunning young woman resembling a celestial maiden. Although she was indeed a cultivator, her aura was akin to that of a heavenly fairy. She could only be admired from afar, never to be disrespected. Tisk tisk, old Peng, bringing Ziyan here, are you not hoping for a marriage alliance with the Lu family? And Wan shook his head helplessly. Peng Yuan's granddaughter Peng Ziyan was renowned as the most beautiful woman in Qingfeng town, of course, that was before Li Qingping arrived. If it weren't for their family having no suitable women to present, they might have chosen to bring the most beautiful woman from their clan, hoping that Lu Jiuyuan might take a liking to her and secure a marriage alliance. Currently, the Lu family had only Lu Jiuyuan as the sole heir, which meant that the future head of the Lu family would definitely be Lu Jiuyuan. Establishing a good relationship with him in advance could lead to potential assistance in the future. However, just then the servant shouted again. The head of the Li family, Li Jiuyuan, has come to congratulate the Lu family on moving in with the entire Qin family as a gift. When the servant mentioned the entire Qin family, his expression was quite odd, but he could only read it out loud. After hearing the servant's words, the cultivators present were stunned, and the 3 golden core family heads exclaimed in horror. "Oh no, that old rascal Li Jiuyuan got ahead of us." Quan Lei slapped his thigh, regretting deeply. He never expected that Li Jiuyuan would actually choose to bring the entire Qin family along. The Lu and Chen families were sworn enemies, which meant that the Chen family would surely be annihilated by the Lu family. In such a situation, it was clear how precious this gift from Li Jiuyuan was. As Quan Lei and the others turned to look, they saw Li Jiuyuan standing at the front with Chen family members tied up behind him by ropes. "Li Jiuyuan, you clever fellow. I can't believe you thought of this trick." Quan Lei gritted his teeth in anger. If he had been the one to capture the Chen family members, he wondered what kind of reward he might have received from that esteemed individual. No need to be polite. It's just thinking outside the box." Li Jiuyuan replied, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Seeing this, the 3 golden core family heads were fuming, yet they felt powerless. After all, Li Jiuyuan was now quite familiar with that esteemed elder, and they felt embarrassed to act against him. At this moment, the Chen family members brought in by Li Jiuyuan felt as if they were being gawked at like gorillas in a zoo, wishing they could dig a hole and bury themselves. Chen Feng was so humiliated that his face turned red, and he kept scratching at the ground with his toes, nearly digging a hole large enough for a 3-bedroom apartment. Deep within the Lu family, Lu Xian had already received news from the servants and opened his eyes in surprise. Did Li Jiuyuan actually act so sensibly? Well, I had originally planned to destroy the Chen family after the Lu family was rebuilt to avenge Guang'er, but since they've delivered themselves right to my doorstep, I might as well deal with them now. With that, Lu Xian hurried out. Meanwhile, Lu Jiuyuan also received the news. Have all the Chen family members been captured? If that's the case, then let's dispose of them all at once. Lu Jiuyuan empathized with the original host's memories. The humiliation of that day had become a personal matter for him, and thus the Chen family members should be dealt with by him. Thinking of this, Lu Jiuyuan set off towards the location of the Chen family members. Meanwhile, the 3 golden core family heads had yet to react when Lu Xian appeared before them. "Elder Lu." The 3 quickly bowed, knowing better than to act recklessly before an elder, or otherwise, even if Lu Xian were to annihilate them, they would have no words of protest. Are these all the members of the Chen family?" Lu Xian asked, glancing at the Chen family members with a calm expression. Li Jiuyuan quickly replied, "Elder Lu, all the members of the Chen family are here. I've brought everyone with Chen family blood in their veins. And they have been fed Shaolin Sen, rendering them unable to use spiritual power like ordinary people for 12 hours. Upon hearing Li Jiuyuan's words, Lu Xian nodded in satisfaction. Shaolin Sen, a rare treasure capable of temporarily nullifying a cultivator's spiritual power. Even those in the tribulation transcendent stage could be affected if the medicinal age was long enough. You did well. The Lu family owes you a favor for this. In the future, if you need assistance, the Lu family can step in for you once. Thank you, Elder, but this is what I should do. Without your help, I might not have been able to break through to the mid-golden core stage. Li Jiuyuan replied, expressing his gratitude. Upon hearing Li Jiuyuan's words, the 3 family heads were left dumbfounded. So Li Jiuyuan had quietly broken through to the mid-golden core stage. A favor is a favor. You've done something for the Lu family, and a token of gratitude is necessary. Lu Xian waved casually, while Li Jiuyuan could only suppress his excitement and agree. In this way, the Li family could request the Lu family's assistance twice. Just then, Lu Jiuyuan arrived fashionably late, and upon seeing him, Chen Feng's emotions became even more agitated. Are all the Chen family members present? Lu Jiuyuan, clad in pristine white robes, arrived at the scene. Upon seeing him, the faces of several individuals flickered with astonishment. Rumor had long claimed he had been crippled beyond recovery. Yet current appearances suggested otherwise. Lu Jiuyuan's visage had regained its former peak radiance, and his aura blazed like a scorching sun, dense with terrifying, overwhelming power. Young Master Lu, all surviving members of the Chen family are here, Li Jiuyuan hastily replied. Satisfied with the answer, Lu Jiuyuan nodded. Only for Chen Feng to erupt in fury at that very moment. Lu Jiuyuan, you rely solely on your elder's backing. What true strength is that? Dare you fight me alone? Watch me crush you. Following the voice, Lu Jiuyuan lifted his gaze, and beheld a disheveled young man roaring in rage. After sifting through memory for a long moment, he finally recognized him. You're, the one I defeated before. What was your name again? Chan something? His expression bore no trace of mockery, yet that only inflamed Chun Feng's fury further, sending him into violent, desperate thrashing. Young Master Lu, under no circumstances grant his challenge. This man has already broken through to Foundation establishment. Victory over him would be hollow and dishonorable. Li Shuquan stepped forward to intervene while Quan Lei and the others nodded in agreement. Lu Xian remained silent, merely watching Lu Jiuyuan with quiet expectation. He knew full well that Lu Jiuyuan had yet to reach Foundation establishment, whereas Chun Feng had attained it 3 years prior. Though unmoved by Chun Feng's provocation, Lu Jiuyuan felt a quiet curiosity stir within. Just how far did his own combat prowess truly extend? Though still at the pinnacle of chi refinement, Lu Jiuyuan sensed his strength defied conventional cultivation tiers, and at that thought a cold, knowing smile curled his lips. Very well. If you seek death so earnestly, then this young master shall grant you a demise you'll accept without protest. Release him. Lu Jiuyuan's command visibly paled Li Shuquan's face. Should Chun Feng harm Lu Jiuyuan, he would surely bear grave punishment, for it was he who had brought the Chun family here. As he moved to intercede, Lu Xian raised a hand to stop him. In his grandson, Lu Xian held unshakable confidence. After all, Lu Jiuyuan had been blessed by the heavenly Tao itself. Using Chun Feng to forge his grandson's unrivaled Tao heart was not merely acceptable, it was ideal. And should Chun Feng prove foolish enough to overstep, Lu Xian himself would not hesitate to act. At Lu Jiuyuan's order, household retainers rushed forward to untie Chun Feng. Though the effects of the spirit-dispelling powder still lingered, yet such a trivial barrier posed no obstacle for Lu Xian. Lu Xian strode forth, pressed his palm firmly against Chen Feng's forehead, and with terrifying force surged spiritual energy deep into his body. Under that overwhelming might, the potent spirit-dispelling powder dissolved instantly. In moments, a surge of Foundation establishment initial power erupted from Chun Feng. Witnessing it, Li Shuquan shook his head with quiet pity. Chun Feng possessed commendable talent. Given time, he might even ascend to the Golden Core realm. His gravest mistake, however, had been provoking the Lu family. Let us go to the martial arena. With those words, Lu Jiuyuan turned and strode toward the Lu family's martial arena, while the assembled guests followed with eager anticipation. After all, this was a clash between prodigies. Most were still chi refinement cultivators, and observing such a duel promised profound insight for their own advancement. Chun Feng let out a contemptuous snort and followed closely behind. Upon reaching the arena, Lu Jiuyuan exerted the faintest pressure and floated effortlessly into its center, then fixed his gaze upon Chun Feng. Chun Feng wasted no hesitation. To survive this confrontation, he had to eliminate Lu Jiuyuan. Otherwise, he would never atone for the fallen of the Chun clan. Below, the arena spectators had already gathered, when suddenly a steward at the entrance cried out elated. Her Highness the Princess of Jun County Li Qingping graces the Lu residence with congratulations, and presents a Yuanwu token as her gift. At that proclamation, every guest turned in stunned silence toward the entrance. Most knew of the princess's exalted status, the youngest and most cherished daughter of King Li himself. Yet what left them utterly astounded was the Yuanwu token, a symbol granting its bearer the highest honor in the Yuanwu kingdom. Merely displaying it anywhere within the kingdom's borders resolved nearly any obstacle. Moments later, Li Qingping appeared before the arena. Her face veiled, yet her eyes alight with quiet amusement as she gazed upon Lu Jiuyuan and offered a gentle smile. Master Lu, it seems I've arrived just in time for a splendid spectacle. If you wish to watch Princess Qingping, then watch closely. Lu Jiuyuan smiled faintly, then turned toward Chun Feng. Come forth, before I deprive you of the chance to strike at all. Lu Jiuyuan, you dare underestimate me? Witness my power. Fury blazing, Chun Feng lunged forward. His terrifying speed left only a blur in the eyes of the chi refinement cultivators below. Yet to Lu Jiuyuan it seemed sluggish, almost slower than his own. In the blink of an eye, Chun Feng's fist descended, crackling with lightning. That's the lower-tier yellow-rank martial art thunderbolt fist. A single full-force strike can shatter stone 10 meters thick. Seeing the technique, Li Shuquan's concern flared. Quan Lei and the others shared his anxiety. Only Lu Xian and Li Qingping remained unruffled, their faith in Lu Jiuyuan absolute. Just as Chun Feng's fist neared Lu Jiuyuan's face, Lu Jiuyuan calmly extended his hand and caught the thunderbolt fist midair, countering with perfect timing and effortless precision. Silence fell, absolute, breathless. before erupting into thunderous, deafening applause. By heaven! I cannot believe my eyes. The young master's strength is extraordinary. He blocked the thunderbolt fist barehanded. And clearly that was not even his limit. HSSST. Someone pinch me. Am I dreaming? This defies reason entirely. It's as if Chun Feng were the one still stuck in chi refinement. The crowd stood dumbfounded. Even the four elders, golden core cultivators themselves, nearly bulged their eyes from their sockets. Young Master Lu possesses innate divine strength indeed. After much deliberation, Li Jiuyuan could only muster that phrase, while Quan Lei and the others simply uttered one word awestruck. Incredible! Truly worthy of being called Master Lu. Truly extraordinary, Li Qingping remarked with a graceful smile as Lu Xian added proudly. Indeed, the blood of the Lu family runs strong. He is magnificent. Chun Feng stood frozen, shaken to his core. His voice trembled with disbelief. Impossible. It's impossible. It must be false. Have you finished striking? Then it is my turn. Lu Jiuyuan regarded him with a serene, enigmatic smile. And in that instant Chun Feng felt a chill of primal dread. With a desperate wrench he tore free from Lu Jiuyuan's grip and leapt backward. Far, far away. Thunderbolt technique. Chun Feng shouted explosively, then quickly formed a hand seal to cast the spell, causing a small portion of the clouds above the Lu family's sky to turn pitch black. Within just a few seconds bolts of lightning as thick as fingers surged forth. At this moment Lu Jiuyuan also made his response. To deal with you I shall use this technique, fireball technique. As a foundational spell in cultivation, the power of the fireball technique largely depends on the user's spiritual energy. However, at higher realms the fireball technique was often discarded in favor of other more terrifying celestial arts. However, at this moment the fireball technique was indeed the most suitable choice. Lu Jiuyuan raised both hands, and in the blink of an eye, a small fireball appeared in the palm of his hand. As he continuously infused it with spiritual energy, the size of the fireball rapidly increased at a terrifying pace, soon reaching the size of a human head. Just then a rumble echoed from the sky. Damn it, Chun Feng's thunderbolt technique charges much faster than the fireball technique. Lu Xiaoyu is in danger now. Li Jiuyuan couldn't help but feel anxious upon seeing this, and the other three Golden Core family heads also grew tense while only Lu Xian and Li Qingping remained relatively unconcerned. This was because they believed that Lu Jiuyuan likely wouldn't have chosen the fireball technique, knowing that the thunderbolt technique charged faster. He must have come prepared. Faced with the descending lightning, Lu Jiuyuan showed no fear in his gaze, looking at Chun Feng as if he were staring at a dead person. At this moment Chun Feng also realized he had to act first, for he sensed a considerable threat from that fireball. Fall! In an instant, a bolt of lightning as thick as 2 fingers struck down at Lu Jiuyuan's position. The blinding light from the lightning was so intense that even mortals could not bear to look at it. Only cultivators in the chi refining stage could barely withstand a glance. The lightning struck Lu Jiuyuan directly, and the onlookers were momentarily stunned. They had thought Lu Jiuyuan would dodge, yet he chose to take the hit heed. After all, this was a full-force strike from the foundation establishment stage. But what they saw after the lightning dissipated left them even more shocked. What? Lu Xiaozhu withstood a full-force attack from the foundation establishment stage without a scratch. My heavens, if I had gone up there, I surely would have died from that strike. I hereby declare that Lu Xiaozhu is the strongest genius in Qingfeng Town. Seeing Lu Jiuyuan and scathed Li Jiuyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. If anything had gone wrong with Lu Jiuyuan, he couldn't guarantee that Lu Xian wouldn't unleash his anger on him. However, he quickly noticed an invisible barrier flickering around Lu Jiuyuan. That is a spiritual energy barrier that can only be used at the foundation establishment stage. Lu Xiaoyu can actually display it at the chi refining stage. This is simply terrifying. Tisk tisk tisk, compared to this my own family feels like a bunch of useless people. Quan Lei stood nearby, his eyes filled with envy, as he looked at Lu Jiuyuan, wondering why his family didn't have such a terrifying genius. On the other hand, Peng Yuan, standing beside Peng Xian, said something that made Peng Xian's face turn red, yet she still nodded. Young Master Lu is indeed formidable, able to display techniques that only the foundation establishment stage can use, even at the chi refining stage. Li Qingping, seated in her position, couldn't help but exclaim upon witnessing this. After all, she was also at the peak of the chi refining stage, but if it were her up there, she might not necessarily be a match for Chun Feng. Lu Xian was beaming with pride, his smile stretching almost to the back of his head. From the perspective of today's battle, Lu Jiuyuan's talent was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Chun Feng, witnessing this scene, was nearly wide-eyed with disbelief, his expression filled with incredulity. Lu Jiuyuan's strength had surpassed his imagination. How could anyone possibly withstand a full-force strike from the foundation establishment stage at the qi refining stage? How is this possible? How can you withstand it? Sorry, but I have no obligation to explain this to you. Now it is time for judgment. Go. Fiery fireball. Lu Jiuyuan sneered, then threw the fireball, which had reached a radius of 1 meter. The terrifying heat even caused the space above the arena to slightly distort. Not good. Upon seeing this, Chun Feng inwardly cursed that he had to dodge. Otherwise, he had a premonition that he would surely die from this strike. As the fireball approached Chun Feng at a terrifying speed, he barely managed to evade it just in time. After dodging, Chun Feng let out a sigh of relief and looked back at Lu Jiuyuan with a cold smile. Lu Jiuyuan, that strike of yours doesn't seem so impressive after all. Oh, are you sure? Lu Jiuyuan replied with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown, which made Chun Feng feel an overwhelming sense of unease. Adding to this, a wave of intense heat came from behind him, prompting him to quickly turn around only to see the massive fireball had already reached behind him. There was no time to dodge. In an instant, Chun Feng was engulfed by the enormous fireball. Trying to activate the spiritual energy shield was futile, and soon a heart-wrenching scream echoed from within the flames. However, the screams didn't last long. Soon Chun Feng was reduced to a charred remnant by the fireball. Hiss my heavens, has young Master Lu modified the fireball technique? If there are no surprises, then he must have. He added a tracking function to the fireball technique. How did young Master Lu achieve this? The guests below once again erupted in astonishment, and the 4 Golden Core family heads couldn't help but praise Lu Jiuyuan as a true genius, able to modify the fireball technique even at the qi refining stage. But if they knew that Lu Jiuyuan had created a martial art during his time as a mortal, they would feel even more shocked. Haha, well done. As expected of my family's young master. Lu Xian stood up and laughed, while nearby the Chun family members who had been brought over began to weep upon witnessing Chun Feng's demise. Young master. However, it was a pity that Lu Jiuyuan was not a kind-hearted person. Facing the Chun family members, Lu Jiuyuan merely replied indifferently. Grandfather, send them on their way. Did you hear? Take them down, eliminate them all, and scatter their ashes. Lu Xian ordered the family servants beside him. The Chun family members had all consumed the spirit-dispersing powder, making it easy for even mortals to deal with them. Yes, master. As the Chun family members were taken away, Lu Jiuyuan turned to the guests and smiled, saying, Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for interrupting your meal. Please continue your feast. Upon hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, the guests obediently returned to their tables. At this moment, Li Qingping also approached Lu Jiuyuan and sincerely said, Sometimes I am also very curious. Young Master Lu, what kind of freak are you? A mortal creating martial arts, breaking through to the 12th layer of body refinement with no talent, and now even annihilating a foundation establishment cultivator at the peak of qi refining stage. Qingping, you don't need to worry too much. Aren't we friends? Moreover, I am also curious about what kind of freak I am, and I am currently searching for the answer to that question. However, not all questions need answers, right? Lu Jiuyuan smiled and evaded the topic. That's true, but thankfully I am friends with young Master Lu. Otherwise, having an enemy like you would make me live in constant fear. Li Qingping teased, causing Lu Jiuyuan to helplessly shake his head. Let's go, we should eat first. I'm getting a bit hungry. At the banquet, Lu Xian specifically arranged a table for Li Qingping and Lu Jiuyuan, and no one dared to disturb them. One was the beloved grandson of a nascent soul powerhouse, and the other was the most favored daughter of the Li Wang. Either one was not someone they could provoke. I'm quite curious, why did the Chun family target your Lu family back then? During the meal, Li Qingping asked curiously. It wasn't a strange question, and Lu Jiuyuan didn't hide the truth, his face showing a hint of sadness as he spoke. Ultimately, this matter arose because of me. My talent back then had aroused the Chun family's jealousy, and since the Chun family had grievances with my Lu family, they chose to strike first. Moreover, at that time my Lu family was unprepared, which allowed the Chun family to succeed. Back then, Lu Jiuyuan had just broken through to the mid-foundation establishment at the age of 20. If nothing went wrong, he would break through to the Golden Core stage before 60, at which point the Lu family would become a dual Golden Core lineage. The Chun family had grievances with the Lu family, so they chose to act. However, before taking action, the Chun family had tried to ally with other families, but to their surprise, they were all rejected. Because those families had no grievances with the Lu family, there was naturally no need to take such risks. If one of them were caught fleeing by the Lu family, it would lead to a disaster for them. With no choice, the Chen family could only act alone, but they didn't expect Lu Jiuyuan to appear as a trump card, otherwise the Lu family would truly have no hope of revenge. Although it's regrettable, what's done is done. I hope you can move past this matter soon. Li Qingping consoled, while Lu Jiuyuan let out a bitter smile in response. I've long since let it go, and now it's just a temporary separation. Once I break through to the realm where I can manipulate time, perhaps I can even bring them back to life. Upon hearing this, Li Qingping was about to say something when a terrifying pressure suddenly descended upon the Lu family. What? A powerful presence has arrived. Lu Xian exclaimed in disbelief, and at that moment a figure appeared beside Li Qingping. Chun Bo, what are you doing here? Upon seeing the figure, Li Qingping said in surprise. Chun Bo was the guest elder arranged by Li Xianran to protect Li Qingping. Sixth princess, there's no time to explain. Come with me quickly. Chun Bo said with a serious expression, but before Li Qingping could react, a terrifying figure floated above the Lu family. Sorry, no one is leaving today. The newcomer was the grand elder of the Yumo sect, known in the martial world as the King of 1,000 Ghosts. Feeling the overwhelming demonic aura emanating from the King of 1,000 Ghosts, Chun Bo's expression turned grave. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated that the Yumo sect would send a mid-tribulation transcendence powerhouse. King of 1,000 Ghosts, I didn't expect the Yumo sect to send you here. Are you not afraid of provoking a full-scale war with the Yuanwu kingdom? Chun Bo said with a grim face, secretly sending a message to Li Wang. Such small actions were naturally not hidden from the King of 1,000 Ghosts, who coldly snorted and swiftly unleashed a palm strike at Chun Bo. Seeing this, Chun Bo dared not be negligent and quickly used all his strength to defend against the strike, but he was still sent flying, barely escaping death. Chun Bo! Li Qingping rushed to Chun Bo's side in a panic, helping him up, while Chun Bo resolutely said, Sixth princess, I will use all my strength to hold off the King of 1,000 Ghosts. You must escape quickly. Hearing this, Li Qingping's expression turned bitter. Chun Bo, the King of 1,000 Ghosts, is a mid-tribulation transcendence powerhouse. How can a mere chi refinement stage cultivator like me possibly escape from his grasp? Meanwhile, in the Yuanwu kingdom, Li Xianran had already received Chun Bo's message, and an immense wave of rage erupted within him. You Yumo king, if anything happens to my daughter, I will ensure that everyone from your Yumo sect pays for it with their lives. The entire kingdom felt Li Zuanran's fury, trembling in fear. Without hesitation, Li Xianran unleashed his fastest speed towards Qingfeng town, hoping to arrive in time for a chance of survival. On the other hand, the King of 1,000 Ghosts was in no hurry, as he had already investigated and found out that Li Xianran was currently in seclusion. Even if he rushed out now, it would take half an hour for Li Xianran to arrive. That was more than enough time for him to finish off everyone here and leave. Kid, you are the one who dared to refuse our sect master's invitation. Don't you know how powerful our Yumo sect is? Facing the provocation of the King of 1,000 Ghosts, Lu Jiuyuan appeared calm on the surface, but internally he was panicking. Where was his backer? Why hadn't they arrived yet? If they didn't come soon, he would truly be in peril. To maintain the dignity of the young master of the Lu family, Lu Jiuyuan showed no fear and sneered. What's wrong with me refusing your Yumo sect? It is well known that your Yumo sect engages in plunder and slaughter without restraint, and everyone wishes to eradicate you. Sooner or later, your Yumo sect will be destroyed. Upon hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, a hint of surprise appeared on the King of 1,000 Ghosts' face. Did this kid not understand the terror of a tribulation transcendence powerhouse? The chi refinement cultivators present were stirred by Lu Jiuyuan's words. They realized that based on the usual methods of the Yumo sect, they were very likely to perish today. Clearly, Qingfeng town would also be directly destroyed by the King of 1,000 Ghosts. Might as well insult the King of 1,000 Ghosts before they died. With this thought, the chi refinement cultivators began to shout insults at the King of 1,000 Ghosts despite the overwhelming pressure. Humph, what kind of hero are you, King of 1,000 Ghosts? If you have the ability, fight me in the same realm. Let's see if I can beat you to the ground. What is the King of 1,000 Ghosts wearing such a terrifying mask because his true face is even uglier? What does it matter if you kill us? There are countless more of us. Faced with the provocation of a group of ants, the King of 1,000 Ghosts was clearly angered. He had never been insulted by such lowly beings before. Every cultivator who had seen him had trembled in fear. Moreover, his mask was a source of pain for him, as he had been injured by a refining void powerhouse when he was still at the transformation stage. After breaking through to the integration stage, the king of 1,000 ghosts had chosen to torture that opponent and exact revenge. This scar had been left as a reminder to himself not to be bullied again. Now that it was brought up again, he was naturally furious. From a distance, Chun Bo's expression also turned grave upon seeing this scene. Why provoke the king of 1,000 ghosts? Seeing that the king was about to make a move, Chun Bo knew that this was likely a dire situation. The king of 1,000 ghosts conjured a massive palm imprint, the power of which made the cultivators present feel a sense of despair. Although Lu Jiuyuan felt some fear, his expression remained calm. At that critical moment of life and death, an even more terrifying pressure descended upon the king of 1,000 ghosts, accompanied by a faint voice. Who dares to bully the descendant of Lu Chongsheng? How can this be? How can such a powerful being pass through here? Great One, there must be some misunderstanding between us. At this moment, the 1,000 Ghost King was trembling in fear. The pressure he felt far exceeded that of the Demon King, indicating that the person before him was at least a being of the Great Ascension stage. One must understand that is the Great Ascension stage. A single hand could annihilate a mere existence like him. Before the 1,000 Ghost King, a gaunt figure appeared before everyone, seemingly without any threat, even looking a bit frail, but the 1,000 Ghost King knew of the strength of the person before him. Upon hearing the name Lu Chongsheng, Lu Xian looked up in shock, finally managing to see the face clearly filled with joy. You are Lu Changsheng's grandson. Upon hearing Lu Xian's voice, Lu Chongsheng looked down at Lu Xian, his face filled with nostalgia, lost in thought. You must be Xiao Xuanzi. I remember holding you before. Indeed, you are Changsheng's grandson. Hearing Lu Changsheng's words, Lu Xian couldn't help but shed 2 lines of clear tears, while the 1,000 Ghost King upon hearing this felt a bad omen and prepared to flee. But it was clear that Lu Chongsheng had already seen through his intentions. With a light sigh, he declared, Celestial Binding. With a snap of his fingers, a beam of light shot from his fingertip. The 1,000 Ghost King didn't even have time to react before being struck, instantly bound by 2 beams of light, unable to move. The crowd hadn't even reacted when the once arrogant 1,000 Ghost King was so easily subdued. The leader truly lives up to expectations, actually giving me such a powerful backing. Seeing Lu Chongsheng in the sky, Lu Jiuyuan couldn't help but think, and at that moment Lu Chongsheng slowly descended above the Lu family. Lu Xian hurriedly approached Lu Chongsheng, bowing respectfully. I, Lu Xian, greet Ancestor Chongsheng. Xiao Xuanzi, there is no need for such formalities between us. Lu Chongsheng shook his head, waved his hand to help Lu Xian up, and then seemed to sense something, his expression growing furious. What has befallen my Lu family? Clearly, after expanding his divine sense, Lu Chongsheng discovered that within the Lu family only Lu Xian and one other had the bloodline of the Lu family. The rest had no ties to them at all. Hearing Lu Changsheng's words, Lu Xian began to cry out in sorrow. Ancestor, I am unfilial. I didn't maintain the prosperity of the Lu family, allowing wicked men to take the opportunity to destroy it. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, Lu Chongsheng closed his eyes, lost in thought. After a moment, he opened his eyes and looked at Lu Jiuyuan. Kid, are you a descendant of my Lu family? Upon hearing this, Lu Jiuyuan felt a surge of excitement, but also wore a heavy expression as he approached. Ancestor Chongsheng, I am Lu Xian's grandson, Lu Jiuyuan. Good. As long as there is still one person from my Lu family in the world, then the bloodline of the Lu family is not completely severed. Hearing that there was still someone from the Lu family, Lu Changsheng's heartache eased somewhat, and he murmured, I left the Lu family hundreds of years ago in search of the chance to become immortal. After much hardship, I achieved the Great Ascension position, yet I never expected that time would change to this extent and my Lu family has fallen. But now that I have returned, it is time for my Lu family to restore its former glory. Everyone present was shocked upon hearing Lu Changsheng's words. The Lu family actually had such a terrifying background, a Great Ascension cultivator. One must understand that even the Yuanwu kingdom had no guaranteed victory against a Great Ascension cultivator. Meanwhile, the 1,000 Ghost King, upon hearing Lu Changsheng's words, began to curse the Demon King inwardly. Is this the Lu family you spoke of with no background? Senior, spare my life. I am willing to become a servant of the Lu family. The 1,000 Ghost King pleaded repeatedly. In the face of his pleas, Lu Chongsheng remained indifferent, contemplating striking down the 1,000 Ghost King with a single palm, but at that moment Lu Jiuyuan stood up. Ancestor, spare him. Upon seeing Lu Jiuyuan stand up, the power in Lu Changsheng's hand dissipated, and he asked with interest, Oh, do you have any ideas? As Lu Jiuyuan stepped forward, the Thousand Ghost King's heart raced with excitement. Was he about to be saved? Ahem, ancestor, I am still lacking in guards. How about granting me the Thousand Ghost King as my guard? Lu Jiuyuan said somewhat shyly, as he still had no strong guards by his side. He couldn't have the two ancestors following him around all the time. Upon hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, Lu Changsheng began to ponder its feasibility, while the Thousand Ghost King hurriedly begged for mercy. Great one, I am willing to be the young master's guard. Very well, if so then you must swear a heavenly oath to never betray my Lu family for all eternity. After pondering for a moment, Lu Changsheng agreed. After all, the Lu family indeed lacked capable people at present, and it was also giving the Thousand Ghost King a chance. Upon hearing the heavenly oath, a hint of hesitation appeared on the Thousand Ghost King's face. After all, swearing such an oath meant entrusting his life to the Lu family. Of course, if one day the Thousand Ghost King could break through to the realm of the immortal emperor, which disregards the heavenly path, the heavenly oath would naturally become void. Seeing the hesitation of the Thousand Ghost King, Lu Changsheng snorted coldly. It seems you are still unwilling. If so, then go die. Feeling the terrifying killing intent from Lu Changsheng, the Thousand Ghost King could care less about everything else and hurriedly swore the heavenly oath. With a deep rumbling sound echoing in the void, it meant that this oath had been recognized by the heavenly path. Should he dare to violate it, he would surely be struck down by the heavenly path's 9 heavens thunder tribulation. With the recognition of the heavenly oath, the Thousand Ghost King approached Lu Changsheng, bowing deeply. I greet the family head. From today onward, you will focus on protecting the young master of the Lu family, Lu Jiuyuan. I never expected the Lu family to have such a terrifying background. Even a great ascension immortal exists. Lying on the ground, Uncle Chun looked at this scene in shock, realizing that this kind of background far surpassed that of the Yuanwu kingdom. Upon seeing this scene, Li Qingping breathed a sigh of relief, but her eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. She had never heard of such a terrifying background for the Lu family. The guests present were even more shocked, while only Li Shukuan was so happy he couldn't speak. The Lu family still owed him 2 opportunities to act, and now that the Lu family had become a family stronger than the Yuanwu kingdom, didn't that mean the Li family would soar to greatness? At that moment, an angry voice came from afar. You scum of the demon sect, if you dare to harm my daughter, I will definitely wage war against your demon sect. To the death. Before anyone could react, they saw the recently appeared King Li hovering above the Lu family, his face filled with anger. Just as King Li was curious about the whereabouts of the Thousand Ghost King, a strange expression crossed his face. Your Majesty, please come down. The issue with the Thousand Ghost King has already been resolved. Seeing Li Shenran appear, Chun Bo hurriedly transmitted his voice to Li Shenran. Coupled with the expressions of the guests below, Li Zuanren's intuition told him that something was amiss. It would be better to go down and take a look first. In no time, Li Shenran arrived before Li Qingping to check on her condition. After confirming that his daughter was unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then turned to Chun Bo to inquire about the previous situation. Upon hearing Chun Bo's words, disbelief filled Li Zuanren's face as he spoke gravely. Chun Keqing, are you serious? Your Majesty, I would never joke about such matters, and isn't the Thousand Ghost King right there? Chun Bo forced a bitter smile. Although he also felt this matter seemed unreal, it was indeed the truth. Li Shenran turned to look only to see that the person respectfully following Lu Jiuyuan was none other than the Thousand Ghost King. After witnessing this scene, Li Shenran took a deep breath. It seems the attitude towards the Lu family needs to change. Isn't today the day for the Lu family to enter the residence? Then this king shall prepare a grand gift for the Lu family. After saying this, Li Shenran began rummaging through his storage ring, while Lu Changsheng merely glanced at Li Shenran without saying anything. Dear guests, the matter has been resolved. Please continue with your meal. Lu Xian stepped forward and waved his hand, and soon the atmosphere at the scene reached its peak. After all, they had never encountered a cultivator above the Great Ascension stage, especially one dining within a Great Ascension family. Such an experience would be talked about for a lifetime. Your foundation is impressive. Lu Changsheng approached Lu Jiuyuan and examined his foundation with satisfaction. Truly, he was a genius of the Lu family. Such a foundation would have been extremely rare even a millennium ago. Thank you for the praise, ancestor. Lu Jiuyuan replied respectfully just as Li Shenran approached the two. I pay my respects to Senior Lu. In the cultivation world, it is customary to honor those who are more accomplished regardless of age. Rise. You must be Li Xuanran, the emperor of the Yuanwu kingdom. Lu Changsheng said casually. His cultivation level was a whole major realm above Li Xianran. Under such overwhelming pressure, even if Li Xianran exerted all his efforts, he would not be a match for Lu Chongqing. Indeed, today marks the entry of the Lu family into their residence, so I have brought a significant gift to present to you, senior. After saying this, Li Xianran reverently handed a storage ring to Lu Chongqing. After receiving it, Lu Chongqing scanned its contents with his divine sense, and his expression turned slightly surprised. I didn't expect you to possess such items. You are quite thoughtful. Lu Chongqing said, lightly acknowledging the gesture. Since you have accepted it, I shall take my leave now. After all, I have matters to attend to. As Li Xianran prepared to depart, Lu Chongqing stopped him, and before Li Xianran could react, he pointed a finger down. This is a bit of insight into the Great Ascension stage. It should help you break through to that level. Lu Chongqing imparted a bit of insight into the Great Ascension stage to Li Xuanran, as he could see that Li Xianran was already at the peak of the Tribulation Transcendent stage, just a step away from breaking through to the Great Ascension stage. This small insight into the Great Ascension stage was undoubtedly a timely assistance for Li Xianran. Thank you, senior, for your help. If you ever need anything in the future, I will do my utmost to assist. Li Xianran said excitedly, and then took off, flying back towards the imperial capital of the Yuanwu kingdom. Lu Changsheng's help could enable him to break through to the Great Ascension stage within a year. Young Master Lu, I must admit, I did not expect the Lu family to have such a terrifying background. Now it seems that Li Qingping will need to rely on you for support. Approaching Lu Jiuyuan, Li Qingping said somewhat enviously, to which Lu Jiuyuan smiled and replied, Qingping, are we not friends? True friends do not concern themselves with each other's background. Upon hearing this, Li Qingping smiled in return. Yes, true friends do not concern themselves with each other's background. Seeing Li Qingping beside Lu Jiuyuan, Peng Yuyan suddenly felt that her granddaughter was in trouble. Although Peng Ziyan was known as the most beautiful woman of Qingfeng Town, she truly paled in comparison to Li Qingping. Alas, granddaughter, perhaps it's best to let this go. Lu Jiuyuan is not someone we can manage. Peng Yuyan comforted the dejected Peng Ziyan. Peng Ziyan merely sighed, saying nothing further. Soon the day passed, and after the guests departed, the three members of the Lu family gathered to discuss the current situation. The most important thing now is for our Lu family to branch out quickly. Thus, Jiuyuan, I leave this matter to you. Lu Xian said seriously, looking at Lu Jiuyuan, with Lu Chongqing also looking at him. Feeling the intense gaze of the two, Lu Jiuyuan's heart skipped a beat, but he still spoke earnestly. Grandfather Ancestor, I believe this matter isn't urgent. After all, one of you is at the nascent soul stage and the other at the Great Ascension stage. Your lifespans can be described as that of ancient beings. Moreover, even if we are to have children, it doesn't have to be right now. Hearing this, Lu Xian retorted, You speak so easily, but our Great Ascension family has only 3 members. It wouldn't sound good if this got out. Xuanzi makes a valid point, and it is indeed time for our large family to expand a bit. Lu Chongqing, sitting to the side, nodded in agreement. Faced with the relentless pressure from his 2 elders, Lu Jiuyuan could only force a smile. Elders, this matter truly isn't urgent. Besides, I feel that if I marry too early, it might affect my future cultivation progress. Lu Jiuyuan had brought forth the issue of cultivation, and Lu Xian and Lu Chongqing had no choice but to agree. However, they also set a requirement for Lu Jiuyuan. He must establish a family and career within 100 years. Watching Lu Jiuyuan flee in a hurry, Lu Xian and Lu Chongqing shook their heads helplessly. I see that Li Qingping seems to have feelings for Jiuyuan. Perhaps we can help them together. Lu Xian proposed, and upon hearing this, Lu Chongqing nodded in agreement. That young lady seems quite suitable for our Jiuyuan. Meanwhile, Lu Jiuyuan, unaware that both elders had already chosen a partner for him, hurried back to his room like a fire. He recalled the century-long agreement with the elders. Perhaps after 100 years, his background would be invincible. On the following day, Lu Jiuyuan honored his promise, gathering over 100 household servants before him, all of whom had learned the previous day that they now belonged to a transcendent tier cultivation family. Such a family dwarfed even the Yuanwu kingdom in sheer dread and authority. I pledged earlier that each of you would become cultivators, Lu Jiuyuan declared calmly. Today is the day I fulfill that vow. Standing before them, his voice carried quiet authority. At his words, the servants stirred with palpable excitement. Becoming cultivators meant transcending mortality itself. Watching their elated expressions, Lu Jiuyuan felt a quiet satisfaction. Loyalty, after all, was forged in aspiration, and though such loyalty held little practical value for the Lu family, it served its purpose. At a distance, Lu Xian and Lu Chongqing observed the scene with unruffled composure. If Lu Jiuyuan wished to play this game, they would let him. Such resources were negligible to them. Lu Jiuyuan clapped once. Instantly 2 servants stepped forward bearing 2 ancient stones, one for assessing spiritual aptitude, the other for identifying innate physical constitutions. These stones test your potential for cultivation and your unique bodily constitution. Form orderly lines. Each of you will undergo assessment in turn. As soon as he spoke, the servants rushed to line up, eager to begin their evaluations. The first servant trembled slightly, gripping his breath, terrified that his aptitude might prove non-existent. Only after Lu Jiuyuan's reassuring nod did he press his palm firmly onto the testing stone. The stone pulsed faintly, then shimmered with golden light, revealing the inscription Yellow Rank Mid-Grade. He exhaled in quiet relief, not triumphant yet undeniably hopeful. At last the immortal path lay open before him. As more servants underwent testing, Lu Jiuyuan grew increasingly astonished. Nearly all possessed latent cultivation aptitude. In truth, only a rare few were ever born with such potential. Yet here they stood in abundance. Then he paused, recalling his own celestial fortune. To have drawn these souls into the Lu family was itself an omen. Their shared destiny elevated their innate auspices far beyond the mundane. Suddenly the aptitude stone quaked violently, and blinding radiance erupted from its core. This is celestial rank talent. Lu Xian recoiled inwardly. His own aptitude, though formidable, reached only the profound rank's apex. Celestial rank talent was coveted by the highest sects across the continent, destined for greatness beyond measure. Lu Chongqing, however, reacted without hesitation, erecting a veil of concealment around the site. Such a revelation, if unshielded, would draw immediate attention from powerful forces. Fortunately, his intervention was swift. The brilliance faded unseen beyond the barrier. The young woman who had triggered it stood frozen, her mind reeling. Did I just awaken celestial rank talent? Before she could gather her thoughts, Lu Chongqing appeared before her. Pay homage to the elder ancestor, she cried, bowing deeply. He raised a hand, gently lifting her upright. What is your name? Your origin? Lu Chongqing asked. She replied at once, Elder ancestor, my name is Qin Yushuang. I am an orphan. A faint bitterness shadowed her expression. But Lu Chongqing paid it no heed, speaking instead with quiet finality. Henceforth you shall join the Lu family. From this day forward you shall be known as Lu Yushuang. A hush fell over the crowd. Then waves of envy rippled through the servants. To bear the Lu surname was to ascend beyond their realm entirely. Qin Yushuang stood motionless, then burst into unrestrained joy. Elder ancestor, I accept, with all my heart. Very well. From this moment you are Lu Yushuang, a true scion of the Lu family. Lu Chongqing nodded in quiet approval. A celestial rank prodigy nurtured under the Lu banner would almost certainly ascend to tribulation transcendence, especially one unbound by lineage, untethered by past allegiances. Lu Jiuyuan, observing from the side, felt neither jealousy nor grievance. His own blessings, divine and absolute, rendered comparison meaningless. Grateful for the elder ancestor's bestowal of the Lu surname, Lu Yushuang's voice trembled with reverence. To join the Lu family meant sanctuary purpose, and though her celestial rank talent marked her as extraordinary, the presence of transcendent elders among the Lu made her ascension not a privilege but a rightful destiny. Come with me now. You are of the Lu family and thus deserve distinction. With those words, Lu Chongqing led Lu Yushuang away, granting her the honor due to one so gifted. Resume the assessments. Lu Jiuyuan smiled, faintly shaking his head at their envious awe. The tests continued, but no further celestial rank talents emerged. At most, earth rank aptitudes flickered into view. Next came constitutional evaluation, and another revelation followed swiftly. I've awakened the heaven rank constitution diamond body, roared a burly man, eyes blazing with triumph. Once more Lu Chongqing descended among them, inviting the man to join the Lu family. As expected, he too was an orphan Chengguan, soon to be Lu Guan. Yet genius remained rare. No further heaven rank constitutions manifested, only scattered earth rank ones, modest yet promising. With aptitude and constitution confirmed, the next step was immersion in the body-forging elixir to break through into the body-forging realm. Lu Jiuyuan gestured again. For servants hurried forth bearing a massive wooden basin onto the plaza. Calmly he approached the vessel and began casting rare spirit-infused herbs and treasures into its depths, ingredients fit for the profound rank. These servants had been born into abject poverty. Many had never even heard of the body-forging realm, let alone attained it. Lu Jiuyuan spared no expense. Even for household retainers he employed profound rank ingredients, an extravagance unheard of among ordinary clans where yellow rank elixirs were considered lavish. Though they knew nothing of elixir ranks, they sensed the magnitude of his sacrifice, and swore with fierce resolve to serve him unto death. As the final herb-dissolved steam rose in thick, fragrant clouds, the body-forging elixir boiled to perfection within the basin. "Enter now," Lu Jiuyuan commanded, gesturing toward the steaming liquid. The servants stared, drew deep breaths, and stepped forward without hesitation. "Let's go. Brothers, give it everything." With a roar they plunged into the elixir. Wild, untamed energy surged through their pores, flooding their bodies like wildfire. Agony exploded in their minds. Cries of torment echoed across the plaza. Lu Jiuyuan watched, brow faintly furrowed. Is it truly so painful? Why did I feel none of this when I underwent the trial? He recalled his own immersion, as soothing as a warm spring bath. What he could not know was that heaven's blessing had shielded him utterly from suffering, its grace invisible and absolute. As the household servants immersed themselves repeatedly in the body-forging elixir, their cultivation realms began to break through. First to body-forging realm level 1, then level 2. They advanced steadily all the way to level 10. Only 2 or 3 reached level 11, their absolute peak. Sensing mounting pressure one by one, they climbed out of the wooden basins. With a helpless shake of his head, their overseer retrieved a prearranged cultivation manual from his spatial ring. "This is the mysterious rank scripture Evergreen Sutra. Follow its instructions diligently, and you shall ascend unimpeded all the way to the nascent soul realm." Lu Jiuyuan spoke earnestly. After all, he had obtained it directly from his ancestral patriarch. Its compatibility with the vast majority of cultivators was precisely why he entrusted it to the household servants. Cultivation hinges not merely upon the rank of a scripture, but even more so upon the practitioner's innate talent. Without sufficient aptitude, even a divine rank scripture would appear as indecipherable celestial script, utterly incomprehensible. Almost immediately after commencing practice of the Evergreen Sutra, one servant broke through into the Qi refinement realm, then another and another. Within a single hour, dozens followed suit, each attaining the Qi refinement realm in rapid succession. 50 cultivators astonishingly had all broken through in under 60 minutes. The remaining half wore expressions of quiet dejection. Observing this, Lu Jiuyuan offered gentle reassurance. Cultivation cannot be rushed. It is governed by fate. When destiny aligns, breakthrough comes naturally. So do not fret. Perhaps upon waking tomorrow you shall find yourself transformed. Hearing his words, they gradually calmed. "We are deeply grateful for your young master's guidance. We understand." "Good. Now go forth and attend to your duties." Having spoken, Lu Jiuyuan gestured dismissively and turned to leave, only to receive a divine sense transmission from Lu Xian. "Grandson, that little Miss Li Qingping has come seeking you." Lu Jiuyuan raised an eyebrow. Li Qingping rarely sought him out without cause. Could this truly be something of consequence? He shook his head lightly. Regardless, he would have to meet her. "Miss, are you truly inviting Master Lu to accompany you?" In the Lu family's grand hall, Li Qingping and her maid Xiao Qing had long been waiting. Master Lu has yet to reach foundation establishment, making him perfectly eligible for entry into this secret realm. Moreover, his strength is peerless. His presence ensures our safety. Li Qingping smiled warmly. Xiao Qing nodded thoughtfully, just as Lu Jiuyuan entered the hall at last. "No visit is ever trivial. What brings you to me today, Qingping?" Lu Jiuyuan smiled. Li Qingping returned his smile, then revealed her purpose. "The Qingfeng's secret realm." Lu Jiuyuan voiced mild astonishment. How had he never heard of such a realm during his time in Qingfeng town? Li Qingping, noting his expression, hastened to explain. "It bears the name Qingfeng's secret realm solely because it lies near Qingfeng town." Hearing this, Lu Jiuyuan's understanding dawned, and curiosity quickened anew. "Are there restrictions upon entry?" "Yes. Only cultivators below foundation establishment may enter. Within lie rare treasures. The lowest grade are yellow rank, while some even reach mysterious rank." Li Qingping spoke with solemn conviction. Yet Lu Jiuyuan merely shook his head. "Given your standing, such treasures hold no significance for you. Speak plainly. Reveal your true motive. Otherwise, I will not join your venture." Li Qingping paused in contemplation, only for Xiao Qing to gently restrain her. "Miss, are you truly prepared to reveal that to him? Master Lu is my closest friend. I trust him implicitly." Li Qingping shook her head, then turned resolutely to Lu Jiuyuan. "You are correct. Most believe the realm's greatest treasure is merely a yellow rank artifact. She glanced cautiously around before lowering her voice. But if our intelligence holds true, it conceals a celestial rank treasure, the lapis elixir. At the mention of a celestial rank treasure, Lu Jiuyuan's interest stirred unmistakably. Though unfamiliar with the lapis elixir itself, he knew well that every emergence of a celestial rank treasure ignited cataclysmic clashes among countless masters, even those transcending the Grand Ascension realm. Meanwhile, Li Qingping continued unperturbed. Legends declare the lapis elixir a peerless artifact capable of defying heaven itself. Its power lies in elevating one's cultivation aptitude, yielding profound enhancement, even for those beneath celestial rank talent. Lu Jiuyuan now grasped her intent. She sought the lapis elixir to transcend her own modest yellow rank aptitude. Yet how certain are you of this intelligence? If even you know of it, why remain unaware the elder masters? Li Qingping's expression dimmed, touched with quiet bitterness. Master Lu is unaware. This intelligence was once common knowledge. During the realm's first opening, someone discovered what appeared to be the lapis elixir within. Yet successive expeditions found nothing, until the rumor faded into myth. Over decades of fruitless exploration, the Qingfeng's secret realm fell into obscurity, drawing fewer and fewer cultivators to its gates. Lu Jiuyuan swiftly interjected, "Wait, so you cannot confirm its presence with certainty?" "No, but cultivation itself is rebellion against fate. This journey is my sole chance to seize the lapis elixir and rewrite my destiny." Li Qingping shook her head softly. Lu Jiuyuan fell silent for a long moment before asking, "When does the Qingfeng's secret realm open?" She answered without hesitation, "In 7 days." Lu Jiuyuan's expression grew complex. Yet after a brief pause he assented, "Very well. I shall suppress my breakthrough for these 7 days." Though he sensed foundation establishment was imminent, the prospect of acquiring the lapis elixir rendered refusal unthinkable. Even before entering, Lu Jiuyuan felt certain of success, not least because he bore a function as extraordinary as a flaw in reality itself. To fail in finding the lapis elixir would be impossible. "Then I shall meet you at the Lu residence in 7 days, and together we shall enter the Qingfeng's secret realm." Li Qingping replied, her voice unexpectedly bright with delight. "Yes." As she departed, Lu Xian and Lu Chongsheng materialized beside him. "Jiuyuan, you intend to explore the Qingfeng's secret realm?" Lu Chongsheng asked coolly. Lu Jiuyuan tilted his head, intrigued. "Indeed, Elder Patriarch. Do you have counsel?" "None, except caution: high-tier foundation establishment-level beasts dwell within. Tread carefully." Lu Chongsheng shook his head, offering stern warning. Though foundation establishment-level cultivators may not enter the realm's native, beasts can attain that realm. Yet none surpass the Golden Core realm, for the realm's sovereign laws annihilate any who attempt such transcendence. High-tier foundation establishment refers specifically to late and peak foundation establishment. At this, Lu Jiuyuan threw back his head and laughed heartily. "Ha! Elder Patriarch, what is a cultivator if not a warrior unafraid of battle? To hesitate, to flinch, that is to surrender the very Tao that lifts us above the heavens." His words ignited a surge of fervor in both Lu Xian and Lu Chongsheng. Excellent, truly worthy of being the young master of the Lu clan. This generation the Lu family shall birth a true dragon. Time passed swiftly, and 7 days slipped away in the blink of an eye. To suppress his own cultivation, Lu Jiuyuan took the opportunity to learn several martial skills and celestial techniques during this period in order to prevent being unable to contend with high-level foundation establishment beasts once he entered the secret realm. Celestial techniques refer to attacks that are executed directly by consuming spiritual power without the need for weapons, while martial skills involve infusing spiritual power into weapons to unleash attacks through them. Although he could easily annihilate Qinfeng was a low-level foundation establishment cultivator, and his power was simply incomparable to that of high-level foundation establishment cultivators. On the morning of the 7th day, Li Qingping arrived at the Lu family early, and soon after Lu Jiuyuan met with her successfully. Seeing Li Qingping take out a flying magical artifact, Lu Jiuyuan looked somewhat puzzled, to which Li Qingping explained, "The Qingfeng's secret realm is quite far from Qingfeng town. Even cultivators at the transformation stage need about a day's flight to reach it. We don't need to Elder Qian, just take us to the Qingfeng's secret realm." Lu Jiuyuan confidently turned to Qian Guiwang, who was following beside him, saying that having a subordinate at the Tribulation Transcendent stage was not to be wasted. "Yes, young master." Having pledged his allegiance to the Lu family, he naturally fulfilled his duties as a servant, and judging by the current situation, aligning with the Lu family did not seem like a bad thing. I didn't expect this. Li Qingping was stunned after witnessing this scene, and after a moment she smiled wryly. The speed of a tribulation transcendence cultivator would surely exceed that of a flying magical artifact. Of course, if they were of equal realms, the speed of the flying magical artifact would be faster. Soon Qian Guiwang led Li Qingping and Lu Jiuyuan swiftly towards the Qingfeng secret realm, leaving the latest-stage integration guest elder, who was secretly protecting Li Qingping in a difficult position. After Chen Bo was injured that day, Li Shenyan replaced him with another guest elder to protect Li Qingping. Is this the speed of a tribulation transcendence cultivator? It's simply too fast. From above, Lu Jiuyuan could hardly see anything below. The entire world seemed to pass him by in an instant. That's normal. After all, cultivators at the transformation stage can cover thousands of miles with a single thought. Not to mention those at the tribulation transcendence stage, their speed can only be described as 10,000 miles in a step. Li Qingping shook her head beside Lu Jiuyuan. As her father was Li Xuanyan, she naturally understood this all too well. Is that so? It seems I need to break through to the tribulation transcendence stage as soon as possible. Lu Jiuyuan smiled, thinking that if he couldn't break through to the tribulation transcendence stage, even after 100 years of cheating, it would be better to die and avoid embarrassing the face of a transmigrator. Li Qingping also smiled along, saying nothing, or perhaps to her this statement was merely a joke. After all, which tribulation transcendence cultivator did not spend tens of thousands of years to break through? According to Li Qingping, it seemed that the genius who appeared once in 100,000 years in Tianling Prefecture took hundreds of years to break through to the tribulation transcendence stage. And that was considered fast. She could only wonder what expression would cross her face if she were to witness Lu Jiuyuan truly breaking through to the tribulation transcendence stage soon. In just a moment, the speed of Qian Guiwang slowed down. Young master, we've arrived. Lu Jiuyuan and Li Qingping looked around and saw that the area was already filled with people. After all, the Qingfeng secret realm once enjoyed great fame, and even though it had fallen, many rogue cultivators still flocked here. That is the entrance to the Qingfeng secret realm, but it hasn't opened yet. It seems it will take about another day. Li Qingping pointed to a distant mountain where a light barrier could be seen, and there were several piles of powder nearby, presumably from some foolish individuals who attempted to force their way in and ended up being shredded. If the secret realm has not opened and someone tries to force their way in, they will be forcibly shredded by the power of the rules within, unless their cultivation is comparable to the Tao itself, or otherwise they are doomed. Let's go over there and rest for a bit. Lu Jiuyuan soon spotted a suitable spot in the distance and suggested. Li Qingping naturally had no objections, and Qian Guiwang was merely a bodyguard, so he had nothing to say. The group quickly arrived under a large tree and began to adjust themselves. However, before long, some fools came looking for trouble. Young master, it seems the secret realm hasn't opened yet. Why don't we rest a bit before entering? Not far from Lu Jiuyuan and his group stood a young man dressed in luxurious attire, followed by an unremarkable old servant. Upon seeing the situation around them, the old servant suggested, "Chen Bo, just leave this matter to you to handle." The young man said indifferently, as if everything here had nothing to do with him. After hearing the young master's words, Chen Bo began to look around and soon found a suitable spot. "Young master, let's go." Chen Bo approached the young man respectfully, and upon hearing this, the young man quickly followed Chen Bo to the large tree, only to find that this was where Lu Jiuyuan and his companions were. Seeing that there were already people here, Chen Bo raised his brow and walked over to Lu Jiuyuan's group, holding his head high. "Kid, we have our eyes on this spot. I'll give you 100 low-grade spirit stones to change places." Hearing this, Lu Jiuyuan raised an eyebrow, his expression turning rather intrigued, not expecting the cliché from novels to happen to him. However, Lu Jiuyuan was not short of these spirit stones. He still had the pocket change given to him by the longevity ancestor, totaling 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. "I'm curious what will happen if I refuse?" Lu Jiuyuan asked with some curiosity, while Li Qingping also cast a similar gaze. Noticing that the two before him were merely at the qi refinement stage, and the other had no aura of cultivation, clearly a mortal, Chen Bo was naturally unafraid and scoffed coldly. "Kid, you better investigate the background of the Yuan family from Pancher Town." After saying this, Chen Bo directly unleashed his aura from the transformation stage, clearly intending to intimidate Lu Jiuyuan and Li Qingping, but to his surprise this time it actually hit the nail on the head. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiuyuan could not help but smile coldly. "Uncle, I love to compare backgrounds the most." Chen Bo exclaimed, "What? Kid, I am at the transformation stage." Seeing the indifference of Lu Jiuyuan and his group, who even looked at them as if they were watching monkeys, Chen Bo was instantly enraged. He was about to wipe them out, but unexpectedly the young man standing beside him intervened and stopped Chen Bo. "Young master." Chun Bo was somewhat puzzled while the young man shook his head and calmly said, "Chun Bo, leave this matter to me to handle." With that the young man approached Li Qingping, his smile, as warm as spring, confidently saying, "Miss, earlier it was my bodyguard who offended you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yuan Tianyi." After finishing his introduction, Yuan Tianyi fell silent, believing those words were sufficient. "Oh, and then?" Li Qingping frowned and said, her tone revealing her disdain, which made the overly confident Yuan Tianyi feel a hint of doubt as he repeated himself. "I am Yuan Tianyi. My father is Yuan Chongqing." With this he raised his head proudly, thinking that if one were not a fool they should have heard of Yuan Chongqing, who was a powerhouse at the pinnacle of the refining void stage. However, to his surprise, Li Qingping still responded indifferently, "Oh, and what do you wish to convey?" If previously Li Qingping had shown some disgust, this time she was somewhat angry. Hearing Li Qingping's words, Yuan Tianyi felt offended. How could anyone not know the illustrious name of Yuan Chongqing, a mighty figure at the refining void stage? "My father is a powerful figure at the refining void stage, so may I ask if I can get to know you, miss?" Yuan Tianyi took a deep breath, constantly reminding himself to remain a cultured and easygoing person, and not to lose his temper. But before he could finish speaking, Li Qingping had yet to respond, and Lu Jiuyuan scoffed. "I thought a powerful figure at the refining void stage was you yourself. Turns out you're just a bully relying on your family's status." Turning to Lu Jiuyuan, Yuan Tianyi couldn't help but grow angry. After all, the pretty lady could say such things to him, but who was this guy? Thinking this, Yuan Tianyi angrily retorted, "Kid, you seem to think you're quite something. Let me tell you a lesson today, don't be too arrogant." With that, Yuan Tianyi unleashed a powerful punch towards Lu Jiuyuan, wanting to show him that there are always people stronger than him, while also demonstrating his own strength in front of Li Qingping. But why was this kid still standing there, and why did Li Qingping's expression hold a hint of amusement? Nevertheless, having already struck, he would give it his all. Tisk, what should I say about you to dare to strike at me?" Lu Jiuyuan shook his head helplessly. He merely wanted to keep a low profile, but trouble had come knocking. However, since he wasn't a softie, he decided to strike back. Naturally, this commotion caught the attention of many. "Junior sister, hurry, and look, something seems to be happening over there." Not far from Lu Jiuyuan's group, two women in white sat cross-legged on a rock, their personalities seemingly contrasting. One was lively and cheerful, while the other was silent and reticent. After hearing her junior sister's words, senior sister Cheng withdrew from her meditative state, her face filled with helplessness. "Junior sister, don't pay too much attention to such matters. What kind of genius can emerge from such a remote place?" After hearing senior sister's words, the younger girl playfully stuck out her tongue. "Senior sister, it's boring after all, and besides it will probably take another day to enter the Qingfeng secret realm. Let's just watch." Facing her junior sister's coaxing, senior sister Cheng shook her head helplessly, wondering what else she could do but indulge her, and thus they both turned to look at Lu Jiuyuan. Others with power also noticed this scene, including the forces of Panshir Town. Tisk, I didn't expect someone to provoke the son of Yuan Chongqing. Someone is in for a real punishment now." "That's not necessarily the case. We don't even know who that young man is. His background might be even more terrifying than Yuan Tianyi's." "Are you joking? How could just anyone have a background comparable to a refining void stage expert?" Though they sympathized with Lu Jiuyuan and his group, they wouldn't intervene, adhering to the principle of not getting involved in others' affairs. But just as Yuan Tianyi was about to land a punch on Lu Jiuyuan finally launched his counterattack. Slap! In a flash, Lu Jiuyuan slapped Yuan Tianyi's face with lightning speed, sending him flying. This sudden turn of events left most of the onlookers stunned. However, once they regained their composure, Yuan Tianyi's anger followed. "You dare to slap me? Chun Bo, get rid of all of them. Leave that girl for me. I want to turn her into a cauldron." Originally, Yuan Tianyi intended to maintain his composure, but after being slapped, he tossed his dignity aside. "Yes, young master." Chun Bo, witnessing this scene, also became furious. If Yuan Chongqing found out about this, he would likely face severe consequences. Thinking of this, Chun Bo chose to act decisively to kill Lu Jiuyuan, and the others hoping to salvage some face and quell the young master's fury. The surrounding forces were shocked by this scene, followed by feelings of pity. After all, attracting the attention of a refining void stage cultivator was no trivial matter. "Wow, that young man is so impressive. Senior sister, why don't we recruit him into our Beishua sect?" The younger girl, seeing Lu Jiuyuan's unexpectedly handsome side, clung to senior sister Cheng But Chang merely shook her head. Junior sister, while I admire his strength, our Beishua sect only accepts women. It's best to pass on the males. Hearing this, the girl realized it made sense and reluctantly said, can't we make an exception? An exception. It's best to forget it. After all, he might not even survive today. Senior sister Chang glanced at Lu Jiuyuan, her eyes filled with a hint of pity. In the cultivation world, mere strength is not enough. Having a background and support is crucial. Those who rely solely on fighting will eventually meet their demise. This is why some geniuses join powerful factions for a comfortable cultivation environment and to avoid being oppressed by others. However, it was clear that they were unaware that Lu Jiuyuan's background was far more terrifying than they imagined, and at the same time Chen Bo had already arrived in front of Lu Jiuyuan in the blink of an eye. Since it was Lu Jiuyuan who had made the first move naturally, he was the first to be targeted by Chen Bo. However, what Chen Bo did not expect was that this time he actually struck the steel plate. Faced with the aggressive Chen Bo, Lu Jiuyuan remained calm, or rather he had ample confidence. However, all this seemed to Chen Bo as if he were stunned in fear. How could a person in the transformation stage be countered by someone in the chi refining stage? Nonsense. Kid, in your next life, make sure to know who to provoke and who not to. Chen Bo sneered, then struck out with a palm to eliminate Lu Jiuyuan. But at that moment a shadow appeared before Chen Bo in the blink of an eye. What? Chen Bo exclaimed in disbelief. Before he could react, he was lifted effortlessly by the opponent, his terrifying transformation stage power completely restrained. In your next life, don't provoke me again. Chen Gui, eliminate him. Lu Jiuyuan approached Chen Bo sneering as he spoke. Since Chen Bo had attacked him, he certainly wouldn't spare him. No, spare my life. Chen Bo pleaded in terror, realizing that Lu Jiuyuan's background was undoubtedly formidable, far beyond what he could meddle with. But the king of Chen Gui was not someone who played nice. With just a slight exertion, he directly annihilated Chen Bo of the transformation stage, not even giving him a chance to break free with his nascent soul. The nascent soul possesses the effect of a second life, but that only applies under equal strength. If the powers are uneven, escape is impossible. As Chen Bo was killed, Yuan Tianyi, lying in the distance, was left dumbfounded, clearly not expecting that someone he casually provoked would be such a terrifying existence. Realizing this, Yuan Tianyi quickly pleaded, "Big brother, spare my life. I am willing to become your subordinate. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west, and I possess a low-grade heavenly talent." The onlookers were equally shocked. Clearly their situation was not much different from Yuan Tianyi's, and they never expected to encounter such an incident. The two disciples from the North Snow sect became excited. "Senior sister, look. He's so handsome." The junior sister exclaimed with excitement, her eyes filled with admiration. Young, handsome, and with a strong background, he perfectly matched her criteria for a partner. However, senior sister Cheng's expression grew serious, clearly not anticipating the terrifying background of Lu Jiuyuan. "I never expected that in such a small place there would be someone from such a powerful background who could have a refining void stage cultivator as a protector. This indicates that the force behind him must have a presence at the integration stage, a power that is merely slightly weaker than our North Snow sect. The North Snow sect's strength is comparable to that of the Yuan Wu Kingdom, both having powerful figures in the Tribulation Transcendence phase. Cheng Shui, who brought her junior sister Lin Yu, ran out for training, never expected to encounter such a situation. At this moment, Cheng Shui began to consider befriending Lu Jiuyuan. Meanwhile, Lu Jiuyuan approached Yuan Tianyi with a smile that once led Yuan Tianyi to believe he would not be killed. However, Lu Jiuyuan leaned close to his ear and whispered, "In your next life, do not provoke me again." Hearing this, Yuan Tianyi's pupils constricted. He wanted to say something, but darkness enveloped him, and he saw his head directly severed by Lu Jiuyuan's sword. Having previously killed Chen Feng, Lu Jiuyuan felt no particular emotion in eliminating Yuan Tianyi. However, at that moment he received a message from the king of Chen Gui. "Young master, there are two girls from the North Snow sect over there." Following the king of Chen Gui's reminder, Lu Jiuyuan casually glanced over and saw Cheng Shui, and Lin Yu ran in the distance, piquing his curiosity. "Is the North Snow sect very powerful?" "Very powerful, comparable to the strength of the UMO sect." At this point, the king of Chen Gui's expression grew serious. The cultivation of the North Snow Taoist is on par with Li Xianran and Umo Wang, all at the peak of the Tribulation Transcendent stage. This matter need not be overly concerned about. After all, the North Snow sect is not our enemy. Having said this, Lu Jiuyuan shook his head and collected the storage rings of Yuan Tianyi and Chen Bo. Every powerful figure's rise to wealth inevitably involves some frugality. Though the resources in Yuan Tianyi and Chunba storage rings were not abundant, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. After dealing with the trouble, Lu Jiuyuan approached Li Qingping with a smile. So do you think I went a bit overboard earlier? Li Qingping merely shook her head. I don't think so. After all, they were the ones who acted first, and they attempted to lay hands on me, so they must pay a price for that. At this point, Li Qingping snorted coldly, clearly not fond of the Yuan family either. Oh, what do you plan to do then? Lu Jiuyuan initially considered handling the Yuan family himself, but given the current situation, it seemed Li Qingping intended to take matters into her own hands. At that moment, a figure arrived late. It was Lu Bo, the guest elder, secretly protecting Li Qingping. Upon seeing Lu Bo arrive, Li Qingping snorted and spoke. Lu Bo, could you assist me with a task? Of course, I would never dare refuse the young lattice request. Lu Bo shook his head and replied lightly. Help me eliminate the Yuan family in Panshi town. Leave not a single survivor. I want the Yuan family to be completely wiped out. Even an egg must be smashed and the worms must be split in half. Li Qingping emanated an aura of dominance that made Lu Bo feel a sense of admiration. Truly, she is the daughter of Li Xianran, exuding an impressive authority. Yes, young lady. Lu Bo responded and set off towards Panshi town. After sending Lu Bo away, Li Qingping turned to Lu Jiuyuan and shyly said, Isn't my behavior a bit too extreme? Hearing this, Lu Jiuyuan chuckled and replied, Not at all. After all, if a child does not teach, it is the father's fault. Letting a single person's mistake make an entire family pay seems quite normal to me. Upon hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, Li Qingping finally let out a sigh of relief. She had initially worried that Lu Jiuyuan would resent her for her domineering attitude, but it seemed that was not the case. Meanwhile, the various forces present felt a surge of excitement upon seeing Lu Bo heading towards Panshi town. After all, they could sense the terrifying aura emanating from Lu Bo, which implied that wiping out the Yuan family was not an impossible task. Thinking of this, many people began to relay the news to their own forces the Yuan family would be destroyed. At this moment, Yuan Chongqing's expression darkened. Just moments ago, he sensed the disappearance of his bloodline connection, which meant Yuan Tianyi had died. Realizing this, Yuan Chongqing angrily exclaimed, Who dares to kill Tianyi? Little did he know at that very moment Lu Bo was on his way to Panshi town, and his death was imminent. Senior sister, why don't we go and get to know that handsome guy? Lin Yuran said, a hint of temptation in her voice. Lu Jiuyuan was not only handsome but also powerful with a strong background. He was simply the embodiment of her ideals. Well, all right. Cheng Shui hesitated for a moment before responding with a wry smile. Just then someone shouted from afar. The secret realm has opened, everyone rush in. Hearing this, Lu Jiuyuan and Li Qingping looked towards the entrance of the secret realm, where the barrier had vanished, signifying that the secret realm was indeed open. Young Master Lu, let's go. The secret realm will only be open for 7 days. Hold my hand when we go in or the realm will separate us. Li Qingping quickly said this, taking Lu Jiuyuan's hand as they dashed towards the secret realm. Lu Jiuyuan was momentarily taken aback by the gesture, but once he regained his composure, he couldn't help but smile wryly. This seemed to be his first time holding hands with someone of the opposite sex in another world. Watching this scene, Lin Yuran felt inexplicably heartbroken. Cheng Shui merely smiled and said nothing. Let's go. The secret realm has opened. If we delay, we might miss our chance. Lin Yuran finally responded absent-mindedly and followed Cheng Shui into the secret realm. Outside, tens of thousands of Qi refinement stage cultivators rushed in. Although the Qingfeng secret realm had declined, it still remained a favored trial ground for most Qi refinement stage cultivators. I feel so dizzy. As Lu Jiuyuan felt his feet on solid ground, he frowned, clearly disliking the nauseating sensation from the teleportation. In contrast, Li Qingping seemed much better off. Jiuyuan, are you all right? Li Qingping asked with concern, while Lu Jiuyuan smiled and shook his head. I'm fine. After saying this, he looked around. Following Lu Jiuyuan's gaze, they saw that they were surrounded by dense woods with rustling sounds echoing from within. The situation seems a bit dire. Lu Jiuyuan frowned, and as his words fell, a shadow darted out from the bushes nearby. Before Li Qingping could react, Lu Jiuyuan swiftly slashed the shadow with his sword. With a crack, Li Qingping finally saw what the shadow was. It's a blood spirit rat. Judging by its condition, it's already at the peak of the Qi refinement stage. Lu Jiuyuan said casually, then looked to the other side where more shadows were rushing towards them. The most terrifying part is that blood spirit rats are pack beasts. If one is discovered, at least 100 will be nearby. As Lu Jiuyuan finished speaking, dozens of blood spirit rats opened their jaws and charged at the two of them. Li Qingping was ready to act, but Lu Jiuyuan stopped her. "Leave these to me." Li Qingping thought for a moment and agreed. If Lu Jiuyuan could easily slay initial foundation establishment cultivators, surely he could handle a pack of blood spirit rats. In the midst of his thoughts, Lu Jiuyuan had already gripped his Qingfeng sword and charged into the crowd of blood spirit rats. This sword was a peak mystic tier-long sword forged by the Elder of Longevity in response to the name of Qingfeng Town. After all, Lu Chongsheng was a peak ascension stage cultivator, and it was quite reasonable for him to possess some crafting skills after such a long journey. The once invincible pack of blood spirit rats had no strength to resist under Lu Jiuyuan's hand. Each strike would result in the death of a blood spirit rat. This scene indeed surprised Li Qingping, who exclaimed in astonishment. It's rumored that the overall strength of blood spirit rats isn't vastly different, which means they are mostly at the peak of the Qi refinement stage. I didn't expect Jiuyuan's strength to be this formidable. As Li Qingping was astonished, soon over 100 blood spirit rats were slain by Lu Jiuyuan. At this point, a faint killing intent began to envelop him. If the number of slain beings was sufficient, the killing intent alone could render opponents incapable of fighting back. After eliminating the blood spirit rats, Lu Jiuyuan wasted no time in collecting their corpses into his storage ring, stating with a serious expression, "The price of blood spirit rats is not low. Each one is valued at 100 low-grade spirit stones. Calculating this, we've got at least 10,000 low-grade spirit stones here." Li Qingping was already accustomed to Lu Jiuyuan's frugality. After he collected the corpses, she approached him, ready to say something, but unexpectedly Lu Jiuyuan spoke her thoughts directly. "I know what you want to say. There must be heavenly materials and earthly treasures where the blood spirit rats are." During this time, Lu Jiuyuan also conveniently obtained the complete compendium of imperial mystic beasts and the complete compendium of heavenly materials and earthly treasures from Lu Chongsheng. Thus, he was aware of the habits of blood spirit rats. There was a certain probability of finding blood spirit fruits where they lingered, which could significantly enhance the physical strength of cultivators below the golden core stage when consumed. If that's the case, let's search for it, since you could definitely use it. Recalling Lu Jiuyuan's frugality, Li Qingping quickly responded. Lu Jiuyuan nodded and headed in one direction, with Li Qingping curiously following behind. "How can you be so sure that the blood spirit fruit is in this direction?" Li Qingping asked curiously, but Lu Jiuyuan looked at her as if she were foolish. "Are you stupid? The blood spirit rats came from this direction. Could the blood spirit fruits be in the opposite direction?" Realizing this, Li Qingping felt a bit embarrassed, but continued following Lu Jiuyuan. Soon they arrived at the entrance of a cave, and if all went well, they would find blood spirit fruits inside. This blood spirit fruit has actually reached 500 years of age. Li Qingping said in disbelief. Blood spirit fruits were peak yellow-tier heavenly materials, and their age rarely surpassed 100 years. After that, they would generally wither. On the other hand, Lu Jiuyuan focused on the blood spirit fruit, and after a moment of contemplation exclaimed in surprise, "This isn't a blood spirit fruit. It's a holy spirit fruit." "Holy spirit fruit," Li Qingping said, somewhat shocked, then turned her gaze back to the blood spirit fruit for another inspection. After a long while, she finally noticed 5 faint lines on the fruit, which were nearly invisible unless one looked closely. That's right, or after growing for 100 years, blood spirit fruits indeed have a high chance of withering, but there's also a small probability of evolving into holy spirit fruits. Lu Jiuyuan said with excitement. If blood spirit fruits could only provide slight assistance, then holy spirit fruits were capable of offering substantial benefits. After all, holy spirit fruits were genuine peak mystic tier, heavenly treasures rumored to have transformative effects. While that might be exaggerated, it was enough to illustrate the terror of holy spirit fruits. It's just a pity that holy spirit fruits must be consumed within an hour of being picked, otherwise they'll lose their efficacy, so we can only use it here. Lu Jiuyuan shook his head, recalling something, and Li Qingping felt the same. There are 3 sacred spirit fruits here. Taking 2 is hardly unreasonable. Lu Jiuyuan spoke first, gazing at the 3 fruits suspended before him. Li Qingping naturally raised no objection, for it was Lu Jiuyuan who had slain the blood spirit rat swarm. Once agreement was reached, Lu Jiuyuan immediately plucked 2 sacred spirit fruits and swallowed them whole. Instantly, a torrential surge of power flooded from his mouth throughout his entire body. Without hesitation, he devoted himself entirely to refining the fruits. Li Qingping did likewise. While the two cultivated the sacred spirit fruits, carnage raged across the secret realm. Tens of thousands of Qi refinement cultivators had entered its depths. The slaughter unfolded on multiple fronts: humans slaying spirit beasts devouring humans, and, most chillingly, humans slaughtering one another. Before such overwhelming temptation, no soul could be trusted. Heh, little miss. Hand over those yang nullifying herbs you're holding. Otherwise don't blame us for being blind to your plight. Soon after entering the secret realm, Chang Shui and Lin Yuran had discovered several yang nullifying herbs, only to be ambushed by a group of 5 qi refinement cultivators at the peak of their realm. Yang nullifying herbs were rare treasures ranked mid-tier profound grade. They conferred extraordinary benefits upon cultivators practicing fire-aligned arts, and even if unused, each herb could fetch over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Faced with the 5 blocking her path, Chang Shui showed no fear. Instead, she turned calmly toward Lin Yuran and said, "Junior sister, stay here quietly." With that, a frost-laced sword materialized in her hand, and she lunged forward. "Humph. Looks like this little miss has quite the temper. Brothers, move in, but spare her face." The leader sneered and gave the order. His 4 subordinates, each at the pinnacle of qi refinement, charged forward as one. Lin Yuran merely shook her head, her eyes clouded with quiet pity. Senior Sister Chang had deliberately held herself at the peak of qi refinement solely to qualify for entry into the secret realm. Otherwise, she would long since have broken through to foundation establishment. Moreover, Senior Sister Cheng's true strength defied mere cultivation realm. Lin Yuran herself had once witnessed Chang Shui hold her own against a foundation establishment cultivator, even while still at the apex of qi refinement. Thus Lin Yuran felt no anxiety for her senior sister's safety, nor did she fear these 5 assailants. After all, both carried life-preserving artifacts bestowed by their sect. What left the young leader frozen in disbelief was that in the blink of an eye one of his men lay slain by Chang Shui's blade. "What? Are you useless? Give me everything you've got." Upon hearing their master's command, the remaining 3 forced down their terror and unleashed arcane techniques toward Chang Shui, while she darted forward with blinding speed, deflecting each strike effortlessly with her Xian Ice sword. Seconds later, Chang Shui's figure blurred past the trio. Before they could react, a faint crimson line appeared across each throat, then widened swiftly until their heads parted from their bodies in stunned silence. Only then did the youth finally rise, his face twisted in panic. "You can't kill me. I'm the son of a nascent soul cultivator." Yet Chang Shui showed not the slightest tremor. The Beishua sect was no minor sect. It fiercely protected its disciples. So long as its members committed no initial transgression, the sect would shield them without exception. A nascent soul cultivator. How formidable! Yet what weight does such power hold before the Beishua sect? Chang Shui spoke without inflection, and in the youth's look of utter disbelief severed his life. Only in his final breath did he grasp the magnitude of the terror he had provoked, though by then it was far too late. After dispatching the attackers, Lin Yuran approached Chang Shui and sighed. "Senior sister, was that not excessively cruel?" Her temperament remained unhardened by bloodshed. This was her first time witnessing death firsthand, and the visceral impact unsettled her deeply. Chang Shui only shook her head and replied with gentle gravity. "Junior sister, remember this truth: in the immortal cultivation world, humanity is far more terrifying than any spirit beast. If you aspire to ascend ever higher, there will come a day when your hands must bear the stain of human blood." Though Lin Yuran grasped none of these grand doctrines, she knew, with absolute certainty, that Chang Shui would never betray her, and so she nodded obediently. Having imparted this wisdom, Chang Shui's thoughts drifted unexpectedly to Lu Jiuyuan, curiosity stirring within her. What trials was he facing now? Meanwhile, deep within the mountain cave, Lu Jiuyuan and Li Qingping, having consumed the sacred spirit fruits, had sunk into profound cultivation. As the fruit's essence was refined, their physical strength surged steadily. Steam rose steadily from their bodies as their corporeal might swelled uncontrollably. Soon Lu Jiuyuan completed the refinement entirely. "My bare physical strength now exceeds 1,000,000 jin, truly worthy of the title Sacred Spirit Fruit." He clenched his fist, feeling the palpable transformation coursing through his limbs. After acclimating to the change, he rose and glanced toward Li Qingping, still immersed in refining her fruit, having progressed only halfway. This was unsurprising. Her innate talent was merely yellow grade, whereas his neared the threshold of immortal grade. Hence the vast disparity in refinement speed. If he could locate the Liliu spirit fluid, his talent might ascend seamlessly to immortal grade. Though he had shown no outward reaction upon meeting Lu Yushuang that day, pride stirred nonetheless. He, the young master, could not accept being outshined by a newcomer to the Lu clan. Yet one thing puzzled Lu Jiuyuan: this cave held no discernible anomaly. So why had it birthed such a rare treasure as the sacred spirit fruit? Unless, to validate the suspicion in his heart, Lu Jiuyuan immediately arrived before the root of the Holy Spirit fruit. Under normal circumstances, if the root of the Holy Spirit fruit were pulled out, it would quickly wither away. However, the root was still brimming with vitality, indicating that there was likely something beneath. Thinking of this, Lu Jiuyuan prepared to dig at the root of the Holy Spirit fruit, but at that moment he sensed something and turned his head to see that Li Qingping had already absorbed the Holy Spirit fruit. Though not as powerful as Lu Jiuyuan, achieving a physical strength of 100,000 pounds at the peak of the Qi refinement stage was still impressive. What's wrong? Seeing Lu Jiuyuan standing over the root, Li Qingping asked curiously. After hearing Lu Jiuyuan's thoughts, her expression turned serious. There's no point in talking too much. Let's see what's below first. After saying this, Lu Jiuyuan pressed his hand against the root, his expression becoming grave. After a brief moment, he softly spoke. Break the ground. As Lu Jiuyuan's words fell, the ground within a meter radius of him began to tremble. Soon Li Qingping watched as the earth started to collapse, and just before the collapse, Lu Jiuyuan leaped out with force. The ground began to collapse continuously. Let's go down and take a look. I sense there might be a treasure below, perhaps the Lioli treasure liquid. Lu Jiuyuan shook his head and said, while Li Qingping looked at him with some surprise. If she wasn't mistaken, this seemed to be a low-tier Shen level spell. One should know that to activate a low-tier Shen level spell, one must at least reach the foundation establishment stage, yet Lu Jiuyuan had not even broken through to that stage. What's the matter? The physiques among those in the Qi refinement stage differ. It's reasonable for me to use a low-tier Shen level spell. Seeing Li Qingping's astonished expression, Lu Jiuyuan spoke earnestly, while Li Qingping thought to herself that she couldn't believe him, but the most important thing now was to check if the treasure below was indeed the Lioli treasure liquid, as it could change her fate. However, before they reached the deep pit, to look down they saw an endless darkness. Seeing this, Lu Jiuyuan showed no hesitation, and leaped down with Li Qingping sighing and following him. Both of them had extraordinary backgrounds, so it was quite reasonable for them to possess some life-saving items. Ordinary cultivators could only fly after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, but both of them had treasures that allowed them to fly even at the Qi refinement stage. After falling for 2 minutes and 30 seconds, they finally saw a glimmer of light. Without hesitation, Lu Jiuyuan took out a talisman from his storage ring and affixed it to himself. In an instant, Lu Jiuyuan's weight decreased drastically, and as his weight lessened, he felt his falling speed gradually slow down until he landed steadily. When he looked up, he saw Li Qingping riding on a white cloud, swiftly descending and landing beside him. What a strange treasure, Lu Jiuyuan remarked, shaking his head. He then surveyed the surrounding space, which was a vast empty cave lit only by a few rays of light that severely impaired visibility. Without hesitation, Lu Jiuyuan took out several illuminating stones, channeling his power into them. The stones erupted with a dazzling light, illuminating the entire cave. At this point, Lu Jiuyuan and Li Qingping finally saw the condition of the entire cellar. Is that the Lioli treasure liquid? Lu Jiuyuan looked towards the depths of the cave and saw a massive pit filled with a large pool of Lioli treasure liquid. What? We actually encountered it. Seeing the Lioli treasure liquid, Li Qingping could not help but become excited. With this, she could change her fate. Be careful, after all, the Lioli treasure liquid has been here for so long, and we don't know if there are any guardian spirit beasts nearby. Lu Jiuyuan did not let joy cloud his judgment upon discovering the Lioli treasure liquid. On the contrary, he remained exceptionally calm. After hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, Li Qingping finally reacted, looking around warily, fearing the presence of any powerful guardian spirit beasts. Seeing her vigilant demeanor, Lu Jiuyuan could not help but chuckle. Don't worry. There won't be golden core stage monsters in the secret realm, so just leave it to me. Li Qingping thought about it, after all, dealing with Chun Feng at the initial foundation establishment stage had been so easy, so facing a mid-foundation establishment stage beast shouldn't be too difficult, and ones at the late foundation establishment stage should be rare. Thus, under Lu Jiuyuan's lead, Li Qingping cautiously made her way toward the Lioli treasure liquid. The journey was remarkably quiet, so quiet that the only sounds in the entire cave were their footsteps. Finally, after a period of tense anticipation, they arrived before the Lioli treasure liquid. Seeing this, Li Qingping directly reached her hand into the liquid, and a wonderful sensation spread throughout her body. It really is the Lioli treasure liquid. Li Qingping finally confirmed that this was indeed the Lioli treasure liquid. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiuyuan felt a surge of excitement within. After all, it meant he could break through to celestial tier talent. But at that moment, a bubbling sound came from the Lioli treasure liquid. Not good, be careful. Lu Jiuyuan sensed something grabbed Li Qingping and retreated quickly. Just as they moved away, a massive figure appeared where they had just been standing. As that figure emerged, it let out a roar, "Ow! This is a flood dragon." Li Qingping was shocked upon seeing the figure, but Lu Jiuyuan frowned slightly as he pondered the dragon's form. After a moment he spoke with surprise. "No, this flood dragon has been soaking in the Lioli treasure liquid for a long time. It's probably about to transform into a true dragon now." After Lu Jiuyuan spoke, Li Qingping looked up at the flood dragon's head, where 2 dragon horns had already appeared, indicating that it was indeed on the verge of becoming a true dragon. "Humans, leave this place or die." At that moment, the flood dragon spoke, glaring at the two with an air of unapproachable authority. Unfortunately for it, it encountered Lu Jiuyuan, who looked on with fervor in his eyes, his tongue involuntarily licking his lips. "By the way, I've never had true dragon meat." "Huh?" The flood dragon questioned its own ears. After all, it was a Peak Foundation establishment flood dragon, just one step away from becoming a true dragon, limited by the secret realm from breaking through to the golden core stage. Otherwise, it would have already reached that stage. Yet the human before it was merely at the peak of chi refinement. How could he have the confidence to defeat or even kill it? But before it could react, Lu Jiuyuan moved. With a swift sound, he vanished before the flood dragon. Not good. The flood dragon felt a warning and was about to flee when Lu Jiuyuan appeared above it, raising his Qingfeng sword and plunging it down. Although the flood dragon's defenses were formidable, they could not withstand the Qingfeng sword, which had reached the peak of the Shen tier. Even the defense of a golden core stage could be broken, let alone that of a flood dragon. As the Qingfeng sword pierced into its body, the flood dragon let out a wail, entering a frenzied state. As the flood dragon began to go wild, Li Qingping arrived at a place that would not be affected, while Lu Jiuyuan stood firmly atop the dragon's head, continuously slashing with the Qingfeng sword. "Damn human, come down here!" The flood dragon roared in anger, but its claws were too short to reach Lu Jiuyuan, forcing it to swing its body in an attempt to shake him off, and finally it succeeded. However, it was Lu Jiuyuan's own decision, as he realized that it was difficult to maneuver on the dragon's head. So he chose to leap down to swiftly finish off the dragon with a single strike. Such a large creature should provide him with ample sustenance. "Human, die!" The flood dragon saw Lu Jiuyuan being flung away, and immediately charged toward him, while Lu Jiuyuan calmly gripped the Qingfeng sword, an imposing aura enveloping him. At that moment, the flood dragon sensed something unusual coming to a halt, as it felt the breath of death emanating from a peak chi refinement practitioner. "What? This is impossible!" The flood dragon said in disbelief, quickly regaining its composure and preparing to charge at Lu Jiuyuan again, who was already gathering his strength, suddenly drawing the Qingfeng sword, unleashing a horrifying sword energy. "Qingfeng slash!" Lu Jiuyuan said softly, but this sword energy was anything but calm. It surged like a storm, carrying the intent to annihilate everything. "I can't take this sword, heathen, or ill die." The flood dragon thought without hesitation, then panically exclaimed, "Stop, human!" The Qingfeng slash dissipated just 3 meters away from the flood dragon in a close call. "Oh, do you have something to say?" Lu Jiuyuan said lightly. Since he could unleash the Qingfeng slash several more times, he was not afraid of what the flood dragon might try. "I am willing to serve you as my master. Just spare my life," the flood dragon said earnestly, while Lu Jiuyuan furrowed his brow. It was not that he was unwilling to accept the flood dragon, but he was unsure if he could take it with him. Sensing Lu Jiuyuan's concerns, the flood dragon quickly added, "My lord need not worry. Once the spiritual pet contract is established, I will be regarded as your possession, and when the secret realm closes, I will be teleported out with you." After hearing the flood dragon's words, Lu Jiuyuan thought for a moment. Having a true dragon as a mount seemed like quite a deal. While others traveled with flying artifacts, he would ride a true dragon, elevating his status immensely. With that thought, Lu Jiuyuan extended his hand. "Now release your true spirit." Upon hearing this, the flood dragon's face showed a brief struggle, but remembering that it could not break through to a more powerful realm within the secret realm and transform into a true dragon, it reluctantly offered a portion of its true spirit. To any cultivator, true spirit is an extremely precious asset. Possessing even a fragment of another's true spirit grants dominion over life and death, regardless of how powerful the opponent is. "Human, you should know how to establish a spiritual pet contract." The flood dragon looked at Lu Jiuyuan with some skepticism, to which Lu Jiuyuan lightly scoffed. "It's merely a trivial spiritual pet contract. What difficulty is there? Just watch closely." Lu Jiuyuan confidently formed a seal, and in an instant an incredibly mysterious power enveloped him, while the flood dragon, sensed something, its expression turning to surprise. This is the Heavenly Tao contract. It's important to note that while the spiritual pet contract binds the pet's loyalty, if the pet's realm exceeds that of the master by 2 major realms, the contract is automatically nullified. However, the Heavenly Tao contract is different. Once established, even a chi refinement cultivator can control a pet of a realm as high as the immortal king. Damn it, stop it! The flood dragon roared angrily. Its original plan was to break through to the golden core stage immediately after following Lu Jiuyuan out, at which point if it surpassed Lu Jiuyuan by 2 major realms, the spiritual pet contract would automatically dissolve. However, it did not expect Lu Jiuyuan to know how to establish a Heavenly Tao contract. Though the flood dragon was quick, Lu Jiuyuan was quicker, and before it could react he had successfully established the contract. Alright, from now on you will be my spiritual pet, Lu Jiuyuan said satisfiedly after sensing an inexplicable connection with the flood dragon, while the flood dragon stood dumbfounded. As it was about to transform into a true dragon, it could naturally sense things that others could not. After signing the Heavenly Tao contract with Lu Jiuyuan, it felt an immense fortune radiating from him, at least 100 times thicker than that of an ordinary person. After establishing the Heavenly Tao contract, it naturally received the rich fortune from Lu Jiuyuan, which made the obstacles in its bloodline that would hinder its breakthrough to a true dragon disappear completely. Meanwhile, the sky over the entire secret realm darkened. This is the emergence of a supreme treasure. Countless chi refinement practitioners were stunned upon witnessing this scene, and rushed over only to realize that it was merely a flood dragon transforming into a true dragon. Go transform into a true dragon or otherwise I'll stew you, Lu Jiuyuan said with a smile at the flood dragon, his murderous grin causing the dragon to tense up before it flew towards the cave exit. After the flood dragon left, Lu Jiuyuan turned to Li Qingping, his expression serious. This place will soon be discovered by others. We must absorb the Lioli treasure liquid quickly. Li Qingping naturally understood. They had no time to waste, and hurriedly jumped into the pool of Lioli treasure liquid. As their bodies were completely enveloped by the liquid, both felt an extremely pure energy improving their talents. The most obvious change was with Li Qingping, who, having started at the yellow rank, broke through to the Xian rank in just a few minutes with the aid of the Lioli treasure liquid, and was still advancing toward higher realms. As for Lu Jiuyuan, given that he was already at the peak of the heavenly rank, his transformation would naturally lead him toward the immortal rank, which would take a considerable amount of time. Meanwhile, countless practitioners were rushing over eager to seize the emerging supreme treasure, only to find that they were merely met with a flood dragon transforming into a true dragon. Senior Sister Chang, are we sure we don't want to intervene? Lin Yuran asked curiously, as she watched the distant tribulation with Chang Shui. Given Senior Sister Cheng's strength, acquiring the supreme treasure should not be too difficult. Let's not rush, after all we are not far from the supreme treasure. It would be better to let them fight each other first, this way we can conserve our energy. Chang Shui shook her head. Although she was powerful, facing so many foundation establishment cultivators would still be challenging. Oh! Lin Yuran nodded in apparent understanding. However, there was something Chang Shui did not mention. She felt that this tribulation was likely closely related to Lu Jiuyuan for some reason. Meanwhile, the flood dragon had already engaged with the tribulation. Transforming into a true dragon required enduring the 9 layers of lightning tribulation. Only by overcoming it could it metamorphose into a true dragon. Ha ha ha, bring it on. I, your Lord Dragon, fear nothing. The flood dragon allowed the terrifying lightning to strike its body. Having bathed for a long time in the glazed treasure liquid, its physical form had reached a terrifying level capable of matching the peak of foundation establishment. Outside, the foundation establishment cultivators had gathered at the edge of the tribulation. Feeling the power of the lightning, they couldn't help but frown. If they were caught in it, they would certainly be reduced to ashes. However, they soon thought of the supreme treasure involved, which could trigger a tribulation, and it must be of great benefit to them. Yet no one considered that the one crossing the tribulation was a living being. After all, only those who break through to the golden core stage need to endure a tribulation, and it was impossible to break through to the golden core stage in the secret realm. The thought of a living being breaking through was something they had not considered at all. At the same time, beneath the earth, Lu Jiuyuan and Li Qingping were experiencing a rise in their talents, nurtured by the glazed treasure liquid. Li Qingping had already advanced from yellow tier talent to peak earth tier, and it seemed she was on the verge of breaking through to heaven tier. As for Lu Jiuyuan, he had started to loosen up as well. Soon, with a tremor of his body, he radiated a dazzling golden light, indicating that his talent had broken through from peak heaven tier to low-grade immortal tier, yet he showed no signs of stopping. Instead, he continued to break through, and it seemed likely that Lu Jiuyuan would achieve a peak immortal tier talent. At this moment, as the flood dragon continued to bathe in the tribulation, its gray scales were shedding, revealing a vast expanse of gold beneath. Only when the transformation into golden scales was complete could the flood dragon be considered a true dragon. Meanwhile, the Foundation establishment cultivators watching outside began to sense that something was amiss. Wait, isn't that living being undergoing the tribulation? One keen-eyed cultivator noticed something and grew serious. Earlier he had caught a glimpse of a massive figure flashing through the lightning tribulation. No way. The beings that can trigger a tribulation must be at least golden core level. How could they appear in a secret realm? A cultivator stood up to refute. However, just then a massive dragon roar echoed from within the tribulation, causing many cultivators to realize that the being crossing the tribulation was likely not some supreme artifact. On the contrary, the being crossing the tribulation could be their worst nightmare. Everyone, I have urgent matters to attend to. I cannot stay. At that moment, a cultivator stepped forward to bow and then flew off into the distance, not believing that so many people could withstand such a killing creature. Once one left, others followed suit. Soon the cultivators began to disperse. From over 10,000, only around 5,000 remained. They hoped to subdue the living being as their spirit pet, for a being that could trigger a tribulation must have a bloodline of unparalleled supremacy. If they could harness it, it would undoubtedly bring them immense benefits. Of course they stayed because they knew that their cultivation in the secret realm could never reach the golden core stage, and after the tribulation their strength would likely not be very high. Even at the peak of Foundation establishment, they could still put up a fight. Meanwhile, Cheng Shui and Lin Yuran, who were further away, also heard the dragon roar and could not help but frown. Senior sister, if it were you, would you be confident in subduing that monster? Lin Yuran asked curiously, but Cheng Shui merely shook her head. It's difficult, very difficult. After all, it can trigger a tribulation. The cultivation of the being crossing the tribulation would certainly not be low. However, if so many people could deplete that being's strength, there might be a slight chance of success. Cheng Shui felt somewhat tempted. A being that could trigger a tribulation would undoubtedly achieve great heights in the future, and if they could reclaim it, it would provide immense assistance. Meanwhile, with the help of the glazed treasure liquid, Li Qingping's talent successfully broke through to heaven tier. After the breakthrough, Li Qingping felt that her ability to absorb spiritual energy had become far more effortless. When she awakened, Li Qingping's first instinct was to look at Lu Jiuyuan. She saw that he was emanating waves of golden light, bathing her in warmth. Is Jiuyuan about to break through to immortal tier talent? Li Qingping exclaimed in shock, and then she witnessed something that astonished her for an entire year. As the golden light around Lu Jiuyuan grew brighter, the glazed treasure liquid in the pool began to surge towards him. My heavens, is he going to absorb all the glazed treasure liquid? Li Qingping's eyes widened in disbelief. After all, she had only absorbed a little to break through to early heaven tier. If Lu Jiuyuan were to absorb all the glazed treasure liquid in the pool, wouldn't he break through to peak immortal tier? Moreover, the most crucial factor was the extremely harsh requirements on the Bodhi's capacity to endure. If he couldn't bear it, he could very well explode. At this moment, however, Lu Jiuyuan was oblivious. He felt as though he was bathing in a state of chaos between heaven and earth, and his body was radiating its original brilliance due to the transformation from the glazed treasure liquid. Lu Jiuyuan's talent had long since broken through to immortal tier, and as the glazed treasure liquid continued to flow into his body, his talent began to surge towards even higher ranks. Mid-immortal tier, upper immortal tier, peak immortal tier. He continued to break through until he finally stopped at peak immortal tier. However, the glazed treasure liquid had not yet been fully absorbed and continued to surge into Lu Jiuyuan's body, leaving Li Qingping in a daze. After a moment, she regained her senses and exclaimed in shock, Jiuyuan is shaping the glazed immortal body. The Lioli celestial body is rumored to be among the top 100 celestial bodies that can be crafted after birth, capable of being forged by absorbing the Lioli treasure liquid, yet no one has succeeded in experimenting with it. Most of the discovered Lioli celestial bodies are naturally occurring. Li Qingping looked in shock at Lu Jiuyuan, who was floating in the sky radiating colorful light, and her expression soon turned somewhat strange. This is because those possessing the Lioli celestial body are all female, and Lu Jiuyuan is the first male cultivator to have become a Lioli celestial body. Meanwhile, the Jiaolong outside, having shed its Jiaolong scales, transformed into a true dragon scale, shining with golden light, exuding an imposing aura that seemed inviolable. As the Jiaolong successfully transformed into a true dragon, the Qi refining stage cultivators outside finally realized that something was off. What? This is a true dragon. They were filled with shock, After all, this was a true dragon, a being that could certainly ascend to immortality if all went well. Upon realizing it was a true dragon, they were initially astonished but quickly reacted. What does it matter if it's a true dragon? Under such a mighty thunder tribulation, its strength is probably greatly diminished. Thinking of this, a cultivator stepped forward and said, "Everyone, let's go together. Don't be afraid of this true dragon is at most at the peak of foundation establishment, and now it has just finished transcending the tribulation, likely with only a fraction of its strength remaining, probably only at mid-foundation establishment level. Indeed, there are over 5,000 of us. If we all attack together, the true dragon may not even be a match for us. Let's go." As someone stepped up to rally them, the surrounding cultivators quickly charged at the true dragon, as if driven mad. If they could tame a true dragon, it would mean they had obtained a spirit pet capable of breaking through to the grand ascension stage. At this moment, the true dragon was still unaware of what was happening, and was being relentlessly attacked by the cultivators, leaving it somewhat bewildered. However, once it reacted, it began its furious counterattack, and with a mere sweep of its tail it instantly killed over a dozen chi refining stage cultivators. This scene instilled fear in most of the cultivators, yet someone stepped up to encourage them again. "Everyone, don't be afraid. This true dragon is merely fighting back before its death. It has sustained so much damage before, and it must be heavily injured now." Hearing this, the crowd resumed their reckless assault on the true dragon, which could not help but laugh at their naivety. "Humans, you are seeking your own death." With that, the true dragon showed no mercy, launching its full power against the over 5,000 cultivators. The scene resembled not a group of 5,000 surrounding a true dragon, but rather them being slaughtered by the true dragon. It was not surprising the true dragon's physique could rival that of a mid-golden core body cultivator. Facing a crowd of chi refining stage cultivators, it had no need to dodge. Unfortunately, they foolishly believed this was merely the true dragon's last flicker of light before its demise. After all, even if they could not tame the true dragon, obtaining its flesh and blood would still be of great benefit to them. However, after over 1,000 had died, they finally realized something was amiss. "Damn it, which fool said the true dragon was about to die? It seems it hasn't even received a scratch. Stop talking. Let's get out of here." They soon fled in a panic, but even so, hundreds were still slain by the true dragon. Of course, it wasn't that the true dragon couldn't kill them all. It was simply that it was too lazy to chase, for Lu Jiuyuan was still here, and it needed to rely on him to take it away. Thinking of this, the true dragon's massive body began to shrink, and it flew into the hole from earlier. At this moment, Chang Shui and Lin Yuran looked at the true dragon's figure with wary eyes. Clearly, if they approached, their fate would likely not be much better than those chi refining stage cultivators. I never expected a true dragon to emerge from the Qingfeng secret realm. This will surely change the entire landscape of the Qingfeng secret realm. Chang Shui took a deep breath, calming her inner turmoil, while Lin Yuran, still shaken, said, "Yes, I can feel the true dragon's oppressive aura even from this distance. It is indeed terrifying. But I'm curious, how did this true dragon come into existence?" Chang Shui looked toward the cave where the true dragon had descended, her face showing a hint of curiosity. Lin Yuran, knowing Chang Shui's nature, hesitated a bit. "Senior sister, this is probably very dangerous. If we are discovered by the true dragon, we might end up perishing here." Hearing this, Chang Shui simply shook her head, her face displaying determination. "Junior sister, how can we obtain a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? Moreover, I have a feeling that the true dragon likely transformed with the aid of some heavenly materials and earthly treasures." As Chang Shui finished speaking, Lin Yuran quickly understood. "Senior sister means there is Lioli treasure liquid below. I don't know, but won't we find out if we go down to take a look?" Chang Shui said, rushing toward the deep pit, while Lin Yuran hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth and following after her. "Senior sister, wait for me." After the true dragon descended, what came into view was Lu Jiuyuan floating in the sky, and Li Qingping, somewhat incredulous, said, hearing the true dragon's words, "Where did you learn about the Lioli celestial body?" Upon hearing this, the true dragon said seriously, "Our true dragon clan possesses bloodline memories. Many things can be known simply by the bloodline achieving a breakthrough." Li Qingping realized upon hearing this. She was not unaware of such matters, in fact, she had often heard about them. While the true dragon and Li Qingping waited for Lu Jiuyuan to successfully shape the Lioli celestial body, two heads peeked out from the edge of the deep pit, directly drawing the attention of the true dragon. "Who is it? Get out here!" The true dragon snorted coldly and appeared before the deep pit, curious yet seeing nothing. "Strange, I clearly sense something. Although puzzled, the true dragon shook its head and returned to Li Qingping's side. How is this possible? The true dragon actually has a master now, and it's that guy. Cheng Shui stood at the edge of the deep pit watching Lu Jiuyuan float in the sky. She had never seen the appearance of Liuli treasure liquid, and could not have imagined that Lu Jiuyuan was currently crafting the Liuli celestial body. Earlier they had indeed been discovered by the true dragon, but thanks to the concealment talisman granted by an elder in their sect, they were not detected. Wow, that big brother is so powerful. I must get to know him later, Lin Yuan said with admiration. To tame a true dragon, Lu Jiuyuan's strength must be incredibly immense. Meanwhile, Lu Jiuyuan's crafting of the Liuli celestial body reached a critical juncture, and the sky outside the deep pit turned dark once again. This caused the cultivators in the secret realm to be stunned once more. Another tribulation has appeared. Is it because the true dragon is about to break through to the golden core stage? Oh my heavens, can this secret realm end quickly? If the true dragon breaks through to the golden core stage, will we still have a way to survive? But isn't it said that one cannot break through to the golden core stage in the secret realm? With a true dragon appearing, what's so rare about breaking through to the golden core stage? The cultivators in the entire secret realm looked gravely at the impending tribulation brewing in the distance, as no one would have expected that this was merely the tribulation triggered by Lu Jiuyuan's celestial body manifesting. At this moment, there were still 2 days left until the secret realm closed. With the appearance of the tribulation, Lu Jiuyuan also involuntarily awakened. What's wrong? Seeing the strange expressions on Li Qingping and the true dragon, Lu Jiuyuan asked curiously. Li Qingping wanted to say something but urged him instead. You should go out and face the tribulation first. Face the tribulation? Lu Jiuyuan was somewhat surprised, but sensing something locking onto him, he had no time to think, and leaped directly out of the deep pit, heading towards the surface. Li Qingping and the true dragon remained in the deep pit. If they went out, they would likely be locked onto by the tribulation immediately. Li Qingping still wasn't confident about facing the tribulation. When Lu Jiuyuan reached the surface, he saw the rumbling clouds in the sky, and his expression turned serious. Wasn't he just breaking through to celestial rank talent? Was the tribulation really necessary? However, with the tribulation about to strike, Lu Jiuyuan could only draw out the Qingfeng sword and look gravely at the sky. This was his first tribulation. He didn't know how powerful it would be. They said those facing the tribulation often faced life-and-death situations. He wondered if it was true. As Lu Jiuyuan wore a serious expression, the tribulation descended. Seeing the tribulation, Lu Jiuyuan decided to test it first, unleashing 20% of his power. As the tribulation drew closer, Lu Jiuyuan shouted, "One Yang Slash." As the One Yang Slash collided with the tribulation, the terrifying bolt of lightning was instantly split in two. Lu Jiuyuan. Tribulation. The tribulation had never seen such a fierce human before. It was reluctant to strike him now. What should it do? Waiting online, it's urgent. This tribulation is nothing much. If that's the case, I'm fully confident now. At this point, Lu Jiuyuan finally understood his combat limits. He was more than capable of handling the tribulation. With this thought, Lu Jiuyuan hesitated, tightened his grip on the Qingfeng sword, and channeled all his strength into it. In an instant, a brilliant sword light erupted from the Qingfeng sword. Qingfeng Slash. With a furious shout from Lu Jiuyuan, the terrifying sword light surged towards the tribulation, shocking the cultivators far away. Oh my heavens, I can't believe my eyes. Someone actually dared to attack the essence of the tribulation. Are you sure this won't provoke the tribulation? Ugh, this is too terrifying. I'll just watch from the sidelines. Throughout history, cultivators facing tribulation usually let the tribulation strike without resistance. Very few would dare to attack the essence of the tribulation, as doing so would be seen as disrespectful to the heavenly Tao, potentially leading to even more terrifying tribulations where the survival rate would plummet. However, they never expected that under Lu Jiuyuan's strike, the dark sky became clear again, as if the tribulation had never existed. Cultivators in the Qi refinement stage. Oh my heavens, I can't believe my eyes. Is there really someone who can directly cleave the tribulation? I'm so envious. I must try this next time. Ugh, this is too terrifying. What on earth did this guy eat to grow up like this? The cultivators in the distance could only see a figure breaking the tribulation but could not see Lu Jiuyuan's appearance. After successfully enduring the tribulation, Lu Jiuyuan did not hesitate and jumped back into the deep pit. He had a premonition that he was about to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Using a familiar landing method, upon seeing Lu Jiuyuan return, Li Qingping knew he must have succeeded. She was about to approach him to discuss the Lioli celestial body, but Lu Jiuyuan interrupted her. Let's talk about it later. I can't suppress my cultivation anymore. I need to face the tribulation. Saying this, Lu Jiuyuan directly sat down cross-legged, entering a state of cultivation. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy in the entire secret realm surged towards him like a tidal wave. Where's my spiritual energy? I had so much spiritual energy. I'm breaking through. Where did all the spiritual energy go? Damn it, why are so many things happening in this secret realm? First the true dragon, then a sword breaking the tribulation, and now my spiritual energy is gone. Countless cultivators in the secret realm were shocked as all spiritual energy disappeared from the entire realm. Such a situation, if spoken of, would be considered incredible, yet it had indeed happened. Seeing this scene, Li Qingping and the others in the deep pit were also stunned. With so much spiritual energy, his body can withstand it. He truly is a celestial body. Only someone so powerful can become my master. The true dragon said with satisfaction. Having signed a heavenly Tao contract with Lu Jiuyuan, it had no intention of leaving him. Moreover, the fortune surrounding Lu Jiuyuan was so dense that becoming his pet was undoubtedly its luck. Seeing this, Chang Shui and Lin Yuran were also left speechless, knowing he was breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Those who didn't know would think he was breaking through to the nascent soul stage. What a joke! An ordinary qi refinement cultivator daring to absorb so much spiritual energy would know even a foundation establishment cultivator would be unable to bear it and would explode. Yet Lu Jiuyuan appeared unfazed, at least his face showed no signs of change. At this moment, Lu Jiuyuan ignored the situation outside as he was currently forging the Tao Foundation according to the Hongmeng 10,000 Law scripture. The so-called foundation establishment stage is about creating a Tao Foundation, preparing a solid base for future breakthroughs into more powerful realms, and the Tao Foundation has different ranks. The Tao Foundation of an ordinary cultivator at the beginning is only about 10 zhong in size. Those who can break through beyond 10 zhong but below 100 zhong are called prodigies. Those exceeding 100 zhong but below 1,000 zhong are called unparalleled prodigies, while the Hongmeng Tao Foundation refers to refining oneself into the Tao Foundation, using oneself as the foundation, classified as the strongest Tao Foundation. As the spiritual energy from the entire secret realm surged into Lu Jiuyuan's body, his primordial Tao Foundation was on the verge of completion, emanating an aura that was both ancient and grand. He looked like a divine being not to be desecrated, causing even the true dragon to nearly bow in submission. What kind of Tao Foundation has the master forged to instill such terror in me? The true dragon spoke with lingering fear on its face, while Li Qingping, feeling this aura, could hardly believe her own senses. An unparalleled prodigy, it must be a level of Tao Foundation that is absolutely unmatched. Her father Li Xuanran possessed a Tao Foundation of 199 zhong, but judging by the current situation, Lu Jiuyuan's Tao Foundation likely reached 999 zhong. As for the claim of being unparalleled throughout the ages, Li Qingping did not dwell on that, as those who achieved such a status had essentially become terrifying existences above the human immortal stage. This terrifying scene left Chang Shui and Lin Yuran feeling apprehensive. They sensed that Lu Jiuyuan could easily crush them at this moment, akin to a colossal dragon looking down upon ants. However, this feeling did not last long. After a day, Lu Jiuyuan's realm finally stabilized at the initial stage of foundation establishment. During the Qi refining stage, one could only cast a few low-level immortal arts and martial skills. Only by breaking through to the foundation establishment stage could one ride the sword and ascend, and only after surpassing 200 years of life could one be called an immortal. After reaching the foundation establishment stage, one could further cultivate divine sense, allowing them to perceive their surroundings in great detail, as well as see many things that were usually invisible. Under normal circumstances, a newly established foundation establishment cultivator's divine sense would only have a range of 2 meters, which was quite pathetic. Some exceptionally gifted cultivators could reach 10 meters, but only with breakthroughs in cultivation could divine sense be enhanced. Of course, one could also strengthen their divine sense through specialized training. At this moment, Lu Jiuyuan fell into a contemplative state, wondering why his divine sense could see a range of 200 meters. Ultimately, Lu Jiuyuan attributed it to his cultivation of the Hongmeng 10,000 method scripture. After all, the Hongmeng 10,000 method scripture was a divine grade technique, so it was reasonable for the divine sense cultivated from it to be powerful. So you have broken through to the foundation establishment stage now. Li Qingping stepped forward with concern, while Lu Jiuyuan looked towards the cave entrance, his brow furrowing slightly. Seeing this, Chang Shui and Lin Yuran did not hesitate and immediately made their exit. Sensing the disappearance of that aura, Lu Jiuyuan merely shook his head, deeming it an illusion, then turned to Li Qingping. Yes, unless something unexpected occurs, I should now be a foundation establishment cultivator. Hearing this, Li Qingping let out a sigh of relief, then looked at Lu Jiuyuan with a somewhat complex expression and asked, "Do you feel any discomfort in your body?" Lu Jiuyuan's expression turned peculiar. "No, what's wrong?" After pondering, Li Qingping chose to reveal the matter regarding the Liuli immortal body. An immortal body, isn't that wonderful? When it came to the immortal body, Lu Jiuyuan instinctively remarked while Li Qingping let out a sigh. The immortal body is naturally excellent, but this is the Liuli immortal body known as the immortal body of women. While the Liuli immortal body ranks highly among the 100 immortal bodies, it is reputed to be a top-tier cultivation furnace. Even for cultivators at the Great Ascension stage, it holds immense allure. Upon hearing Li Qingping's words, the smile on Lu Jiuyuan's face vanished, and he immediately knelt down. No, this lament echoed throughout the deep pit, but at that moment Li Qingping quickly spoke. However, as long as you do not expose your Liuli immortal body, there should be no major issues. Besides, you don't seem to have any problems, right? Upon hearing this, Lu Jiuyuan felt his heart lighten considerably while Li Qingping smiled and continued, "Moreover, the Liuli immortal body cultivates extremely quickly before it breaks, and with your talent you might break through to the transformation stage in just 100 years. 100 years to reach the transformation stage. Who do you look down upon? At the very least, it should be the tribulation transcendence stage." When it came to the 100-year time frame for reaching the transformation stage, Lu Jiuyuan immediately retorted, as he was quite confident. Was it really impossible to break through to the tribulation transcendence stage within 100 years? Li Qingping wanted to refute him, but seeing Lu Jiuyuan's confident expression, she thought better of it, and decided not to dampen his spirits, believing the truth would reveal itself 100 years later. After discussing the Liuli immortal body, Lu Jiuyuan turned to the true dragon beside him. "By the way, do you have a name? I can't keep calling you True Dragon." Upon hearing this, the true dragon quickly replied, "Master, I have no name. Please bestow one upon me." "No name? In that case, let's call you Aotion. Since you are of the dragon clan, you shall be known as Long Aotion." Lu Jiuyuan pondered for a moment, speaking with a hint of mischief, while the true dragon, unaware of this, found the name quite imposing and excitedly exclaimed, "Long Aotion, thanks the master for the bestowed name. Alright, the secret realm is about to close. Long Aotion, how will you follow us out?" Li Qingping prompted, reminding Lu Jiuyuan that the secret realm would soon close. He then turned to Long Aotion, who promptly replied, "Master need not worry. I can control my size." With that, Long Aotion began to manipulate his form, his massive body, shrinking down to become a mini dragon, the size of a palm, obediently perching on Lu Jiuyuan's shoulder. At this moment, a repulsive force filled Lu Jiuyuan's entire being, as he glanced at Li Qingping, indicating that the secret realm was about to close. As the repulsive force grew stronger, the bodies of the two humans and one dragon, vanished from the secret realm, while the remaining cultivators were successively teleported out. Outside the secret realm, the 1,000 Ghost King had long been waiting, surrounded by cultivators who were hesitant to approach. After all, the 1,000 Ghost King was immensely powerful, capable of effortlessly slaying even transformation stage cultivators, coupled with an aura that screamed, "Do not approach," naturally deterring anyone from seeking trouble. Just then, the 1,000 Ghost King opened his eyes, gazing at the entrance of the secret realm. "They are coming out." As his words fell, figures began to emerge from the secret realm, some weeping, some relieved to have survived, while others upon emerging collapsed and passed away due to their severe injuries, deemed as those who could not escape disaster. Soon Lu Jiuyuan and Li Qingping were teleported out, with a small dragon lazily resting on Lu Jiuyuan's shoulder. Although he was eager to break through to the golden core stage, he was well aware that this was not the appropriate place for such a breakthrough. "The air outside feels much better. It's uncomfortable inside here," Lu Jiuyuan said as he walked towards the side of the King of Ghosts, with Li Qingping nodding in agreement beside him. "Young master, you are out. Oh, what is this?" The King of Ghosts greeted Lu Jiuyuan warmly upon seeing him, but soon his attention was drawn to the dragon perched on Lu Jiuyuan's shoulder. "Oh, this is a true dragon. What's wrong with that?" Lu Jiuyuan said candidly, causing the King of Ghosts to gasp in surprise, followed by sincere congratulations. "Congratulations on acquiring such a beloved pet. Let's keep it low-key. It's just a small matter," Lu Jiuyuan said modestly, and the King of Ghosts fell silent, giving Lu Jiuyuan a knowing look. After all, every true dragon, if it doesn't meet an early demise, is destined to become a terrifying existence at the ascended stage. "All right, the expedition in the secret realm has ended. Please take us back." Lu Jiuyuan spoke, and the King of Ghosts promptly led him and Li Qingping back towards Qingfeng Town. Meanwhile, Lu Bo, who had just returned, was puzzled and had no choice but to head back in the direction of Qingfeng Town. At the same time, in the Lord's mansion of Panchir Town, A young man in a blue robe sat inside curiously gazing at the now-destroyed Yuan family in the distance. I wonder how that Yuan Chongqing managed to provoke that girl Qingping. But it doesn't matter, he's just a refining void stage cultivator, which doesn't significantly impact my Yuanwu kingdom. The young man in blue was the lord of Panchir town Li Xuanyu, who was also the third uncle of Li Qingping. Years ago he lost interest in court affairs, and decided to mix things up as the lord of Panchir town. Li Xuanyu was also a genuine peak integration stage cultivator. The king of ghosts moved swiftly, and soon Lu Jiuyuan and his companions returned to Qingfeng town, stopping in front of the Lu family. Before Lu Jiuyuan could speak, Lu Xian and Lu Chongsheng appeared before him. Jiuyuan, have you broken through to Foundation establishment? The two sensed Lu Jiuyuan's change and said in surprise, while Lu Jiuyuan naturally would not deny it in front of the two ancestors. Nodding seriously, he said, I found some opportunities in the secret realm and fortuitously broke through to Foundation establishment. I see. Lu Chongsheng and Lu Xian nodded, and at that moment Li Qingping spoke up. Senior Lu Jiuyuan, if you still have matters to discuss, I'll take my leave first. I also sensed the opportunity to break through to Foundation establishment. After saying this, Li Qingping turned to leave, while Lu Jiuyuan looked at the King of Ghosts. Ghost King, please take Qingping back to the Princess Mansion. Thank you very much. Li Qingping was taken aback for a moment, then bowed respectfully, and soon the King of Ghosts led her away. Only then did Lu Jiuyuan begin to recount the events that transpired in the secret realm. Upon hearing about the Lioli treasure liquid, both Lu Chongsheng and Lu Xian were astonished. The opportunity that others failed to find was actually discovered by Lu Jiuyuan, indicating that his fortune was likely substantial. Although fortune cannot be seen or touched, it undeniably exists, and it is extremely important for a cultivator's progress. Those with excellent fortune can probably break through to very profound realms with little effort. After hearing Lu Jiuyuan mention the Lioli celestial body, both of their brows furrowed, because they had never heard of a man possessing such a body. Historically, the possessors of the Lioli celestial body have mostly been female. Taking a deep breath, Lu Changsheng's expression became serious as he began to advise. Jiuyuan, you must never tell anyone about possessing the Lioli celestial body, or it could lead to significant troubles. Understood, Lu Jiuyuan replied earnestly, and Lu Chongsheng then asked again. By the way, who else knows about your possession of the Lioli celestial body? Li Qingping, but she has a very good relationship with me, and should not leak this matter. Lu Jiuyuan thought for a moment and then said. Lu Chongsheng and Lu Xian exchanged glances, agreeing that since Li Qingping and Lu Jiuyuan were so close, she likely wouldn't do something like that at this time. In any case, focus on your cultivation, and absolutely do not speak of the Lioli celestial body. Lu Chongsheng instructed earnestly, and Lu Jiuyuan nodded again. At that moment, Lu Chongsheng noticed the true dragon on Lu Jiuyuan's shoulder with some surprise. There is actually a true dragon in the Qingfeng secret realm. At that time, Long Outyen was already curled up on Lu Jiuyuan's shoulder too, intimidated to move. He felt the immense power of the King of Ghosts earlier, and could only imagine how much more overwhelming Lu Chongsheng was. It felt as if a mere glance could annihilate him, a presence he might not even withstand, and he became curious about what kind of terrifying family his master came from. Yes, he has now become my spirit pet named Long Outyen, Lu Jiuyuan introduced, and Long Outyen respectfully greeted them. I am Long Outyen, paying my respects to the two seniors. Long Outyen, right? Be sure to serve well as the spirit pet of the Lu family's young master, or else your soul will be scattered. Lu Chongsheng snorted coldly. At this moment, Lu Jiuyuan could be considered the most talented individual in the history of the Lu family, so he naturally would not allow anything to endanger him. Yes, senior, I will definitely assist my master well, Long Outyen quickly replied under the pressure. This drop of dragon blood was obtained by chance in one of my secret realms? You can use it, Lu Chongsheng said as he took out a drop of dragon blood from his storage ring, which exuded a terrifying pressure indicating the strength it possessed in life. Hiss, thank you for the gift, ancestor. Long Outyen felt the terrifying energy within the dragon blood, realizing it would greatly benefit him upon absorption, and expressed his gratitude to Lu Chongsheng repeatedly. As Long Outyen absorbed the dragon blood into his body, Lu Jiuyuan spoke up. Ancestor, I just came out of the secret realm, and am a bit tired, so I won't disturb you further. Farewell. After saying this, Lu Jiuyuan turned to walk back into the Lu family, while Lu Xian and Lu Chongsheng shook their heads. The pressure on Lu Jiuyuan shouldering the prosperity of the Lu family was certainly not light. It seems we need to expedite the arrangement of Jiuyuan's marriage with that Qingping girl, find a woman to help him relax, and also help the Lu family expand its lineage. Lu Chongsheng sighed and said, given his and Lu Xian's high cultivation levels, relying on them alone to expand the Lu family's lineage would take a long time. At this moment, Lu Jiuyuan was unaware that the two ancestors were worrying about his marriage, and Li Qingping was in a similar predicament. Once Li Qingping returned to the princess mansion, she began to focus on breaking through to foundation establishment. However, unlike Lu Jiuyuan, her breakthrough would naturally require some time. The young lady has been in seclusion for 2.5 days. There shouldn't be any issues. Before the seclusion chamber, Xiao Qing anxiously paced back and forth by the door. If it weren't for her divine sense confirming that Li Qingping's condition remained stable, she would have rushed in already. Inside the seclusion chamber, Li Qingping was in the process of forging her Dao foundation. After 2 days, her Dao foundation had been successfully honed to a size of 99 zhang, yet she chose not to break through but to continue refining. I must push harder, or otherwise you won't catch up to him. Li Qingping thought to herself. Relying on this belief, she managed to break through the bottleneck, successfully surpassing the 100 zhang threshold and ultimately honing it to 399 zhang, which was quite commendable. Boom! A low rumble echoed from within the seclusion chamber, causing Xiao Qing to pause her steps. Then, she joyfully exclaimed, the county princess has broken through to the foundation establishment stage. However, after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, Li Qingping did not exit seclusion. Instead, she continued to consolidate her realm, only emerging 3 days later fully stabilized at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Congratulations on your breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, young lady. Xiao Qing hurriedly congratulated Li Qingping upon her emergence, who simply shook her head. Xiao Qing, you've worked hard keeping watch outside during this time. This is what I should do, replied Xiao Qing, earnestly, prompting a helpless smile from Li Qingping. I truly can't do anything about you. Now that I've broken through to the foundation establishment stage, you should go and have a good rest. Xiao Qing was about to refuse, but upon seeing the resolute gaze of Li Qingping, she could only agree. Understood, young lady. In the capital of Yuanwu Kingdom, Li Xianran sat solemnly within the palace, facing the high-ranking officials of the entire Yuanwu Kingdom. What do you all think? After Li Xianran spoke, he tossed out an envelope that bore 7 large characters. Invitation to the 100 Kingdoms Tournament. Upon seeing the invitation, the high-ranking officials of Yuanwu Kingdom changed their expressions, clearly indicating that this 100 Kingdoms Tournament was not a good matter. Your Majesty, 10 years ago, Yuanwu Kingdom didn't rank high in the 100 Kingdoms Tournament. Perhaps we shouldn't participate this time. One official quickly stood up, only to be rebutted shortly thereafter. Li Chengtian, what do you mean by that? If we do not go, wouldn't that make us lose face in front of others? In the eyes of others, wouldn't Yuanwu Kingdom appear to be nothing but cowards? A burly man with a beard coldly snorted. What does it matter, Chang Wugua? If we go, can we really change the current situation of Yuanwu Kingdom? Li Chengtian retorted, prompting Chang Wugua to rise. Better to go and die than to be labeled a coward. With their argument escalating, hundreds of people present began to take sides, causing extreme chaos, while Li Xianran took a deep breath and allowed them to argue. Until finally the two looked to Li Xianran and bowed. This matter should be decided by your Majesty. Goodness, I didn't expect this ball to be kicked back to me, thought Li Xianran with a raised eyebrow, but he sighed and said, in that case, let the 5 spots for the 100 Kingdoms Tournament be allocated starting now. If anyone can achieve a top 100 ranking in the tournament, this prince will greatly reward them. Li Xianran stood up, an imposing aura radiating from him, prompting Chang Wugua to excitedly say, I obey your command. After the officials present left, only Chang Wugua and Li Chengtian remained. Your Majesty, may I ask why you have kept us here? Li Chengtian bowed and Chang Wugua followed suit. Alas, in recent years the prodigies of Yuanwu Kingdom have dwindled. Compared to other nations, we are significantly weaker, which greatly worries this prince. Li Xianran sighed, his face filled with concern, while Chang Wugua quickly replied, Your Majesty need not worry. As far as I know, in recent years, there have been many more young prodigies in Yuanwu Kingdom, with some even breaking through to the nascent soul stage before turning 30. Surely they can secure a good ranking for our kingdom. Upon hearing this, Li Xianran merely shook his head. I hope so. However, in the last 100 Kingdoms Tournament there were even mid-nascent soul prodigies. I wonder if we will encounter any strange talents this time. Li Zuanren's words rendered Chang Wugua speechless. Their kingdom had suffered a crushing defeat in the last 100 Kingdoms Tournament. Initially they thought that sending out Golden Core cultivators would be enough to secure good rankings, but they were surprised to find numerous Golden Core cultivators under 30, and even nascent soul cultivators present. The 100 Kingdoms Tournament was convened by a nearby 4th-rate power, the Tianquan Kingdom, and as a fifth-rate power Yuanwu Kingdom was naturally on their invitation list. The purpose was to facilitate the ranking of prodigies from various powers targeting those under 30. With a peak human immortal in Tianquan Kingdom overseeing it, Li Shenran naturally had to show some respect. Soon news of the 100 Kingdoms tournament spread throughout Yuanwu Kingdom, and many prodigies expressed considerable interest in it. Boom! In the depths of the mountains, a giant bear 10 meters in size charged at a frail figure. At first glance it appeared to be a youth who faced the approaching bear with no fear, preparing for his move. As the giant bear came before him, opening its mouth to bite down, the youth finally made his move, striking the bear's head with a single punch. The terrifying force shattered the bear's skull. As the bear's corpse fell, an old man appeared seemingly out of nowhere, looking at the youth with pride in his eyes. Tianer, you have now broken through to the peak of the Golden Core. It is time for you to emerge from the mountains. The old man said calmly, and looking at the bear's corpse, it emitted a faint Golden Core aura. Yes, master, but where should I go upon my emergence? The youth respectfully inquired as he put on his clothes. Very well, the 100 Kingdoms tournament is about to begin, and not many from Yuanwu Kingdom have gone to participate. I shall go and secure a spot for you. The old man contemplated, then spoke. He was none other than the renowned early tribulation transcendence practitioner of Yuanwu Kingdom, known as the Swordbreaker. Within the Sword Immortal sect, a youth was practicing swordplay. Initially his speed was slow, but it quickly picked up until in the end only traces of afterimages could be seen, and it appeared as though the youth stood still, yet sword energy enveloped his entire being. Only when an elder from the Sword Immortal sect approached did the youth finally stop. Elder Wu, is there something you need? The youth asked with a dignified demeanor, and Elder Wu regarded him with a hint of respect. Sword Child, the sect master requests your presence. Shortly after, the youth followed Elder Wu into the sect hall, where a number of elders had been waiting for a long time. Zhang Chengfeng pays respects to all the elders and greets the sect master. The white-bearded elder sitting at the head smiled warmly at Zhang Chengfeng. Chengfeng, if this old man remembers correctly, you seem to have reached the peak of the Golden Core, haven't you? In response, the sect master, I was fortunate to break through to the Golden Core peak not long ago. Zhang Chengfeng replied with poise. Good, do you wish to bring some glory to our Sword Immortal sect? The sect master then explained the matter of the 100 Kingdoms tournament. With my face on the line, I can certainly offer you an opportunity. The sect master said seriously, while Zhang Chengfeng was more concerned about the presence of prodigies in the tournament. Are there prodigies? Naturally. Then what is there to fear? I accept. Zhang Chengfeng slung his sword over his back and headed towards the capital. Meanwhile, various powers in Yuanwu Kingdom dispatched their own prodigies towards the capital, clearly eager to make their mark in the 100 Kingdoms tournament and to secure rewards from Li Shenran. They certainly did not believe that the rewards offered by Li Shenran could be anything less than valuable. As the princess of Yuanwu Kingdom, Li Qingping naturally received the news. Miss, do you also wish to participate? When Xiao Qing found Li Qingping, she was holding a message sent from the capital which contained the news about the grand competition of the 100 nations. Li Qingping simply shook her head. I know my own strength. It's better to skip the grand competition. As someone in the foundation establishment stage, I would probably be eliminated right at the start. Then what are your thoughts, miss? Xiao Qing asked curiously, as she found it hard to believe that the miss would simply watch for so long without participating. Upon hearing this, Li Qingping thought for a moment and then said, I was wondering if young Master Lu's strength would be enough to participate. Him. It's better to skip it, or after all, he is only at the foundation establishment stage, while most participants in the grand competition have reached the Golden Core stage. Last year, there were even those at the nascent soul stage. Realizing something, Xiao Qing's expression turned serious, but Li Qingping still said, regardless, I feel it's necessary to inform him about this matter. Finally stabilized my strength at the initial stage of foundation establishment. In the closed-off chamber, Lu Jiuyuan emerged from his cultivation state, having significantly increased his strength. It was now the 5th day since he had exited the Qingfeng secret realm. After spending 5 days, Lu Jiuyuan had finally stabilized his strength at the initial stage of foundation establishment, which was not a slow pace. But at that moment he received a message from the King of 1,000 Ghosts. Young master, the princess is looking for you. Qingping is looking for me. Lu Jiuyuan was curious, as he had just finished his cultivation, so he decided to go see what was happening, learning about the grand competition of the 100 nations from Li Qingping. What do you think about this matter, Jiuyuan? Li Qingping inquired while Lu Jiuyuan fell into deep thought. After all, he was aware of his own strength, having just broken through to the initial stage of foundation establishment, he could already contend against those at the initial golden core stage, let alone now. What intrigued him most was that this journey would take him to the Tianquan Kingdom, which was a more powerful nation than the Yuanwu Kingdom. If he could make connections there, he would have a celestial being to rely on. With that thought, Lu Jiuyuan asked, "Do you know when the grand competition of the 100 nations begins?" "A month from now." "Young Master Lu, are you interested in participating?" Li Qingping thought for a moment, and then said that the news from her father indicated they would set off a month later. "Yes, I want to go out and see the world. Moreover, a month is enough time for me to break through to the peak of foundation establishment, so participating in the grand competition is not out of the question." Lu Jiuyuan nodded, while Li Qingping knew that Lu Jiuyuan's strength could not be measured by his realm. After learning that Lu Jiuyuan intended to participate, she couldn't help but say, "In that case, I will go with you to see the world as well." "All right." When Lu Jiuyuan informed Lu Chongsheng, and Lu Chongsheng said nothing but took out a jade pendant and handed it to Lu Jiuyuan. "This jade pendant was personally refined by me, capable of withstanding 3 attacks from a peak ascended stage practitioner. Within this pendant is a trace of my divine soul. Once activated, it will provide complete protection for you," Lu Chongsheng said with an imposing demeanor which warmed Lu Jiuyuan's heart. He replied earnestly, "Rest assured, ancestor. I will not tarnish the reputation of the Lu family on this journey." "Yes, go. No matter what happens, the ancestor will support you." Soon Lu Chongsheng and Li Qingping boarded a flying magic tool heading to the capital. There was no need to rush this time, especially since Lu Jiuyuan needed to push his cultivation, so taking it slow was not a bad idea. The King of 1,000 Ghosts followed Lu Jiuyuan to protect his safety during the grand competition. After Lu Jiuyuan left, Lu Chongsheng said lightly, "Speaking of which, we still have some unfinished business with the Yumo sect." With that, Lu Chongsheng disappeared, heading towards the location of the Yumo sect. Just because he had no time before did not mean that his grievances with the Yumo sect had vanished. The Yumo sect wanted to eliminate Lu Jiuyuan, which was an irreconcilable enmity. At that moment, the Yumo king was completely unaware of the impending catastrophe. Damn it, what is the King of 1,000 Ghosts doing? Why hasn't he returned for so long? After sending out the King of 1,000 Ghosts, the Yumo king had entered seclusion to recover from his injuries. After barely recovering, he received the news that the King of 1,000 Ghosts had not returned, and he felt somewhat enraged. At that moment, an overwhelming pressure descended upon the entire Yumo sect, instantly killing those with the strength to resist the transformation stage. "Which senior has passed by my Yumo sect?" The Yumo king could barely stand, his face filled with terror as he spoke. Before this pressure, he felt like an ant with no power to resist. "Is this the Yumo sect?" Just then a figure in the sky spoke nonchalantly, and the Yumo king blurted out without thinking, "This is indeed the Yumo sect. Is there something wrong?" As soon as these words fell, Lu Chongsheng in the sky confirmed the target of his visit. "If this is the Yumo sect, then it's sufficient." Compassionate palm of transcendence. Lu Chongsheng conjured a massive palm imprint that directly descended upon the Yumo sect. "No!" In the face of an absolute disparity in strength, the Yumo king had no power to resist, and the entire Yumo sect was reduced to dust. After annihilating the Yumo sect, Lu Chongsheng glanced in a certain direction before heading back to the Lu family. Not long after Lu Chongsheng left, a figure appeared here, still feeling apprehensive. "This great being has probably noticed me. I must quickly inform the emperor about this matter." With that, the figure hurried back to the Yuanwu kingdom, as he was a spy sent by Li Xianran to monitor the Yumo sect. Indeed, Lu Chongsheng is truly awe-inspiring. Li Xianran watched the grand spectacle on the spirit recording stone. Lu Chongsheng obliterating the entire Yumo sect with a single strike, and felt an involuntary tremor of awe ripple through his heart. Judging by Lu Chongsheng's overwhelming power, he was at least a high-rank Grand Ascendant. Thus, even after Li Xianran himself broke through to the Grand Ascendant realm, he would still have to bow subserviently before the Lu family. By the way, has Princess Pinger already departed for the capital alongside Lu Jiuyuan? Li Xianran turned to one of his shadow agents standing nearby. "Your Majesty, the Princess and Master Lu are indeed returning to the capital. By current estimation, they will arrive in 3 days. A figure materialized from the void beside him and spoke with deep reverence. Li Xianran was unsurprised by this news. He had already learned from Princess Qingping that Lu Jiuyuan had accepted the invitation to compete in the 100-nation martial contest. Yet Master Lu is only at the Foundation Establishment realm. If he enters the 100-nation contest, he may suffer a crushing defeat. We must devise a plausible excuse for him to withdraw gracefully. Li Xianran shook his head in quiet resignation as he recalled Lu Jiuyuan's cultivation level. He knew from Princess Qingping that Lu Jiuyuan, while still at the peak of qi condensation, had once slain a foundation establishment cultivator. An astonishing feat. But this was the 100-nation contest. Opponents would not restrict themselves to equal realms. Though Lu Jiuyuan had now advanced to foundation establishment, such a level would barely register among the competitors. Golden core cultivators were abundant there. What Li Xianran could never have foreseen was that the Lu Jiuyuan soon to arrive at the capital would deliver a jolt of profound disorientation. The unmistakable shock of encountering a transmigrator. Meanwhile, aboard the thousandly skiff, Princess Qingping felt a creeping tedium and ascended to the deck to gaze outward. Shao Qing. How much longer until we reach the capital? Milady, we have only just re-entered the Black Wind Ridge. It will take approximately 5 more days to reach the capital. Shao Qing replied, promptly standing dutifully beside her. 5 days. Master Lu has been in seclusion for so long. I wonder when he will emerge. Princess Qingping sighed, glancing toward the sealed meditation chamber aboard the skiff. Upon boarding the thousandly skiff, Lu Jiuyuan had sensed the imminent breakthrough and immediately entered the chamber to cultivate in earnest. Yet 5 days had passed without any sign of emergence. On the deck, Qian Gui Wang also stood gazing into the distance. His face, rarely graced by expression, now bore the faintest trace of a smile as he beheld the ruins of the fallen Yumo sect. He had sensed it. The slave mark imposed upon him by the Yumo sovereign had vanished entirely. Freedom long denied had finally been restored. Also aboard the deck was Long Outyen, coiled peacefully within the small den Princess Qingping had arranged for him. His body now radiating the unmistakable aura of a golden core cultivator. Within the Lu residence, Long Outyen had refined a trace of dragon blood, propelling his cultivation into the golden core realm. Upon breaking through, he was startled to perceive the residual spiritual imprint of the blood's original owner, a being who had attained the tribulation transcendence realm. That single droplet therefore held sufficient potency to elevate Long Outyen at least to the nascent soul realm. Thus, though Long Outyen appeared merely to slumber, he was in truth refining the dragon blood within his meridians. His cultivation rising steadily, imperceptibly, like mist ascending a mountain. A deep resonant thunder echoed from within the meditation chamber. Lu Jiuyuan's nascent foundation reverberating as it solidified layer upon layer like ancient stone, settling into a movable bedrock. At last, as his foundation reached a new threshold of density and coherence, Lu Jiuyuan's cultivation stabilized firmly at the midstage of foundation establishment. To advance to midstage foundation establishment in little over a month. Does this pace even uphold the dignity of a transmigrator? His eyes opened. Within their depths shimmered a miniature cosmos. Clenching his fist, Lu Jiuyuan tested the newfound resonance of his realm, then rose and pushed open the chamber door with a decisive sweep. Creak. Master Lu, you've successfully advanced to midstage foundation establishment. Princess Qingping's face lit with unrestrained delight at the sound. Indeed, with the 100-nation contest approaching, greater cultivation strength remains indispensable. Lu Jiuyuan spoke with solemn sincerity. Though he knew little of his prospective rivals, he understood instinctively that raw power always served him well. Hey Outyen, wake up! Lu Jiuyuan turned toward the slumbering Long Outyen and flicked a thread of spiritual energy toward him, jolting him awake. Awakened with a start, Long Outyen wore a scowl of mild irritation. Ouch, what is it, master? Nothing urgent. I merely wish to confirm you're still breathing. Carry on with your cultivation. Lu Jiuyuan's tone was grave, his expression utterly convincing. So much so that Long Outyen almost believed him, until he recalled the heavenly Tao covenant binding them, which rendered such verification absurd. Yet protest was futile. His master he was, and indulgence his due. Watching Long Outyen sink back into slumber with a huff of indignation, Princess Qingping covered her mouth and burst into soft, sparkling laughter. Jiuyuan, you're terribly mischievous. Just as I was sleeping so peacefully. Mischievous. I only meant to remind him excessive sleep harms the body. Lu Jiuyuan replied with genuine bewilderment. His expression comically earnest, drawing another ripple of mirth. Where are we now? Time loses meaning in deep cultivation. Lu Jiuyuan had no sense of how many days had passed within his seclusion. We are above the Black Wind Ridge, a domain ruled by monstrous beasts rarely trodden by mortals. The strongest here are but nascent soul-level beasts. Nothing to fear. Princess Qingping spoke with quiet pride. Her thousandly skiff was a genuine Earth-rank supreme-grade flying treasure, presented to her by Emperor Li Xianran himself on her 18th birthday. It could withstand assaults from spirit severance-level beasts. Nascent soul predators posed no concern whatsoever. Lu Jiuyuan nodded. Yet beside him Chen Guiwang stirred faintly and shook his head. Though it resists spirit severance beasts, what if a void refinement beast approaches? A void refinement beast? That would certainly overwhelm it. Princess Qingping answered without hesitation, then froze, her expression darkening as realization struck. Elder, do you sense a void refinement beast drawing near? Yes, I shall deal with it. Chen Guiwang shook his head. His cultivation art relied on absorbing the lifeblood of foes to accelerate advancement. But since pledging fealty to Lu Jiuyuan, such methods had been strictly forbidden. Yet this time he would absorb only the blood of beasts. Surely Lu Jiuyuan would raise no objection. Make it swift. Return quickly. Lu Jiuyuan, fully aware of Chen Guiwang's intent, spoke calmly. He did not forbid blood absorption outright, only demanded discernment in its source. Understood, young master. With those words, Chen Guiwang leapt from the deck and vanished into the vast expanse. Swift as smoke swallowed by wind. This king has recovered to the refinement void stage in such a short time. If I devour a bit more blood essence, I should be able to quickly return to the tribulation transcendence stage. Not far from the 1,000-mile shuttle, a four-legged beast with wings on its back followed closely. Upon sensing something, the beast's breathing became rapid. It's a true dragon. A true dragon is nearby. With that, the four-legged beast caught sight of the 1,000-mile shuttle flashing by in the distance, a glint of greed flashing in its eyes. As long as I can devour a true dragon, this king will have enough confidence to quickly recover to the harmonization stage. Consider it your bad luck. The four-legged beast, having spoken, flapped its wings and rushed towards the 1,000-mile shuttle at terrifying speed. However, just as it was about to destroy the shuttle, it saw a black figure appear before it, seemingly out of nowhere. Four-legged beast? Just as the four-legged beast had yet to react, it was directly grabbed by the neck by the appearing king of ghosts. What? This person is a tribulation transcendence cultivator and a demon cultivator at that. The four-legged beast's face was filled with disbelief. As a tribulation transcendence demon king, it could naturally sense the aura of another at the same stage, and in its perception the king of ghosts was far stronger than itself. Senior, spare my life. I was just passing by. The four-legged beast said begrudgingly, only to receive a look of incredulity from the king of ghosts. Do you think I would believe you? Just obediently go on your way. With that, the king of ghosts unleashed a terrifying suction force, absorbing all the blood essence from the four-legged beast. In the presence of a mid-tribulation transcendence opponent, the four-legged beast, having just recovered some strength, naturally could not escape from the grasp of the king of ghosts. This king is furious. The four-legged beast shouted angrily, but was soon entirely slain by the king of ghosts. After slaying the four-legged beast, the king of ghosts couldn't help but frown. He could absorb not only the opponent's blood essence but also their memories, which was why the king of ghosts could break through to the tribulation transcendence stage in just 10,000 years. Without hesitation, the king of ghosts quickly returned to the 1,000-mile shuttle. Has everything been resolved? Lu Jiuyuan asked indifferently, but the expression on the king of ghosts' face told Lu Jiuyuan that things were not so simple. Yes, everything has been taken care of, but the opponent is a tribulation transcendence initial stage beast that has undergone a possession and reconstruction. The king of ghosts recounted all the information acquired from the opponent's memories to Lu Jiuyuan. In such a small place there actually exists a tribulation transcendence demon king, and it was backstabbed by its own brother, Lu Jiuyuan said with some surprise, having learned from the king of ghosts. The opponent at its peak was a devouring serpent that had just broken through to the initial stage of tribulation transcendence, but was ambushed by its brother, who sought to obtain its bloodline to purify and strengthen his own. Little did it expect that its brother would unhesitatingly choose to abandon its own body, escaping with the bloodline of the devouring serpent using its nascent soul. After a series of twists and turns, it finally arrived here. However, this devouring bloodline is of no use to Outyen. I might as well keep it for now. Lu Jiuyuan shook his head as he looked at the devouring bloodline retrieved from the four-legged beast. Although powerful, it was insignificant compared to the true dragon bloodline. The devouring serpent had turned into a four-legged beast simply because its nascent soul was on the verge of dissipating, choosing the more promising four-legged beast in order to survive. At that moment, Li Qingping gazed intently at the devouring bloodline in Lu Jiuyuan's hand, a hint of desire flickering in her eyes. Is something wrong? Naturally, Lu Jiuyuan noticed and asked in surprise. Jiuyuan, could you sell me that devouring bloodline? I am willing to pay a high price for it. Li Qingping took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. A high price. Well, since we are friends, you can just pay whatever you feel is appropriate. In that case, let's go with the market price. The price for a source of devouring bloodline is generally around 100 million top-grade spirit stones, but since your source is somewhat lacking, how about I offer 50 million top-grade spirit stones? Li Qingping said earnestly. This price left Lu Jiuyuan momentarily stunned, and he then stared blankly at the source in his hand. He never expected that a mere source would be worth as much as 100 million top-grade spirit stones. Without hesitation, Lu Jiuyuan directly handed the devouring bloodline over to Li Qingping. As for the payment, you can give it to me later, Lu Jiuyuan said generously, as he currently didn't lack spirit stones. Rest assured, I will deliver it to you as soon as possible. Li Qingping took a deep breath and then looked at Lu Jiuyuan. Thank you, Jiuyuan, you are truly a good person. Hey, don't call me a good person, there are great taboos in that. After hearing Li Qingping's words, Lu Jiuyuan hurriedly replied, jokingly asking if she was already issuing him a good person card. Although Li Qingping was somewhat surprised as to why Lu Jiuyuan didn't want her to call him a good person, the priority was to inform her father that she had found the devouring bloodline. Meanwhile, in the capital, Li Xuanyan, who was handling state affairs, quickly noticed the message sent by Li Qingping and curiously clicked to open it. Father, I have found the devouring bloodline here. The problem of the national guardian beast will soon be resolved. Hearing this, Li Xuanyan was suddenly unsettled. Are you sure? He then received all the information that Li Qingping had conveyed. Without hesitation, Li Xuanyan rushed to the depths of the royal palace, known as the Forbidden Area of Yuanwu Kingdom, where even members of the royal family were not allowed to enter lightly. Soon Li Xuanyan arrived at the depths of the Forbidden Area, but no one expected that there was actually a deep pond located there. Before the deep pond, a faint white gas lingered above the surface of the water. Devouring serpent, come out for a chat. As soon as Li Xuanyan's words fell, the previously calm lake surface quickly began to tremble and the water surged violently. Amidst the surging waves, a gigantic figure emerged above the water, and at first glance it was indeed a devouring serpent. Lord Li, what business summons me? The heaven-devouring serpent spoke in human tongue, its gaze radiating divine majesty, as it regarded Li Xianran with calm indifference. News of the heaven-devouring bloodline has surfaced. Li Xianran revealed the intelligence, and at his words the colossal serpent instantly lost its composure. Is this truth? Naturally. How could this sovereign possibly deceive you? Li Xianran replied with a smile, only for the serpent to emit a disdainful snort, clearly displeased. Had it not been for your honeyed lies in days long past, this venerable one would never have agreed to become the divine guardian beast of Yuanwu Kingdom. As the serpent's words settled, Li Xianran sheepishly rubbed the bridge of his nose. Indeed, he had once recognized the serpent's extraordinary bloodline potential, and through cunning persuasion secured the ancient heaven-devouring patriarch's oath as Yuanwu's divine guardian beast. Though bearing the name serpent, this lineage possessed cultivation prospects second only to true dragons, capable even of ascending to the immortal sovereign realm, its maw vast enough to swallow heaven and earth. Thus it bore the honored title heaven-devouring serpent. Have you not already reaped abundant rewards? Moreover, I have located the heaven-devouring bloodline for you. Should your bloodline undergo further refinement, you may well transcend into the Grand Ascension realm. Shifting the subject, Li Xianran hastily added. The serpent responded, indeed. If my bloodline is refined anew, I shall surely ascend into the Grand Ascension realm, and perhaps beyond. At that moment, a torrent of peak tribulation transcendence energy erupted from the serpent's form. Li Xianran merely shook his head. Then prepare yourself well. The heaven-devouring bloodline should be secured within a few days. Hearing this, the heaven-devouring patriarch showed no urgency, sinking silently into the frigid abyssal pool. Summon me only when the bloodline is in hand. After the patriarch departed, Li Xianran swiftly returned to the royal palace. His own cultivation having mysteriously advanced to the Grand Ascension realm, though he concealed it carefully, his deeper intentions veiled in silence. 50 million supreme-grade spirit stones. Even Yuanwu Kingdom would find such an outlay taxing. Yet, if it secures another Grand Ascension tier divine guardian beast, the price remains justifiable. Li Xianran shook his head, inwardly fully aware of Li Qingping's negotiated terms. Without delay, he issued orders to assemble the spirit stones. After all, Elder Lu of the Lu clan stood at the pinnacle of the Grand Ascension realm. Offending him was unthinkable. Meanwhile, Lu Jiuyuan, having delivered the primordial essence of the heaven-devouring bloodline into Li Qingping's hands, immediately retreated to his seclusion chamber to resume cultivation. Gazing upon the violently surging primordial essence in her palm, Li Qingping's thoughts drifted. Her cheeks flushed crimson, a foolish, dreamy smile blooming across her lips. Has our young mistress fallen in love? Xiao Qing sighed softly at the sight yet raised no objection. How could a humble maid dare question a match so perfectly suited in talent and grace? Elsewhere, Lu Jiuyuan commenced his breakthrough to foundation establishment latestage. His foundation had always been exceptionally solid. He had already attained foundation establishment before his transmigration, so this ascent met with comparatively little resistance. As time flowed onward, the 1,000-mile skiff swiftly arrived at Yuanwu's capital, and precisely then Lu Jiuyuan successfully completed his breakthrough to foundation establishment latestage. Just as Li Qingping approached the seclusion chamber to inform Lu Jiuyuan of their arrival in the capital, the door slid open. "Qingping, what brings you here?" Lu Jiuyuan asked curiously. She replied at once, "We have reached the capital." Hearing this, he hurried onto the deck and beheld the city beyond. The capital's splendor dwarfed Qingfeng town entirely, where Qingfeng boasted only 5 golden core cultivators. Here they thronged like commoners, and nascent soul masters were commonplace. Witnessing the 1,000-mile skiff soar directly into the capital, a queue of waiting cultivators grumbled angrily. "Why does that flying artifact gain entry without waiting, while we must stand in line?" A border guard sneered in reply. "Do you know whose flying artifact that is?" "Whose is it?" the nascent soul cultivator asked uneasily, his intuition prickling with inexplicable dread. "It belongs to Princess Sixth." At those words, the nascent soul master paled. Yet fortune spared him reproach, and after paying the entrance fee, he vanished into the crowd. The 1,000-mile skiff streaked back to the royal palace in breathtaking speed, and the entire capital witnessed its return, instantly recognizing Princess Qingping's homecoming. Even before landing, Li Qingping retracted the skiff atop the palace grounds, then descended gracefully before the royal palace gates. "Master Lu, welcome to the capital as our honored guest." Li Qingping smiled warmly at Lu Jiuyuan. Though momentarily awestruck by the capital's grandeur, he quickly regained his poise. His own origins were incomparably formidable. Such opulence would one day seem trivial beneath his gaze. Upon reaching the palace gates, 2 sentinels bowed deeply before Li Qingping. "Your Highness, Princess Sixth." Their auras unmistakably signaled nascent soul mastery. Yet here such power served only as gatekeepers. "Rise." Li Qingping reserved her warmth solely for those close to her. To outsiders, she remained the aloof, unapproachable princess. "Yes." Under Li Qingping's guidance, Lu Jiuyuan and his companions entered the palace, where in the blink of an eye Li Xianran appeared before them. "Long time no see, young Master Lu." Li Xianran greeted Lu Jiuyuan with benevolent warmth, his earlier courtesy rooted merely in respect for Lu's formidable background. Now, however, having secured the primordial essence of the heaven-devouring bloodline and elevated his daughter's innate aptitude to celestial rank, his admiration for Lu Jiuyuan had deepened considerably. Seeing her father address Lu Jiuyuan first, Li Qingping couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy, pouting slightly as she muttered under her breath, "Father, am I truly your daughter, or is Lu Jiuyuan?" Mistaken indeed. Of course you are my daughter. Come. We've prepared a banquet to welcome you both and wash away the dust of your journey." Li Xianran waved dismissively, his expression relaxed. "We are deeply grateful, Your Majesty," Lu Jiuyuan replied with poised dignity, while Chen Guiwang stood silently beside him, saying nothing. Soon Lu Jiuyuan and his companions followed Li Xianran toward the awaiting banquet. Meanwhile, elsewhere within the royal palace. "Oh, my 6th sister has returned. It has been some time. Let us pay her a visit. Lu Xiaoyou, how do you find the steamed 9-headed lion?" At the dining table, Li Xianran said with a smile, continuously serving meat into Lu Jiuyuan's bowl. Seeing this scene, Li Qingping couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. "Of course I am accustomed to it. This 9-headed lion is a powerful, fierce beast at the nascent soul stage. Consuming it brings me great benefits." Lu Jiuyuan replied earnestly as the flesh of the 9-headed lion entered his body. He felt his physical strength increasing imperceptibly. "By the way, do you know where the source of the heavenly devouring bloodline is?" After finishing the meal, Li Xianran inquired tentatively, while Lu Jiuyuan turned to look at Li Qingping. "It has already been entrusted to Qingping for safekeeping." Li Xianran then looked at Li Qingping, who quickly took out the raging source of the heavenly devouring bloodline from her storage ring. "Indeed, it is the source of the heavenly devouring bloodline. Terrifying. Here are all the spirit stones. Lu Xiaoyou, please take a look." Upon seeing the source, Li Xianran immediately knew it was genuine and directly handed Lu Jiuyuan a storage ring containing 50 million top-grade spirit stones. There's no need to check. I trust the character of Lord Li. Lu Jiuyuan smiled and put away the storage ring, while Li Xianran felt secretly pleased, but pretended to be angry. Oh, Lu Xiaoyu, are you treating me as an outsider? You are close friends with my daughter. Since that's the case, I will take advantage of my status, and you can call me Uncle Li. How about that? Hearing this, Lu Jiuyuan looked a bit awkward. That's not appropriate, Uncle Li. Oh, all right, Li Xianran said with some satisfaction. In every aspect, Lu Jiuyuan was undoubtedly an excellent choice for a son-in-law. However, at this moment, Li Xianran thought of something, and said with a somewhat troubled expression, Lu Xiaoyu, I heard that you seem to want to represent our Yuanwu kingdom in the 100 Nations competition. When the conversation turned serious, Lu Jiuyuan's expression also became earnest as he set down his chopsticks. Indeed, Uncle Li, do you have any insights? It's not that I have any insights, but the 100 Nations competition is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers with experts like clouds. I'm afraid that if you go, you won't gain any benefits. Li Xianran sighed. What he said was indeed true, while Lu Jiuyuan only smiled and shook his head. Uncle Li, I am a genius in my own right. If a genius does not compete with other geniuses, how can one discern who the true genius is? Moreover, I genuinely wish to go to the 100 Nations competition to witness the strength of the various geniuses. Lu Jiuyuan spoke with an unruly tone, exuding an air of supremacy. Even Li Xianran was influenced and nearly agreed, but then he thought of Lu Jiuyuan's background. If anything happened to Lu Jiuyuan, he would inevitably be held accountable by Lu Changsheng. After all, in the 100 Nations competition, life and death are not considered unless one party voluntarily surrenders. Otherwise, it will be a fight to the death. The last time the Yuanwu kingdom was completely annihilated in the 100 Nations competition, with 5 geniuses all perishing on the arena. This matter is still somewhat inappropriate. Lu Xiaoyu, you should reconsider it again. Li Xianran said, tactfully implying that Lu Jiuyuan should voluntarily give up. However, Lu Jiuyuan was originally set on participating in the 100 Nations competition and naturally could not refuse. Uncle Li, just say it directly. What do I need to do to get permission to attend the 100 Nations competition? There are no absolute matters in this world. If there are, it is that they are not absolute enough. If you insist on going, then I will hold a competition in the capital 7 days later. The top 5 from that competition can represent our Yuanwu kingdom in the 100 Nations competition. How does that sound? Li Xianran said with a smile, and Lu Jiuyuan readily agreed. Of course, I am at the late stage of foundation establishment. Surely I can secure a spot in the top 5, right? Moreover, with 7 days of time, it would be sufficient for me to break through to the peak of foundation establishment. Having broken through to the peak of foundation establishment, Lu Jiuyuan was confident enough to confront a golden core expert, and with a little burst of secret techniques, even a nascent soul could be fought. If that's the case, I will prepare a residence for you, Lu Xiaoyu, as your accommodation during your stay in the capital. Li Xianran said generously, and was about to take Lu Jiuyuan to the residence when a voice suddenly came. Sixth sister, you returned without looking for me. This makes me, as your elder brother, a bit sad and disappointed. As the words fell, a young man in a blue shirt walked in, and as soon as he entered, Li Qingping joyfully exclaimed, Third brother, I missed you so much. After saying this, Li Qingping embraced him, while the young man in blue looked at Li Xianran and slightly bowed. Greetings, father. Rise. Lu Xiaoyu, let me introduce you. This is my third son, Li Qingdi. Qingdi, this is Lu Jiuyuan. Lu Xiaoyu. Li Xianran introduced enthusiastically, and Li Qingdi smiled at Lu Jiuyuan. Since Lu Daoist can earn my father's regard, you must possess extraordinary qualities. I am Li Qingdi. It's a pleasure to meet you. Likewise, Lu Jiuyuan said, stepping forward to shake hands with Li Qingdi. After a moment, they released each other's hands. At this moment, Li Xianran spoke up. Qingdi, Lu Xiaoyu will be residing in the Qingshan courtyard in the capital for the next few days. I have given that place to Lu Xiaoyu. So if you have time, take him around the capital, will you? Upon hearing Li Zuanren's words, a hint of surprise appeared on Li Qingdi's face. After all, Qingshan courtyard was originally reserved for him by his father, and he never expected it to be given to someone else, which piqued his interest in Lu Jiuyuan. After Li Xianran left with Li Qingping and Lu Jiuyuan, Li Qingdi remained behind and said blandly, Dark Guard, go find out about Lu Jiuyuan's origins. Be discreet about it and don't let him find out. As Li Qingdi finished speaking, a shadowy figure appeared in the air nearby. Yes, young master. After the dark guard left, Li Qingdi shook his head helplessly. Lu Jiuyuan, I don't care who you are. You better not be a threat to our Yuanwu kingdom. After saying this, a powerful aura of the void refinement stage surged from Li Qingdi. Is this Qing Shan Yuan? It truly is impressive. Looking at the luxurious scene before him, Lu Jiuyuan was somewhat astonished, never expecting that Li Shenyan would gift him such an extravagant villa. He thought to himself that he would repay him a little later. Of course, beneath Qing Shan Yuan lies a top-grade, earth-level spiritual vein, which even the six flow powers covet. Li Shenyan said proudly, then turned to Li Qingping, his gaze suggesting he wanted her to stay the night. Qingping, are you coming back with me or staying here? Father, I think I'll go back. I'm a bit tired and want to rest for a while. Li Qingping shook her head and then turned to Lu Jiuyuan. If that's the case, I'll come find you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Lu Jiuyuan naturally wouldn't force her. Although he felt some desire, it was not the right time to act on it. Rest well, young friend Lu. Li Shenyan said with a smile as he waved goodbye, leading Li Qingping away from Qing Shan Yuan, leaving Lu Jiuyuan alone with the Thousand Ghost King. Li Shenyan was indeed considerate, having prepared dozens of servants in Qing Shan Yuan to take care of Lu Jiuyuan's daily life in the capital. Soon a delicate-looking woman approached Lu Jiuyuan, kneeling respectfully before him. Master, I am Lin Jiling, the supervisor of Qing Shan Yuan. I will be responsible for all your needs here. If you require anything, just let me know. Looking at Lin Jiling's curvaceous figure, Lu Jiuyuan couldn't help but smirk. Oh, all needs? Really? Lin Jiling could easily detect the implication in Lu Jiuyuan's tone, and her face flushed red. If Master requires it, Jiling will certainly satisfy your needs. Just as Lin Jiling expected Lu Jiuyuan to act, he smiled and shook his head. All right, I'm feeling a bit tired. Please take me to my bedroom. I need to rest. Also arrange a bedroom for my guard. Yes, Master. Lin Jiling paused for a moment, but quickly regained her composure, issuing orders for 2 women to take the Thousand Ghost King away. This was the capital of the Yuanwu Kingdom, and with the Thousand Ghost King being a powerful figure in the mid-tribulation transcendent stage, should anything happen he could reach Lu Jiuyuan in an instant, so Lu Jiuyuan didn't intend to have the Thousand Ghost King follow him into the room. During the 10 days of the Thousand Li shuttle, Lu Jiuyuan had been in a state of cultivation, naturally feeling a bit bored. Although cultivating feels somewhat like sleeping, it can never compare to actual sleep. This is also why some powerful beings choose to enter slumber instead of constantly cultivating. In the main room, the decor was exceptionally exquisite. Even the bed was made of 10,000-year-old star, wood, providing a tranquil and calming sleep beneficial for cultivators in the harmonization stage. Master, do you have any further instructions? After bringing Lu Jiuyuan in, Lin Jiling closed her eyes and took a deep breath, preparing to face her fate. Although she was the supervisor, she knew her position. She could very well be called a concubine assigned to Lu Jiuyuan by Li Shenyan. After all, given Lu Jiuyuan's background, he was deserving of 3 wives and 4 concubines. Hearing Lu Jiuyuan nod, Lin Jiling prepared herself, intending to remove her clothes, when she suddenly heard Lu Jiuyuan say lightly, "Go deal with matters related to Qing Shan Yuan. I need to go out tomorrow." Lin Jiling, you tell me this after I've already taken my pants off. What's wrong? Lu Jiuyuan asked curiously, while Lin Jiling hurriedly replied, "No, nothing. Wishing Master sweet dreams." With that, Lin Jiling quickly shut the door behind her and left, causing Lu Jiuyuan to chuckle softly. He was well aware of Lin Jiling's thoughts. To say he was uninterested as a transmigrator would be untrue. However, he had his sights set on someone even more captivating. Li Qingping. Before making a move on Li Qingping, it was wise to set Lin Jiling aside for now. At least he wouldn't miss out. Once Lin Jiling left, Lu Jiuyuan lay back on the 10,000-year-old star, would instantly feeling as if his soul was being massaged. Indeed, the 10,000-year-old star wood was a delight. Meanwhile, Lin Jiling, having escaped outside, paused for a moment, recalling something that made her smile. This master is truly amusing. With that, Lin Jiling shook her head with a smile and went down to handle matters in Qing Shan Yuan. On the other side, the Thousand Ghost King had been taken to a room, but he chose not to rest and instead opted for cultivation. After all, under Lu Changsheng's guidance, he was very close to breaking through to the later stage and just needed a bit more time. However, at that moment, the Thousand Ghost King seemed to sense something, opening his eyes to look in a certain direction but quickly closed them again. He sensed several spies appearing outside Qing Shan Yuan, but there was no hostility or otherwise. He would have eliminated them immediately. Now that he had the Lu family as his backing, he no longer needed to worry so much. As Li Shenyan sent out Qing Shan Yuan, many prominent families in the capital received the news, and began to speculate about who could be significant enough for Li Xinyuan to part with Qing Shan Yuan. They quickly arranged for numerous spies to lurk outside Qing Shan Yuan, hoping to learn about the important figure residing within. If they could establish a good relationship, it might be a great opportunity. In the Yuanwu kingdom, there were not only the royal family but also many clans that existed under its banner, and among these families there were quite a few strong individuals, some even boasting tribulation transcendence powers. The Li family of Yuanwu kingdom. Oh, interesting. Li Xinyuan actually sent out Qing Shan Yuan. The background of the other party might command even Li Zuanyan's respect. Send out orders to investigate who is residing in Qing Shan Yuan. Gua family. Investigate that person's background thoroughly and win him over. I need to obtain his news in the shortest time possible. If we gain his assistance, we might be able to replace the Li family's position. Many families held this thought, and the entire Yuanwu kingdom began to stir with undercurrents following Lu Jiuyuan's arrival, though Lu Jiuyuan remained blissfully unaware, lying comfortably in bed and even flipping over. Interesting, I can't find any information about his background. Indeed, he is a distinguished guest worthy of the king's respect. After a night of investigation, Emperor Li Qing could not find any news about Lu Jiuyuan in various towns yet. He did not realize that Lu Jiuyuan's origin was a small town. The lack of information about Lu Jiuyuan did not alleviate Emperor Li Qing's apprehension. In fact, it only intensified. As dawn gradually broke, recalling that Li Xinyuan had asked him to take Lu Jiuyuan around the capital today, Emperor Li Qing stood up. Lu Jiuyuan, I must see who you really are. On the other side, Lu Jiuyuan had slept the entire night on the 10,000-year starwood, and his condition had reached its peak, even hinting at a subtle improvement in his cultivation. If this trend continues, I should be able to break through to the golden core stage before the 100 Nations competition. Perhaps I can achieve a better ranking if I do. Lu Jiuyuan thought to himself, but at that moment Lin Jieling was already outside, softly calling out, "Master, it's time to eat." I understand. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiuyuan immediately stood up. Although cultivation is extremely important, a powerful cultivator can even attain immortality without food. But if one doesn't eat, what similarities do they share with humanity? Thinking of this, Lu Jiuyuan quickly dressed, then opened the door to see Lin Jieling outside. Upon seeing Lu Jiuyuan, Lin Jieling's face instantly flushed, while Lu Jiuyuan curiously remarked, "Why are you blushing like a teapot? I haven't done anything." Yet Lu Jiuyuan still said in a calm tone, "Let's go, take me to eat." Lin Jieling then reacted, and by the time Lu Jiuyuan reached the dining table, the Thousand Ghost King had already been waiting for some time. Looking at the spread of dishes, Lu Jiuyuan couldn't help but shake his head. Truly the evil of capitalism, but he liked it. As they were eating, an untimely voice came from outside the door. "Oh, looks like I came at the wrong time, Brother Lu." Lu Jiuyuan looked up and saw it was none other than Emperor Li Qing, who then smiled and said, "No, Brother Li, you arrived just in time. Let's have a meal together. Since Brother Lu has invited, then I cannot refuse." Emperor Li Qing also appeared quite familiar, and soon picked up his bowl and chopsticks to sit down, but just as they were about to eat, another voice interrupted. "Jiuyuan here." It was none other than Li Qingping. However, when she walked in and saw Emperor Li Qing, her smile instantly froze. "Brother, what a coincidence, how come you are here too?" Li Qingping pouted in dissatisfaction, feeling annoyed that her brother had arrived before her. She thought she would need to come earlier next time. "Why can't I be here? Isn't it mealtime? It's perfectly reasonable for me to come and share a meal," Emperor Li Qing said seriously, and if Li Qingping didn't know what kind of person her third brother was, she might have really believed him. Just as Li Qingping was thinking of what to say, Lu Jiuyuan interrupted her. "All right, since we're all here, let's eat together." Li Qingping then chose to sit beside Lu Jiuyuan, while Emperor Li Qing carelessly started eating, then spoke up. "Brother Lu, since you've come to the capital, let me extend my hospitality and take you around the capital. Since Brother Li has offered such warm hospitality, I naturally cannot refuse." "Thank you, Brother Li." Lu Jiuyuan smiled and agreed, as he hadn't been planning to cultivate continuously these days. Taking a few days off to have some fun was still acceptable. "I want to go too," Li Qingping raised her hand to say, and neither Lu Jiuyuan nor Emperor Li Qing was surprised, so they agreed to take Li Qingping along. However, while eating, Emperor Li Qing's eyes kept glancing towards the Thousand Ghost King. He couldn't understand why he felt an intense threat emanating from him, yet upon closer inspection it seemed as though the Thousand Ghost King was an ordinary person devoid of any cultivation. After finishing their meal, Emperor Li Qing took Lu Jiuyuan and the others straight to the capital. As expected of the capital, such prosperity is indeed rare. Lu Jiuyuan looked at the bustling street, and said sincerely, while Emperor Li Qing seized the opportunity to curiously ask, "Oh, Brother Lu, I believe your hometown is probably just as prosperous as our capital, right? How could it be rare?" He intended to probe into Lu Jiuyuan's background, and although Lu Jiuyuan was somewhat inexperienced, he could still sense Emperor Li Qing's intentions, so he smiled and replied, "To be honest, my family is an isolated clan not deeply involved in the world, so I rarely see such prosperity." "I see." Emperor Li Qing suddenly realized, also feeling somewhat surprised. An isolated clan refers to a family that has disappeared from public view and rarely interacts with the outside world. Therefore, it is understandable that he couldn't find any background information on Lu Jiuyuan. But speaking of which, are there any fun places in the capital? I see. Since I have nowhere else to go, the Tianyong Beast Arena is certainly worth a visit. Though tell me, does this arena belong to your Li clan? Lu Jiuyuan agreed yet asked curiously. Before Li Qingdi could respond, Li Qingping shook her head. No, it does not. Though our Li clan reigns supreme in the Yuanwu kingdom, numerous other clans thrive within its borders, some even harboring tribulation transcendence-level elders. The Tianyong Beast Arena belongs to the Chun clan. Though a Princess Li Qingping was no naive maiden long ago, she had meticulously investigated the current political landscape of the Yuanwu kingdom. Hearing this, Lu Jiuyuan nodded thoughtfully. Was this not akin to the imperial dynasties of his past life? Though the royal house held paramount authority, powerful aristocratic families still wielded considerable influence. Since senior brother Lu wishes to indulge in some amusement, today's expenses shall be charged to my account, Li Qingdi said with a smile. Lu Jiuyuan responded with a slight bow. Then by all means I shall gratefully leave it to you, senior brother Li. Watching the two stride toward the Tianyong Beast Arena, Li Qingping sighed softly before following. Though truth be told, she deeply disliked such places. At the grand entrance of the Tianyong Beast Arena stood two nascent soul-level demonic beasts bound as gatekeepers. Behind them, a divine transformation-level guardian stood watch. As one of the Chun clan's most prized assets, the arena naturally housed numerous formidable cultivators dispatched by the clan. When Lu Jiuyuan and his companions arrived, the arena's entrance bustled with crowds, a testament to its status as the capital's largest and most renowned beast battling venue, inevitably drawing those seeking thrill and spectacle. "Shall we go in and take a look?" Li Qingdi said, and stepped forward to lead Lu Jiuyuan inside. When suddenly an odd voice rang out from the side. Well, if it isn't His Highness the Third Prince. How rare to find you gracing such a place." Upon hearing this, Li Qingdi's brows furrowed instinctively, while Li Qingping retorted outright, "And why may we not come here, Miss Xue? Since you yourself have done so." At that moment, Lu Jiuyuan turned and beheld behind them without warning a figure of indeterminate gender, strikingly androgynous in appearance. Clearly, the earlier remark had issued from this person. Immediately after speaking, Li Qingping leaned close to Lu Jiuyuan's ear to explain. "This is Xue Qinyang, the second young master of the Xue clan. But for reasons unknown, he carries himself with effeminate mannerisms. Worse still, the Xue and Li clans are long-standing rivals, rendering our relations strained at best." Lu Jiuyuan now understood. "Ah, demon-born aberration." With quiet disdain, he remarked, "Senior brother Li, I confess, I did not expect to encounter such a grotesque anomaly in your capital, neither man nor woman, neither human nor specter. Masculine in name alone, yet barren as a flat plain." At Lu Jiuyuan's words, Xue Qinyang's face flushed crimson with fury. "Who exactly are you, boy? I've never seen you among the imperial court." Though seething with rage, Xue Qinyang retained enough restraint. Anyone treated with such deference by Li Qingdi could hardly be ordinary, and now was no time to provoke enmity against the Xue clan. "What I am is none of your concern. Whereas you, a wretched mockery of form and essence, likely hail from a family just as degenerate." Lu Jiuyuan spoke with utter contempt, while beside him stood Qian Gue Wang, the very source of his audacity. Should Xue Qinyang dare strike, Qian Gue Wang would obliterate him without hesitation. Indeed, even mere insult would warrant Qian Gue Wang's lethal retribution. "You're dreadfully arrogant, boy. Let us see how long that arrogance endures." Xue Qinyang spat bitterly, yet chose restraint, unwilling to act before discerning Lu Jiuyuan's true standing. Just as he turned to enter the arena, Lu Jiuyuan uttered calmly, "Rotten backside." Xue Qinyang froze mid-step, then spoke icily, "Boy, you do well to stop while you still can." His voice trembled with fury pushed to its breaking point. As Li Qingping opened her mouth to intervene, Li Qingdi silenced her with a single sharp glance. Reminded once more of Lu Jiuyuan's unfathomable backing, she could only watch helplessly. "I said you're a rotten backside." "What of it?" Lu Jiuyuan replied expressionless. while Xue Qinyang, instead of erupting, broke into cold laughter. Very well. Very well. Since you insist, Elder Xue. Teach him a lesson. Patience, exhausted, restraint, abandoned, Xue Qinyang had decided. Lu Jiuyuan had struck first, and even if the Li clan later demanded accountability, he would bear no guilt. At Xue Qinyang's command, a swirl of black mist coalesced beside him, then shot toward Lu Jiuyuan, the Xue clan's elder guardian assigned to protect the second young master. After all, safeguarding the second young master was only reasonable. Yet upon the elder's appearance, Li Qingdi's brow tightened. Foundation establishment early. Had the Xue clan's strength truly reached such heights, that even their protective elders attained such cultivation? Yet Li Qingdi remained unshaken. He trusted Lu Jiuyuan possessed the means to counter this threat. By the time Elder Xue materialized before Lu Jiuyuan, his voice dripped with icy disdain. Boy, next lifetime, guard your tongue more carefully. Clearly Lu Jiuyuan's insults had wounded Elder Xue deeply, not merely affronting Xue Qinyang, but striking a direct blow against the Xue clan's honor itself. Lu Jiuyuan, however, showed no sign of fear. His unnerving calm unsettled Elder Xue. Was this youth shielded by overwhelming power, or simply ignorant of his peril? But having committed to action, there was no turning back. Just as Elder Xue raised his hand to cripple Lu Jiuyuan, Qian Gue Wang moved. Elder Xue barely registered Qian Gue Wang's arrival. Before he knew it, the figure stood directly before him. What? Stunned Elder Xue hesitated. But before he could react, Qian Gue Wang seized his throat in an iron grip. Next lifetime. Remember never to raise your hand against another so recklessly. Qian Gue Wang's voice was glacial. Then with terrifying swiftness, he drained Elder Xue utterly. Yet not a trace of cultivation rose within him. To Qian Gue Wang, a foundation establishment early cultivator was less than a single drop in the ocean. Xue Qinyang's smile remained, yet grew rigid, then shattered entirely as realization dawned. He had recognized Qian Gue Wang. Li Qingdi, your royal house dares harbor a demonic cultivator. Do you intend to surrender the Yuanwu kingdom to the demon path? Li Qingdi turned and stared at him, as if gazing upon a fool. Are you truly addled? I never claimed he belonged to the royal house. By which I precisely did you deduce his affiliation with us? Xue Qinyang paused, then realized belatedly his fatal misjudgment. Lu Jiuyuan bore no official ties to the royal house. But survival now eclipsed all else, for escape under present circumstances was utterly impossible. Li Qingdi, you must make him stop immediately. If I die here, the Xue family will never let this go. Xue Qinyang said with a face full of anger. But Li Qingdi would be more than happy to see Xue Qinyang die, so how could he possibly speak up? Moreover, given the current situation, Lu Jiuyuan's background was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Not long ago he had also received news about the annihilation of the Yumo sect. However, now the Thousand Ghost King, a pillar of the Yumo sect, had surprisingly become Lu Jiuyuan's bodyguard, which was enough to indicate that Lu Jiuyuan had an intricate connection with the forces that destroyed the Yumo sect. Furthermore, Lu Jiuyuan's status within that force was likely not low, or otherwise he wouldn't have assigned the Thousand Ghost King to be Lu Jiuyuan's protector. Thinking of this, Li Qingdi sighed and said, Miss Xue, it's not that I'm unwilling to speak. It's just that this matter concerns Brother Lu, and I don't want to interfere. The implication was that the final decision regarding this matter rested with Lu Jiuyuan, and even if Xue Qinyang died here, it had nothing to do with their royal family. Upon hearing this, Xue Qinyang turned to the smiling Lu Jiuyuan and hastily pleaded, fellow Taoist, I surrender. I am willing to make amends for this as long as you are willing to spare my life. At the brink of death, Xue Qinyang no longer cared about his dignity, even though he knew he would face severe punishment upon returning to the Xue family. Oh, so now you know fear. Where were you earlier? Lu Jiuyuan sighed and said. Seeing this, Xue Qinyang thought there might be hope, and was about to say something when Lu Jiuyuan calmly replied, It's fine, I don't mind. Just pay attention in your next life. As Lu Jiuyuan's words fell, the Thousand Ghost King received the command and immediately struck. Xue Qinyang was about to say something but was completely absorbed by the Thousand Ghost King. After all, even a mosquito's leg is meat. Little by little it adds up. Seeing this scene, Li Qingdi couldn't help but furrow his brow. Lu Jiuyuan was indeed decisive and ruthless. Once the matter with Xue Qinyang was dealt with, Lu Jiuyuan turned to Li Qingdi with a smile and said, Brother Li, I have completed your test. Let's go in and have some fun. After saying this, Lu Jiuyuan walked straight in, while the guard at the entrance in the transformation stage dared not say a word, and simply allowed Lu Jiuyuan to enter. After all, even the cultivator in the union stage had been easily dealt with by the Thousand Ghost King. Did he, a transformation stage cultivator, want to deliver himself for slaughter? Moreover, the demonic cultivators were notoriously volatile, and any slight disagreement could lead to a tragedy. Hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, Li Qingdi felt a cold sweat break out. Could it be that Lu Jiuyuan had seen through him? However, judging from the current situation, it seemed Lu Jiuyuan hadn't taken it to heart. Li Qingdi felt somewhat relieved and turned to Li Qingping, speaking with a complex expression. Lu Jiuyuan is far deeper and more unfathomable than we imagined. I have agreed to your matter with him. After saying this, Li Qingdi followed, while Li Qingping didn't quite understand his words. By the time she realized what Li Qingdi meant, her face flushed slightly, but she said nothing more and chose to follow. After all, with Lu Jiuyuan's strong talent and handsome appearance, plus his deep background, it was impossible for Li Qingping to claim she felt nothing for him during their continuous interactions. Inside, Lu Jiuyuan merely smiled, fully aware that Li Qingdi was trying to probe his background. Otherwise, with Li Qingdi's royal background, merely saying a few words would have been enough to deter Xue Qinyang from acting against him. However, Lu Jiuyuan did not fear such probing, or on the contrary, he hoped the Xue family's strength would grow a bit, as this might enhance his own background. But upon further reflection, it seemed unlikely that the Xue family would become notably stronger, or otherwise the Yuanwu kingdom would not be dominated by the Li family. Soon Li Qingdi caught up, and upon realizing this, he naturally would not hide any longer and chose to speak openly. Regarding the earlier matter, I was the one who offended. I merely wanted to know more about Brother Lu's origins. Lu Jiuyuan, of course, would not say much in response. Brother Li, if that's the case, then let's have a good time together as an apology. Li Qingdi was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, but he quickly laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, since Brother Lu has extended such a warm invitation, I shall naturally accompany you to the end. Li Qingping, who arrived late, was surprised to see the two men seemingly on good terms, even better than before. Wasn't it said that Lu Jiuyuan had discovered her brother's scheme? Logically, shouldn't they be in a cold war now? But this was good. After all, good relations were better than bad ones. The four of them strolled around the Tianyong Beast Arena, and along the way Li Qingdi explained the gameplay within the arena. In the Tianyong Beast Arena, you can purchase demon beasts, and those with strong cultivation can even reach the refinement stage. Moreover, the arena naturally hosts beast fights. There are several fighting platforms in the Tianyong Beast Arena, and participants can either bring their own demon beasts or purchase them to compete. If you achieve consecutive victories, you can earn prizes from the Tianyong Beast Arena. The more consecutive wins, the more substantial the rewards. A legend has it that if you can win 10 times in a row, the prize could reach tens of millions of high-grade spirit stones, but no one has ever achieved 10 consecutive victories. Li Qingdi's expression grew somewhat complex at this point. Clearly, there were deep waters here. How could the Tianyong Beast Arena allow others to take away tens of millions of high-grade spirit stones? After all, that amount was the total profit of the Tianyong Beast Arena for an entire year. Oh, what are the rules for the demon beast battles? Lu Jiuyuan asked curiously. Surely they wouldn't allow demon beasts of different realms to battle, as that would be too unfair. Seeming to sense Lu Jiuyuan's thoughts, Li Qingdi smiled and explained, naturally the Tianyong Beast Arena arranges demon beasts of the same realm to compete, or otherwise it would be deemed unfair. I see. In that case, I will buy a demon beast here to compete. Lu Jiuyuan thought for a moment. The allure of tens of millions of high-grade spirit stones was indeed enticing, but it would be a bit too unfair if he let a powerful demon beast compete. Thus, he decided to see what he could find in the Tianyong Beast Arena. Not quite, still too weak. Lu Jiuyuan was tirelessly searching among the beasts, but none satisfied him, while the staff from the Tianyong Beast Arena followed closely behind, wearing forced smiles. None of these creatures were something he could afford to provoke. Li Qingdi walked beside Lu Jiuyuan, occasionally offering him suggestions, for, with his cultivation level in the refining void stage, he could see far more than Lu Jiuyuan. However, Lu Jiuyuan smiled and declined, trusting his own heart's choices more than Li Qingdi's advice. After all, with such good fortune, it wouldn't be outrageous to find an excellent beast. Li Qingping quietly followed Lu Jiuyuan, saying nothing. She believed he would make a good choice. After all, Lu Jiuyuan had led her to the elusive Lily treasure liquid, so surely he could choose a decent beast. Beasts passed by Lu Jiuyuan one after another, yet he walked past them without hesitation, feeling that the right moment had not yet arrived. Thus Lu Jiuyuan spent half an hour selecting beasts in the beast area, but still could not find a suitable one. Even the staff accompanying them began to show signs of annoyance. Were these people here to cause trouble? At that moment Lu Jiuyuan caught sight of something, and Li Qingdi followed his gaze to see a small mutt curled up in a corner looking rather scruffy. The staff naturally noticed it as well and quickly began to explain. This is just a small mutt we caught during a hunt in the Tianshan mountain range. Although it's just a little mutt, it has at least reached the refining chi stage, which is why we brought it here. Upon hearing about the Tianshan mountain range, Li Qingdi and the others showed some surprise, for it was a place known for its concentration of beasts, with some of the strongest reaching the integration stage. However, considering the strength of the Qin family, it wasn't too surprising after all. Li Qingdi then smiled and said, "Brother Lu, it's just a little mutt. You're not really considering buying it, are you?" That one will do." Lu Jiuyuan smiled and waved his hand, choosing to buy it. Upon hearing this, Li Qingdi grew restless. "Brother Lu, it's just a little mutt. If it goes up there, it probably won't last even one round. Why not reconsider? After all, the beasts that fought on stage were all extremely powerful, otherwise they wouldn't be sent up. This little mutt looked like it had just barely broken into the refining chi stage, and it would likely be eliminated instantly if it went up. No, that one will do." Lu Jiuyuan was resolute, feeling that this little mutt was his destined choice, especially since he had seen a hint of disdain in its eyes. What a joke, a mutt can express disdain. Thus Lu Jiuyuan asserted that this little mutt must have hidden depths. Li Qingdi could only sigh, showing respect, hoping that Brother Lu had some strength. However, this mutt looked like a genuine mutt in every way. On the other side, the staff, seeing that Lu Jiuyuan had finally placed an order, excitedly said, "Sir, let me arrange that for you." Under the staff's arrangements, the little mutt soon found itself in Lu Jiuyuan's arms. After all, being just at the refining chi stage, Lu Jiuyuan, who had already established his foundation, posed no danger. Naturally, when the girls saw such a cute creature, they wanted to come forward and pet it. Li Qingping, with a bright smile, approached Lu Jiuyuan and reached out to stroke the little mutt's head. "What a cute little doggy. Come here and let your sister hold you." Saying this, Li Qingping directly picked up the little mutt. The mutt seemed to enjoy itself, turning its head in her embrace, which made Li Qingping's expression even brighter. "All right, arrange a beast stool for me." After purchasing the little mutt, Lu Jiuyuan turned to the staff and said. The staff was initially taken aback, but quickly responded. "Excuse me, which beast will you be sending into the arena?" "That one." Lu Jiuyuan pointed at the little mutt in Li Qingping's arms. The staff naturally knew the little mutt's pitiful strength and hesitated, saying with a troubled expression, "Sir, perhaps you should consider a different one. This one might not do very well up there." The staff had already been quite tactful, but Lu Jiuyuan insisted that the little mutt go up. As it was the customer's decision, the staff had no choice but to proceed with the registration. Once the staff left, Li Qingping, holding the little mutt, approached Lu Jiuyuan with concern. "Are you sure you want the little mutt to go up?" Seemed quite weak. The little mutt in Li Qingping's arms grunted a couple of times, appearing extremely humble, weak, and pitiful. "Yeah, let it go up. The outcome is uncertain. We are both dark horses. Who knows what kind of surprise this fellow might bring us?" Lu Jiuyuan smiled, and then looked at the little mutt, though they failed to notice the flicker of indignation on the mutt's face. Hiding for so long, was it finally time to be discovered? The little mutt thought to itself. Although it appeared to be just a small dog, it actually carried a touch of the white tiger bloodline within. If it unleashed its true strength, even ordinary beasts of the same realm would struggle against it. Meanwhile, in the Xue family, Xue Changjiang sat gloomily in the family hall with other elders of the Xue family present. Clearly, they had already learned of Xue Qinyang's demise. As a family slightly weaker than the Li family, having their second son openly killed was undoubtedly a provocation. "Patriarch, this cannot be tolerated. This act is akin to challenging us right under our noses." One elder at the peak of the integration stage stood up, anger evident on his face, while others expressed both support and opposition. "Patriarch, I think we need to deliberate carefully." After all, the second son traveled with elders at the integration stage for protection, and it's said that Li Qingdi and Li Qingping were also by their side. Their background may not be ordinary, so I suggest we investigate first. "Changjing, you seem to be afraid. Has our Xue family lost its former edge after so many years in the Yuanwu kingdom?" The elder who had previously suggested eliminating Lu Jiuyuan snorted coldly, while Elder Changjing responded with a disdainful huff. "Tianlong, I'm only considering the overall situation for the Xue family." "Nonsense, you're just scared." Elder Tianlong scoffed again, and at that moment Xue Changjiang could no longer hold back. With a solemn expression, Xue Changjiang stated, "As my beloved son Chan Yang's death pains me as a father, but I cannot act on impulse. We must first clarify the enemy's background before deciding how to handle this." With that, Xue Changjiang exuded a dominating aura unique to patriarchs, the pressure of a latest-stage tribulation transcendence. "Yes, Patriarch. With Xue Chongjiang speaking, they dared not say anything further and could only comply. Naturally, the news also reached Xue Qinyang's brother. "Damn it, my dear brother, how could you have been killed?" Standing by the window, Xue Qintian sighed, a hint of disappointment on his face. Although he didn't care much for this brother, he was still his brother, and his death brought shame to him as well. Xue Qintian was the true prodigy of the Xue family, while Xue Qinyang was merely a playboy. Xue Qinyang had cultivated for over 100 years to break through to the nascent soul stage, whereas he, at only 200 years old, had already broken through to the foundation establishment stage and was hailed as the greatest hope of the Xue family. "Well, since my father has said there are arrangements, I shall wait and see. If it doesn't work out, I can always take revenge when I grow stronger in the future." However, being called a prodigy, Xue Qintian naturally had deep schemes. Without sufficient assurance, he would not rashly seek revenge. Thinking of this, Xue Qintian calmed down again and began his cultivation. From the fluctuations of his aura, it was evident that he was about to break through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. "Damn it, go for it. Fight him, Blood Wolf." In the audience of the Tianyong Beast Arena, countless gamblers watched the battle on the beast fighting stage, shouting hoarsely. With beast fights, there are naturally bookies, and the Tianyong Beast Arena is the largest among them. Meanwhile, news from Lu Jiuyuan and others had reached the ears of the Chun family's representatives at the Tianyong Beast Arena. "Since the Li family wants to play here, let's arrange it. Give them some leeway, and when they reach the 5th consecutive win, we will eliminate them." Chan Qi, one of the higher-ups of the Chen family, was responsible for managing the Tianyong Beast Arena here with a cultivation level at the peak of the integration stage. After receiving news from Li Qingdi and others, Chan Qi quickly ordered arrangements, and once his subordinates went down, he curiously pondered. What background does the person Li Qingdi brought have to dare to take down Xue Qinyang directly? Don't they fear the Xue family's revenge? Regardless, it seems the entire Yuanwu kingdom's landscape is about to change. As the second son of the Xue family, Xue Qinyang was openly killed, and no matter what, the Xue family would not let this go. As the Tianyong Beast Arena set things in motion, soon Lu Jiuyuan's little dog was matched against an opponent, a soft-boned rabbit, at the Qi refining stage. Though it was at the Qi refining stage, it was not very strong, just faster than an ordinary rabbit. In front of the little dog, it was easily slaughtered. Seeing that his opponent was a rabbit, a disdainful expression appeared on the little dog's face, which was perfectly observed by Li Qingping and others. "Look, it seems to look down on it." Li Qingping exclaimed in surprise, while Li Qingdi also looked puzzled. Qi refining stage beasts had not yet developed intelligence. In other words, they might not even understand human speech. How could it show a disdainful expression? Could it really be something profound? Lu Jiuyuan was even more convinced that this little dog was extraordinary. It was just a pity that Long Outyen said he was too lazy to come and stayed in the Qingshan garden to refine dragon blood, or otherwise he might have been able to see the little dog's wonders. "Alright, time is running out, let's go get ready," Lu Jiuyuan said, then picked up the little dog and headed towards the preparation area. Just as they were about to enter, Lu Jiuyuan paused and turned to Li Qingdi to ask, "By the way, if my opponent's beast dies, can I buy it with spirit stones?" This is naturally possible, but it depends on whether the other party agrees. Li Qingdi was taken aback for a moment, but quickly responded, then curiously asked, "Brother Lu, why do you ask this?" "It's nothing. I heard that the meat of the soft-boned rabbit is delicious. I just wanted to get a spicy rabbit head to eat." After saying this, Lu Jiuyuan hugged the little dog and went in while Li Qingdi was about to head to the audience area, but Li Qingping stopped him. "What's wrong? Brother, let's place a bet. After all, we should give Jiuyuan some face." Li Qingping thought for a moment and said, as anyone who comes to watch the beast fights would generally place bets. Betting on Lu Jiuyuan to win seems quite reasonable. Alright then. Li Qingdi could guess that the people at the Tianyong Beast Arena would likely give him some face, deliberately allowing Lu Jiuyuan to win a few matches, but that also meant the odds for the earlier matches would probably be low. During each match's break, they could continue to place bets. With this in mind, Li Qingdi took Li Qingping to the betting window, where they saw a sea of people and could only wait patiently. Soon it was their turn, and upon looking at the odds for Lu Jiuyuan, they were somewhat surprised, as both Lu Jiuyuan and his opponent had odds of 1-to-1, meaning even if they placed a bet, they would only break even. In the preparation area, Lu Jiuyuan observed many people soothing their magical beasts, among which were several at the foundation establishment and golden core stages. Naturally, he would not treat his little dog unfairly. With a serious expression, Lu Jiuyuan said, "As long as you win for me, I will find you 9 lovely female dogs when I return." Hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, the little dog felt speechless and revealed a hint of disdain in its eyes. How could a beast with the bloodline of the white tiger be interested in ordinary female dogs? In Lu Jiuyuan's eyes, this expression was interpreted as the little dog agreeing. However, he soon pondered something, his expression turning contemplative. But it doesn't seem right to call you little dog. I think I should give you a proper name. After saying this, Lu Jiuyuan began to think seriously. The magical beast he had purchased should not have an ordinary name. It must reflect the little dog's majesty. With that thought, a name quickly formed in his mind. Then I shall call you Little Huang, and you will follow my surname, becoming Lu Huang. How does that sound? After all, one day the little dog should be able to transform, so giving it a human name seemed reasonable. Magical beasts typically awaken their intelligence during the Foundation establishment period, allowing them to understand human language, but they still cannot speak, only communicating through divine sense. To speak human language, a beast must break through to the golden core stage, at which point it can articulate words. When it reaches the nascent soul stage, it can transform into human form. Upon hearing the name Little Huang, the little dog immediately began to struggle wildly. I don't want that. Such an unpleasant name sounds so earthy. In Lu Jiuyuan's eyes, this was merely excitement at having received a name. Thinking of this, Lu Jiuyuan said happily, Little Huang, you seem to really like this name. From now on you will be called Little Huang. With the name established, a human-like expression of despair appeared on Little Huang's face. No way, I must change this name when I break through to the Foundation establishment stage. As the surrounding competitors took the stage one after another, it was soon Lu Jiuyuan's turn. Little Huang, it's time for you to show your power. Win 10 matches in a row and bring back millions of spirit stones. Lu Jiuyuan encouraged and then led Little Huang to the No. 9 Beast Fighting Arena. Damn it, I lost all my 10,000 spirit stones here. When I go back, you'll have to kneel on the washboard. What's 10,000 to you? I've lost 100,000 spirit stones. What are you? Im low grade? Im middle grade? Watching the corpse of a crimson blood wolf lying upside down in the arena, spectators who had bet on it cried out in agony. Gambling is often a matter of heaven and hell. Losing is quite normal. The crimson blood wolf's opponent was a Qing Tian python. Seeing its opponent down, the python's owner, a middle-aged man with green hair, commanded it to crawl back onto him. Soon the arena was cleared. Ladies and gentlemen, the next battle features the soft-bone rabbit against Little Dog. What kind of fireworks will they create? Let's wait and see. Upon seeing the opponent's information on the list, the referee spoke with a somewhat strange expression, for in their assessment Little Huang was merely an ordinary little dog. After hearing the referee's words, the spectators in the stands began to complain furiously. Such a low-level battle shouldn't even happen. It's a waste of time. Is this battle really happening? I thought it was a gimmick. Forget it. What's there to see in such a match, and the odds are pitifully low. Everyone here has at least reached the Foundation establishment stage, so let's move on to the next match. Faced with the audience's complaints, the referee could only smile bitterly, but as a referee, how could he possibly cancel the match? Xiao Qing, great job. I'll get you something delicious when we return. In the passage back to the preparation area, the earlier middle-aged man stroked his Qing Tian python's head, to which the python nuzzled against him in a show of affection. At that moment, the middle-aged man seemed to notice something and looked surprised. He saw Lu Jiuyuan passing by with the little dog. Even a little dog can participate in the competition now. What a strange world full of wonders. The middle-aged man shook his head, not bothering further. However, he emanated an aura of the nascent soul stage, while the Qing Tian python was a peak Foundation establishment beast. Lu Jiuyuan did not pay much attention to the earlier middle-aged man, as he did not know him. Soon a glimmer of light appeared before him. The No. 9 Beast Fighting Arena has arrived. Let us welcome the soft-bone rabbit. The referee pointed in one direction, and a swift figure dashed out from the passage. Though small, it moved with incredible speed, appearing in the center of the arena in the blink of an eye. Following the soft-bone rabbit was its owner, a youth dressed in blue. Xiao Wu, you can definitely defeat your opponent. The youth encouraged the soft-bone rabbit, which nodded seriously. The referee, witnessing this scene, had a somewhat strange expression. With the soft-bone rabbit up, could it actually win? But with professional integrity, he would never laugh unless he couldn't help it. And who is the opponent of the soft-bone rabbit? Let us welcome Little Dog. After the referee spoke, he pointed again in another direction, and a figure slowly walked out from the passageway. The soft, fluffy body made one doubt whether it had even weaned. Lu Jiuyuan casually followed behind the little dog, as if the outcome had already been determined. Humph, just a little dog. How could it possibly compare to my Xiao Wu? Xiao Wu make sure to teach it a lesson. The youth snorted, coldly introducing himself as Tang San, the young master of the mediocre Tang sect. He had encountered this soft-bone rabbit during his training. Feeling a connection with the soft-bone rabbit, he brought it to the Tianyong beast fighting arena to give it some battle experience, even affectionately naming it Xiao Wu. A pleasant name helps foster a bond with pets and increases their rapport. Upon seeing this strange combination before him, Lu Jiuyuan couldn't help but furrow his brow. What an infuriating sense of familiarity. How strange. But now wasn't the time to think too much. The referee approached them. Both contestants, please take your positions. Boy, I never expected you'd dare bring a scruffy little dog here. Do you truly seek death? Before the match began, Tang San glanced at Lu Jiuyuan standing before him. A man far more handsome than himself, and inexplicably felt a surge of unprovoked fury. He sneered coldly and spoke. Seek death? Hardly. I've heard the soft-bone rabbit's meat is exceptionally tender, perfect for spicy rabbit head stew. I've yet to taste it, so after you defeat it, would you sell it to me? Rest assured, the price will be entirely fair. Lu Jiuyuan replied solemnly, though the outcome remained undecided. Yet surely the result was already self-evident. Moreover, Lu Jiuyuan had no doubt that Xiao Huang would prevail over a mere rabbit, even one famed for its speed. You seek death. I've never tasted dog stew either. After this you may sell you to me. I promise the price will be most reasonable. Tang San retorted furiously. At that moment the referee stepped between them. Let both spirit beasts take position. At his command, Xiao Huang and Xiao Wu instantly stood facing each other across the arena. Get on with it. We've already placed bets on the next match. Stop dawdling. Referee, do you wish to be beaten? Hurry up. Begin already. Gamblers in the stands shouted incessantly, and the referee, no longer hesitating, bellowed, the match begins. At the referee's signal, Tang San, standing behind the soft-bone rabbit, spoke first. Xiao Wu, execute the tornado formation. Through days of joint training, a subtle bond had already formed between Tang San and Xiao Wu. At Tang San's command, the soft-bone rabbit thrust powerfully off its hind legs and shot forward like an arrow loosed from its bow, its thigh muscles rippling visibly with each stride, looking oddly enough quite appetizing. The so-called tornado formation involved the soft-bone rabbit circling its opponent at blinding speed, inducing dizziness before delivering a devastating kick to the head, aimed squarely at a fatal strike. Though ranked extremely low among spirit beasts, even a single kick from the soft-bone rabbit could inflict grievous harm, especially to the head. With sufficient force, such a blow might well prove lethal. Alas, Xiao Wu faced Xiao Huang, a hound bearing the sacred bloodline of the white tiger. As Xiao Wu darted swiftly around him, Xiao Huang remained perfectly still, calm and unruffled. Yet in Tang San's eyes, Xiao Huang stood frozen, not in composure but in sheer terror, leaving him no choice but to urge his beast onward. Go, Xiao Wu. Your opponent, that wretched mutt, is already reeling from your whirlwind. Hearing these words, Xiao Wu accelerated further, while Tang San grew increasingly arrogant before Lu Jiuyuan. Boy, now you see the chasm between us. Trash like that has no place upon the beast arena floor, least of all a contemptible mongrel like him. To Tang San's astonishment, Xiao Huang showed no sign of shock. Perhaps he was paralyzed. But what of Lu Jiuyuan himself? Why did he remain utterly impassive? Oh, do you truly believe that? Xiao Huang, handle this as you see fit. Lu Jiuyuan merely shook his head, then turned his gaze toward Xiao Huang, standing calmly at the center of Xiao Wu's spiraling path, and murmured softly, Boy, cease this futile resistance. Your wretched mutt is already petrified with fear. Tang San sneered, yet Xiao Huang still made no move, until at last Xiao Wu launched her assault. Xiao Wu abruptly halted mid-stride, then lunged forward with explosive force, leaping high into the air and driving her full weight into a crushing kick aimed straight at Xiao Huang's skull. Only then did Xiao Huang stir, his jaws parting wide as he let loose a piercing howl, "Ow, ow." Its voice, soft and infantile, carried an almost endearing lilt. Yet Tang San scoffed dismissively, What? You think a few yelps will subdue my Xiao Wu? Utterly impossible. Oh shit. Before Tang San could finish his sentence, Xiao Wu, midair delivering her decisive strike, suddenly recoiled as if struck by an invisible force, curling tightly into a trembling ball upon the ground. Xiao Wu, what are you doing? It's only a stray dog. What in the world are you afraid of? Tang San roared, but Xiao Wu, lying motionless on the floor, had long forgotten combat itself. She quivered helplessly. Humbled, fragile, pitiful. Xiao Huang slowly turned toward Xiao Wu, then padded delicately across the arena toward her, drawing immediate attention from the gambling crowd above. This feels strange. Could it be a soul-based attack? Are you mad? At the Qi refinement realm, no one possesses soul techniques. Could it be? This stray dog is not as simple as he appears. Though spectators sensed something unusual, they dismissed it lightly. After all, Xiao Huang was merely at the early stage of Qi refinement. Any cultivator present could obliterate him effortlessly, so why dwell on it? As Xiao Huang drew nearer, Xiao Wu remained curled tight upon the ground, trembling uncontrollably as though utterly broken by some unseen dread. Xiao Wu, damn it, just wait. Tang San could bear it no longer. He refused to stand idle while Xiao Wu perished, forgetting entirely the sacred rule forbidding masters from interfering in battle, and charged headlong toward Xiao Huang. He would not allow a contemptible mutt to slay his Xiao Wu. That would disgrace the very honor of the Tang sect's young master. Seeking death. The moment Tang San moved, the referee's heart leapt with delight. He had waited for this. Though merely a referee, none could hold sway over such an arena without formidable cultivation. A torrent of golden core-peak energy erupted from the referee's body, instantly pinning Tang San flat to the ground. Damn it! I'd forgotten entirely. Crushed beneath the overwhelming pressure, Tang San finally recalled where he stood. The Tianyong Beast Arena. No place for recklessness. Not even he nor the mighty Tang sect behind him could withstand the arena's authority. Elder, please show mercy. I acted in blind rage. I beg you, withdraw your oppressive aura. For your first offense I shall spare you. Cross me again and you die. The referee snorted coldly, then withdrew his pressure. Tang San scrambled upright, disheveled and humiliated. As he rose, a flash of venomous hatred flickered across his eyes. Though outwardly submissive, inwardly, he seethed with defiance. In his view, the referee had already sealed his own doom. Tang San stood now at the peak of foundation establishment, and when he ascended further, the referee would pay dearly. But for now, Xiao Wu's plight demanded urgency. Tang San immediately lifted his gaze, and saw Xiao Huang standing before her. Xiao Huang opened its maw wide and lunged straight at Xiao Wu with a ferocious bite. No! Tang San roared in fury, but the referee standing nearby watched him like a hawk, leaving him no choice but to stand frozen, helplessly watching as helpless Xiao Wu had her neck snapped clean in one brutal bite. Yet this outcome was hardly surprising. Xiao Huang carried a trace of white tiger bloodline within. Faint, yes, yet more than sufficient to overwhelm ordinary creatures. That explained why even a single roar from Xiao Huang had pinned Xiao Wu motionless on the spot. Winner, the little earth dog. As Xiao Wu fell lifeless, the referee announced the verdict aloud. Xiao Huang, utterly nonchalant, ambled lazily back to Lu Jiuyuan's side. At that moment, Tang San's rage surged to its zenith. Yet he knew full well that any outburst here would not only seal his own fate, but jeopardize the entire Tang sect. With that grim realization, he strode forward, face dark as storm clouds, intent on retrieving Xiao Wu's body, only for Lu Jiuyuan to speak. I find the soft bone hair rather intriguing. Since it's merely a corpse, how about selling it to me? Turning, Tang San saw Lu Jiuyuan gazing at him with unflinching seriousness. By then, Tang San's hatred toward him had already crystallized into pure venom. How could he possibly agree to sell Xiao Wu's remains? Would such compliance not amount to public surrender? One might lose a match, but never one's aura of invincibility. Tang San opened his mouth to refuse, when Lu Jiuyuan spoke again softly. I'll pay 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Lu Jiuyuan had clearly anticipated Tang San's hesitation, and without pause named his price. The words struck Tang San like ice water, freezing his rebuttal mid-throat. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Such a sum dwarfed the entire Tang sect's reserves. Yet reason, cold and unwavering, held greed in check. Accepting the stones would be tantamount to conceding inferiority, shattering his unyielding Tao heart, dooming his future cultivation to stagnation or collapse. Just as Tang San began to refuse, Lu Jiuyuan's voice cut in once more. 10,000 not enough. Then 20,000. Deal, you take it. At the staggering figure of 20,000, Tang San accepted without hesitation. After all, 20,000 premium spirit stones. Such wealth was beyond even the Tang sect's reach. With that fortune, he could ascend to the Golden Core realm in mere days. Then, the time for vengeance would finally arrive. Though he accepted the payment, his resolve for retribution burned fiercer than ever. Lu Jiuyuan blinked in mild surprise, having expected far stiffer resistance. His original estimate had been 100,000. Throughout history, paying 100,000 high-grade spirit stones for a mere foundation establishment-level soft-bone hair. Only Lu Jiuyuan would dare such extravagance. Here. Lu Jiuyuan tossed over a spatial storage pouch. Inside lay precisely 20,000 high-grade spirit stones. A storage ring was unnecessary for Tang San. A simple pouch sufficed. Firstly, storage rings were vastly rarer and more valuable than pouches. Secondly, Lu Jiuyuan possessed far more pouches than rings, so parting with one eased inventory strain. Tang San snatched the pouch, swiftly verified the stones, then departed without delay. To procure resources and break through to the Golden Core realm without delay. Tisk tisk tsk. What a heartless scoundrel. Shaking his head, Lu Jiuyuan approached Xiao Wu's body and retrieved it. Soft bone hairs must be prepared while fresh. Otherwise their flavor deteriorates sharply. All the while Xiao Huang stood silently beside him. By the way, shall I proceed directly to the next bout, or is there protocol I should follow? As he prepared to leave, Lu Jiuyuan turned curiously to the referee, who wore an odd expression. Did anyone truly enter Tianyong Beast Arena without knowing the dueling rules? Still the referee patiently replied. You may continue, but you must wait 1 hour while we match you with a suitable opponent. Hearing this, Lu Jiuyuan did not hesitate. He immediately confirmed continuation, then descended to await his next challenger. Meanwhile, spectators in the stands grew briefly curious, but soon lost interest, distracted by the next match. Few had even placed bets on this bout. A handful, however, had wagered. More for amusement than profit. Hey, senior sister. I told you my judgment was sharper. Convinced now. In the stands sat Cheng Shui and Lin Yuran, those who'd met Lu Jiuyuan in the ancient realm. Lin Yuran spoke with animated excitement. Having eaten many soft-bone hairs herself, she knew well their frail combat prowess. Once seized, they were doomed. Cheng Shui, however, focused elsewhere. So even that unremarkable little earth dog emerged victorious. No wonder he tamed a true dragon. Truly terrifying. Both had long recognized Lu Jiuyuan, though Cheng Shui had since broken through to Foundation Establishment while Lin Yuran stood at the peak of Foundation Establishment. Senior sister. You promised if I won you'd give me that celestial silkworm robe. Lin Yuran suddenly remembered, prompting Cheng Shui to shake her head and smile. How could your senior sister lack such a trifle? Take it. She withdrew a garment of pristine snow-white luster from her spatial ring and placed it gently into Lin Yuran's hands. Lin Yuran slipped it on at once, and the celestial silkworm robe instantly reshaped itself to fit her perfectly. Any connoisseur present would have instantly recognized its origin. Woven from the crimson-scented silk of the Qishuan celestial silkworm, it was a genuine profound-rank lower-tier defensive artifact, capable of deflecting attacks from early-stage golden core cultivators. Elsewhere, Li Qingdi and Li Qingping hastened toward the preparation zone the moment they witnessed Lu Jiuyuan's victory. En route, Li Qingdi couldn't suppress his astonishment. How could a random earth dog chosen by Lu brother effortlessly slay a soft bone hare? True, the hare was weak, but being subdued by a single roar, that implied something profound. It meant Xiao Huang was anything but ordinary. When the two arrived at the preparation zone, Lu Jiuyuan was already setting up a cauldron and kindling fire. Plenty of time to prepare the soft bone hare within the hour. You've arrived. Care for a taste? Well, never mind. Might as well take a bite. Li Qingdi had long since transcended the need for food, yet he reluctantly accepted Lu Jiuyuan's earnest invitation and took only a modest taste, only to find himself instantly overcome, devouring the dish ravenously. Brother, don't eat so fast. I haven't even had much yet. Li Qingping watched exasperated, while Li Qingdi paid her no heed. His frantic feasting stemmed from an astonishing realization: this soft bone hare conferred extraordinary benefits upon him. As the last morsels vanished, Li Qingdi found his cultivation on the cusp of breaking through to the midstage of nascent soul refinement, requiring only minimal further practice upon returning home. This spared him nearly a century of arduous cultivation. By his original estimation, such a breakthrough would not have occurred for another 100 years. This was not due to any deficiency in talent. Rather, with his Tier 3 lower rank heavenly aptitude, advancing one minor realm within a century was already an exceptional feat. Upon reaching the nascent soul refinement realm, his lifespan soared to 10,000 years, making a mere century seem no longer than a single year to mortals. Many thanks, Brother Lu, Li Qingdi said, savoring the lingering aftertaste as he expressed his gratitude to Lu Jiuyuan, who, bewildered, replied with genuine surprise. No trouble at all. Feel free to come anytime you need more. In his past life, Lu Jiuyuan often cooked for himself, hardly an unpalatable skill, and after transmigrating to the Dishan continent he had occasionally refined his culinary art in his spare time, unexpectedly mastering it with remarkable flair. Indeed, many thanks, Brother Lu. Li Qingdi smiled warmly, while Li Qingping stared helplessly at the single hair leg remaining in her hand. She hadn't even registered what was happening before Li Qingdi had devoured nearly the entire soft bone hair. Fortunately, she'd snatched the last leg just in time. Is it truly that delicious? Li Qingping murmured skeptically, and without hesitation sank her teeth into the hair leg. No. Li Qingdi instantly sensed disaster. He rushed forward to stand before Li Qingping. Just as the meat entered her body, a torrent of violent, unruly energy erupted within her, surging wildly, as if ready to tear her apart. Fortunately, Li Qingdi intervened in time, stabilizing the chaotic force coursing through her meridians, saving her from explosive rupture. In doing so, the raw power propelled her effortlessly from Foundation Establishment initial stage all the way to Foundation Establishment apex, without a trace of side effects. Only then did Li Qingping grasp why her brother had thanked Lu Jiuyuan so fervently. A single hair leg had catapulted her across 3 minor realms, while her brother, having consumed most of the hair, must have gained far more. Jiuyuan, thank you. Li Qingping gazed at Lu Jiuyuan with complex emotion, while Lu Jiuyuan himself began to suspect with dawning astonishment that even his cooking possessed something extraordinary. Yet why had he felt nothing of it himself? After brief reflection, he dismissed the thought. His own cultivation was progressing at an astonishing pace. He expected to reach the Golden Core realm within a month, rendering external enhancements unnecessary. No need for thanks. It was merely a trivial gesture. Lu Jiuyuan waved it off casually. Yet in the eyes of both Li Qingdi and Li Qingping his stature swelled immeasurably, a paragon of virtue, a peerless benefactor. But then Li Qingdi's expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze upon Lu Jiuyuan. Brother Lu, could this little earth hound conceal some profound mystery? Lu Jiuyuan simply shook his head. He had sensed no anomaly in Xiao Huang, only a quiet resonance of fate prompting him to adopt the dog without deeper inquiry. Though disappointed, Li Qingdi considered it natural. If even a nascent soul refiner could detect nothing, how absurd it would be for a mere Foundation Establishment cultivator to do so. Right. I must prepare for my next match. Xiao Huang, are you ready? Lu Jiuyuan glanced toward the hound who lay lazily on the ground. Xiao Huang lifted his head, cast one indifferent glance, and promptly resumed napping. Then we'll leave you to it, Brother Lu, Li Qingdi said, gently ushering Li Qingping away. They still had bets to place, perhaps even backing Lu Jiuyuan for a perfect 10-win streak. Meanwhile, news of Lu Jiuyuan's victory swiftly reached Chun Chi's ears. Though the Earthhound's win had been anticipated, its effortless triumph struck him as deeply unusual. Something is amiss. Could this humble Earthhound truly be more than it seems? Yet our sect's Harmony Body Realm experts conducted thorough inspections and found no irregularities. Likely just a trick of perception. Still, if the Earthhound bested the soft-bone hair, its strength must surpass that creature's. We shall assign a stronger beast for its next bout. With that, Chun Chi issued orders to escalate the challenge facing Lu Jiuyuan. Elsewhere, the announcement of his upcoming match flashed across the arena screens, catching the attention of numerous gamblers. Huh. So the little Earthhound dares to fight again. Tch, these odds are steep indeed, 2 to 1. But its opponent is the Venom Mantis. Surely this time the hound will meet its grisly end. Upon seeing the odds, many gamblers hesitated, then withdrew their bets entirely upon learning the hound's foe was the Venom Mantis. The Venom Mantis's claws carried paralytic venom. Even a single scratch would rapidly immobilize its victim, leaving them helpless prey. Li Qingping and Li Qingdi, however, placed no such reservations, immediately wagering heavily on Lu Jiuyuan. First wealth posed no constraint. A second, they wished to probe the Earthhound's ultimate limits, perhaps even witnessing a flawless 10-win streak. Chang Shui and her companions also observed the scene, startled. Shouldn't one seize victory and withdraw? Lin Yuran, however, seemed to recall something, and with a mischievous grin turned to Chang Shui. Senior sister, shall we wager again? I still believe the Earthhound will triumph. No thank you. I've already lost you a celestial silkworm robe. I possess nothing finer to offer. Chang Shui, determined not to suffer another humiliating loss, hastily declined. Very well. But shall we still back the Earthhound? Lin Yuran sighed faintly, her hopes of further shearing wool dashed by her senior sister's refusal. Yes, I too wish to witness just how far this earth hound can go. Cheng Shui spoke with solemn resolve. In the prior match, she had bet on the soft-bone hare and suffered a crushing defeat. This time she intended to reclaim every lost treasure. On the earth hound's victory. Time slipped by swiftly. An hour had already passed. Let's go, Xiao Huang. It's time to head up. Lu Jiuyuan kicked Xiao Huang, who had just dozed off, then strode calmly toward the arena's upper tier. Xiao Huang following at his own unhurried pace. Meanwhile, upon spotting Lu Jiuyuan entering the No. 9 Beast Arena, the referee's expression grew markedly more serious. He had received explicit instructions. Lu Jiuyuan was affiliated with that person. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the little earth dog, whose debut match ended in an instant annihilation of the soft-bone rabbit. Only after Lu Jiuyuan and Xiao Huang stepped onto the platform did the referee leisurely gesture toward the opposite side. And what formidable opponent awaits our little earth dog this time? Let us welcome the venomous mantis. At the referee's proclamation, a middle-aged man clad in black emerged from the entrance, and perched upon his shoulder sat a deep green mantis, its forelimbs radiating a faint, chilling aura of menace. This was the venomous mantis. Its mere touch induced paralytic poisoning, leaving victims utterly powerless and collapsed. The man wasted no time before speaking. Young man, you'd best surrender now. My venomous mantis is no match for your little earth dog. Not even close. Though you've entered the chi refinement realm, before my treasured companion you stand utterly defenseless. Uncle Lu Jiuyuan replied with a faint sneer, your venomous mantis doesn't even measure half the size of Xiao Huang's paw. Perhaps you should worry instead whether your precious pet will be swatted into oblivion by Xiao Huang's next strike. You? Very well, very well. My darling, show no mercy. Let him watch as his little earth dog meets its end. The man snorted coldly. He'd hoped to intimidate his opponent into retreat, but instead he'd encountered sheer recklessness. Now there would be no turning back. Contestants, please remain composed. The match is about to begin. The referee stepped forward to declare it. With a single glance from the man, the venomous mantis leapt from his shoulder onto the arena floor. Xiao Huang rose slowly, yet still appeared profoundly lethargic. Match. Commence. At the referee's command, the venomous mantis shot forward toward Xiao Huang. This time the little earth dog is surely doomed. Don't be deceived by the mantis's small frame. It moves with blinding speed, rivaling even the soft-bone rabbit. True, but more crucially, its claws secrete a potent paralytic toxin. A single scratch, and victory becomes inevitable. Yet somehow, I can't shake the feeling this little earth dog will deliver something extraordinary. Spectators in the stands, once dismissive, now watched intently. Some even hoping fervently that Xiao Huang might overcome the venomous mantis. As the venomous mantis closed in on Xiao Huang, Lu Jiuyuan spoke calmly, Xiao Huang. End it swiftly. No delays. At his command, Xiao Huang sprang into motion, dashing toward the mantis. Yet to onlookers his pace seemed sluggish, barely faster than an ordinary stray dog. In moments dog and mantis collided. The venomous mantis lunged, forelimbs extended to strike. Just one graze and Xiao Huang's defeat would become a matter of time alone. Even the man couldn't suppress a mocking smile. The outcome is decided. Not quite yet. A faint enigmatic smile played upon Lu Jiuyuan's lips. As he spoke, Xiao Huang's paw flashed outward, crushing the venomous mantis into crimson pulp in a single brutal strike. The sudden reversal left both the man and the gambling crowd stunned into silence, except for Li Qingdi, who murmured in genuine astonishment. Another instant kill. What is this Xiao Huang's origin? Moments later the arena erupted in thunderous disbelief. Impossible. Did I truly see that? One strike, and the venomous mantis reduced to paste. HSS. Suddenly I have a hunch. This little earth dog may well achieve 5 consecutive victories. Regardless, I'll place my bet on the little earth dog for the next match. Somehow I sense it's far more than it appears. The referee swiftly recovered and raised his voice. Winner. The little earth dog. The man regained his composure instantly, his face darkening with suppressed fury. Brat. You're playing the pig to devour the tiger. How ruthlessly deceitful. Had he not feared the referee's authority and the Chun family's influence, he'd have struck Lu Jiuyuan down then and there. Oh, am I deceitful? I never claimed Xiao Huang was weak. Lu Jiuyuan replied, genuinely puzzled, then turned to leave. Yet just before stepping away he paused. Still, I advise you guard your tongue. One careless word may summon calamity. Only then did Lu Jiuyuan depart, Xiao Huang trotting beside him, and not before requesting the referee schedule his next bout. To attain 10 consecutive victories, he intended to waste no unnecessary time on the arena floor. Meanwhile, Chang Shui stood frozen. Then after a beat, a subtle smile curved her lips. A stray dog defeating the venomous mantis. When did this world turn so strange? Still, this little earth dog is clearly no ordinary beast. Under certain circumstances, closer inspection may be warranted. This round, however, owes me thanks. I've just gained 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. She'd wagered 10,000. Collecting her winnings would net her a tidy to the sandstone profit. Pure windfall. By now Lu Jiuyuan had returned with Xiao Huang to the preparation zone. There, without hesitation, he lifted the dog into his arms. His gaze alight with quiet curiosity. Xiao Huang, I find myself ever more intrigued. What breed are you? To best the venomous mantis. You're a dog. And your whole family's dogs. Xiao Huang barked furiously. But to Lu Jiuyuan it remained only canine yapping. After all, only upon reaching the Golden Core realm could he speak human tongue. Right? I forgot you're just a dog. Once we return to Qingshan Courtyard, I'll ask Long Outyen to take a look. He'll likely recognize your species. Lu Jiuyuan shook his head and set Xiao Huang gently down. Long Outyen, now a true dragon, possessed insight sharp enough to discern Xiao Huang's nature. Long Outyen had spoken human language even at Foundation Establishment peak. Not surprising given his extraordinary draconic bloodline vastly superior to ordinary demonic beasts. Hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, Xiao Huang felt a flicker of curiosity. Does Lu Jiuyuan keep other pets? Qingshan Courtyard. Achoo! Who's speaking of me? Long Outyen, deep in the refinement of dragon blood, sneezed, then frowned skeptically. At his cultivation level, such a mundane reflex was impossible. There remained but one truth: someone was thinking of him. Yet Long Outyen dismissed the notion and simply rolled over, resuming his sacred work of blood refinement. He had already broken through to the midstage of the Golden Core realm, and full ascension to latestage loomed near. Soon the news spread to Chun Chi that Xiao Huang had eliminated the venomous mantis with a single strike. Are you certain? Chun Chi's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon the subordinate before him, who nodded solemnly in reply. I am certain. The little earth dog struck only once and felled the venomous mantis. So it seems we misjudged this one entirely. Yet even so, how formidable could a mere earth dog truly be? Issue my order, assign a far stronger opponent for his next match. If possible, let this be where his journey ends. Chun Chi spoke dismissively. His subordinate bowed and departed at once to carry out the command. Soon the identity of Xiao Huang's next adversary was officially announced. The spectators erupted in shock. Has Tianyong Beast Arena truly abandoned all pretense, deploying a silver moon wolf against a mere earth dog? Tisk tisk tsk. This is no longer child's play. The earth dog will almost certainly fall here. Indeed, the silver moon wolf's combat prowess is extraordinary. The little dog may well become its next meal. Though many were tempted by the enticing 5-to-1 odds on Xiao Huang's victory, none dared wager against such an overwhelming disparity in strength. Consequently, most gamblers shifted their bets to the silver moon wolf, whose odds plummeted to 1-to-1, a modest yet virtually guaranteed. Yet a handful still backed Xiao Huang. After all, they were seasoned gamblers, adept at reading hidden potential. And from prior matches it was clear the earth dog had not yet revealed its full power. Perhaps against all odds it might yet triumph over the silver moon wolf. Li Qingping and Li Qingdi placed their wagers on Xiao Huang without hesitation. Having come solely to support Lu Jiuyuan, they now sensed unmistakably that Xiao Huang was no ordinary beast. Still, even among quadrupeds, terrifying beings existed. So they remained utterly baffled as to Xiao Huang's true origins. Meanwhile, Cheng Shui and Lin Yuran joined the betting as well. Cheng Shui wagered merely to probe Xiao Huang's ultimate limits, while Lin Yuran, unburdened by coin, bet generously. As direct disciples of the North Snow Sect's elders, neither lacked spirit stones, and both wagered with effortless confidence. Back in the preparation zone, Lu Jiuyuan had already received word of his opponent, and let out a cold, mirthless laugh. So Tianyong Beast Arena wishes to halt my advance. But I came here for that 10 million spiritone prize. I'll never withdraw halfway. Xiao Huang facing the silver moon wolf. Surely this poses no real challenge for you. Lu Jiuyuan turned to Xiao Huang, who merely lifted his head and cast him a sidelong glance. Its meaning unambiguous: the silver moon wolf was nothing more than trivial prey. Then prepare yourself well. They'll be utterly astonished when the time comes. Lu Jiuyuan shook his head and resumed cultivation. He sensed another breakthrough was imminent. And once achieved, even competing in the 100-nation grand contest would bring no shame. Meanwhile, the Silver Moon Wolf's master also received the news, and scoffed contemptuously. A mere earth dog. Its victories over the supplebone hare and the venomous mantis were mere flukes, born of their arrogance. Xiaoyin, unleash your full power. Leave them no opening whatsoever. Ow! Ow! Lying beside him, the Silver Moon Wolf howled twice in acknowledgement, then rose ready to enter the arena. Upon seeing the Earth Dog's opponent, even the referee doubted his own eyes. Yet a second glance confirmed it. This decision had come from above. After all, if a lowly Earth Dog were allowed to win repeatedly, Tianyong Beast Arena's prestige would crumble. Though regretful, the referee smiled warmly and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome our two-time champion, the Earth Dog, and his formidable adversary, the Silver Moon Wolf. Will the Earth Dog astonish us once more? Let us watch and see." Moments later, Xiao Huang sauntered leisurely into the center of the Beast Arena. While Lu Jiuyuan, observing closely, recognized the Silver Moon Wolf's master, a youth roughly his own age, likely some noble scion. "Young man, I advise you to surrender now. My Xiaoyin will show no mercy. Your first two opponents underestimated you, but I shall commit no such folly." The youth sneered. Lu Jiuyuan, however, found himself intrigued. Just where had this boy deduced the supplebone hare and venomous mantis had held back? "Young man, what is your name?" Lu Jiuyuan remained unruffled. After all, those capable of provoking his anger were already dead. To his surprise, the youth was not only arrogant but startlingly dim-witted. "I didn't call out." Hearing this, Lu Jiuyuan's brow twitched, and he sighed inwardly, speechless. "I asked your name, young man." "Oh, you wish to know the name of the one who'll defeat you? Fear not. I bear no alias, conceal no surname. Yi Changqing is my name." "Yi," Lu Jiuyuan murmured softly, then dismissed the thought. That 10 million spiritone prize was already his. Combat begins. At the referee's command, Yi Changqing shouted first, "Xiaoyin, attack. Hold nothing back." Instantly, the Silver Moon Wolf shot forward like a silver streak, rushing toward Xiao Huang. Sensing its ferocious charge, Xiao Huang shed all traces of lethargy in an instant. His hind legs coiled and sprang. He surged forward, closing the distance between wolf and dog in barely 2 seconds. This Earth Dog is no simple beast. Its speed rivals Xiao Yin's exactly. Though arrogant, Yi Changqing was no fool. Witnessing Xiao Huang's performance, he instantly grasped the truth. The Earth Dog was far more dangerous than it appeared. In moments, wolf and dog collided. Xiao Yin reared up claws, slashing downward. But Xiao Huang sidestepped with a swift, precise retreat. Then Xiao Huang unleashed a piercing howl. Insignificant to ordinary ears, yet thunderous in Yi Changqing's perception. This is the awe-inspiring pressure of the white tiger. As Xiao Huang let out a roar, Yi Changqing became momentarily unsettled. Although others could not discern it, having been born into the Yi family, he could certainly hear the trace of the white tiger's pressure in Xiao Huang's roar. Though it was merely a trace, the battlefield enhancement it provided to Xiao Huang was undoubtedly terrifying. As expected with Xiao Huang's roar, the Silver Moon Wolf was suddenly interrupted in its actions. It halted in its tracks, its entire body becoming involuntarily rigid. At the same time, Xiao Huang chose to pursue the attack. Xiao Huang dashed swiftly in front of the Silver Moon Wolf, opening its gaping mouth to bite down. Under the influence of the white tiger pressure, the Silver Moon Wolf had no ability to move. In this critical moment, Yi Changqing shouted loudly, "We concede." With Yi Changqing's words, Lu Jiuyuan also spoke up. "Xiao Huang, that's enough." Upon hearing this, Xiao Huang shook its head and returned to Lu Jiuyuan's side. Meanwhile, the audience began to sense that something was amiss. Is this little dog truly not some divine beast? It can actually suppress the Silver Moon Wolf. No way, no matter who the little dog faces next, I must bet on it to win. Tisk tisk tisk, this is going to be a good show to watch. Many gamblers remarked in surprise, with the most shocked being Cheng Shui and Lin Yuran. This kid actually defeated the Silver Moon Wolf with just a little dog. Cheng Shui's face was filled with disbelief, while Lin Yuran, not realizing the gravity, cheerfully remarked, "No wonder he's my idol, he's truly impressive. But there's something off about that little dog. It definitely isn't ordinary." However, young Master Lu has a good relationship with the Li family, so the Tianyong Beast Arena probably won't say anything. Cheng Shui quickly thought of something, but then considered that Lu Jiuyuan had a good relationship with the royal family, so the Tianyong Beast Arena would likely not act recklessly. When the news reached Chen Kai's ears, he stood up in disbelief. How is it possible for such a little dog to defeat the Silver Moon Wolf? Could there be some hidden mystery in this little dog? As he spoke, Chen Kai's expression darkened. After all, this little dog had been assessed by their family's appraiser, yet even they could not discern anything unusual. This indicated that the little dog possessed a bloodline far beyond what their Chen family's appraisers had encountered. He wanted to retrieve the little dog, but then remembered that Lu Jiuyuan had a very good relationship with the Li family. Moreover, the Shui family had not yet come to seek revenge on Lu Jiuyuan, which indicated the seriousness of the situation. "Sai, it can't be helped. Since it has come to this, I can only let it go for now. But I absolutely cannot allow the little dog to continue on a range for an even stronger opponent for them." Chen Qi quickly gave the orders, determined not to let Lu Jiuyuan and the others achieve 10 consecutive victories. After all, the prize for 10 consecutive victories was as high as 10 million high-grade spirit stones, which represented the total pure profit of the Tianyong Beast Arena for an entire year. If the family found out, even if they did not kill him, they would not let him have it easy. What Chen Qi did not expect was that Xiao Huang's bloodline was far more terrifying than he imagined. Though it was merely a trace of White Tiger bloodline, barring any accidents, Xiao Huang's minimum potential was at the Great Ascension stage. If it were to have a fortuitous encounter, breaking through to the Celestial Immortal stage would not be surprising. After all, a White Tiger with a complete bloodline could potentially break through to the Immortal King stage, a truly terrifying being. Meanwhile, on the 9 Beast Fighting stage, Yi Chongqing looked at Lu Jiuyuan with a complex expression. "Sai, I never thought I would actually lose to you. It's only natural. After all, before one has absolute confidence, even an immortal emperor would not dare to claim victory." Lu Jiuyuan shook his head and said while the immortal emperor was powerful to him, it was merely a target, not an unattainable existence. Upon hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, Yi Chongqing widened his eyes in disbelief. After all, that was the immortal emperor, a terrifying existence that even he would not dare to belittle. "Should I say you are innocent for your ignorance or arrogant and conceited? That is the immortal emperor." Yi Chongqing shook his head and then said seriously, "But no matter what, you are still the most interesting person I have met in Tianling Prefecture. If you are fortunate enough to step outside of Tianling Prefecture and come to Guhuang Prefecture, I would be glad to host you in the name of the Yi family." After saying this, Yi Chongqing commanded, then snorted lightly as the Silver Moon Wolf hurried to his side and followed him away. Upon hearing Yi Chongqing's words, a serious expression appeared on Lu Jiuyuan's face. "Is there an existence beyond Tianling Prefecture? The Guhuang Prefecture, it won't be long now, will it?" the referee announced loudly upon witnessing this scene. "Let us congratulate the little dog for winning the 3rd match. Now can the little dog continue to win and achieve victory in the 10th match? Let us wait and see." After this, Lu Jiuyuan took Xiao Huang back to the preparation area. Although Xiao Huang could utilize the White Tiger pressure, it was not in abundance. Given this battle, the next beast the Tianyong Beast Arena would send out would likely not be a trivial matter. Soon Li Qingdi and Li Qingping also arrived here. Having never heard of Guhuang Prefecture, they curiously looked at Li Qingdi. To their surprise, upon hearing about Guhuang Prefecture, Li Qingdi's expression turned grave, and he smiled wryly. "Brother Lu, you actually do not know about Guhuang Prefecture." "Indeed, I rarely understand such matters in my daily life. I have been engrossed in my cultivation." Lu Jiuyuan thought for a moment and replied casually, while Li Qingdi was taken aback, but could only explain. "Brother Lu, you should know that our Dihuan continent has 3,000 Dao prefectures, right? However, among these 3,000 Dao prefectures, they are further divided into top-tier, upper-tier, middle-tier, and lower-tier Dao prefectures. Our Tianling Prefecture is a middle-tier Dao prefecture, while Guhuang Prefecture is an upper-tier Dao prefecture, and within the upper-tier Dao prefectures there is an abundance of celestial energy, but one must reach the Great Ascension stage to absorb celestial energy." Li Qingdi shook his head somewhat wistfully. However, even his father had not broken through to the Great Ascension stage, let alone him. Even after breaking through to the Great Ascension stage, one could choose to remain in a lower or middle-tier Dao prefecture. After all, cultivators at the Great Ascension stage could convert spiritual energy into celestial energy, albeit slowly. "Is that so?" Lu Jiuyuan said with a somewhat grave expression, then curiously asked, "What level does Guhuang Prefecture rank among the upper-tier Dao prefectures?" "Top 10. Li Qingdi said earnestly. Being in the top 10 is enough to indicate that Guhuang Prefecture's strength is absolutely formidable. Nevertheless, Yi Chongqing still mentioned going to Guhuang Prefecture to announce his Yi family name. All of this indicates that the Yi family's influence in Guhuang Prefecture is definitely not small, and Yi Chongqing, I am afraid, does not stand low in the Yi family's hierarchy. Had it been before, Lu Jiuyuan might have felt some trepidation or envy, but now he was unafraid. Even if the Lu family were to surpass the Yi family, it would not take much time. Outside the Tianyong beast fighting arena, it was unclear when Yi Chongqing had already ascended to the sky. Standing beside him was an elder. The elder respectfully addressed Yi Chongqing, saying, "Young master, has this outing come to an end? Are you returning to the family?" Yi Chongqing coldly nodded in response. "Yes, let's head back. After staying in Tianling Prefecture for so long, it's time to return and cultivate." "Interesting. I wouldn't say so. It's just a matter of whether we will meet again someday. Let's go." Thinking of Lu Jiuyuan, Yi Chongqing smiled and shook his head. Following the elder's motion, Yi Chongqing also vanished from sight, and the elder was indeed a powerful being at the Earth Immortal Realm. His immense power went unnoticed throughout the entire Yuanwu Kingdom, even during his departure. What? He won again? When Chun Chi heard that Lu Jiuyuan had triumphed once more, the anger on his face was unmistakable. After Yi Chongqing left, Lu Jiuyuan had won 3 more matches. This meant that Lu Jiuyuan needed just 4 more victories to claim 10 million spirit stones, a sum enough to drive anyone to madness. No way. If he wins 10 matches, my family will surely tear me apart. But we can't confront Lu Jiuyuan directly. Damn it, send out the savage bear. As a creature with a unique and massive size in the Qi refinement stage, the savage bear's strength and defense were not comparable to those of ordinary early-stage monsters. Thus, when the savage bear was sent out, Chun Chi was already convinced that Xiao Huang would undoubtedly lose. However, what Chun Chi did not expect was that Lu Jiuyuan remained unfazed. Ridiculous. What is a savage bear in front of Xiao Huang? It means nothing. As Xiao Huang and Lu Jiuyuan stood facing the savage bear, the latter contemptuously looked at the pair, considering that the savage bear was nearly 100 times larger than Xiao Huang. Even Lu Jiuyuan had to look up to see the savage bear. "Xiao Huang, you should be fine, right?" Lu Jiuyuan said calmly. Xiao Huang merely barked once and said nothing further. Lu Jiuyuan understood that Xiao Huang did not see the savage bear as a threat. Under absolute bloodline suppression, no matter how large the savage bear was, it was still insignificant in Xiao Huang's eyes. The match begins. With the referee's command, the savage bear charged first. As it ran, the arena trembled, making Xiao Huang appear even smaller and more pitiful. However, Xiao Huang was not overly worried. Just as the bear's paw was about to strike, Xiao Huang finally launched a counterattack, quickly maneuvering to evade the savage bear's assault. Although the savage bear is strong, its speed is significantly slower, making its attacks appear painfully slow in Xiao Huang's eyes, allowing Xiao Huang to easily dodge. Moreover, the savage bear cannot sustain such attacks for long, meaning that as long as Xiao Huang can hold out a bit longer, it will be the perfect moment to strike back once the savage bear is exhausted. But I'm curious, can Xiao Huang break through the savage bear's defenses? Looking at the enormous frame of the savage bear, Li Qingdi shook his head with some concern while Li Qingping looked serious. Of course it can. I believe Xiao Huang is definitely capable of creating a miracle. Besides, we didn't expect Xiao Huang to win this far, did we? Hearing Li Qingping's words, Li Qingdi thought about it and smiled, shaking his head. We'll know by watching, won't we? And as the situation developed as Li Qingdi anticipated, although the savage bear's power was immense, it could not maintain its strength for long. After attacking for more than 5 minutes, its movements began to slow. Now's the time. Go, Xiao Huang. With Lu Jiuyuan's command, Xiao Huang dashed towards the savage bear, reaching the bear's feet in mere seconds. Seeing this, the savage bear did not hesitate to strike down with its paw. In response, Xiao Huang let out a roar, the pressure from the white tiger causing the savage bear's speed to falter. Xiao Huang made a tremendous leap, landing on the savage bear's back and fiercely biting down on its neck. The terrifying defense of the savage bear crumbled beneath Xiao Huang's teeth, and a torrent of blood gushed from the bear's neck with each bite. After a few more strikes, even the formidable savage bear could only meet its end. Witnessing this scene, the gamblers erupted in wild cheers. "Little Earth Dog! Little Earth Dog! Little Earth Dog!" Enjoying the cheers of the crowd, Xiao Huang calmly returned to Lu Jiuyuan's side, who simply patted its head before leading it back to the preparation area. Let us congratulate the little Earth Dog for achieving 7 consecutive victories. It needs just 3 more wins for its owner to receive a reward of 10 million spirit stones. The referee said excitedly, and the gamblers present immediately reacted to this news. Indeed, I never expected this to happen. Exactly, after all, no beast has ever achieved 10 consecutive victories. If the little earth dog manages that, it would be an utter disgrace for the Tianyong Beast fighting arena. Tisk, I just think the Tianyong Beast fighting arena won't allow anyone to achieve 10 consecutive victories. After all, 10 million spirit stones could hire a tribulation transcendence cultivator to intervene. While everyone believed that the Tianyong Beast fighting arena would not allow Lu Jiuyuan to take away 10 million spirit stones, they did not realize that Chen Qi was already completely at a loss. Damn it, do I really have to let Lu Jiuyuan win 10 million spirit stones? Chen Qi raged helplessly, but the most pressing issue was to protect the 10 million spirit stones. With this in mind, he took a deep breath, stood up, and walked outside to meet Lu Jiuyuan. Tisk, brother Lu, you are indeed remarkable. To achieve 7 consecutive victories so quickly at this rate, the 10 million spirit stones will likely be yours. In the preparation area, Li Qingdi sincerely said to Lu Jiuyuan, after all, even he could not easily part with such a large sum of spirit stones. It's just a small matter, a mere 10 million spirit stones are nothing to me, Lu Jiuyuan said politely, and at this moment admiration was already shining in Li Qingping's eyes. As Li Qingdi was about to say something else, he sensed something and spoke with a hint of intrigue. Brother Lu, it seems someone is here to see you. Turning around, he looked towards a certain direction where the figure of a middle-aged man had unexpectedly appeared. Oh, someone is here to see me, Lu Jiuyuan said with curiosity. After all, he had no acquaintances in the capital, so who could be looking for him? The visitor was Chen Qi. Upon seeing both Li Qingdi and Li Qingping present, Chen Kai's expression did not change significantly. I have seen the 3rd prince and the 6th princess. Chen Qi first greeted Li Qingdi and Li Qingping. Although his cultivation had reached the fusion stage, he still needed to pay his respects to them in the Yuanwu kingdom, where the Li family held power. Brother Lu, this is Chen Qi from the Chen family who manages the Tianyong Beast arena. Li Qingdi specifically reminded him, but Lu Jiuyuan did not take it to heart and turned to Chen Qi to inquire. Senior Chen, what can I do for you? Upon hearing this, Chen Qi smiled and then probed. I was just curious about your identity. After all, it seems there is no major force with the surname Lu in the Yuanwu kingdom. There was no other choice. Had it not been for apprehensions, Chen Qi would have confronted him directly. Clearly, Lu Jiuyuan understood the implications of his words and smiled as he replied. There is no need for you to inquire further, Senior Chen. My influence is beyond your reach. Upon hearing this, even Chen Kai's usually amiable demeanor showed a trace of anger. After all, he was backed by the Chen family, and mysterious forces were not to be trifled with. He had even heard of powers at the human immortal stage. However, considering that Lu Jiuyuan was someone even Li Qingdi respected, perhaps his background truly was at the human immortal stage. With this thought, Chen Qi took a deep breath and forced a smile. What you said, young Lu, is true. However, since you are my guest at the Tianyong Beast Arena, I have not hosted you well. Here is 1 million spirit stones, consider it a welcoming gift, and please feel free to enjoy elsewhere. After saying this, Chen Qi took out a storage ring to hand it to Lu Jiuyuan, who accepted it without hesitation. After all, this was a gift that came to him, why refuse it? Li Qingdi was also somewhat surprised. He had initially thought Lu Jiuyuan would refuse, considering the current situation where no beast in the Tianyong Beast Arena could withstand little Huang. 1 million spirit stones versus 10 million. He should be able to discern which was more important, right? However, this was fine. After all, the strength of the Chen family was not weak. It was better to avoid trouble if possible. He just didn't expect Lu Jiuyuan to say seriously. I appreciate Senior Chen's kindness, but I find the Tianyong Beast Arena quite splendid, so I would like to stay and enjoy it for a while longer. Upon hearing this, the smile on Chen Kai's face faded, and Li Qingdi and Li Qingping were initially taken aback, but quickly flushed with embarrassment. They couldn't laugh. They were desperately holding back their laughter, while Chen Kai's veins were visibly bulging. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his anger and said, Young Lu, are you trying to amuse me? You just accepted 1 million spirit stones. 1 million spirit stones is what I need a whole year of extraction to earn. Now I am giving you 1 million to mitigate a 10 million loss, yet Lu Jiuyuan actually wants to turn his back on me. Does he really think the Chen family has no face? I indeed accepted it, but isn't this a welcoming gift from you? I don't recall agreeing to anything, did I? Lu Jiuyuan said with an innocent face, his naive expression igniting Chen Kai's fury to its peak at that moment. Young Lu, you must understand, this is the Tianyong Beast Arena, my Chen family's territory. No one can act recklessly here, not even the 3rd prince. Chen Qi threatened. Hearing this, Li Qingdi's expression also darkened, but indeed it was a valid point, and he could only endure it. After hearing this, Lu Jiuyuan's expression also turned grim. Senior Chan, can I interpret this as you threatening me? Not a threat per se, simply a reminder that no one can act recklessly in my Tianyong Beast Arena. Chan Chi replied defiantly. Instead of getting angry, Lu Jiuyuan smiled upon hearing this. Ha ha ha, I never expected to be threatened on my first visit to the Tianyong Beast Arena. Thousand Ghost King, come forth and teach him a lesson. As Lu Jiuyuan's words fell, a black mist emerged before him, causing Chun Kai's expression to change dramatically. What? There is actually a powerful being secretly protecting him. Just as Chan Chi was about to act, he was lifted effortlessly by the Thousand Ghost King. His terrifying fusion stage power immediately suppressed. Young master, how should we deal with him? The Thousand Ghost King said calmly, looking at Chan Chi as if he were a dead man. Cough, 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 spare my life. I am a member of the Chun family. If you dare to kill me, the Chun family will not let it go. In the face of absolute power, Chan Chi finally felt fear and began to plead for mercy. However, Lu Jiuyuan was no great savior. Since the other party dared to threaten him, they would have to pay the price. In that case, let's cripple his cultivation, Lu Jiuyuan said flatly. Not killing him was already considered a great favor to the Chun family. Yes. Chan Kai's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this, revealing extreme terror, as the Thousand Ghost King directly absorbed all his cultivation. His entire aura also became weak soon, resembling a candle flickering in the wind about to extinguish. Get out of here. If you dare to threaten me again, there will be no mercy. Lu Jiuyuan snorted coldly, while Chan Kai's eyes were filled with resentment. However, he said nothing, merely glared at Lu Jiuyuan before leaving resentfully. Brother Lu, do you think what you did might pose some hidden dangers? After all, the Chen family is not one to let things go easily. Li Qingdi reminded him, his tone filled with concern, while Lu Jiuyuan nonchalantly replied. Brother Li, you should know I came for the 10 million spirit stones. The Chen family will definitely not allow me to take away 10 million spirit stones, so our conflict was doomed from the start. Moreover, it is just the Chun family. If they dare to come, destroying them is not impossible. Upon hearing this, Li Qingdi could only sigh, as this matter was beyond his capacity to handle, and he needed to report it to the king. Ah, damn it! How dare he! Back in his room, after setting up the barrier, Chan Chi erupted in fury. He had spent thousands of years cultivating to break through to the integration stage, and now his efforts had gone to waste. If it weren't for taking a life-saving pill in time, he would have probably died of old age. I can only inform the family about this matter. No matter what, I have done my best. Chan Chi took out the communication stone and informed the Chen family about what happened here, then quickly sat down to meditate. The most important thing now was to recover his lost cultivation. Fortunately, with prior cultivation experience, Chen Chi quickly broke through to the peak of foundation establishment, but there were still some difficulties in reaching the golden core stage. On the other side, Lu Jiuyuan quickly prepared for his next battle and successfully achieved a remarkable 9 consecutive victories. Within the Chun family, the family head Chen Fenglei had already received news from Chen Chi and gathered the high-ranking members of the Chen family. Chen Fenglei's expression was dark as he spoke. What do you all think about this matter? Chen Fenglei sat in the head seat looking at the elders, his cultivation at the late tribulation transcendent stage, radiating extreme anger barely contained. Humph, what else can we do? They dared to cripple a member of our Chan family. Even Li Xianyan wouldn't be so audacious. An elder at the late integration stage snorted coldly, clearly underestimating Lu Jiuyuan, and several elders raised objections. After all, anyone who could provoke the Li Qingdi must have an extraordinary background. According to Chan Chi, he was crippled by a tribulation transcendent stage cultivator. To have a tribulation transcendent stage cultivator secretly protect him, that background at least reached the great ascension stage. Regardless, our Chun family cannot swallow this anger. It is said that the second son of the Shui family has been dealt with by the opponent. If that's the case, let's send someone to negotiate with the Shui family. With both families applying pressure, I don't believe the opponent has any means to counter us. Chen Fenglei snorted coldly. It's just a background at the great ascension stage. He has it as well. His eldest daughter Chen Jiuyuan has already been taken under the wing of an elder from the 8th Thunder sect. The 8th Thunder sect is protected by a powerful earth immortal, while Chen Zueyuan's master Saint Thunder Taoist has reached the great ascension stage. In this situation, why should he fear? On the other side, Lu Jiuyuan was still unaware that the Chen family was preparing to take action against him. Xiao Huang finished the fight quickly, and then let's head back with the spirit stones. Lu Jiuyuan urged Xiao Huang, and Chun Chi naturally wouldn't go easy in the final battle, either arranging a flood dragon for Lu Jiuyuan. Although it was extremely challenging, Xiao Huang still managed to win. After Lu Jiuyuan achieved 10 consecutive victories, the gamblers present all stood up in excitement, shouting in unison, "I can't believe my eyes, someone actually achieved 10 consecutive victories. Did the Chun family not take action? That's a miracle. Regardless, I made a fortune this time. Ha ha ha, time to go home for dinner." Many gamblers said excitedly, as betting on Lu Jiuyuan's victory had earned them a substantial amount of spirit stones today, while Cheng Shui's shock was evident in her eyes. "Young Master Lu, you are becoming increasingly mysterious. Brother Lu is amazing. Senior sister, let's go meet Brother Lu later." Lin Yuran stood by with admiration in her eyes. Who could resist the charms of youth? Yet the timing wasn't right. It was clear that Lu Jiuyuan had become an object of affection for many. Unaware of the surrounding attention, Lu Jiuyuan approached the referee with a smile. "As far as I know, if I achieve 10 consecutive victories, I can collect 10 million top-grade spirit stones at the Tianyong Beast Arena, right?" The referee was also aware of the trouble Lu Jiuyuan had stirred, but due to Lu Jiuyuan's background, he couldn't do anything, or otherwise, he would not be the only one to pay the price. "Yes, we have registered your information. You can collect it at the front desk," the referee said with a grim face while Lu Jiuyuan waved his hand. "Thanks. Xiao Huang, let's go." With that, he directly jumped off the platform, and Xiao Huang hurriedly followed. As soon as Lu Jiuyuan landed, a group of young girls surrounded him. Come on, Lu Jiuyuan was now a hotcake in their eyes. If they didn't take action now, when would they? Seeing this, Lu Jiuyuan frowned slightly, clearly not enjoying the scene. Suddenly, Li Qingdi appeared and gently released his pressure, keeping the group of girls away from Lu Jiuyuan. "Brother Lu, you've really become the apple of many people's eyes," Li Qingdi teased, and Lu Jiuyuan could only smile bitterly. "Brother Li, you're joking. With your status, position, and looks, if you wanted to, you could easily surpass my current circumstances in no time." "That's true," Li Qingdi replied with a knowing look, while Li Qingping approached Lu Jiuyuan with a happy expression. "Jun, you're so impressive. What is so special about Xiao Huang that I can't see?" Li Qingping asked curiously, looking at the languid Xiao Huang. "I think Xiao Huang must possess the White Tiger bloodline." Lu Jiuyuan recalled what Yi Chongqing had said earlier, his voice very soft, but he still caught it. "What? The White Tiger bloodline?" Li Qingdi and Li Qingping's expressions turned to shock. The White Tiger is one of the 4 divine beasts, and under normal circumstances, an adult white tiger would reach a terrifying existence comparable to the Earth immortal stage, with some even breaking through to the realms of immortal kings and emperors. Now Lu Jiuyuan told them that the seemingly ordinary Xiao Huang actually possessed the White Tiger bloodline. Who could accept that? Indeed, although it's only a trace, it's enough for Xiao Huang to hardly encounter opponents of the same realm. Lu Jiuyuan said seriously, while Li Qingping picked up Xiao Huang, her smile fading. "I never expected you to possess the White Tiger bloodline. I really hope to see you grow up." Xiao Huang, nestled in Li Qingping's arms, snorted in response. After wasting a lot of time at the Tianyong Beast Arena, Lu Jiuyuan felt a bit tired. "Let's go back first. Your Shui family should also be unable to swallow this anger, right?" At this moment, the elder of the Chun family spoke with an expressionless face, having come to the Shui family to discuss cooperation. So what do you mean?" Shui Chongjiang said lightly as he sat opposite the elder of the Chun family, his inner anger having calmed down after the long mourning for his son. "With our 2 families joining forces, even the royal family cannot shelter that brat. Moreover, you should know that my Chun family's young lady has already become a disciple of an elder from the 8th Thunder sect. If they dare to act, the 8th Thunder sect will not stand idly by." The elder of the Chun family snorted coldly, possessing absolute confidence in persuading the Shui family to ally. While the Chun family couldn't send experts from the 8th Thunder sect, if the Chun family faced a life-and-death crisis, Chun Jiuyuan would not sit back and watch the Chun family be destroyed. Hearing the elder of the Chun family's words, a flicker of apprehension crossed Shui Changjiang's face, as the 8th Thunder sect was regarded as an absolute behemoth in their eyes. Thinking of his son's tragic death, a flash of hatred and determination quickly crossed Shui Changjiang's face. "All right then, I will work together with your Chun family's head. I refuse to believe that there are still great ascension stage cultivators protecting that brat." "All right, it's settled then." A trace of a smile also appeared on the elder of the Chun family's face. Clearly, he valued family dignity greatly. Eliminating that brat was perfect, especially with the alliance with the Shui family. Even the Li family would not dare to easily shelter that brat. On the other side, Lu Jiuyuan was still unaware that the Chun and Shui families had decided to act against him. At this moment, he had returned to Qingshan courtyard with Xiao Huang. "Brother Li, are you sure you don't want to come in for a couple of drinks?" Lu Jiuyuan invited enthusiastically, while Li Qingdi smiled and shook his head. "No, I have some insights recently and need to go back to refine them first." The spicy rabbit head from the Tianyong beast fighting arena had given him much insight, and he had not fully digested it yet. "Is that so? Then I won't disturb you, Brother Li." Lu Jiuyuan didn't try to stop him, while Li Qingping expressed some reluctance. "Jiuyuan, goodbye. See you soon." After saying this, Lu Jiuyuan was about to turn and enter, but at that moment Li Qingdi suddenly remembered something and stopped him. "Oh, by the way, there will be an auction at the Tianling auction house in 7 days. Are you interested, Brother Lu?" Hearing this, Lu Jiuyuan's face showed some curiosity, as he didn't have much knowledge about the Tianling auction house. "Of course I'm interested, but I know very little about the Tianling auction house. I wonder if Brother Li could enlighten me." Upon hearing this, Li Qingdi's eyes widened in disbelief, his tone full of incredulity. "Are you joking, Brother Lu? You don't even know about the Tianling auction house." But then he recalled Lu Jiuyuan's prior performance, and it seemed that not knowing was quite normal. After thinking for a moment, Li Qingdi explained, and from his mouth Lu Jiuyuan finally learned what the Tianling auction house was. In every Dao continent there exists a supreme being, and these supreme beings use their Dao continent as their title. The Tianling auction house is the property of the strongest person in Tianling continent, the Tianling Daoist, who has reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal stage. Naturally, no one dares to cause trouble at the Tianling auction house. Relying on the formidable strength of the Tianling Daoist, the Tianling auction house has naturally become the largest auction house in the entire Tianling continent. In the Yuanwu kingdom, there are branches of the Tianling auction house, and recently the Tianling auction house is about to hold an auction. Thinking of Lu Jiuyuan, Li Qingdi extended the invitation. "Is that so? Then let's go together. However, I estimate that I won't have much time in these 7 days, because I need to break through to the peak of foundation establishment." Lu Jiuyuan said earnestly, and upon hearing this, Li Qingdi's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. "Who breaks through so quickly? It's known that even he took months to break through a minor realm during his foundation establishment period." From Li Qingping, Li Qingdi learned that Lu Jiuyuan seemed to have been immortal before. In just a short month, no, even less than a month, he had stepped from being immortal into the foundation establishment stage, and now he was about to break through to its peak. Can you believe that? Upon hearing this, a flicker of urgency flashed in Li Qingping's eyes. She felt that the gap between herself and Lu Jiuyuan was growing wider, and if she did not work hard, she might not even see Lu Jiuyuan's back. In that case, we'll see each other in 7 days. Take care, Brother Lu. After bidding farewell to Li Qingdi and Li Qingping, he disappeared. "Xiao Huang, let's go home." Lu Jiuyuan smiled at Xiao Huang, then turned and walked into Qingshan courtyard, where he was spotted by Lin Jiling at the entrance. "Master," Lin Jiling said respectfully. During this time, she had taken care of everything in Qingshan courtyard. Has Outyin been doing anything during this time?" Lu Jiuyuan nodded coldly, and turned to inquire about Long Outyin, as he had spent very little time at the Tianyong beast fighting arena, but over 2 days had passed. "Nothing, Outyin has been practicing all this time." After hesitating for a moment, Lin Jiling said with a strange expression, as Outyin had been sleeping in his little nest. "MMIC." After saying this, Lu Jiuyuan took Xiao Huang and headed towards Long Outyen's little nest. And seeing the little dog at Lu Jiuyuan's feet, Lin Jiling showed a flicker of curiosity. It was clearly unexpected that Lu Jiuyuan would bring back a little dirt dog, but upon closer thought it seemed unlikely that Lu Jiuyuan would do anything strange. Perhaps this little dirt dog had some hidden treasures. On the other side, Lu Jiuyuan did not pay attention to this, and soon brought Xiao Huang to a giant little nest. Before getting close to the nest, he heard a rumbling sound. Hearing this sound, Lu Jiuyuan frowned slightly, then looked around. He quickly picked up a rock and threw it towards Long Outyin. "Who is disturbing my beautiful dream?" Long Outyin, who was sleeping, was hit on the head by the sudden rock and said angrily. When he was about to teach the assailant a lesson, he saw that it was his own master, and his anger transformed into flattery within a second. "Boss, I've missed you so much since you haven't returned for so long." The moment Long Outyin stood up, Xiao Huang, who was beside Lu Jiuyuan, instantly became unsettled. "Damn it, how could a true dragon possibly exist? It seems that my master has a very good relationship with the true dragon, or perhaps the true dragon is just a servant and mount of my master." At that moment, as Long Outyin spoke, he also caught the attention of Xiao Huang at Lu Jiuyuan's feet, a trace of surprise appearing on his face. Noticing Xiao Huang's surprised, Lu Jiuyuan curiously asked, "This little earth dog is one I accidentally purchased. Outyen, can you tell where Xiao Huang comes from?" Hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, a hint of surprise also appeared on Long Aotian's face, and he sincerely replied, "Boss, you truly are a person of great fortune. Even casually buying something can lead to obtaining a beast with divine bloodline. If I'm not mistaken, Xiao Huang possesses a trace of white tiger bloodline within him. Naturally, divine beasts have a special sense between them, and upon seeing Xiao Huang, Long Aotian felt that trace of white tiger bloodline within him." Upon hearing Long Aotian's words, Lu Jiuyuan wasn't too surprised, as he had already heard about the white tiger bloodline from Yi Chongqing. However, considering both of them are divine beasts, perhaps it's better to let them play together. Since that's the case, Xiao Huang, you can stay by Aotian's side. Under Aotian's guidance, you'll probably grow quickly. Hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, Xiao Huang instantly became agitated. What kind of international joke is this? This is a true dragon. How could I possibly stay by his side? Isn't that asking for death? The strength among divine beast bloodlines at the same level doesn't differ much, but the problem is that his bloodline is merely a trace, while Long Aotian possesses the complete true dragon bloodline. Thinking of this, Xiao Huang began to struggle frantically. However, in Lu Jiuyuan's eyes, his struggle appeared to be an overly excited reaction, prompting him to smile and say, "Xiao Huang, it seems you are very happy. Aotian am entrusting Xiao Huang to you. Please don't bully him." Lu Jiuyuan seriously instructed Long Aotian, who revealed a meaningful smile. "Don't worry, boss, I'll take good care of Xiao Huang. Right, Xiao Huang?" Seemingly sensing his tragic fate, Xiao Huang's struggles became even more frantic. "All right, Xiao Huang, don't be too agitated. I need to enter seclusion to break through to the peak of Foundation establishment, so you two behave." After saying this, Lu Jiuyuan turned and left, departing with determination. Awoo! Only Xiao Huang remained helplessly howling, and the sound was heart-wrenching. "Tsk, tisk, my master truly is a person of great fortune, to be making a breakthrough to the peak of Foundation establishment in such a short time." Long Aotian couldn't help but shake his head as he watched Lu Jiuyuan's departing figure. After all, he is a true dragon. Why does it feel like his breakthrough speed is far inferior to Lu Jiuyuan's? After Lu Jiuyuan left, Long Aotian turned his gaze to the trembling Xiao Huang. "All right, little guy, I have no interest in you. My master is the one to cling to. Don't provoke him, or even I won't be able to save you." After saying this, Long Aotian curled up and continued to refine the dragon blood, while Xiao Huang was left in a daze. He originally thought Long Aotian would eliminate him. After all, the White Tiger clan and the True Dragon clan are natural enemies, and their encounters usually end in death or injury. Seeing the weak security around Xiao Huang, couldn't help but have a fleeting thought of escape. After all, he hadn't signed a spirit pet contract with Lu Jiuyuan, and if he fled, even Lu Jiuyuan wouldn't be able to find him. In the wild, he grew the fastest. Thinking of this, Xiao Huang couldn't help but feel tempted, but Long Aotian's voice stopped him. "If you want to die, you can go outside and take a look. I don't mind exterminating you." Hearing Long Aotian's threatening words, Xiao Huang could only curl up pitifully beside the dragon's lair and began to cultivate. Seeing that Xiao Huang was not making any moves, Long Aotian felt at ease and continued to refine the dragon blood. Although Xiao Huang wanted to cultivate, he was unable to enter a state of meditation due to the enormous commotion caused by Long Aotian's cultivation, so he could only stare resentfully at Long Aotian. On the other side, after leaving, Lu Jiuyuan arrived at the closed-door room in Qingshan Courtyard. He casually took out hundreds of top-grade spirit stones and embedded them into the grooves of the room, instantly filling the chamber with a rich aura. "This spiritual energy should be enough for me to break through to the peak of Foundation establishment. Since that's the case, let's begin the breakthrough," Lu Jiuyuan said with satisfaction, then sat cross-legged, beginning to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, his body fluctuating between illusion and solidity. Outside the closed-door room, the King of 1,000 Ghosts watched this scene with a smile on his face. After all, given the current situation, Lu Jiuyuan's future achievements would definitely surpass theirs. Becoming a great power at the human immortal stage is certainly not impossible. As Lu Jiuyuan's bodyguard, all he needs to do is protect Lu Jiuyuan's safety, and once Lu Jiuyuan grows, he might also have a chance to break through to the Great Ascension stage. One must understand that the Great Ascension stage is something else. The lifespan of a tribulation transcending expert is merely 1,000,000 years, while breaking through to the Great Ascension stage can be referred to as becoming an immortal with a lifespan surpassing tens of millions of years. Moreover, even more terrifying powers will transform spiritual essence into immortal essence, far exceeding the strength of tribulation transcending cultivators. The law in the cultivation world is that even 100 peak tribulation transcending cultivators together wouldn't necessarily match a single early Great Ascension stage opponent, which is enough to demonstrate the gap between the two. It seems this time I have overreached my grasp. The king of 1,000 ghosts shook his head and then concealed himself in the void to secretly protect Lu Jiuyuan. At this moment, the Tianling auction house began preparations for the next auction. My lord, the invitations for this auction have already been dispatched. Within the Tianling auction house, the strong man responsible for the auction respectfully spoke, standing before a figure of upright demeanor. It was none other than Qin Yuan, the president of the Tianling auction house's branch in the Yuanwu kingdom, whose cultivation had terrifyingly reached the Great Ascension stage. Has anything happened recently in the Yuanwu kingdom? Qin Yuan casually asked his subordinate beside him. Yes, the Yumo sect has been wiped out. Hearing his subordinate's words, Qin Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. One must understand that the strength of the Yumo sect was by no means low, and the Yumo king had even reached the peak of tribulation transcendence. Could it be that a Great Ascension stage powerhouse took action? Do you know who did it? Qin Yuan curiously asked, simply wanting to make acquaintance with the one who eliminated the Yumo sect. His subordinate, revealing a troubled expression, replied, "This is unknown. The Yumo sect was annihilated by a mysterious powerhouse in one strike. By the time the other forces discovered it, the perpetrator's traces had already vanished." Upon hearing this, although Qin Yuan felt it was somewhat regrettable, he also thought it was within reason, as Great Ascension stage powerhouses had always been extremely low-key. Is there anything else? Yes, recently the Chun family and the Shui family seem to have united to target a mysterious young man. The Tianling auction house's influence in the Yuanwu kingdom is undoubtedly significant. It is no exaggeration to say that the Tianling auction house could even cause a change in the dynasty. Naturally, the alliance between the Chun and Shui families could not escape the notice of the Tianling auction house. Oh, these two families actually joined forces against a young man. What on earth has happened? What is the background of that young man? Qin Yuan said in surprise. The Shui family was not much to consider, but he had to take the Chun family seriously, especially since he had heard of Chun Zueyuan's enrollment in the Bailei sect. Soon Qin Yuan learned from his subordinate about Lu Jiuyuan's actions, and he was shocked. He had eliminated Shui Qinyang crippled Chun Qi, and even won tens of millions of spirit stones from the Tianyong beast fighting arena. Any one of these actions would undoubtedly astonish a large number of people, let alone all three. When it came to Lu Jiuyuan's background, however, his subordinate shook his head, having failed to investigate Lu Jiuyuan's origins. All of this was naturally thanks to Li Xuanran, who knew that Lu Jiuyuan was Loki, so he deliberately helped erase Lu Jiuyuan's traces from the Lu family. Is that so? That young man is currently in the capital, isn't he? In that case, let's send him an invitation as well. Qin Yuan thought for a moment and then ordered. As someone in a high position, he could see many things. Since Lu Jiuyuan could make the Chun and Shui families join forces, the power behind him would undoubtedly be significant, at least involving a peak tribulation transcendence powerhouse. Upon hearing this, his subordinate retreated, while Qin Yuan approached the window, gazing at the prosperous capital, shaking his head involuntarily. Judging by the current situation, it wouldn't be long before the Yuanwu kingdom experienced another upheaval. I am just curious, what is that lad's background? It seems there are no forces named Lu in the Yuanwu kingdom. Could it possibly be a power from outside the Yuanwu kingdom? To be warmly received by Emperor Li Qing, Lu Jiuyuan must have a powerful figure standing behind him, perhaps someone as formidable as Li Xuanran or even a Great Ascension powerhouse. Regardless, I still need to understand it better. It would be even better if I could make his acquaintance. Meanwhile, when the subordinate delivered the invitation to Qingshan Courtyard, Lu Jiuyuan was in closed-door cultivation, and it was Lin Jiling who received the invitation. An invitation to the Tianling auction. Lin Jiling said in disbelief. As a peak golden core cultivator, she naturally knew what the Tianling auction represented. It is no exaggeration to say that even the weakest branch requires a capital verification of at least 10,000 top-grade spirit stones to enter, or an invitation from the Tianling auction house. Otherwise, even a tribulation transcendence powerhouse would absolutely be unable to enter. However, how did the head of the family manage to receive an invitation, especially when the head seems to have little reputation in the Yuanwu kingdom? Why did he receive this invitation? Yet the texture of the invitation in her hand felt too genuine to be fake. Lu Jiuyuan himself will go to the Tianling auction house in 4 days to attend the auction. After saying this, the messenger left, and the scene made Lin Jiling feel a bit envious. Even the messenger who came had reached the nascent soul stage, demonstrating the incredible power of the Tianling auction house. Once she received the invitation, however, Lin Jiuyuan looked towards the closed cultivation room with a troubled expression. Earlier, Lu Jiuyuan had instructed her not to disturb him during his closed-door cultivation, no matter what happened. With this thought, Lin Xiling's heart began to waver. In the end, she chose to relinquish her concerns, as nothing was more important than the head of the family breaking through. Meanwhile, Lu Jiuyuan was also at the most critical moment of breaking through to the peak of foundation establishment. At this moment, Lu Jiuyuan was covered in densely packed mysterious Tao patterns, which solidifying indicated that his breakthrough was about to be completed. The Tao patterns appearing on Lu Jiuyuan were ancient, typically existing on the Tao foundation, and since Lu Jiuyuan had refined himself into a Tao foundation, the position of the Tao patterns naturally rested on his skin. Meanwhile, Long Outyen was still in a state of slumber, but the next second he was awakened by a terrifying pressure. What is this? A pressure from the bloodline? What kind of horrifying existence is this? Long Aoshan's face was filled with seriousness after feeling it, and having already been awakened, little Huang's situation was naturally no better. He was trembling on the ground, unable to comprehend why he always encountered such terrifying events since arriving at the Lu family. At the same time, this pressure swept across the entire Qingshan courtyard and continued to spread outward. In the void, the king of 1,000 ghosts immediately sensed this pressure and took action to intercept it, looking towards the closed cultivation room with a shocked expression. Is the young master truly breaking through to the peak of foundation establishment? Why does this pressure feel even more terrifying than breaking through to the transformation stage? The king of 1,000 ghosts was filled with astonishment. One must know that even when he broke through to the transformation stage, his pressure was nowhere near this level. Yet Lu Jiuyuan was merely breaking through to the peak of foundation establishment. Meanwhile, Lu Jiuyuan was still unaware that he had caused such a commotion by merely breaking through a small realm. At this moment, he was fully focused on his breakthrough to the peak of foundation establishment. During these 3 days, the 1,000 Ghost King assisted Lu Jiuyuan in resisting the pressure of his breakthrough, ensuring that the situation here would not leak out. Inside the closed-door room, the Tao patterns on Lu Jiuyuan's body gradually solidified, revealing terrifying phenomena upon their surface. Boom! With a series of rumbling sounds, the Tao patterns on Lu Jiuyuan's body finally advanced, evolving from ancient Tao patterns to chaotic Tao patterns. At this moment, Lu Jiuyuan was still unaware of the changes he had undergone. The grades of Tao patterns range from low to high, starting from the 9th grade to the 1st grade, above which lies the immortal grade Tao patterns, which are classified into upper, middle, lower, and top grades. Additionally, above the immortal grade Tao patterns are the ancient Tao patterns, and above them lies the primordial Tao patterns, with the chaotic Tao patterns being the highest. Typically, Tao patterns represent the strength that a foundation establishment cultivator can exert, and it is no surprise that with the chaotic Tao patterns, Lu Jiuyuan had already reached his limit at the foundation establishment stage. Although Lu Jiuyuan was merely at the peak of foundation establishment, his true strength could likely rival even the pinnacle of the golden core stage. How refreshing. Time to exit. Lu Jiuyuan opened his eyes, and the terrifying chaotic Tao patterns on his skin vanished beneath the surface. Otherwise, with such Tao patterns exposed, he would likely have been captured for study before he could even react. After saying this, Lu Jiuyuan stood up and looked outside. 7 days have passed, it's time to attend the auction. Lu Jiuyuan murmured, feeling that the 7 days had flown by in his perception. Without hesitation, he directly pushed the door open, while the expressions of the 1,000 Ghost King and others outside had turned grave. Long Outyen was the first to rush in front of Lu Jiuyuan as he opened the door. Master, what level of monster are you? I can't believe I'm not even your opponent now. Long Outyen fumbled over Lu Jiuyuan, realizing that though he was in the mid-golden core stage, he was absolutely no match for Lu Jiuyuan. After all, even when Lu Jiuyuan was at the peak of Qi refining, he could overpower him at the peak of foundation establishment, and although he was now a true dragon, the gap between him and Lu Jiuyuan continued to narrow. He couldn't believe that just by transforming into a true dragon he could match Lu Jiuyuan. You want to know? Come and spar with me, Lu Jiuyuan said with a mischievous look towards Long Outyen, who immediately shook his head vigorously. No, I'm no match for you, boss. Sorry, but that's not up to you. After saying this, Lu Jiuyuan vanished. In that instant, Long Outyen broke into a cold sweat, feeling a sense of impending doom. Damn, boss, you're serious. Long Outyen was startled, quickly preparing to defend himself, but how could he possibly retaliate against Lu Jiuyuan? Lu Jiuyuan merely threw a punch, sending Long Outyen flying. Boss, you have such a ruthless heart. Long Aoshan's voice echoed through the heavens before disappearing into the horizon. Seeing this, Xiao Huang happily wagged his tail, while the Thousand Ghost King had long since lost his surprise, indicating that he had grown accustomed to it. When Lu Jiuyuan broke through the peak of foundation establishment, he was able to exert pressure equivalent to that of the transformation stage. Thus, the Thousand Ghost King was certain that Lu Jiuyuan's current strength could not be compared to that of an ordinary peak foundation establishment cultivator. However, the Thousand Ghost King was still a bit curious. "Young master, what grade are your Dao patterns exactly?" Xiao Huang also cast a curious glance, and Lu Jiuyuan simply shook his head. In the next moment, Dao patterns began to appear on his right hand. At this sight, even the Thousand Ghost King, who was used to being astonished, couldn't help but widen his eyes, disbelief filling his tone. "Wait, what does it mean for Dao patterns to directly manifest? And how come I've never heard of Dao patterns of this level?" Not to mention that he was unaware of the grade of Lu Jiuyuan's Dao patterns. How could Lu Jiuyuan manifest Dao patterns on his body? Was it possible that he had refined himself into Dao patterns? Given Lu Jiuyuan's monstrous talent, it didn't seem impossible. Considering the grade of Dao patterns, it was known that he had seen immortal grade Dao patterns before, and he himself possessed first-grade Dao patterns with formidable strength. He had also seen immortal grade Dao patterns, but Lu Jiuyuan's case, could it be ancient Dao patterns? Perhaps upon further thought about Lu Jiuyuan's situation, it might even be primordial Dao patterns. One must know that every terrifying being who forged primordial Dao patterns had at least reached the immortal king stage. This means that Lu Jiuyuan would definitely become an immortal king in the future. Thinking of this, the Thousand Ghost King felt even more convinced that his decision was correct. If Lu Jiuyuan were to become an immortal king, what benefits would he not reap? According to his estimations, it would at least allow him to break through to the human immortal stage. After Lu Jiuyuan concealed the Dao patterns, a resentful Long Outyen flew back from the horizon, his expression akin to a wronged little wife. "Alright, stop pretending to be like that. I know my punch just now couldn't hurt you," Lu Jiuyuan asserted with a straightforward tone, having only used 1/10 of his strength earlier. It was a case of thunderous noise but little rain. Although he knew this, Long Outyen still wore a resentful expression. He noticed Lin Jiling had arrived. "Jiling, is there something you need?" Lu Jiuyuan asked curiously, and upon seeing that Lu Jiuyuan had finally exited his seclusion, Lin Jiling let out a sigh of relief and respectfully handed an invitation to Lu Jiuyuan. "Master, while you were in seclusion, the people from the Tianling auction house sent you an invitation." Thinking that Lu Jiuyuan might not be familiar with the Tianling auction house, Lin Jiling prepared to introduce it, while Lu Jiuyuan, having received the invitation, wore a surprised expression. "Oh, I originally planned to follow Brother Li and the others in, but I didn't expect the Tianling auction house to send me an invitation. This saves me quite a bit of trouble." Upon hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, Lin Jiling finally understood. It turned out the master had already planned to attend the Tianling auction, and thankfully, she hadn't disturbed him during his seclusion. Just then a voice came from the side. "Brother Lu, you're out. It seems Brother Lu has successfully reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. The path to golden core is just around the corner." Li Qingdi's eyes were filled with admiration. Even he had spent nearly a year to cultivate to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Compared to Lu Jiuyuan, he felt like a mere waste. "Sai, I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. I was just casually cultivating and suddenly broke through to the pinnacle of foundation establishment." Lu Jiuyuan sighed and said his understated words made Li Qingdi's lips twitch. What kind of tone was that made one want to hit him? But the Tianling auction is about to begin, and he had no time to waste chatting with Lu Jiuyuan. "Brother Lu, you should be ready. The Tianling auction is about to start. Let's go." After Li Qingdi spoke, Lu Jiuyuan nodded, but suddenly remembered something and took out an invitation letter from his pocket. "Speaking of which, I don't know why the people from Tianling auction sent me an invitation letter." Hearing that Lu Jiuyuan had received an invitation, Li Qingdi was also taken aback and said with some surprise, "The invitation letter to the Tianling auction is quite hard to obtain, especially for you, Brother Lu. However, given the power behind Tianling auction, they must have investigated the recent events, so sending you an invitation is not surprising." After all, what Lu Jiuyuan had done in the past few days had provoked two top forces of the Yuanwu kingdom. As long as the Tianling auctions people were well informed, they would naturally find out about Lu Jiuyuan. As for the invitation, they probably recognized the strength of Lu Jiuyuan's background. If that's the case, let's go. It seems the auction will start in an hour. Looking at the time on the invitation, the auction would start in an hour. After hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, Li Qingdi led him towards the location of the Tianling auction. On the way, Lu Jiuyuan curiously asked, "Brother Li, why don't I see Qingping?" "That girl, Qingping. She obtained the fortune you gave her at the Tianyong beast fighting arena, and now needs to digest that understanding. Li Qingdi replied without hesitation. On that day at the Tianyong Beast Fighting Arena, after Li Qingping consumed the carefully concocted tender rabbit leg made by Lu Jiuyuan, she broke through to the pinnacle of Foundation Establishment, but her combat power did not reach the strength of a normal pinnacle Foundation Establishment cultivator. Thus she was still refining that insight in the royal family. Hearing Li Qingdi's words, Lu Jiuyuan was somewhat surprised. Did a simple spicy rabbit head he made have such a significant effect? But why didn't he use it himself? What Lu Jiuyuan did not realize was that he had received the blessing of the heavenly Tao and was blessed with tremendous fortune. How could his meticulously prepared meals be anything less than extraordinary? At this moment outside the Tianling auction, many people were lining up at the entrance. After all, the Tianling auction always featured many rare treasures, including quite a few extremely rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures, attracting a crowd. Soon, under Li Qingdi's lead, the two arrived at the Tianling auction. However, as they landed, an unfriendly voice came from the side. Isn't that the third prince? Why is he bringing along a waist at the pinnacle of Foundation Establishment? Upon hearing this voice, Li Qingdi furrowed his brow, while Lu Jiuyuan turned to see a young man standing before him. Noticing the expression on Lu Jiuyuan's face, Li Qingdi conveyed through divine sense, "Brother Lu, this is Xue Qintian, the brother of the Xue Qinyang you killed earlier. He is at the initial stage of the void refining realm." As he spoke, a hint of wariness appeared on Li Qingdi's face. Though both were at the initial stage of void refining, the difference was that he spent over 500 years to reach this stage, while Xue Qintian was only over 200 years old, possessing much greater talent. "Oh, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's the brother of that dead freak. By the way, are you aware that your brother is a dead freak? Or do you have some unspeakable secret that turned your brother into a freak? Since you have a freak for a brother, you probably aren't that simple yourself. Let me check if you have a taste for dragons." Lu Jiuyuan pretended to understand, realizing that this was an enemy. Hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, Xue Qinshan's face darkened. The moment Lu Jiuyuan spoke, he knew this was the culprit who had killed his brother. He wanted to make a move, but realized that if he did, the consequences would not be good. After all, his brother had been killed, even with the protection of an integration stage elder. He had no confidence in confronting an integration stage powerhouse. Thinking of this, Xue Qintian sneered and said, "Kid, you're quite arrogant. You're the first to dare speak to me like this. We have plenty of time ahead. Well, see." After saying this, Xue Qintian displayed his invitation letter and directly entered. Xue Qintian didn't make a move, which left Lu Jiuyuan somewhat disappointed. He had thought that he could provoke Xue Qintian into action, allowing him to have the Thousand Ghost King eliminate him. After all, it would appear more straightforward this way. At this moment, Li Qingdi was also impressed by Lu Jiuyuan's arrogance, and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. "Brother Lu, you're impressive, but I suspect Xue Qintian is here for something. He might come after you later. No worries. If he dares to provoke me again, I won't hesitate to make him understand what it means to challenge me with all his savings against my pocket money," Lu Jiuyuan said seriously. At this moment, he had not mentioned the 1,100,000 spirit stones he had obtained at the Tianyong Beast Fighting Arena. Before coming to the capital, the longevity ancestor had given him 100 million spirit stones, telling him to spend freely, so he wouldn't have to endure those hard days anymore. Hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, Li Qingdi's lips twitched, but he couldn't refute. He quickly looked towards the entrance. "Let's go, or we'll be late." "Interesting, I didn't expect that the people from the Tianling auction house would be so competent to arrange us together," Lu Jiuyuan said with some surprise, and nearby was the private room of Li Qingdi, which could only be arranged for individuals of high status, while more people were seated below mingling with each other. However, Lu Jiuyuan did not choose to go to his own private room. After all, being with Li Qingdi allowed him to receive explanations from Li Qingdi. The private rooms of the Tianling auction house were also uniquely decorated. There is a special formation here for protection. Even a strong practitioner at the integration stage cannot clearly investigate what is inside. Li Qingdi explained, as they had provided private rooms, it was natural to pay attention to privacy. If the esteemed guests inside wanted to do something embarrassing and were discovered, wouldn't that be quite shameful? "Oh!" Lu Jiuyuan nodded thoughtfully as the two of them approached the window of the private room, just in time to see everything outside. Inside the auction venue, there were nearly 10,000 seats, and behind the seats there were 100 private rooms, each used to entertain guests of varying statuses. Lu Jiuyuan stood by the window, continuously watching the guests entering the venue, and time gradually progressed until the auction was about to begin. What surprised Lu Jiuyuan was that not far from him, in a private room, there were two women inside. Who else could it be but Chang Shui and Lin Yuan? At this moment Chang Shui had already broken through to the mid-foundation establishment stage, while Lin Yuan had also broken through to the foundation establishment stage. The two originally came to Yuanwu Kingdom not only for the Qingfeng secret realm but more so for the Tianling auction, and with their master's identities obtaining a private room was not impossible. From the excited expressions of the two, it seemed to be their first time attending an auction. However, after a moment Lin Yuan suddenly thought of something and said thoughtfully, "Sister, do you think young Master Lu will attend this auction?" Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Chang Shui's expression changed, and after thinking for a moment she replied, "Given his status, it shouldn't be a problem for him to attend the auction. It's just uncertain whether he will come or not." At the Tianyong Beast fighting arena, the two naturally knew that Lu Jiuyuan was in the capital, but they were unsure if he would attend the auction. While the two were lost in their thoughts, they did not realize that Lu Jiuyuan was not far from them watching the auction stage when a woman slowly walked up. With her appearance, the attendees of the auction became excited. Bai Susu appeared smiling and waving her hand. "Welcome everyone to this Tianling auction. I am the auctioneer Bai Susu, and I will introduce all the auction items to you today. Without further ado, let's welcome the first auction item." Bai Susu smiled, waved her hand, and in the next moment someone from the Tianling auction house brought up a tray covered with a red cloth. It can actually block my divine sense." Lu Jiuyuan extended his divine sense towards the tray, only to be surprised to find that he could not probe what was inside. It should be known that although Lu Jiuyuan was only at the peak of foundation establishment due to his profound foundation, his divine sense was not inferior to that of a golden core peak practitioner capable of probing objects within a 5-kilometer radius, yet he couldn't even penetrate a piece of red cloth. Hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, Li Qingdi smiled and said, "Brother Lu is unaware. This piece of red cloth is called the heaven-concealing spirit cloth, which has been set with a restriction by a strong practitioner. Even a great ascension stage practitioner cannot probe what is inside through the heaven-concealing spirit cloth. The first reason is to maintain the sense of mystery, and the second is to uphold the dignity of the Tianling auction house. If the guests knew what was being auctioned before the item was revealed, wouldn't that be very embarrassing?" Upon hearing this, Lu Jiuyuan suddenly understood and turned his gaze back to the auction stage. As the tray was brought before Bai Susu, she swiftly removed the heaven-concealing spirit cloth and introduced it. The first auction item is a low-grade spiritual sword of the heaven tier, crafted by the master craftsman Qian Chui Dao Ren. Even among low-grade heaven-tier weapons, it can definitely be considered a top-tier weapon. The starting bid is 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, and each subsequent bid must not be less than 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. As Bai Susu finished her introduction, the attendees below instantly became excited. "My heavens, is that the legendary Qian Chui Dao Ren who has even forged divine weapons? If so, then this longsword is definitely worth bidding for. Everyone, I am a swordsman. Could you please let me have it? Get out of the way, there are other swordsmen here too." The attendees went crazy with bidding, from the initial 100,000 rapidly skyrocketing to billions of low-grade spirit stones, and it showed no signs of stopping. "Brother Lu, do you not want to place a bid?" Li Qingdi noticed Lu Jiuyuan's expression and curiously asked. He himself was somewhat tempted, but he knew that the final price for this weapon should be around 100 million top-grade spirit stones, a number that would be difficult for even him to produce. "I'd rather pass. Am not interested." Lu Jiuyuan shook his head and said, though he liked swords, he was not interested in this weapon. Moreover, he felt that something else would be more suitable for him later on. Li Qingdi nodded upon hearing this. Indeed, if one's cultivation was insufficient, one could not unleash the true power of a low-grade heaven-tier spiritual sword, just like a mortal could not slay an immortal emperor even with a divine weapon, as they could not utilize the weapon's true power. However, the items that appeared one after another behind were of some interest to Lu Jiuyuan, but he did not bid on them, for it seemed that his ancestor had plenty of such items. That kid can't possibly be short on money, right? Not bidding on a single item. Xue Chentian sat in a nearby private box, his face dark as he thought. His box was box No. 5, while Lu Jiuyuan and Li Qingdi were in box No. 2, which he naturally noticed. Box No. 1 was reserved by Qin Yuan for himself. Let's ignore that kid for now. What's most important is that item. If I'm not mistaken, it should be coming out soon. Xue Chentian took a deep breath, calming himself down, then looked back at the auction stage. To put it mildly, he was here today solely for that item. Everything else was of no importance. And it wasn't just the Xue family that knew this news. In box No. 9, this time we prepared 50 million spirit stones. We must obtain that item. The elder of the Chun family looked sternly at the auction stage. Of course, it wasn't just these two forces that were aware of that item. The Hahuan sect, a well-known fifth-tier power nearby, had a sect master whose realm was on par with Li Wang's. This time, they even sent a mid-tribulation elder for that item. The Sword Immortal sect and the Beishan sect, along with most of the nearby fifth-tier powers, sent strong cultivators to participate in the bidding, though Lu Jiuyuan was still unaware. Soon after, as a mid-tier heavenly-grade broken mirror pill was auctioned off for 5 million spirit stones, Bai Su's expression grew serious. As the messenger brought up the tray, Bai Su slowly explained, "The next item for auction is a relic map of unknown level." As soon as Bai Su's words fell, the forces present couldn't help but stand up. Clearly they were here for this. This map was acquired by our Tianling auction house by chance. It corresponds to a relic left behind by a powerful being of unknown level. According to our estimates, at the very least it's a relic left by a tribulation period expert. As Bai Su's words fell, the auctioneers below became excited. After all, a tribulation period expert could live for 100,000 years, and the spells and techniques they could wield were countless. According to our requirements, the starting bid for this map is 100,000 spirit stones, and each bid must increase by no less than 100,000 spirit stones. Bai Su announced the starting bid, causing most cultivators to stop in their tracks, as it was clear that the final price would be exceedingly outrageous. Auction begins. With Bai Su's command, some people could no longer sit still. "I bid 1 million. A soft voice came from box No. 15, sounding like a woman's voice, but her bid was quickly outbid in just a few seconds. "I am from the Wang family. Give Wang Tung some face. I bid 5 million. A domineering voice emerged from box No. 10, shocking the bidders below. "My heavens, it's actually the Wang family. Hiss, and it's that Wang Tung guy who reportedly broke through to the tribulation period at just 1,000 years old, hailed as a great emperor. Forget it. Let's give the Wang family some face." As Wang Tung's words fell, many forces' intentions to compete were also dispelled, for given Wang Tung's current talent, even becoming a celestial being was not out of the question. But there were always those who were not afraid of Wang Tung, and that was naturally Xue Chen Tian. "Wang Tung, is he really that formidable? How does he compare to me, Xue Chen Tian?" "I bid 10 million. Xue Chen Tian snorted coldly as he spoke. As soon as his bid appeared, Wang Tung, clad in golden armor in box No. 10, instantly turned dark. He had heard of Xue Chen Tian. His talent was decent, but compared to himself he fell short. After all, he broke through to the early void refinement at just 200 years old. "Kid, some people are not to be trifled with. 150 million. Wang Tung coldly snorted and raised his bid, as the contents of this relic were of great importance to him. "Oh, how interesting. Let me also join in. 200 million. At this moment, the elder of the Chun family raised his bid without hesitation. In terms of background, their young lady had entered the 8th Thunder sect, so who could they fear? 200 million. That seems a bit low. I bid 300 million. Just then, a rough voice came from box No. 15. And upon hearing this voice, many present showed a hint of trepidation. "Aren't you from the Beishan sect? Why do you want to interfere in this?" Wang Tung said with an ugly expression. The people of the Beishan sect were a bunch of lunatics, each a battle addict, either fighting or preparing to fight daily, so few wanted to deal with the Beishan sect. Only the Yuanwu kingdom chose to maintain good relations with the Beishan sect to deal with the Yumo sect. "Humph, why should the Beishan sect explain ourselves to you? It's just to stabilize our Tao heart." In box No. 15, a muscular man sat among them. He was the elder of the Beishan sect, Pang Tian. Beside him sat a slender figure, and if Lu Jiuyuan were there, he would undoubtedly recognize him as Li Tai. "Oh, interesting." The previously calm expression of Lu Jiuyuan shifted as he sensed something, and he looked at the relic map with a hint of surprise. Li Qingdi naturally noticed this and curiously asked, "Are you perhaps interested, Brother Lu?" A bit of a fateful connection, let's bid on it, then." Lu Jiuyuan replied with a smile as he raised the bidding card. "I bid 50 million. As Lu Jiuyuan made his bid, the powerful figures present were taken aback, filled with suspicion about who this person was to offer such a high price. Xue Chen Tian immediately recognized Lu Jiuyuan's voice, but his expression darkened, clearly not expecting Lu Jiuyuan to have so many spirit stones. How could this kid have so many spirit stones? Xue Chen Tian thought grimly, but the most crucial thing now was to obtain that relic map. According to their family's intelligence, this relic map was likely left behind by a great cultivator before their fall, and was possibly the key to obtaining the great cultivator's inheritance. If they could acquire the inheritance of a great cultivator, the Shui family could soon produce a great cultivator of their own. Other powers were also aware of this news, which was why they were fighting over a relic map of unknown rank, but they never expected Lu Jiuyuan to intervene. In terms of spirit stones, Lu Jiuyuan was not intimidated by anyone. He currently possessed over 110 million high-grade spirit stones, and he wouldn't feel the slightest regret even if he spent them all. This was naturally because he trusted his judgment. He sensed that the relic map would bring him immense returns, a benefit of top-tier fortune, and what he felt would undoubtedly come to pass. Who exactly is this kid? Pang Tian, who was irritable, darkened his expression upon hearing Lu Jiuyuan's bid, while Li Tai, sitting beside him, was somewhat surprised. Could it be Brother Lu? After spending time together, he naturally recognized Lu Jiuyuan's voice. However, thinking again, Lu Jiuyuan had no talent for cultivation. How could he possibly be here? He was probably still in the princess residence. Who are you? I Wang Tang offer 70 million. I hope you can consider my offer. Wang Tang snorted coldly, wanting the other party to give him some face, especially since he needed the contents inside to help him quickly break through to the great cultivator stage. Originally, Wang Tang thought the other party would give him face, but he didn't expect Lu Jiuyuan to be unimpressed. After all, who in the entire Dushuan continent was worthy of his consideration? None at all. Oh, are you very powerful? But what does that have to do with me? Why should I give you face? I bid 100 million spirit stones. Ha ha ha, very well, since you put it that way, I won't say anything else. You'd best be careful. The Tianling auction house won't protect you forever. Wang Tang snorted and ceased to bid. A 100 million high-grade spirit stones was not something he could easily produce. Even if the entire Wang family pooled their resources, it would require a significant cost. Naturally, the other powers could not produce so many spirit stones either, and they all began to resent Lu Jiuyuan. Unfortunately, none of their factions had a great cultivator, so they were unable to provoke Lu Jiuyuan. 100 million once. 100 million twice. 100 million 3 times. Let's congratulate the guest in box No. 2 for successfully bidding on this relic map of unknown rank. This auction is now concluded, and we welcome all guests to join us again. Bai Susu felt a bit disappointed but still smiled. Evidently, she believed the relic map should be worth more than this price, but the final decision lay with the auction house. This kid will probably become a target for many. I hope he can survive afterward. Shui Qintian snorted coldly, his expression dark as he spoke. Lu Jiuyuan had made such a grand display of bidding for the relic map, and even offered 100 million high-grade spirit stones. Many would likely be waiting for an opportunity to strike. Naturally, he was no exception, sending news back to his family. Many powers felt the same way. If a well-known major power had won the relic map, they would have accepted it willingly. However, if an unknown nobody acquired such a precious item, their fate would only be one death. But Lu Jiuyuan was not afraid at all. At this moment, he was still in the box, while Li Qingdi spoke with some concern. Brother Lu, given your situation today, you must have attracted the attention of many. Aren't you worried at all? After all, one must know that wealth should not be flaunted, but Lu Jiuyuan simply shook his head. No need. I am well aware of this. However, if they dare to come, I will ensure they come and go without return. Lu Jiuyuan shook his head, confidence evident on his face. Even if a peak tribulation transcender came, he would feel no fear, for he possessed a decree from the Grand Ancestor of Longevity. As long as he activated it, he could summon the Grand Ancestor's avatar, whose power could easily annihilate a later-stage great cultivator. However, Lu Jiuyuan then recalled something and curiously asked, "But I am curious. Why didn't your Li family send anyone to bid on this relic map?" "I am not sure, perhaps other families had special intelligence about it." Li Qingdi himself found it hard to believe, but the fact was that the Li family had not received any news. He only learned of it upon arriving here. Naturally, he wouldn't forcibly seize it after Lu Jiuyuan successfully bid on it, as he was uncertain whether the hidden king of 1,000 ghosts would take him out in an instant. At this moment, the door to the room opened and a figure appeared at the entrance. Upon seeing this figure, Li Qingdi's eyes widened in shock, but he quickly regained his composure and bowed respectfully. "I have the honor to meet Senior Qin." "Stand up. You're Li Zuanren's third son, right? I have seen you before." Qin Yuan smiled and shook his head, then turned his gaze to Lu Jiuyuan, his expression growing serious. He sensed that Lu Jiuyuan was extraordinary and also felt the presence of the hidden king of 1,000 ghosts. "If I am not mistaken, your family should have wiped out the Yumo sect, right?" Qin Yuan smiled and said while Lu Jiuyuan was momentarily stunned, as he had not yet received any news. However, from Qin Yuan's words, he could tell that the Yumo sect had indeed been destroyed, presumably by the grand ancestor of longevity. Thinking of this, Lu Jiuyuan replied unassumingly, "If nothing unexpected has happened, then that should be the case." Hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, Qin Yuan's smile grew wider, and he said, "This is not a convenient place to talk. Please, young friend." In a private room of the Tianling auction house, Lu Jiuyuan and others were seated while Li Qingdi stood behind Lu Jiuyuan. After all, the person across from him was Qin Yuan. Even his own father would respectfully address Qin Yuan as senior, so if he were to sit in front of Qin Yuan, wouldn't it be a mess in terms of hierarchy? However, Lu Jiuyuan did not care about such things. After all, it was Qin Yuan who had invited him, so he directly sat down opposite Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan too was not concerned about this and simply said blandly, "Come out, Thousand Ghost King. I never expected you to become someone else's bodyguard." After Qin Yuan spoke, a black mist appeared behind Lu Jiuyuan, revealing the figure of the Thousand Ghost King. Although he was aware that Lu Jiuyuan had a bodyguard in secret, Li Qingdi was still somewhat surprised upon seeing it, as he had not expected it to be the Thousand Ghost King. As the third prince, he naturally knew of the Thousand Ghost King's existence. It was no exaggeration to say that the Thousand Ghost King's strength was enough to annihilate a fifth-rate power. "I have met you, Senior Qin." The Thousand Ghost King did not become arrogant just because he was backed by the Lu family, and respectfully bowed to Qin Yuan in the presence of Lu Jiuyuan. Qin Yuan merely looked at the Thousand Ghost King for a moment, shook his head without further thought, and turned to Lu Jiuyuan asking curiously, "By the way, I haven't heard of any major powers with the Lu surname near the Yuanwu kingdom. May I know the origin of you, young Lu?" "It's not a secret of identity. It's just that my Lu family has been hidden in Qingfeng town and has not revealed itself to the world, so it's normal for outsiders to know little about us." Upon hearing Lu Jiuyuan mention the Lu family, Qin Yuan quickly thought of someone, Lu Chongqing, who had suddenly emerged years ago, transcending the peak of tribulation transcendence to challenge the initial stage of great ascension before disappearing. Thinking of this, Qin Yuan cautiously inquired, "Is Lu Chongqing a senior in your family?" Hearing Qin Yuan's words, Lu Jiuyuan was slightly taken aback. He never expected Qin Yuan to know about his ancestor, but he still smiled and replied, "Indeed. Oh, I see. I have heard of the deeds of Taoist Chongqing in my early years. To challenge the initial stage of great ascension at the peak of tribulation transcendence is something only a few can achieve." Qin Yuan said sincerely, but then thought of something and looked at Lu Jiuyuan with a serious expression. "Young Lu, you must have obtained that relic map, right? There will probably be many people eyeing you, and with just the Thousand Ghost King alone, it might not be enough to fend off so many people. I wonder if you need my assistance." As the head of the auction house, he naturally knew that many were watching this relic map, but he did not know who had leaked that information. Lu Jiuyuan simply shook his head, and then thoughtfully asked, "You need not worry about that, Senior Qin. I'm just curious why your auction house would auction such a precious item." Lu Jiuyuan trusted his instincts that this item was likely not a relic of the Great Ascension stage, but rather above that, otherwise he wouldn't feel such a strong sense of urgency. "Well, we indeed can't tell. According to the auctioneer, he lacks celestial fate," Qin Yuan said with a wry smile, as he too could not discern the intricacies, and the one who sent it for auction was merely a mortal. Yet for some reason Qin Yuan felt an elusive sense of threat emanating from him. Moreover, due to the rules set by the Tianling auction house, he did not inquire further and did not participate in the auction. "Is that so?" Lu Jiuyuan murmured thoughtfully, but he did not dwell on it. Indeed, lacking celestial fate would be better exchanged for a life of glory and wealth. 1 billion top-tier spirit stones is no small matter. He wondered if the other party could afford it. "It's getting late, so we'll take our leave now." Lu Jiuyuan glanced at the time, realizing it was getting late, so he stood up to take his leave, while Qin Yuan smiled and replied, "If I have time, I will visit the Lu family. We will be awaiting your esteemed visit, Senior Qin." After Lu Jiuyuan finished speaking, he left with Li Qingdi and the others. Only after they departed did Qin Yuan's expression turn grave, muttering to himself, "So it's Senior Lu. In that case, I indeed should pay a visit." However, no one expected that years ago Qin Yuan had received help from Lu Chongqing. At that time, he was merely a cultivator in the early stage of tribulation transcendence, while Lu Chongqing had already broken through to the later stage of tribulation transcendence. During the trial in the Tianma mountain range, he encountered a mid-stage tribulation transcendence beast. At the brink of life and death, it was Lu Chongqing who stepped in to slay the beast, allowing him to survive. Now upon learning of Lu Changsheng's news, Qin Yuan naturally felt the urge to visit him. He also thought of the many people eyeing the map, realizing that Lu Jiuyuan might face danger. Remembering that Lu Jiuyuan was a descendant of Lu Changsheng, Qin Yuan secretly followed him to seek to protect Lu Jiuyuan's safety. Lu Jiuyuan was of course unaware of this scene. At this moment he was outside the Tianling auction house with Li Qingdi, while the Thousand Ghost King once again concealed himself in the void, secretly protecting Lu Jiuyuan. Meanwhile, within the Chen family, the elder had already transmitted the news back to the Chen family. Upon hearing this news, Chen Fenglai said without hesitation, "The matter of the relic map is extremely important. For safety's sake, I will personally go take a look." After saying this, Chen Fenglai's figure disappeared from the hall of the Chen family, heading towards the Tianling auction house, while many other factions with ulterior motives also sent people to seize the relic map. Among them were not a few from the Hehuan sect and other powers, and Lu Jiuyuan was naturally unaware of this. But even if he knew, he would not take it to heart. As long as they did not send out experts beyond the Great Ascension stage, he had nothing to fear. After arriving at the Tianling auction house, Li Qingdi looked at Lu Jiuyuan with a surprised expression. "I never expected that your ancestor brother Lu is Lu Changsheng. Oh, you also know my ancestor?" Lu Jiuyuan said with some surprise, clearly not expecting that so many people in the Yuanwu kingdom knew his ancestor. Of course, Senior Changsheng was one of the top talents in the area. After all, few can challenge the initial stage of Great Ascension at the peak of Tribulation Transcendence. Through the words of Li Qingdi, Lu Jiuyuan learned about the glorious history of his ancestor. However, he was astonished that he had never heard of it before, and he couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the system for its effectiveness. "By the way, Brother Lu, since you've obtained that relic map, when do you plan to explore it?" As he was about to leave, Li Qingdi asked curiously, but then thought of something and quickly added an explanation. "Brother Lu, please don't misunderstand. I'm merely curious, not plotting anything." Lu Jiuyuan didn't pay much attention to this and thought for a moment before replying. "I wouldn't know that either. After all, I have no idea where this relic map leads. Random searching will yield no results. It's better to follow fate. When destiny calls, it will naturally be found." Lu Jiuyuan's words made Li Qingdi nod in agreement. Indeed, it was still unclear which relic the map referred to. However, recalling something Li Qingdi reminded him, "I estimate that your journey back won't be safe. After all, many are watching you, so be careful, Brother Lu." Lu Jiuyuan naturally understood this. He said with a proud expression, "If they dare to come, I don't mind exterminating them." With his background in hand, who could contend with him? Seeing this, Li Qingdi could only sigh, and then took his leave, flying back towards the palace. Lu Jiuyuan then turned his gaze towards the void. "Qian Gui, if anyone makes a move, show no mercy." Qian Gui Wang naturally knew what awaited him, but believed that the master must have left some means with Lu Jiuyuan. All he needed to do was put on a show. Soon Lu Jiuyuan flew back towards the location of Qingshan Garden. As he departed, countless forces began to stir in response, laying ambush along his path. On his way home, Lu Jiuyuan felt a sense of unease. It was too quiet, way too quiet, and with his top-tier fortune he could sense something amiss. Without hesitation, he stopped midway, and with his back turned spoke indifferently, "Everyone stop hiding and come out." The hidden powerhouses in the void were momentarily stunned upon hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words. Did he truly discover them, or was he bluffing? But considering they were already some distance from the capital and had set up restrictions here, even peak Tribulation Transcendence couldn't sense anything. Moreover, they had come specifically for the relic map, so they naturally wouldn't choose to hide any longer. The next moment, a rough voice came from the side. "Ha ha ha, kid, hand over the relic map and it'll spare your life." A figure covered in terrifying muscles slowly emerged from the void. It was Pang Tian from the Bat-Ian sect. After careful consideration, Pang Tian chose to act. After all, the relic map was far too important. Even he found it hard not to be tempted. "Oh, which force are you from?" Lu Jiuyuan looked at Pang Tian with curiosity, and asked, while Pang Tian replied with a domineering tone. "I am Pang Tian, the Grand Elder of Bat-Ian sect. As long as you hand over the relic map, we will ensure your safety. Of course, we won't take it for free. We can offer you 80 million spirit stones." Hearing Pang Tian's words, Lu Jiuyuan merely smiled and shook his head, then said, "Everyone present, come out. There shouldn't be just this few of you." As Lu Jiuyuan's words fell, numerous figures of powerhouses emerged from the void. The Grand Elder of Huanhe sect, Huanqi Dao Ren, asks the young friend to hand over the relic map. "I can accept you as my direct disciple. Chun family here to take the young friend's life. please hand it over. Shui family, please let the young friend pass. Wang family's Wang Tang wants to be friends with the young friend. May I ask if the young friend can hand over the relic map to me? In the midst of numerous forces apart from the Chen and Shui families, most sought to recruit Lu Jiuyuan, as he could produce such vast spirit stones indicating an impressive background that they did not want to offend. Oh, but I've heard that someone wants my life. How about this? If you take out those two who want me dead, they'll give you the relic map. Lu Jiuyuan feigned a fearful expression as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the powerhouses present began to stir, looking towards Chen Fenglei and Shui Changjiang. Chen Fenglei and Shui Changjiang's expressions darkened upon seeing this scene, and they angrily said, "Can't you see? This kid is using us to kill." Shui Changjiang's words plunged them into deep thought. It seemed that this was indeed the case. The next moment Huanqi Dao Ren couldn't help but stand up. Indeed, everyone, can't you see? This is clearly a plan to use others to do his dirty work. Unexpectedly, at this moment Huanqi Dao Ren had approached Shui Changjiang's side. Thinking Huanqi Dao Ren was one of them, Shui Changjiang was caught off guard as Huanqi Dao Ren swiftly attacked. What? Shui Changjiang's face darkened, but he followed up with a palm strike. However, Huanqi Dao Ren was evidently prepared. Shui Changjiang's counterattack was repelled, sending him flying back several dozen meters. What the hell is going on? Shui Changjiang said with a gloomy expression, while Huanqi Dao Ren shrugged. Sai, I have no choice. Although I am somewhat tempted, what if he is telling the truth? After all, getting rid of you would reduce the competition. As Huanqi Dao Ren said this, a strange glint flashed in his eyes. Meanwhile, Chen Fenglei hadn't reacted in time when he suddenly felt a sharp sensation coming from behind. What? Chen Fenglei exclaimed in disbelief, quickly turning around to counter with a punch, but he was still knocked away by a single blow. The assailant was Pang Tian. Sorry, but I believe that kid will give it to me, so you two will have to go. Pang Tian said somewhat apologetically. As a body refining cultivator, if he got close to Chen Fenglei, it would mean the end for Chen Fenglei. Damn it, brother Shui, let's join forces. Chen Fenglei said to Shui Changjiang without hesitation. After all, there were over 10 late tribulation transcendents present. While Chen Fenglei was slightly stronger, he was merely at the peak of tribulation transcendence, and with so many late tribulation transcendents working together, the outcome was uncertain. Shui Changjiang nodded with a dark expression. As the two joined forces, the more than 10 late tribulation transcendents present also made their move. More than 10 tribulation transcendence experts immediately engaged in a chaotic battle. Seeing this, Lu Jiuyuan took out a stool from his storage ring, sat down, and began to watch the spectacle while eating melon seeds. On the other side, facing the joint siege of more than 10 tribulation transcendence experts, even Chen Fenglei, who had broken through to the peak of tribulation transcendence, felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. He couldn't help but say angrily, "You guys, can't you see? This guy is just toying with you." Although they knew it was a trap, they still willingly threw themselves into the battle against Chen Fenglei. After all, no one could guarantee that what Lu Jiuyuan said was false. What if Lu Jiuyuan was actually telling the truth? Moreover, if they could eliminate Chen Fenglei, they would have one less powerful opponent. After a few minutes of chaotic fighting, Chen Fenglei was already covered in numerous injuries. However, thanks to the powerful vitality of tribulation transcendence experts, as long as he wasn't killed instantly, these injuries were not significant. On the other side, Shui Changjiang was in an even more dire situation. At some point, he had lost his left arm to the happy Taoist, making the situation even more difficult. Enough! My daughter's master is an elder of the 8th Thunder Sect. Don't you fear the revenge of the 8th Thunder Sect if you want to kill me? Upon hearing Chen Fenglei's words, the tribulation transcendence experts present couldn't help but stop. Shui Changjiang's expression became somewhat agitated. After all, the experts of the 8th Thunder Sect would not allow Chen Fenglei to casually use their name. But now that Chen Fenglei was facing life and death, would the 8th Thunder Sect really stand by idly? Seeing that the tribulation transcendence experts had all stopped, Chen Fenglei did not hesitate and took out a transmission stone, channeling his strength into it. Meanwhile, in the boundless sky above, infinite lightning raged within the dark clouds. However, no one expected that there was actually a massive continent floating among the clouds. This was the very location of the 8th Thunder Sect, residing within the thunderclouds, hence the name 8th Thunder Sect. On a peak of the 8th Thunder Sect, a young girl was practicing sword techniques under the intense lightning. With each move she made, powerful bolts of lightning were unleashed. This was a symbol of the disciples of the 8th Thunder Sect. Not far away, an old man with flowing white hair observed the girl's practice, shaking his head in disapproval. The girl was Chen Shuiyuan and the old man was an elder of the Eight Thunder sect, a powerful figure at the late stage of the Great Ascension. After she finished practicing the Holy Thunder Sword technique, the Holy Thunder Taoist slowly approached Chen Shuiyuan. "Shuiyuan, your heart is in turmoil." The Holy Thunder Taoist shook his head and said, only after seeing her master arrive did Chen Shuiyuan respectfully bow. "Master, I don't know why, but while practicing the Holy Thunder Sword technique earlier, I felt an unsettling sensation in my heart, as if something bad were about to happen." Chen Shuiyuan frowned, feeling uneasy. The Holy Thunder Taoist was somewhat surprised, as cultivators are very attuned to their inner feelings. Moreover, Chen Shuiyuan had already broken through to the void refinement stage, so such feelings were certainly not baseless. At that moment, Chen Shuiyuan sensed something and took out a stone from her storage ring. A surge of power erupted from it, and the next second, through the transmission stone, she saw what was happening in the Yuanwu kingdom. On the other side, upon seeing his daughter Chen Fenglai no longer cared about his dignity, and said with a miserable expression, "Daughter, your father is being bullied. Someone is not taking our Chen family seriously." Naturally, Chen Shuiyuan would not blindly believe her father's words. After glancing around, it seemed that her father was indeed being bullied. Thinking of this, Chen Shuiyuan's expression darkened. Just as she was about to say something, she was stopped by the Holy Thunder Taoist, who said calmly, "Everyone, Chen Daoyu is a friend of our Eighth Thunder sect. Please give face and refrain from causing trouble. Otherwise, I will personally visit each of you." Unsurprisingly, the Holy Thunder Taoist's words made the tribulation transcendence experts show signs of apprehension. After all, they could not underestimate the immense power of the Eighth Thunder sect. The happy Taoist was the first to step forward with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, saying, "Since it is Senior Holy Thunder speaking, I happy will naturally give face. We shall meet again when fate allows." After saying this, the happy Taoist prepared to leave, and the other tribulation transcendence experts also began to bid farewell. After all, since the Holy Thunder Taoist had spoken, they certainly would not seek trouble for themselves. In front of the Eighth Thunder sect, let alone them, even their powerful leaders had no ability to resist. As long as the Holy Thunder Taoist made a move, they would undoubtedly be annihilated, for he was a powerful figure at the peak of the Great Ascension. Against such a fifth-rate force, he wouldn't even need to exert full strength to wipe them all out. Although Pang Tian was a body-refining cultivator, he was not a reckless person. Seeing the Eighth Thunder sect's stance, he too decided to leave. However, at that moment, Lu Jiuyuan stepped forward. Hey, I never said you could leave." Lu Jiuyuan stood up and said, casually, jokingly, thinking they could walk away after offending him. What a joke. Only Pang Tian might give a little face to Xiao Tai and not kill him, the rest would all die. Hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, the expressions of the tribulation transcendence cultivators turned grim. They were giving face to the Holy Thunder Taoist, not to a mere foundation establishment weakling like him. "Oh kid, you are quite bold. Aren't you afraid of dying?" Pang Tian said with a hint of interest. Lu Jiuyuan merely shook his head and looked at them, saying calmly, "Today all of you present will die." "Ha ha ha. Boy, you have tremendous audacity. Fellow Taoist Chen, may I eliminate him? I shall claim not a single item from his possessions." Stirred by such provocation, Taoist Qihuan could no longer remain seated. He stepped forward with a cold snort, while Chen Fenglai paid it no mind whatsoever. "By all means." Having secured Chen Fenglai's assent, Taoist Qihuan vanished in an instant, reappearing before Lu Jiuyuan in the blink of an eye. Lu Jiuyuan stood frozen, as though utterly stunned, utterly unresponsive. "Hehehe. Hear this well, boy, in your next life do not seek death so eagerly." Taoist Qihuan sneered. Yet just as his killing strike was about to obliterate Lu Jiuyuan, a soft, weary sigh echoed through the air. "Esteemed sirs, I beg your indulgence." In the next breath, a figure materialized before Lu Jiuyuan, his bare hand effortlessly intercepting Taoist Qihuan's lethal assault. Upon recognizing the intervener, the onlookers' faces flushed with shock. "SSS, Senior Fellow Qin. TSK. Now this promises to be most entertaining. Has Senior Fellow Qin himself taken interest?" Indeed, the one who had stepped forth was Qin Yuan. After Lu Jiuyuan departed, Qin Yuan had followed him covertly, determined to safeguard the youth at the critical moment. He had not anticipated so many would intervene. "My apologies, Senior Fellow Qin, but does the Tianling auction house not stipulate that outsiders must not interfere in intersect conflicts?" Seeing Qin Yuan, Taoist Qihuan recoiled inwardly and hastily offered profuse apologies. Then, recalling something, asked curiously. Qin Yuan's expression darkened slightly before he spoke coolly. "Must I justify my actions to you?" Never dare. A seasoned cultivator Taoist Jiuyuan instantly sensed Qin Yuan's displeasure and hastened to acquiesce. Humph, this youth has earned my favor. Grant me this courtesy and disperse all of you. Qin Yuan spoke with quiet authority, intending to leverage his grand ascension cultivation realm to compel their withdrawal. Taoist Jiuyuan and the others had no choice but to swallow their resentment, save for one Qin Fenglei who feared Qin Yuan not at all. Senior fellow Qin, it is not that I refuse your face, but this boy has repeatedly insulted my Tianyong beast arena and even crippled my clansman Chen Qi. Such a grievance cannot go unavenged. Chen Fenglei spoke without deference or arrogance. As Qin Yuan stirred with rising ire, Chen Shuo, upon hearing of Chen Qi's crippling, also grew grim-faced. Father, was Uncle San unharmed? Unharmed, though barely clinging to life. Chen Fenglei shook his head in reply. Only then did Qin Yuan notice Saint Thunder Taoist standing nearby, and his expression hardened. Though he could overawe ordinary tribulation transcendence cultivators, he held no sway over Saint Thunder Taoist, a grand ascension sovereign at the pinnacle of his realm. You? Qin Yuan began, but Saint Thunder Taoist stepped forward. Fellow Taoist Qin, this matter lies beyond your jurisdiction. Withdraw, quietly. With Saint Thunder Taoist now openly intervening, Chen Fenglei's pride swelled further. Chen Shuoan, a prodigy blessed with mid-tier immortal-grade talent and the heaven-tier Yin Thunder physique, excelled effortlessly in thunder-based cultivation arts. Naturally, Saint Thunder Taoist watched over her with particular care. You? Qin Yuan intended to invoke Lu Jiuyuan's ancestral backing to warn Saint Thunder Taoist, but Lu Jiuyuan gently halted him. Senior fellow Qin, I thank you deeply, but from this moment onward I shall handle all matters myself. My words remain unchanged today. Every hand raised against me shall meet death. Lu Jiuyuan spoke with serene composure. As Qin Yuan moved to caution him, he caught sight of the youth's expression. What an expression it was! Utter calm, absolute fearlessness, and even a faint knowing mockery. Recalling that Lu Jiuyuan's ancestral patriarch was none other than the legendary longevity elder, Qin Yuan smiled. Given longevity elder's character, he would surely have left safeguards for his descendant. And given Lu Jiuyuan's extraordinary talent, guarded even by the Thousand-Ghost King, Qin Yuan found it inconceivable that the youth carried no hidden trump cards. Thus Qin Yuan issued a solemn admonition. Then proceed, with utmost caution. With that he stepped aside. Yet the tribulation transcendence elders present did not depart. Instead they watched Lu Jiuyuan with wry expectant smiles, eager to witness how he would fall. Only Pang Tian harbored quiet respect for Lu Jiuyuan. Yet even he knew unless Lu Jiuyuan's background could withstand the 8th Thunder Sect escape today seemed impossible. Once Qin Yuan withdrew, Chen Fenglei let out a contemptuous snort. Boy, you should have foreseen this day when you crippled my clansmen. Now prepare to die. No sooner had Chen Fenglei spoken than he struck. Unaware that Lu Jiuyuan too was about to unleash his own attack. Faced with Chen Fenglei's attack, Lu Jiuyuan showed no signs of panic. His calm demeanor instilled a sense of unease in Chen Fenglei. However, he quickly reassured himself, thinking that, with the Saint Thunder Taoist behind him, how could Lu Jiuyuan possibly turn the tables? In an instant Chen Fenglei appeared before Lu Jiuyuan and struck with the intent to kill him on the spot. To his surprise, his attack was halted by an invisible barrier just as it was about to reach Lu Jiuyuan. What? Chen Fenglei exclaimed in disbelief as he sensed something amiss, and the next moment, a golden light erupted from Lu Jiuyuan's body. Chen Fenglei swiftly retreated, covering a distance of 1 kilometer within a mere second. The other tribulation stage powerhouses were astonished by this scene, each wanting to flee. However, in the next moment, an invisible force erupted from Lu Jiuyuan, sealing off the area within 100 miles. Impossible breakthrough. The happy Taoist, sensing the barrier's presence, unleashed a powerful strike without hesitation, but it barely reacted against the barrier. Meanwhile, in Qingfeng town, Lu Chongxing, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes and said angrily, "Who dares to strike against my Lu family's junior?" This furious voice echoed throughout Qingfeng town, prompting curiosity among the townsfolk about who had the audacity to provoke a member of the Lu family. Given the current situation, they were well aware that the Lu family's strength likely surpassed that of the Yuanwu kingdom, and their presence in Qingfeng town was probably due to their ancestral land being located there. Lu Xian quickly approached Lu Chongxing, his expression slightly grim, as he asked, "Ancestor, who exactly has made a move against Jun?" Lu Xian's realm had seemingly broken through to the mid-nascent soul stage without him realizing it, having started as a beginner in that realm. With Lu Changsheng's assistance, such a rapid advancement was not surprising. Unknown, but Jiuyuan bears my decree allowing me to take control. Lu Changsheng snorted coldly, his body radiating a fierce killing intent. The next moment he sat down, connecting his consciousness to the decree on Lu Jiuyuan. Lu Xian spoke with a face full of murderous intent. Whoever dares to strike at my Lu family will be mercilessly killed. Impossible, this child possesses a great ascension decree. The Saint Thunder Taoist could clearly sense the presence of a great ascension decree on Lu Jiuyuan. One must know that only cultivators of the great ascension stage or above could leave such a decree, and it required profound mastery beyond that stage to achieve. After witnessing this, Qin Yuan wore an expression of realization. With the protection of a senior's decree, he felt reassured. However, he was somewhat surprised. After all, even he could not condense a decree at this time, as only those above the mid-grade ascension stage could do so. This means that Taoist Changsheng has already broken through to a realm above mid-grade ascension. Thinking about how Lu Changsheng's realm was once above his own, he found it acceptable and decided to visit the senior for guidance soon. In a matter of seconds, the golden light around Lu Jiuyuan flew into the air, transforming into a massive figure, the true body of Lu Changsheng's decree. Each decree requires immense effort from its creator, and upon completion it can manifest as an avatar of a lower cultivation realm, allowing the creator's spirit to control it. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes filled with anger as he declared, "Who dares to strike at the genius of my Lu family?" As he spoke, an overwhelming pressure emanated from Lu Changsheng, making the cultivators present tense up. After feeling Lu Changsheng's pressure, Qin Yuan's expression turned even more shocked, and he murmured, "Impossible, this pressure has at least reached the late Great Ascension stage. Does that mean Ancestor has broken through to the peak of Great Ascension?" Qin Yuan had encountered late Great Ascension cultivators before, so he could clearly sense that this pressure was certainly at the peak of Great Ascension, prompting him to smile bitterly. Back then he and the Ancestor were merely 2 small realms apart, yet now they were separated by 3 small realms. The Ancestor truly is exceptionally gifted. Qin Yuan was so astonished that he could hardly contain himself, let alone the other tribulation stage experts who were trembling in fear. Among them Shui Changjiang wore a particularly ugly expression, realizing that he might never avenge his second son's death. As for Chun Fenglei, although his expression was grim, he did not overly concern himself, believing that the presence of the Saint Thunder Taoist would deter anyone from acting against him. The Eighth Thunder Sect was a third-rate power known for instilling fear across hundreds of light-years, with its Earth Immortal experts being terrifyingly powerful, capable of obliterating a space of trillions of kilometers with a wave of their hand, showcasing their might. However, Lu Jiuyuan paid no heed to this, firmly believing that if the Eighth Thunder Sect had indeed sent an Earth Immortal expert against them from the start, he would resolve all issues given just one day. "Ancestor, these people intend to seize a relic map that I obtained. Everyone has made their move," Lu Jiuyuan said calmly, and as his words fell, Chun Fenglei stepped forward. "Senior, I believe there may have been a misunderstanding between us. I apologize. Furthermore, my daughter has become a direct disciple of an elder from the Eighth Thunder Sect. Let's put this matter to rest." Chun Fenglei spoke calmly, seemingly believing that by mentioning the Eighth Thunder Sect, Lu Changsheng would relent. The Saint Thunder Taoist glanced at Lu Changsheng, confident that he would make a wise choice. However, the Saint Thunder Taoist did not expect that Lu Changsheng was once someone who feared nothing. Otherwise, he would not have dared to confront a mid-grade ascension cultivator with his peak tribulation stage power. "Oh, and what, pray tell, would you do if I refused to grant you that courtesy?" Lu Changsheng's brows furrowed slightly, and an aura of lethal danger emanated from his entire being. So palpable that every cultivator present, including Qin Yuan, instantly grew solemn and wary. In the next instant, heedless of Sage Thunder Taoist's plea, Lu Changsheng struck without hesitation. In his eyes, no one warranted restraint. "Die!" A whisper escaped Lu Changsheng's lips. In the blink of an eye, a razor-sharp stream of immortal qi shot forth from his fingertip, streaking toward a latest-stage tribulation transcendence cultivator. Before such an absolute disparity in power, elaborate techniques were superfluous. Mere casual strikes sufficed to obliterate them 1,000 times over. "No!" The latest-stage tribulation transcendence cultivator barely registered the attack before it struck him. His body swelling like an overinflated balloon, then exploding violently in the next breath, not even his nascent soul escaping. "Damn it! Retreat, all of you!" Joyful Taoist's face paled with terror at the sight. Without another word, he hurled himself desperately against the barrier Lu Changsheng had erected. To speak of collective defense was absurd. Should great ascension cultivators truly be so common, the very notion would become a mockery. Yet how could they possibly flee before an enraged Lu Chongqing? As Lu Chongqing's attacks rained down unceasingly, the bodies of tribulation transcendence cultivators burst open one after another, soon saturating the air with the coppery stench of blood. At that moment, Lu Jiuyuan recalled something and bowed deeply to Lu Chongqing, who was still immersed in slaughter. "Ancestor, please spare the bald one. He bears ties to an old acquaintance of mine, and notably he did not raise a hand against me just now. After all, Xiao Tai served in the Beixiang sect and Pang Tian was a senior elder there. Perhaps they knew each other." Understood. Lu Chongqing merely nodded faintly, then deliberately bypassed Pang Tian, sending instead a single thread of immortal qi hurtling straight toward joyful Taoist. "Elder, hold your hand. Our sect master of the Hahuan sect is on the verge of breaking through to the great ascension realm, and once she does," joyful Taoist pleaded frantically. But Lu Chongqing did not relent. "What did he just say?" Lu Chongqing murmured curiously the moment joyful Taoist's voice fell silent. Yet the man was already slain, and Lu Chongqing saw no reason to dwell further. Moreover, Lu Chongqing intended in due course to visit each sect represented here and demand an accounting. If their explanations failed to satisfy him, he would not hesitate to eradicate the entire sect. The cultivation world had always been drenched in blood and storm. Annihilating a sect was but the work of moments, for in this realm strength alone reigned supreme. Could it be that the Beixiang sect shares some connection with this young master? Pang Tian, overhearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, pondered quietly, yet inwardly breathed a quiet sigh of relief he had survived. Under Lu Chongqing's near-apocalyptic might, within a mere minute, only 3 tribulation transcendence experts remained standing: Pang Tian, Chen Fenglei, and Xue Chongjiang. "Elder, spare me. I shall pursue this matter no further. I beg you, out of respect for the Battery Lei sect, grant me my life." Having witnessed Lu Chongqing's ruthless decisiveness, even Chen Fenglei trembled with fear. Though tragically, Lu Chongqing had never intended to spare him from the outset. "Do you know? Since the dawn of my cultivation path, countless souls have strutted arrogantly before me, only to kneel begging for mercy after I broke them. Yet mercy yielded no gratitude, only fiercer vengeance, nearly costing me my life. From that day forward I swore an oath: once I strike it ends only in death, or not at all. So depart." Lu Chongqing spoke calmly. Upon hearing those words, both Xue Chongjiang and Chen Fenglei flinched. Chen Fenglei's face in particular twisted with grim resolve. "If you seek my life, then I shall ensure you suffer in turn. Even if we cannot perish together, at least I will wound you." Chen Fenglei's body swelled rapidly. "He's going to self-detonate," Qin Yuan murmured in astonishment. Self-detonation meant certain annihilation. Even he would sustain grievous injury should a peak tribulation transcendence cultivator explode in his presence. Yet few peak tribulation transcendence cultivators ever succeeded in detonating before a great ascension expert, for long before ignition they would already lie dead. "True enough," Lu Chongqing spoke coolly. "If I allowed you to detonate successfully before me, I'd have no place left in this world. Jiuyuan, watch closely this blade." Chongqing Fei Xian. Lu Chongqing, a rare sword cultivator, possessed peerless martial prowess, and had attained profound mastery in the sword Dao. With Lu Jiuyuan standing directly behind him, he wished to gauge the youth's innate talent. Could he glean insight, true understanding, from this single stroke? Hearing Lu Chongqing's words, Lu Jiuyuan's expression sharpened with intense focus as he fixed his gaze upon his ancestor. Lu Chongqing simply extended his hand, and there appeared, as if conjured from void, a snow-white long sword, his divine weapon, the immortal artifact Chongqing sword. What could it really be, this sword? Qin Yuan immediately lost his composure, for he knew that it was this very sword that Lu Chongqing had used to slay a mid-stage Mahayana cultivator in the past. This sword was rightfully regarded as Lu Changsheng's strongest trump card. Never did he expect that Lu Chongqing would willingly use this sword for Lu Jiuyuan now. Upon hearing Qin Yuan's words, Lu Jiuyuan also became serious, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes, clearly moved by the underlying reason. At the same time, Lu Chongqing gently brushed his hand over the Longsheng sword's blade, his nostalgic gaze akin to that of a lover. Although the description seemed lengthy to onlookers, it took hardly less than a second, while Chen Fenglei's body had already become unrecognizable. Seeing this, Lu Chongqing showed no hesitation and chose to strike directly. Longsheng Flying Immortal Slash. This sword was born from Lu Changsheng's comprehension during a life-and-death crisis, inspired at the brink of death, and that battle was against a mid-stage Mahayana cultivator. As Lu Changsheng's sword fell, a captivating fairy seemed to emerge from the Longsheng sword, her graceful figure in white robes, exceedingly enchanting, each movement imbued with allure. Yet beneath the beauty often lay terrifying dangers, and this sword was no exception. Under the fairy's presence was an endless killing intent. In an instant the fairy arrived before Chen Fenglai and passed directly through him. As the attack pierced through Chen Fenglai, his inflated body slowly began to revert to its original form, swiftly returning to normal. Chen Fenglai, witnessing this scene, appeared utterly bewildered, but before he could react his body began to dissipate from his feet. In the span of just 1 second both of Chen Fenglai's feet had vanished, and he realized that he was undoubtedly doomed, unable to harm Lu Changsheng, and his companions only able to turn angrily toward the communication stone. "Daughter, avenge me!" With that, Chen Fenglai turned to ash, completely dissipating into the heavens and earth. Meanwhile, at the Chen family estate, the high-ranking members, anxiously awaiting good news, saw an elder responsible for the soul lamp rush in, his face filled with terror. "Not good, the master's soul lamp has extinguished." Before the rest of the elders could speak, the elder gasped, hastily relaying the news. Upon hearing this, the elders present stood up in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. "Impossible, our Chen family master is unparalleled. How could anyone kill him?" One of the peak stage integration elders of the Chen family spoke with a grim expression. He knew what the master had set out to do, but could not fathom that anyone could threaten him. Besides, if the master called upon the 8th Thunder Sect, no one would dare to harm him. However, upon seeing the extinguished soul lamp with Chen Fenglai's name inscribed upon it, they fell silent. At that moment, Chen Fenglai's younger brother, who was also the highest-ranked cultivator in the Chen family aside from Chen Fenglai, stepped forward. Chen Shuimu emerged, his mid-tribulation cultivation erupting, causing the elders present to fall silent. "This matter must not be leaked. Additionally, send someone to the 8th Thunder Sect to notify Shuiyuan. The urgent task is to stabilize the Chen family's situation, as many forces are eyeing us hungrily. If they learn of our family's misfortune, they will surely take the opportunity to encroach upon our power." The elders present unanimously agreed with Chen Shuimu's words, and he continued. "Moreover, with Shuiyuan having joined the 8th Thunder Sect backed by the Holy Thunder Taoist, it's only a matter of time before our Chen family rises. Therefore, the most important thing now is to stabilize the morale of our forces." Chen Shuimu's words quickly prompted action from the Chen family elders, but they had no idea that the forces they had attracted were far more terrifying than the 8th Thunder Sect. Meanwhile, individuals from various factions felt the extinguishing of their tribulation stage cultivators' soul lamps, and were immediately filled with rage, yet they were powerless to act, for the Chen family had intervened in the matter. On the other side, Chen Shuiyuan watched her father perish before her eyes, her expression turning extremely grim as she fixed her gaze upon Lu Changsheng and Lu Jiuyuan. "You will pay for this, just wait. We will have our day." The vendetta for her father's murder was unrelenting. She would ensure that they would not have an easy time. Meanwhile, the Holy Thunder Taoist's expression was also grave, for the enemies showed him no respect right before his eyes, and how could he let it slide? "Who are you people exactly?" the Holy Thunder Taoist inquired with a darkened expression. He was no fool. He simply wanted to ascertain what faction Lu Jiuyuan and the others belonged to. If they were a small faction or not on par with the 8th Thunder Sect, they could be eliminated. Lu Changsheng naturally understood his intentions and felt no fear, sneering as he replied, "We are the Lu family of Qingfeng Town, a force within the Yuanwu Kingdom. If you wish to seek revenge, feel free to come." Lu Changsheng's words solidified the Holy Thunder Taoist's resolve to eradicate them. "Ha ha ha, good. From today on, your Lu family of Qingfeng Town is our 8th Thunder Sect's enemy. Prepare to face our wrath." With that, the Holy Thunder Taoist angrily severed the communication with the transmission stone. "Master, please assist me in avenging my hatred. Without retribution, my Tao heart may falter, making it difficult for me to break through to a deeper realm." After cutting off the communication, Chen Shuiyuan immediately pleaded before the Holy Thunder Taoist, who sighed, his expression turning serious. "Rest assured, we of the 8th Thunder Sect will never let them off." Not to mention that they had provoked him just from the fact that they showed him no respect. They had already paved their path to destruction. Moreover, with Chen Shuiyuan's current status in the 8th Thunder Sect, it was sufficient for them to seek revenge for her. "Thank you, master." Upon hearing this, Chen Shuiyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, completely unaware of the formidable enemy they had attracted to the 8th Thunder Sect today. Meanwhile, after slaying every tribulation transcending cultivator present, Lu Changsheng turned to face Lu Jiuyuan, only to find him seated cross-legged in deep meditation, evidently having gleaned profound insight from that single sword strike. truly worthy of being my descendant. Could a mere stroke of the blade already stir such enlightenment? Ha ha ha! Lu Chongqing roared with laughter. Clearly, with Lu Jiuyuan's existence, the Lu clan was destined to shine brilliantly, even surpassing its former zenith. On the other side, Qin Yuan, witnessing this scene, involuntarily drew a sharp breath. This young Master Lu possesses truly extraordinary talent. Has he already grasped sword intent? After all, among the 3,000 cultivators, sword cultivators ranked unchallenged among the top 10, and sword intent itself was revered as the highest attainment, its comprehension notoriously arduous. Even Qin Yuan himself had yet to master it, though a key reason lay in his not being a sword cultivator. As Lu Jiuyuan immersed himself in revelation, Lu Chongqing's avatar shifted its gaze toward Qin Yuan, immediately plunging him into tense vigilance. Hastily, Qin Yuan spoke. I am Qin Yuan, honored to pay my respects to this venerable elder. Upon sensing Qin Yuan's sincerity, Lu Chongqing chose not to eliminate him alongside the others, instead studying him thoughtfully before speaking. If my memory serves, centuries ago, I once saved a youth named Qin Yuan. Surely that was you. Hearing these words, Qin Yuan's heart surged with excitement. He could scarcely believe the elder still remembered him, and hastily replied, Indeed it is I. Profound gratitude for your life-saving grace back then. Without it, I would never have ascended to my current great ascension realm cultivation. Very well. Then I trust you will keep today's events strictly confidential, lest you discover precisely what consequences await. Lu Chongqing spoke calmly, yet the veiled threat hung unmistakably in the air. Qin Yuan understood perfectly, and nodded fervently. Elder Lu Chongqing is my savior and young master Lu Jiuyuan, and I share an exceptionally close bond. I would never invite calamity by revealing anything that transpired here. Hearing this, Lu Chongqing finally nodded in quiet satisfaction. See that you do. But for now, let my descendant first complete his absorption of sword intent in peace. Given Jiuyuan's current state, the sword intent he has awakened is likely terrifyingly profound. Though the nature of Lu Jiuyuan's sword intent remained unknown, even its initial resonance sent a palpable aura of transcendence rippling through Lu Chongqing, a sign that this sword intent would be anything but ordinary. Qin Yuan, though unfamiliar with the esoteric principles of sword intent, could still perceive an ancient sublime presence emanating from Lu Jiuyuan. An aura suggesting the sword intent's rank was nothing short of extraordinary. Meanwhile, deep within his spiritual realm, Lu Jiuyuan stood entranced. Before him loomed a colossal giant. Clutched in the giant's hand was a long sword. With a single effortless descent, the blade cleaved heaven and earth asunder, plunging the entire cosmos into utter annihilation. Yet from that devastation bloomed rebirth. Stunned, speechless, Lu Jiuyuan stood frozen, until sudden crystalline understanding blossomed within his heart. An ineffable arcane aura then unfurled from his very being. Outside, Lu Chongqing's face lit with pride at his descendant's peerless talent. Yet his smile abruptly vanished. High above a monstrous tribulation, lightning coalesced in the sky. This is the birth of a heaven-defying entity. Could it be Jiuyuan? Lu Chongqing's expression darkened as he gazed toward Lu Jiuyuan in the distance, and the descending lightning confirmed his dread. A cataclysmic tribulation descended directly upon Lu Jiuyuan. What manner of sword intent has my descendant grasped to provoke heaven itself into manifesting a heaven-defying tribulation? Disbelief flooded Lu Chongqing's eyes, but he could only watch helplessly. Divine tribulation lightning was beyond even his power to intercept. Any attempt to shield Lu Jiuyuan would only intensify its fury. Moreover, he placed his faith in Lu Jiuyuan. For one of such caliber, even this tribulation might prove no true threat. Qin Yuan, meanwhile, stood utterly astounded. His mind reeling. The Lu clan produces prodigies beyond reckoning. One after another. First, Lu Chongqing, a tribulation-transcending peak cultivator, who slew a great ascension realm expert. Now Lu Jiuyuan, whose talent eclipses even his ancestors. Fortunately, his ties with the Lu clan were strong. Seizing this chance to deepen their alliance would surely secure his future prosperity. Just as the tribulation lightning was about to strike Lu Jiuyuan, his tightly closed eyes snapped open. What eyes they were! Upon opening, the heavens themselves seemed to shift hue. Within them shimmered streaks of primordial gray-white, evoking the dawn of creation, the raw, unformed essence of the Hongmeng Tao. Calmly, Lu Jiuyuan gazed up at the celestial tribulation. Then in the next instant, a devastating surge of sword intent erupted from his Qingfeng sword. A chilling realization flashed through Lu Chongqing's mind, and disbelief contorted his features. Surely not. This aura? Could it truly be the legendary Hongmeng sword intent? At Lu Chongqing's words, Qin Yuan's face paled with shock. Impossible. Is not the Hongmeng sword intent the exclusive domain of him? How could anyone else possibly grasp it? The him Qin Yuan referred to was the Hongmeng immortal sovereign, a being transcending even immortal kings. Merely uttering his true name would invoke ill omens from the void. To speak his Dao title would likewise draw his awareness. Hence none dared utter the Hongmeng immortal sovereign's name, lest he instantly detect this event. Matters have grown grave indeed. A shadow of gravity crossed Lu Chongqing's brow. The Hongmeng immortal sovereign ruled with absolute dominion. Should he learn another had awakened the Hongmeng sword intent, he would either claim that soul as disciple, or annihilate it utterly. No third path existed. Today's events may remain known only to us present, or solely within the Lu clan. Do you understand? Lu Chongqing's voice held quiet menace. Qin Yuan fully grasped the stakes, and nodded vigorously, ultimately swearing a heavenly Dao oath under Lu Chongqing's gaze before being released. Once Qin Yuan was dismissed, Lu Chongqing turned his gaze upon Lu Jiuyuan beneath the raging tribulation, and laughed aloud, "Ha ha ha! My descendant bears the bearing of an immortal sovereign." For mastery of the Hongmeng sword intent coupled with diligent cultivation could one day elevate him to the very height of the Hongmeng immortal sovereign, and then the Lu clan would truly rise. In the current realm of the Emperor Shen continent, without the emergence of the immortal emperor, the immortal monarch stands as the strongest among them. If an immortal monarch were to arise, the Lu family would ascend to the pinnacle of the first-rate powers, enjoying a prestigious reputation throughout the entire Emperor Shen continent. Holding on to this thought, Lu Chongqing, Qin Yuan, and the King of Thousand Ghosts gazed solemnly at Lu Jiuyuan, who was undergoing tribulation, all eager to discern the extent of Lu Jiuyuan's current strength. Lu Jiuyuan, grasping the Qingfeng sword, looked up at the thunder tribulation in the sky, murmuring expressionlessly, "This sword is the Hongmeng sword intent I comprehended from the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation, and this sword is called Opening Heaven." As Lu Jiuyuan's words fell, in the next instant, a sword intent that spanned countless ages erupted from him, transforming him into an ancient and terrifying existence as he swung his sword towards the thunder tribulation. The sword, infused with the essence of primordial chaos, shattered the thunder tribulation upon contact in an instant, and it showed no signs of stopping. After obliterating the thunder tribulation, the sword continued to strike towards the tribulation clouds above one sword, shattering the tribulation clouds. Witnessing this scene, Lu Chongqing and the others were left dumbfounded, clearly not expecting Lu Jiuyuan to break through the thunder tribulation in such a manner. However, after a moment, Lu Chongqing excitedly shouted, "Ha ha ha, my junior has the bearing of an immortal monarch, my junior has the bearing of an immortal monarch." Upon hearing Lu Chongqing's words, the expressions of the King of Thousand Ghosts and Qin Yuan turned grave, as it was evident that this time they were about to soar. If they could latch onto the thigh of a future immortal monarch, it would be challenging for them not to rise. It is known that during the Great Ascension phase, one's lifespan is still limited, typically lasting only tens of millions of years. But if one can break through to the human immortal phase, then their lifespan would no longer be constrained by the heavens, henceforth being deemed equal to the heavens in longevity. Breaking through with this sword was not Lu Jiuyuan's original intention. He merely wished to test the full extent of his current strength. Clearly, the thunder tribulation was an ideal subject for his experiment. What Lu Jiuyuan did not expect was that this thunder tribulation would be so easily vanquished by his sword strike, though it also did not rule out the fact that his current strength was indeed formidable. Meanwhile, in a certain location of the Emperor Shen continent, an ancient being concealed within the chaos seemed to sense something, slowly opening its eyes with a hint of surprise on its face. Is someone comprehending the Hongmeng sword intent? Let me deduce where this person is. As the supreme being of the Hongmeng sword intent, the Hongmeng immortal monarch could naturally sense its emergence. If he wished, he could deduce the information of the one who had mastered the Hongmeng sword intent. However, as the Hongmeng immortal monarch began his deduction, his expression turned astonished, and he soon halted, speaking with disbelief. How is this possible? There is someone in the Emperor Shen continent whom I cannot deduce. Could it be that the person is the son of an immortal emperor? No, I must find this person. If I am not mistaken, this person's location should be in the southwestern direction. The Hongmeng immortal monarch murmured, quickly falling into deep thought before suddenly exclaiming, "Anlan, come see me." As soon as the Hongmeng immortal monarch's words fell, a figure soon appeared before him, emanating a terrifying aura, though it seemed insignificant in front of the Hongmeng immortal monarch. If anyone were present, they would surely recognize that the suddenly appeared powerhouse was the renowned Lan, a golden immortal with strength at the peak of the golden immortal stage, just a step away from breaking through to the immortal king level, becoming a top-tier powerhouse. After Lan appeared, he respectfully said, "Master, what do you need of me?" I sensed that someone has comprehended the Hamong sword intent, but there is something unusual about this person, and I could not deduce their existence. Therefore you go find this person for me." The Hamong immortal monarch said lightly, and upon hearing his words a trace of horror crossed Lan's face, for he knew just how powerful his master was. To the outside world, his peak golden immortal cultivation might seem extremely formidable enough to dominate a Dao domain. However, before his master, he felt no different from a mere mortal. The only difference was that a mortal could be erased with a thought, while he required some effort, needing just a finger to obliterate. The person's location is in the southwestern direction. You can go find them. If you encounter a powerful opponent, crush this jade token, and your master shall appear to assist you. After the Hamong immortal monarch spoke, he handed Lan a small and exquisite jade token which contained a fragment of his power. Simply crushing the jade token would summon the Hamong immortal monarch. While it was not his true form, it would be more than enough to annihilate an immortal king. "Yes, master. I will not disappoint your trust." Lan responded, taking the jade token and heading southwest, unaware of how long this journey would take. After Lan departed, the Hamong immortal monarch stood up, and as he did, the entire world seemed to tremble. The Hamong sword intent has not emerged for a long time. I still remember the last time it appeared was eons ago. I hope this individual is wise enough to join my sect. The Hamong immortal monarch shook his head, lamenting. He vaguely remembered that the last person who comprehended the Hamong sword intent emerged 1 billion years ago, and he had found that person expressing his intent to accept a disciple. The individual, upon learning his identity, was naturally thrilled and agreed. Under his guidance, 1 billion years passed, and that individual's cultivation had already broken through to the early stage of the immortal king, truly terrifying. After that, the Hamong sword intent vanished without a trace, and he had subsequently entered seclusion, making this his first awakening in 1 billion years. After all, for an immortal monarch, time has become a mere concept, as countless years have passed between the opening and closing of their eyes. On the other side, Lu Jiuyuan was still unaware that he had caught the attention of the Hamong immortal monarch. After slaying the thunder tribulation, Lu Jiuyuan calmly sheathed the Qingfeng sword, but he noticed the astonished expressions of the three around him, prompting him to ask, "What is it?" Sometimes I wonder if our Lu family's foundation can truly give rise to a prodigy like you." Lu Changsheng sighed, while Lu Jiuyuan simply smiled and shook his head. "Ancestor, since Lu Jiuyuan was born into the Lu family, I am inherently one of them. My strength is not merely luck. It is just that my talent is slightly better than ordinary people." "By the way, did you truly comprehend the Hongmeng sword intent just now?" Lu Changsheng asked curiously, again wanting to confirm. Lu Jiuyuan did not elaborate further. He simply extended his hand, and in an instant an ancient aura of sword intent surged into his palm. At this moment, all three were convinced that what Lu Jiuyuan comprehended was indeed the Hongmeng sword intent. Lu Changsheng's expression turned serious as he said, "Jiuyuan, if it can be avoided, it's best not to use this Hongmeng sword intent. After all, the depths of this matter are too profound, and you may not be able to handle it." Upon hearing Lu Changsheng's words, Lu Jiuyuan let out a cold laugh and spoke with great confidence. "Ancestor, rest assured. Lu Jiuyuan was born to be invincible, endowed with an unparalleled Dao heart. If I were to fear the Hongmeng immortal emperor, it would surely hinder my cultivation journey. Moreover, with my current talent, I dare to say that within 10,000 years I will definitely become a figure at the immortal emperor level. By then, even the Hongmeng immortal emperor will not frighten me in the slightest." Lu Jiuyuan's words left the three in shock, once again prompting Qin Yuan to smile wryly. "Young Master Lu, becoming an immortal emperor is not as simple as you say. From what I know, the fastest prodigy to break through to immortal emperor in the entire Dishan continent took a full 1,000,000 years. Hearing this, Lu Jiuyuan merely smiled and did not dwell on it. Some things are better left unspoken. Let time prove it instead. Moreover, Lu Jiuyuan was confident that within 100 years, his background would likely be invincible. At that time, he would not even need to intervene. His background could resolve everything in the Dishan continent. Alright, since everything has been resolved, let's head back. Lu Changsheng shook his head helplessly. Was his junior too arrogant and domineering? But if he wasn't, what kind of prodigy would he be? Just an ordinary one. However, at that moment, Lu Jiuyuan remembered something and shook his head helplessly. Ancestor, the matter of the 100 Nations competition is not over yet. I still need to visit the royal family. Well, all right. But remember, regardless of what situation you encounter outside, you must reveal my law decree. Do not take any risks. Lu Chongshang said seriously, and his words warmed Lu Jiuyuan's heart. After all, family support is invaluable. Yes, ancestor. Lu Jiuyuan replied respectfully, and as his words fell, Lu Changsheng's body transformed into a law decree, reintegrating into Lu Jiuyuan's body. At this moment, Qin Yuan naturally knew he needed to please Lu Jiuyuan. With this in mind, he gritted his teeth and took out a purple token, handing it to Lu Jiuyuan. Young Master Lu, this token is a VIP token from our Tianling auction house. Just holding it allows you to shop at our auction house at a 30% discount. This was already the best he could offer. This? Isn't it too much? Lu Jiuyuan was unaware of the token's value but still smiled and stored it in his storage ring, while Chen Guiwang looked on in astonishment. It should be known that the VIP tokens at Tianling Auction House are classified into 4 levels. They are the Bronze VIP token, which allows for a 10% discount, followed by Silver, which offers an 8.5% discount, then Gold at 20%, and finally the highest level, the Purple Gold VIP token, which gives a 30% discount. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just that this item has an affinity with young Master Lu. Moreover, if you have time, please support our Tianling Auction House's business. Qin Yuan smiled and said this before making an excuse that there were matters to attend to at the Tianling Auction House, and promptly left. After he left, Lu Jiuyuan exchanged a glance with Chen Guiwang, who immediately understood and quickly took Lu Jiuyuan to fly swiftly towards the royal family of Yuanwu country. Meanwhile, deep within the royal forbidden area of Yuanwu country, guided by Lu Chongsheng and aided by Lu Jiuyuan, Li Shenran, and the national divine beast the swallowing sky python were currently in seclusion, attempting to break through to the great ascension stage. Li Zuanren's aura was exceptionally terrifying, as a wave of royal aura continuously washed over his body. Beside him was the swallowing sky python, coiled up entirely. Although its aura fluctuated, it remained on the verge of becoming stronger. At this moment, a sound of a bottleneck shattering echoed from both Li Shenran and the python's bodies. The originally clear sky above Yuanwu country suddenly darkened, and a powerful pressure enveloped everyone, making it difficult for them to raise their heads. Many strong individuals of Yuanwu country looked up in shock at the sky, where terrifying tribulations were constantly forming. Seeing this scene, the residents of Yuanwu country quickly understood a strong person was about to break through to the great ascension stage. With this realization, many became excited, as the emergence of a great ascension stage powerhouse meant Yuanwu country would leap to become a 4th-tier force from now on. Chun family Chen Shuima's face turned extremely ugly upon seeing this scene. Clearly that direction was the Li family's. That guy Li Xuanran has actually broken through to the great ascension stage. I just hope he gets struck down by the tribulation, otherwise our Chun family will be in trouble. Chun Shuimu said with a grim expression. After all, the Chun and Li families have never gotten along, and now that Chun Fenglei had been taken down, if Li Shenran broke through, he would likely take action against the Qin family. Many forces eyeing the position of the Yuanwu country's ruler also looked increasingly grim, as Li Zuanren's breakthrough to the great ascension stage meant their chances of success were dwindling. On the other hand, Lu Jiuyuan and Chen Guiwang had already reached the border of Yuanwu country. Upon seeing this, Lu Jiuyuan expressed some surprise. Li Wang has actually broken through to the great ascension stage. This is indeed a matter worth celebrating. Chen Guiwang shook his head and responded. Li Wang won't undergo the tribulation here in Yuanwu country. He should head to another location. After all, undergoing the tribulation here would cause too much destruction to Yuanwu country. As Chen Guiwang finished speaking, Li Shenran and the swallowing sky python soared into the air from the depths of the palace, heading into the distance. Let's go, let's follow and take a look, Lu Jiuyuan said with some interest, and Chen Guiwang certainly would not refuse, as observing the Great Ascension tribulation would also be beneficial for his future breakthrough. However, Chen Guiwang was not the only one with this thought. At the same time, in the Demon Mountain forest to the north of Yuanwu country, the Swordbreaker, who was in seclusion, suddenly sensed something and looked at the capital of Yuanwu country with a surprised expression. This aura has Li Shenran broken through to the Great Ascension stage. No, I have to go take a look. With that, the Swordbreaker hurriedly made his way towards the location where Li Shenran and the swallowing sky python would undergo their tribulation. At the Sword Immortal sect, the Sword Fairy, who was in seclusion, sensed something and opened her eyes in surprise, looking towards the distant tribulation. This aura has Li Shenran broken through to the Great Ascension stage. After saying this, the Sword Fairy hurriedly set off in the direction of the tribulation. Meanwhile, in the Baishansong sect, the sect master, the berserker, opened his eyes and looked towards the distance. Fellow Taoist Li has broken through to the Great Ascension stage. It looks like it's time for me to go out for a while, especially since fellow Taoist Li's people delivered a prodigy to me recently. With that, the berserker took a step and disappeared into the secret chamber. On the other side, after leaving the capital of Yuanwu country, Li Xianran and the swallowing sky python quickly arrived at the ruins of the Yumo sect. Since it was destroyed by Lu Chongxing, no one dared to establish a sect here, making it the perfect place to undergo tribulation. Swallowing sky python, everything from now on will depend on your own fortunes. After Li Xianran said this, he moved to a position relatively far from the swallowing sky python. After all, if two cultivators underwent tribulation together, it would only increase the power of the tribulation. Besides, there was no benefit in doing so unless an individual was particularly foolish and wanted to temper their body, which was a rare occurrence. Unfortunately, Li Xianran was not that kind of person. As Li Xianran and the swallowing sky python completely separated, many prominent figures who came to observe the tribulation period gathered around. After all, if nothing unexpected happened, they would eventually have the opportunity to reach the Great Ascension stage. Observing the birth of a Great Ascension cultivator would greatly aid their future tribulations. I didn't expect that Li Xuanran would break through to the Great Ascension stage so quickly. Although it was anticipated, he still felt some excitement within as he gazed at the tribulation brewing in the sky, smiling and shaking his head. As his words fell, a terrifying tribulation descended. Phew, I finally made it. As Li Xianran began his tribulation, Lu Jiuyuan finally arrived late. Upon his arrival, he and Chen Guiwang began to observe. After all, the Great Ascension stage would not be long for Lu Jiuyuan. Meanwhile, if Chen Guiwang received Lu Changsheng's help, he was confident enough to reach the late stage of tribulation within 100 years, and the peak of tribulation within 1,000 years, striving to break through to the Great Ascension stage before 10,000 years. Boom! A massive bolt of lightning struck towards Li Xuanran, who remained unfazed. He stomped his foot in the air, and in an instant a golden royal aura erupted from his body, shielding him. Each emperor can mobilize the luck of their nation, commonly referred to as royal aura. As the nation grows stronger, the royal aura also becomes increasingly terrifying. This is why countless families aspire to glimpse the imperial throne, as it significantly enhances their strength. The terrifying lightning tribulation slammed into the royal aura, but was firmly blocked, having no effect. Li Xianran remained unperturbed, as he had long anticipated this scene. In contrast, the swallowing sky python did not avoid the lightning tribulation at all. Just as the tribulation was about to strike, it leisurely opened its massive mouth and swallowed the terrifying lightning whole. The swallowing sky python, along with the ancient divine beasts Tao Tai and Chaos Beast, are known as the most gluttonous divine beasts of the Dixian continent. They can enhance their strength through consumption, and the swallowing sky python is no exception. After the terrifying lightning tribulation was swallowed, blue lightning danced around the swallowing sky python's exterior, but it showed no signs of discomfort, clearly unfazed by such minor lightning. Hiss, as expected of the swallowing sky python, even the tribulation cannot harm it. The sword breaker gasped in astonishment upon witnessing this scene. The might of the swallowing sky python was shocking enough, let alone Li Xuanran, who could suppress it. Under the terrifying bombardment of the Great Ascension lightning tribulation, the shield formed by the royal aura only showed a few cracks. Upon seeing this, Li Xianran decisively abandoned the protection of the royal aura. In the next moment, a sword filled with terrifying energy appeared in Li Xuanran's hand. That is the Shenyuan Divine Sword, the national treasure of Yuanwu country. The sword fairy exclaimed in surprise upon seeing this scene, as the rank of the Shenyuan Divine Sword is extraordinarily high, even giving off a faint feeling of being a divine weapon classified as a semi-divine weapon. Something's off. Li Xianran taking out the Shenyuan Divine Sword in such a situation. Could it be he intends to use the power of the tribulation to fully transform the Shenyuan Divine Sword into a divine weapon? The berserker said in surprise. After all, possessing a divine weapon means that even a cultivator at the integration stage could fight beyond their level and defeat cultivators at the tribulation stage. As the crowd speculated, Li Xianran did not hesitate to throw the Shenyuan Divine Sword, which flew into the air under his control. The surrounding lightning tribulation attempted to strike down, but it was absorbed by the Shenyuan Divine Sword. What? The Shenyuan Divine Sword actually has the ability to absorb lightning tribulation. The tribulation stage cultivators around were astonished, but what they did not notice was that Lu Jiuyuan, upon witnessing the terrifying punishment of the lightning, had a contemplative expression flash across his eyes, and then he sat down cross-legged, a mysterious aura beginning to emanate from him. On the other side, Li Xianran and the devouring python were still undergoing the tribulation transcendence. As the aura of both the man and the python intensified, it signified that they were about to successfully transcend the tribulation and break through to the great ascension, officially becoming immortals. Meanwhile, the Thousand Ghost King noticed Lu Jiuyuan's anomaly and was taken aback. What kind of prodigy is the young master? How can he comprehend something while others are transcending the tribulation? Yet despite his complaints, the Thousand Ghost King still intervened to block the aura of enlightenment emanating from Lu Jiuyuan, so that no one would disrupt his opportunity after witnessing the scene. A mere thunder tribulation, what can it do to me? Break for me. Li Xianran, filled with battle intent, looked up at the sky. With a swift strike of his sword, a terrifying sword aura infused with supreme imperial spirit struck directly at the tribulation clouds, astonishing many powerful beings in the tribulation stage. Has Li Xianran always been this courageous? After all, that is the thunder tribulation. However, no one voiced their concerns as Li Jiuyuan's strength was evident. Splitting the tribulation clouds was not an impossible task. As Li Jiuyuan's sword descended, the fearsome sword aura instantly cleaved the descending thunder tribulation in two. After blocking the tribulation, the horrifying sword aura surged toward the tribulation clouds above, directly obliterating them. Once the tribulation clouds were destroyed, a golden radiance shone down from the void, illuminating Li Xianran, whose aura now officially announced his breakthrough to the Great Ascension stage. On the other side, the devouring python successfully advanced to the Great Ascension stage by absorbing the thunder tribulation. Upon witnessing Li Xianran and the devouring python both ascend to the Great Ascension stage, the various tribulation stage beings present rushed to Li Xianran to offer their congratulations. Congratulations, Li Wang, on your successful ascent to the Great Ascension stage. Congratulations, Li Wang, on your successful ascent to the Great Ascension stage. Congratulations, Li Wang, on your successful ascent to the Great Ascension stage. Hearing their praises, Li Xianran smiled and then said earnestly, "It is merely a stroke of luck. With your talents, if all goes well, you will undoubtedly also break through to the Great Ascension stage." Then I will borrow Li Wang's auspicious words. The Swordbreaker and others smiled and said, "If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first." The devouring python nonchalantly stated that it did not enjoy such occasions. After saying so, it headed back to the forbidden land of the Yuanwu kingdom, preferring the cold pool. Li Xianran could only shake his head helplessly. His relationship with the devouring python was merely contractual. He could not strictly bind it. Just as he was about to say something, he sensed something and looked in surprise into the distance. In the distant void, flashes of lightning continuously emerged, each revealing a chilling aura. However, in the eyes of those in the tribulation stage, it was nothing extraordinary. Is someone comprehending the thunder law? The Swordbreaker said in surprise upon witnessing this scene, while the Thousand Ghost Kings stood guard before Lu Jiuyuan's space, calmly observing the Swordbreaker and others. Naturally, the Swordbreaker and the others recognized the Thousand Ghost King. It was no exaggeration to say that among them the Thousand Ghost King's strength was definitely at an upper echelon. "Everyone, the young master is comprehending ahead. Please leave," the Thousand Ghost King said coldly, exuding an air of "do not approach." Upon hearing the Thousand Ghost King's words, their faces showed shock, clearly not anticipating that someone could tame the Thousand Ghost King. However, it was evident that no matter what, the being behind the Thousand Ghost King must be terrifying. Realizing this, the Swordbreaker and others dared not approach, while Li Xianran smiled, for he had already recognized Lu Jiuyuan's aura. For Lu Jiuyuan to comprehend such a terrifying thunder law was nothing but beneficial for him. At that moment, Lu Jiuyuan was immersed in his comprehension space, where he beheld a desolate ancient world. In this ancient world, there was a terrifying giant with a bare upper body wielding purple thunder. The giant threw the thunderbolt in his hand, instantly obliterating a whole world. Is this the Jiuxiao thunder law? As the giant hurled the thunder, the information about this move appeared in Lu Jiuyuan's mind, and he grasped it with great ease. Upon mastering the Jiuxiao thunder law, Lu Jiuyuan slowly opened his eyes. The moment he did, a flash of lightning flickered in his eyes, accompanied by a wave of thunder sweeping outward. However, the tribulation stage experts didn't even need to block it. This level of attack was not enough to breach their defenses. Seeing the Thousand Ghost King standing in front of him, Lu Jiuyuan merely smiled and stepped forward. "Thousand Ghost, I can handle this," Lu Jiuyuan said lightly. With his command, the Thousand Ghost King vanished into the void, secretly protecting Lu Jiuyuan. Upon seeing Lu Jiuyuan, they were all astonished, for they could sense that although Lu Jiuyuan was at the peak of foundation establishment, his foundational strength was not inferior to that of a golden core practitioner. Realizing this, they couldn't help but feel tempted to recruit Lu Jiuyuan, but before they could act, Li Xianran stepped forward. Lu Xiaoyou, I did not expect you to comprehend such a terrifying thunder law, Li Xianran sincerely remarked. Even he seldom encountered moments of enlightenment, let alone that Lu Jiuyuan had comprehended twice in such a short time. Note: last time Li Qingping informed Li Xianran about Lu Jiuyuan's process of creating martial skills during his enlightenment. Uncle Li, it was merely luck. Lu Jiuyuan smiled and replied, while the berserker curiously inquired, "Friendly, may I ask who this young friend is?" The surrounding tribulation stage experts cast curious glances, as Lu Jiuyuan's ability to have the Thousand Ghost King protect him indicated that his backing was undoubtedly formidable. Put away your thoughts. I can only say that the force behind Lu Xiaoyu is something I cannot provoke even now. Li Xianran said lightly, and his words caused the berserker and others to gasp in shock. It was well known that Li Xianran was currently at the Great Ascension stage, and with the assistance of the Devouring Python, even latest-stage Great Ascension practitioners might not be their match. Yet for Li Xianran to claim he could not contend with Lu Jiuyuan's backing clearly indicated the latter's terrifying background. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but want to establish good relations with Lu Jiuyuan, but before they could act, Li Xianran spoke again. Lu Xiaoyou, let's go. There are some matters regarding the 100 Kingdoms competition that I need to tell you. Lu Shixian, have you truly killed so many powerful ones from my Flying Sword sect, and do you really intend to perish together? Amidst the ruins, a middle-aged man looked at a figure before him with a fierce expression, his eyes filled with rage, and from the aura emanating from him, it was evident that the opponent was a celestial being. As for Lu Shixian, he merely gazed at the other party and said, "Perish together. Does your Flying Sword sect possess that capability? Moreover, this matter was instigated by your Flying Sword sect, so let all of you from the Flying Sword sect go to your deaths." Supreme Celestial Demon Slash. Realizing something, Lu Shixian's expression turned furious, and in the next moment he unleashed a powerful sword strike that seemed to carry the power to annihilate the world, descending upon the Flying Sword sect. After sensing the might of this sword, the master of the Flying Sword sect, Chenjian Tianxian, spoke in terror. Activate the protective formation of the sect. The elders of the Flying Sword sect did not hesitate, as they could all feel the terrifying power of this sword. In the next moment, a massive light barrier surrounded the Flying Sword sect. Lu Shixian's sword then fell. Upon the collision of the Supreme Celestial Demon Slash and the protective formation of the Flying Sword sect, terrifying energy waves swept outward, annihilating everything in their path. Yet, under the full output of the protective formation of the Flying Sword sect, the Supreme Celestial Demon Slash was surprisingly blocked, prompting Chenjian Tianxian to laugh heartily at this sight. Lu Shixian, you cannot do anything to my Flying Sword sect. It is best to leave quickly and cease this matter. Faced with this scene, Lu Shixian did not display any change in expression, merely responding flatly. "Oh, are you certain? Since one sword cannot break through, then let me unleash another sword, 10 swords, 100 swords. I do not believe your Flying Sword sect can withstand it." Without waiting for Chenjian Tianxian to react, Lu Shixian smoothly executed 3 sword strikes, each possessing power not inferior to that of the previous sword. Seeing this, Chenjian Tianxian's expression turned grim. They had used all their strength to block the previous sword, let alone these 3 swords. However, if they did not block, they would surely face death. Thinking of this, Chenjian Tianxian spat out a mouthful of blood, channeling it into the protective formation to amplify its power. "Everyone, give it your all, do not hold back. If the protective formation is breached, we will surely die." Upon hearing Chenjian Tianxian's words, the elders of the entire Flying Sword sect also spat out blood to increase the power of the protective formation. In an instant, the bluish light of the protective formation deepened, reaching its peak power. The next moment, the Supreme Celestial Demon Slash collided with the protective formation, its terrifying power felt across millions of kingdoms. Great Zhou Dynasty. That position is the Flying Sword sect. I never expected someone could force the Flying Sword sect into such a desperate state. Their strength cannot be underestimated. The Emperor of the Great Zhouchun Jianxing looked towards the position of the Flying Sword sect, his expression grave. His cultivation level was merely at the peak of Earth Immortal, thus he dared not provoke the Flying Sword sect. This fluctuation indicates that the strength of the attacker has at least reached high-level Celestial. The Flying Sword sect is likely in danger now. As the sworn enemy of the Flying Sword sect, the 8 Desolation sect was naturally pleased to witness this scene. If the Flying Sword sect were to be destroyed, they could take the opportunity to rise and grow stronger. Inside the Flying Sword sect, as the three supreme celestial demon slashes descended, even Chen Jian Tianxian and the others could only spew blood to strengthen the formation, yet they still could not withstand these three strikes. Cracks began to appear in the light barrier of the protective formation, quickly spreading. No! Seeing this, Chen Jian Tianxian was filled with terror, and in the next moment, the protective formation shattered, and the supreme celestial demon slash fell into the Flying Sword sect. The horrifying power instantly caused all cultivators below the celestial level within the Flying Sword sect to perish, leaving only Chen Jian Tianxian alive. Why did you have to be so ruthless? Do you not fear the karma that will ensue? Even though he did not die on the spot, Chen Jian Tianxian's situation was still dire, akin to a candle flickering in the cold wind on the verge of extinguishing. In response to Chen Jian Tianxian's accusations and curses, Lu Jiuyuan merely cast him a cold glance. When you chose to harbor the one who killed my disciple, you should have prepared for the destruction of your sect. As for the karma, I am invincible. What does karma matter to me? Lu Jiuyuan said lightly, a burst of arrogance erupting from him, causing Chen Jian Tianxian to laugh heartily. Ha ha ha, I see then, I eagerly await when we might meet again. After completely annihilating the Flying Sword sect, Lu Jiuyuan sighed, deeply, looking around aimlessly. Having left my homeland for so long, it is time to return to the Lu family and see how they have changed. As he thought of the Lu family, Lu Shixian's eyes filled with nostalgia before vanishing, his destination being Tianling Prefecture. Meanwhile, Lu Jiuyuan was unaware that a celestial elder was on his way back. At this moment, he had returned to the palace with Li Xianran. After entering the palace, Lu Jiuyuan saw Li Qingping, who was filled with excitement. Unlike him, her cultivation had stabilized at the early golden core stage, clearly having made significant progress with his help. Seeing his daughter's expression, Li Xianran could not help but sigh. It seemed that his daughter and Lu Jiuyuan were destined to be together. Fortunately, Lu Jiuyuan's family was stronger than his own, so the Li family did not suffer a loss. However, thinking of his daughter's betrothal made Li Xianran feel a headache. At that moment, Lu Jiuyuan spoke up. Uncle Li, is the competition among the 100 Nations about to begin? Indeed, due to the defeat in the last 100 Nations tournament this time, we must undergo strict selection to choose suitable candidates for participation. Li Xianran thought of the last 100 Nations tournament and couldn't help but sigh, prompting Lu Jiuyuan to become curious. Did our Yuanwu kingdom really suffer such a crushing defeat in the last 100 Nations tournament? After all, this was not something Lu Jiuyuan was originally aware of. Li Xianran merely shook his head and looked at Lu Jiuyuan. Well, let me tell you, last time our Yuanwu kingdom sent 2 peak golden core experts and 3 latest-stage golden core cultivators, yet we did not even make it into the top 10, all perished on the spot. At this point, Li Zuanren's expression turned indignant. Those were the future of our Yuanwu kingdom. If they were still alive, they would probably have reached the nascent soul stage by now. However, Lu Jiuyuan was not concerned about their deaths, but rather, can one kill during the 100 Nations tournament? In response to Lu Jiuyuan's confusion, Li Xianran calmly replied. Naturally, in the 100 Nations tournament, as long as one does not call for surrender, it is basically a fight to the death, and the judges will not intervene. What are you afraid? Afraid? I, Lu Jiuyuan, have never known fear. If it is a fight to the death, then let us kill with abandon. Lu Jiuyuan shook his head with a smile, and that invincible Tao heart of his influenced Li Xianran as well. Ever since he crossed over to the Dishuan continent, he had never faced defeat. He didn't believe that those natives could be his match. If he could still lose with the support of the Hongmeng sword, intent, the 9 heavens thunder technique, and such powerful foundations, Lu Jiuyuan would have to consider crossing over again. Haha, good. Since that is the case regarding this quota, I will hold a competition in the capital 3 days from now. Anyone who can secure a spot in the top 5 will be able to participate in the 100 Nations tournament. Li Xianran was influenced and laughed heartily. 3 days. That will be enough. Lu Jiuyuan thought of something, muttering to himself before standing up to take his leave. In that case, I will naturally participate in the competition 3 days from now. Goodbye, Uncle Li. Li Xianran turned to Li Qingping, who was standing to the side, and said, Oh, I understand. Li Qingping smiled slightly and quickly escorted Lu Jiuyuan to the palace. Do you really have confidence this time? Li Qingping hesitated for a moment and then asked with concern. After all, as far as she knew, there were quite a few peak golden core prodigies attending this time, some of whom were invincible in the same realm, and could even slay nascent soul cultivators. Ha ha ha, below 30 years old, I am invincible. Lu Jiuyuan said nothing more, laughing heartily. Feeling Lu Jiuyuan's invincible Tao heart, Li Qingping was momentarily stunned. Indeed, it seems no one has achieved Lu Jiuyuan's current accomplishments before the age of 30. Moreover, Lu Jiuyuan appears to be only 25 this year. But soon Li Qingping thought of something else, and her shock deepened. Lu Jiuyuan had only been seriously cultivating for 2 months, right? 2 months ago, Lu Jiuyuan was merely a mortal in the body refinement stage. Thinking of this, Li Qingping couldn't help but gasp. In that case, you must be careful. After all, we don't know if other dynasties will have any terrifying monsters. Li Qingping could only remind him. Within the Yuanwu kingdom, no one was a match for Lu Jiuyuan. The only opponents he could be called rivals were likely the prodigies from outside the Yuanwu kingdom. That goes without saying. If there are no issues, I will head back now. Lu Jiuyuan smiled and then performed a bow. Li Qingping was about to say something, but Lu Jiuyuan had already turned to leave, and the words she wanted to say were swallowed back. Unbeknownst to them, Li Xianran was watching this scene unfold from a high point in the palace with Li Qingdi. Father, are you really going to match Qingping with brother Lu? Li Qingdi asked curiously, while Li Xianran only looked at Li Qingdi with a serious expression. Third brother, you should know that our Yuanwu kingdom is currently in a precarious situation. Other dynasties are constantly pressuring us, and your second brother and elder brother have already gone to the border to defend. Now it seems that only by marrying into the Lu family can our Yuanwu kingdom survive this battle. The eldest prince Li Qingshan and the second prince Li Qingfeng are truly prodigies, having broken through to the fusion stage at such a young age. They were sent to the border to fight due to the war initiated by the northern Huhuan kingdom not long ago. There is an unwritten rule between dynasties that cultivators above the tribulation transcendent stage must not intervene, or otherwise everyone would be at a loss. If you deploy one tribulation transcendence cultivator, I can deploy 2, and a single strike could obliterate 1,000,000 troops. Upon hearing his father's words, Li Qingdi could only sigh while Li Xianran continued. Moreover, Qingping has a good relationship with that young lad Lu Jiuyuan. They are a match made in heaven. A marriage between them is not out of the question. I will not sacrifice Qingping's happiness. I will only consider it if Qingping agrees. In that case, let us proceed according to father's wishes. Li Qingdi agreed. After spending this time together, he could see that Li Qingping truly liked Lu Jiuyuan, and he had already recognized Lu Jiuyuan's character. Although his strength is relatively weak, he is still young. If given a little bit of time, Lu Jiuyuan's talent could astonish everyone. Just then, Li Qingdi thought of something and asked curiously, Father, do you think Lu Jiuyuan will be able to participate in the 100 Nations tournament this time? As far as I know, there seem to be no less than 10 peak golden core cultivators attending this time, and Lu Jiuyuan is merely at the foundation establishment peak. Hearing Li Qingdi's concerns, Li Xianran just smiled. What? Do you think Lu Jiuyuan's strength can be measured by realm? Just wait. I expect Lu Xiaoyu will give us a big surprise. I still need to go into seclusion to solidify my realm. You can handle the quota matter. Having said that, Li Xianran turned and headed to the cave to stabilize his realm. When he emerges, it will be time to attend the 100 Nations tournament. It seems that brother Lu's strength indeed cannot be measured by realm. Li Qingdi thought of something and chuckled to himself. With his own strength, he could naturally sense that although Lu Jiuyuan was only at the foundation establishment peak, even his casually cooked spicy rabbit could help him improve his strength. How could he be simple? In that case, it all depends on you, brother Lu. As the news spread, many prodigies had already arrived in the Yuanwu kingdom. Ha ha ha, this time, I will definitely shine at the grand tournament of the 100 Nations. A loud laugh echoed through the capital of the Yuanwu kingdom, while Xiao Tai stood nearby helplessly commenting. Senior brother, keep your voice down, otherwise people will say you are disturbing the peace. Beside Xiao Tai stood a bald giant who lowered his voice only after hearing Xiao Tai's words. Chan Yuan, you are the pride of our Batian sect, and this time you must achieve a good rank in the grand tournament of the 100 Nations. Pang Tian said seriously as he stood in front of the two. Chen Yuan was his eldest disciple, while Li Tai was the second. Li Tai, although your cultivation is still low this time, follow us to witness the grand tournament of the 100 Nations and prepare yourself. The next time it will be your turn to step up. I understand, master. Li Tai replied seriously. In just 2 months under Pang Tian's guidance, Li Tai had already broken through to the peak of qi refinement, just 1 step away from foundation establishment. Chan Yuan, mentioned by Pang Tian, was a carefully selected prodigy of the Batian sect with his cultivation at the peak of the golden core stage, and his robust physique could rival even those of the nascent soul stage. Li Tai's face showed some curiosity. He did not understand why master acted strangely after returning from that night out. At the same time, he thought of Lu Jiuyuan and couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Once his cultivation became stronger, he would return to find Lu Jiuyuan. Although Lu Xiong could not embark on the path of immortality with his abilities, it shouldn't be too difficult to find some heavenly materials to extend Lu Jiuyuan's life. However, what Li Tai did not expect was that Lu Jiuyuan had already begun secluding himself to break through to the golden core stage. I need to enter seclusion for a while. Make sure not to disturb me. Lu Jiuyuan instructed Long Outyen and the others before hurriedly entering the seclusion chamber. He could sense that his cultivation's pressure had reached its limit. Upon hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, Long Aotian's expression turned blank. Relying on the absorption of dragon blood, he had already broken through to the late golden core stage, but he still could not catch up to Lu Jiuyuan. They had initially been separated by a significant realm, yet to think that in just over a month Lu Jiuyuan's cultivation was about to catch up to his. It was indeed terrifying. Xiao Huang also appeared somewhat shocked, or after all, he had only just broken through to the late Qi refinement stage, which was already quite fast among demon beasts, yet he had not expected Lu Jiuyuan to be far more monstrous than he had imagined. Chen Gui Wang seemed somewhat numb as Lu Jiuyuan had comprehended the Hongmeng sword intent and the Nine Heavens Thunder method in just one day. In comparison, breaking through a small realm in a few days seemed quite normal. Entering the seclusion chamber, Lu Jiuyuan immediately sat down to begin his breakthrough to the golden core stage, while the strange chaotic Tao patterns on his body emitted an extremely ancient and terrifying aura. Brilliant light continuously radiated from Lu Jiuyuan, yet he remained completely unaware, focusing all his efforts on breaking through to the golden core stage. The so-called breakthrough from foundation establishment to the golden core stage involves condensing a golden core atop one's Tao foundation, and the grade of the golden core is roughly comparable to that of the Tao foundation, ranging from the 9th rank to the 1st rank, and then to the immortal grade golden core, ancient golden core, Hongmeng golden core, and finally the chaotic golden core. Lu Jiuyuan gathered all of his spiritual power at his dantian, and instantly a small and exquisite golden core appeared within his dantian. Although it was small, its terrifying power could not be overlooked, emanating a dreadful aura from its splendid exterior akin to the chaos that accompanied the creation of the world. This was indeed the chaotic golden core. Golden core stage, is it really this easy? Upon seeing this scene, Lu Jiuyuan couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. It seemed he had only been in there for a little over an hour, but soon he thought of something. Since my entire body is a Tao foundation, can I condense a golden core at any place on my body? Lu Jiuyuan thought of this and felt a surge of excitement, quickly beginning to experiment, and before long, he condensed a golden core within his arm. This seems feasible. Lu Jiuyuan thought excitedly. After all, the golden core signified the storage capacity of spiritual power. If his spiritual power far surpassed that of cultivators of the same level, he could exhaust his enemies to death. Moreover, many terrifying killing moves required a large amount of spiritual power, which was why cultivators of lower realms could not use them. Did this not mean that Lu Jiuyuan could condense even more golden cores? With this thought, Lu Jiuyuan spent the next 3 days continuously engaged in condensing golden cores, unable to stop. Before long, 3 days had passed, and in the capital of the Yuanwu Kingdom, many prodigies eager to participate in the Grand Tournament of the 100 Nations began to arrive. Not only because the Grand Tournament of the 100 Nations could bring them great fame, but more importantly due to the rewards promised by Li Shenran. As long as you can achieve a ranking within the top 100 in the Grand Tournament of the 100 Nations, you will gain the opportunity to soak in the Ancestor Pool. One must know that the Ancestor Pool is one of the treasures of the Yuanwu Kingdom, significantly enhancing a cultivator's talent, though it is limited to talents below the immortal grade. As for Li Qingping's earlier words, it was because the Ancestor Pool was ineffective for her that it was not utilized. It seems that quite a few people will come this time. In the capital, a calm-faced youth observed the bustling street, shaking his head and saying that he did not feel fearful. Instead, he was more stirred by a sense of battle. He was none other than Li Tian, the disciple of the Swordbreaker, who embodied the sword's essence. Now, his cultivation had reached the peak of the golden core stage, and despite having not drawn his sword in years, it was said that his swordsmanship had reached a pinnacle that even nascent soul stage cultivators might not match. Before long, Li Tian sensed something and looked toward a figure on the street, who seemed to also feel something and raised his head to look at Li Tian. Interesting, I didn't expect the Sword Immortal sect would release their sword child. It seems this grand tournament of the 100 Nations will be quite entertaining. Li Tian shook his head, referring to the sword child he had seen earlier, Zhang Chengfeng. Both were masters of the sword, yet they had never crossed blades. A fact that stirred an irrepressible yearning within them, for true cultivators always recognize and admire one another. How intriguing. So even Li Tian has stepped into this affair. It seems the 100 Nation Grand Contest will not be dull this time. Zhang Changfeng shook his head inwardly but chose not to act. Though he longed to test his blade against Li Tian, he knew well that Li Xianran had recently broken through to the Great Ascension realm, and they could not unleash such power within the capital of Yuanwu Kingdom. Watching Zhang Changfeng depart, Li Tian likewise shook his head and returned to his inn to rest. Tomorrow would bring the preliminary qualification trials for the 100-Nation Grand Contest. Meanwhile, at Qingshan Courtyard, Long Outyen and the others had already gathered before the seclusion chamber. Aware that the qualification trials for the 100-Nation Grand Contest would begin tomorrow, they grew increasingly anxious for Lu Jiuyuan. When will senior brother emerge from seclusion? At this rate, he'll surely miss the trials. Long Outyen spoke with quiet concern. Though Xiao Huang could not speak, his restless pacing betrayed profound agitation. Lin Jiling's face was etched with worry. After all, this was the 100-Nation Grand Contest. Chen Guiwang, however, remained silent, confident that Lu Jiuyuan would forge a miracle. The moment those words left his lips, the sky above Qingshan Courtyard darkened ominously, the unmistakable omen of Lu Jiuyuan's ascension to the Golden Core realm. As the tribulation lightning coalesced overhead, Lu Jiuyuan snapped his eyes open within the seclusion chamber. His entire being now radiated an overwhelming primordial aura, like an unsurpassed sovereign risen from the chaos itself. It is time. And Lu Jiuyuan spoke calmly. Over these 3 days, he had cultivated golden cores throughout his meridians. 999 chaos golden cores forged in rapid succession. This meant his combat prowess dwarfed that of ordinary cultivators at the same realm by a factor of 999, let alone the fact that chaos golden cores were the supreme tier of golden core, rendering conventional metrics utterly meaningless. In the next instant, Lu Jiuyuan rose, and in the blink of an eye stood suspended high above Qingshan Courtyard. At the sight of him, Long Outyen instinctively drew a sharp breath. He could no longer sense Lu Jiuyuan's cultivation level. Not even a trace. Could he have ascended to immortality in a single step? Nanli Chen Guiwang wore a grave expression. He too sensed nothing. Lu Jiuyuan's presence had vanished entirely, as fathomless and inscrutable as the primordial chaos. Yet Chen Guiwang knew Lu Jiuyuan had not truly reached immortal ascension. Not yet. After all, he could still follow Lu Jiuyuan's movements with perfect clarity. What astonished him, however, was that Lu Jiuyuan, having just attained the Golden Core realm, already possessed strength rivaling that of a nascent soul latest-stage cultivator. Was this even possible? Unaware of their awe, Lu Jiuyuan tilted his head toward the gathering tribulation clouds and sighed faintly. I cannot allow you to obliterate my home. He sensed clearly if the lightning descended unchecked, Qingshan Courtyard would vanish in an instant. With effortless grace, he summoned Qingfeng Sword. Hongmeng Ascension / Ni's voice was serene. This technique had emerged spontaneously during his enlightenment of the Hongmeng Sword intent. A heavenly tier supreme grade move more than sufficient for present use. Indeed, only the 999 Chaos Golden Cores enabled him to sustain the immense spiritual energy demand of the Hongmeng Ascension / and Lu Jiuyuan infused Qingfeng's sword with the terrifying Hongmeng Sword intent, and an ancient dread-inducing aura surged forth from the blade. This strike is terrifying. Long Outyen murmured below, his expression grim. Even if he himself broke through to the nascent soul realm, he doubted he could withstand it, deepening his awe of Lu Jiuyuan's might. To slay nascent soul-level opponents while still at the early Golden Core stage, what manner of prodigy was his master? And remarkable, even a reincarnated immortal emperor might not possess such power. Chen Guiwang exhaled sharply upon witnessing it. Long Outyen could barely perceive its force, but he felt it keenly. Even a nascent soul latest-stage cultivator would struggle to survive this blow. Only a nascent soul peak expert might stand a chance against Lu Jiuyuan. After 2.5 seconds of gathering power, Lu Jiuyuan brought down his blade. A dazzling apocalyptic sword light erupted from Qingfeng's sword, bearing the wrath of annihilation itself, surging straight toward the tribulation lightning. Tribulation lightning. I haven't even begun yet. And before that devastating slash, the once mighty lightning seemed suddenly frail and pitiful, vanquished in a single stroke. Chen Guiwang fell silent. Yet this was already the second time, so his shock was muted. A quiet unease stirred within him, given his young master's astonishing talent. How long before he would no longer need Chen Guiwang's protection? Just over a month ago, when he first met Lu Jiuyuan, the youth had been merely at the peak of qi refinement. Now, in little more than 30 days, he had reached the Golden Core realm. Not an ordinary one, but one capable of slaying nascent soul cultivators across realms. That thought only strengthened Qian Guiwang's resolve to follow Lu Jiuyuan. After all, to serve him was to pledge allegiance to the future celestial sovereign, the next immortal emperor. As Lu Jiuyuan cleaved the tribulation, the lightning raged to retaliate. Yet sensing the mandate of heaven bestowed upon Lu Jiuyuan, it fell silent instead. Moments later, a radiant golden light bathed Lu Jiuyuan. Divine feedback granted after tribulation transcendence intended to stabilize the newly attained realm. For Lu Jiuyuan, however, it was like offering a thimble of water to quench a wildfire. Is this all? He murmured, disappointment lacing his tone. It was scarcely more beneficial than self-cultivation, but there was no recourse. He certainly couldn't drag the tribulation lightning back for another beating. With its departure, Lu Jiuyuan's attainment of the early golden core realm was now firmly sealed. In the next instant, Lu Jiuyuan descended gently onto Qingshan Courtyard's grounds, and Long Outyen and the others rushed forward. Senior brother, what realm have you reached? Long Outyen pressed, urgently desperate to know Lu Jiuyuan's cultivation level. Could it truly be that, in just 3 days, his master had surpassed him? Me, early golden core. Anything wrong with that? Do you wish to spar? Lu Jiuyuan gazed at Long Outyen with a faint, enigmatic smile, one that sent a shiver of dread down his spine. Who dared challenge him? Last time, a single punch sent Long Outyen flying 100 li. Now, at the golden core realm, a single strike might hurl him 10,000 li. Young master, what grade of golden core do you possess? Qian Guiwang asked curiously, for Lu Jiuyuan's earlier display strongly suggested his golden core surpassed even the celestial grade. Here, see for yourself. Lu Jiuyuan spoke calmly. Instantly, a palm-sized golden core emerged from his body. Upon sensing its terrifying aura, and catching sight of its radiant primordial luster, Qian Guiwang involuntarily drew in a sharp breath. This is the Chaos Golden Core. Before Qian Guiwang could utter a word, Long Outyen blurted out in stunned disbelief. To forge a Chaos Golden Core was to all but secure one's ascension to the Celestial Emperor's throne. Meaning Lu Jiuyuan was destined to become a Celestial Emperor. All present stood thunderstruck. Though this single golden core was merely a modest display on Lu Jiuyuan's part, had they known he possessed 999 such Chaos Golden Cores, their shock would have been beyond measure. Enough! Let no word of today leave this place. The qualification trials have begun. Come, Qian Gui. Lead me there. Lu Jiuyuan instructed sternly. After all, if his peerless talent became widely known, none would dare challenge him. And how then would his background grow in stature? Yet one thing puzzled him. Had his passive ability already triggered? Saint Thunder Taoist had declared open enmity with the Lu clan. Logically, a human immortal ancestor should have already manifested from the Lu clan. But there was no time to dwell. Under Qian Guiwang's guidance, Lu Jiuyuan soared toward Luoshang capital, the imperial seat of Yuanwu Kingdom. Meanwhile, in Luoshang capital, Li Qingdi had mobilized resources to erect a vast arena upon an open plain, within which dozens of dueling platforms stood ready for contestants. Each platform could withstand attacks up to the nascent Soul Realm. Still, Li Qingdi estimated few would attend. All knew the 100 Kingdom Grand Contest spelled peril. Death or grievous injury loomed over every participant. For mere scraps of resources, it was hardly worth the risk. As the clock struck 8 in the morning, the qualification trials officially commenced. Sigh. What promising talents do you suppose might show up this time? At the arena's entrance sat 3 nascent soul cultivators, dispatched by Li Qingdi to register contestants. Few indeed. Last time, every Yuanwu cultivator we sent never returned. This year will likely be no better. True. Even prodigies would scarcely deign to covet Yuanwu's meager rewards, so attendance will likely be sparse. Ahem. I'm here to stay alive. A calm voice cut through their conversation. The 3 cultivators swiftly raised their heads, and before them stood a bald youth. Though startled, they hurriedly began registration. Name, cultivation realm, sect affiliation, age. Meticulous records were essential. No shortcuts permitted. The bald youth merely smiled and replied. Chan Yuan, disciple of Beixiang sect at the peak of the Golden Core realm, 29 years old. Who else could it be? Astonishment flooded their faces, but they swiftly completed the entry and gestured inward. Please enter. After all, Chan Yuan hailed from Beixiang sect, and at 29 he had already reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm, whereas they themselves had barely attained the peak of Qi refinement at that age. No sooner had Chan Yuan entered than the 3 exchanged hushed, bewildered murmurs. Why would Beixiang sect risk sending such a prodigy into the 100 Kingdom contest? Wasn't it courting certain ruin? Moments later, a cool, aloof youth approached slowly, his back bearing a long sword. I am here to compete. Name, realm, age, sect, affiliation. The trio dared not delay. Zhang Chengfeng, Golden Core Realm Peak. 29 years old, sword, immortal sect. Zhang Chengfeng spoke plainly. Yet his words stirred another tempest within the three cultivators' hearts. Another Golden Core Peak. Had Golden Core Peaks become so commonplace, scarcely had Zhang Chengfeng vanished inside when yet another youth appeared, and the moment they laid eyes on him their shock rekindled. For this too was a Golden Core Peak. None other than Li Tian. After Li Tian, numerous unaffiliated cultivators arrived to register. Most at the late Golden Core stage, with only a handful having reached its peak. These were solitary cultivators, deprived of resources yet still forcing their way into the Golden Core realm before 30. Their innate talent was nothing short of extraordinary. After a long while a graceful figure approached the registration desk with a playful smile. Clad in soft pink silk, her lithe form evoked delicate reverie. Subtle contours hinted beneath her robes, stirring quiet fascination. Even the three nascent soul cultivators found themselves momentarily entranced, until she stood before them, jolting them back to awareness as they hastily resumed questioning. Madam, have you come to compete? Correct. I've come to compete. She covered her mouth with a light laugh, prompting the three to urgently inquire further. My name is Qin Xinyuan, late Golden Core Realm, 28 years old, and I am a disciple of the Harmony Bliss sect. At the mention of the Harmony Bliss sect, the three cultivators' expressions hardened instantly. This was no ordinary sect. Its disciples were renowned for siphoning vital essence. One must be prepared to be utterly drained before indulging in their pleasures. Seeing the trio's sudden loss of interest, Qin Xinyuan sighed with feigned boredom. How utterly dull. With that she strode into the arena, her elegant silhouette igniting a silent, scorching heat within the three nascent soul cultivators who could only suppress their impulses. After all, Harmony Bliss sect disciples were akin to succubi, masters of essence absorption. To fall under their allure was to invite relentless, perilous entanglement. Just then a voice rang out from the side. Phew! I haven't missed it, have I? Who are you? One of the nascent soul stage cultivators asked with suspicion, feeling confused as they sensed no trace of cultivation aura from Lu Jiuyuan, not even the slightest awareness of his existence. I came to participate in the competition. Is that a problem? Lu Jiuyuan smiled as he spoke, while at that moment, the king of 1,000 ghosts was concealed around him, leaving the three nascent soul stage cultivators in shock at his words. You came to compete. Given the current situation, they realized Lu Jiuyuan was definitely not an ordinary person, and they quickly inquired about his background. Lu Jiuyuan's strength, early Golden Core, 25 years old, from the Lu family of Qingfeng town. Lu Jiuyuan said, seriously, causing them to be shocked again. Is this what you call early Golden Core? Can a normal early Golden Core be undetectable to them? Young friend, are you sure you're early Golden Core? The older nascent soul stage cultivator asked with some doubt. After all, this was the Yuanwu kingdom, especially since King Li and the national guardian beast had recently broken through to the great ascension stage. Naturally, no one would dare to cause trouble here. Oh, is there a problem? After saying this, Lu Jiuyuan directly released a hint of his aura, confirming without a doubt that he was early Golden Core, but still he felt something was off. However, their duty was merely to review, so they would not stop Lu Jiuyuan. Soon he walked towards the competition area. After Lu Jiuyuan left, their faces were still serious, as no matter how they looked at it, Lu Jiuyuan's background was definitely not simple. At this moment, one of the nascent soul stage cultivators exclaimed, I remembered His Majesty mentioned recently that Qingfeng Town was designated as a forbidden area. Does this not indicate that Qingfeng Town is within our Yuanwu Kingdom's territory? Hiss, that's terrifying. This young man must have practiced a technique that conceals one's aura, which is why we could not detect him. However, no matter what, his talent is undoubtedly astonishing. I have a premonition that our Yuanwu Kingdom will shine brightly in this 100-nation competition. At this moment, Lu Jiuyuan was unaware of the discussions surrounding him among the three nascent soul stage cultivators. He soon arrived at the competition area and saw many Golden Core stage cultivators, all in their 20s. He did not see any cultivators below the Golden Core stage. After all, not everyone could be as extraordinary as Lu Jiuyuan. Under normal circumstances, it would be nearly impossible for a foundation establishment stage cultivator to kill a Golden Core stage. I didn't expect so many prodigies to participate this time. It's a bit surprising. However, Brother Lu is in some danger now. From his high vantage point, Emperor Li Qing shook his head helplessly as he looked at the cultivators below who were preparing for the competition. The slots were allocated based on strength, meaning that all participants would gather for a chaotic battle, and the last 5 standing would be the victors. At that moment, Emperor Li Qing saw something and was somewhat surprised, quickly walking outside. So many people. Lu Jiuyuan, observing the situation around him, remarked in surprise, as it was his first time seeing so many golden core stage cultivators. This kid is somewhat strange. With Lu Jiuyuan's appearance, several of the golden core prodigies present looked at him with grave expressions, sensing that his strength was indeed formidable. This was the intuition of a strong genius. However, before they had the chance to approach Lu Jiuyuan, they saw Emperor Li Qing appear before him. "Brother Lu, I knew you would come, but I didn't expect you to break through to golden core stage so quickly," Emperor Li Qing said to Lu Jiuyuan, sensing that he was no longer at the foundation establishment stage but had indeed broken through to golden core. "I came to Luoshang City precisely to participate in the 100-nation competition. If I didn't come, what would it be like?" Lu Jiuyuan shook his head, expressing that he just wanted to go out and provoke others. Cough, cough. He wanted to see more powerful beings, and the 100-nation competition was obviously a good avenue. Emperor Li Qing could only shake his head helplessly. Lu Jiuyuan's strength was evident, exhibiting power comparable to that of the golden core stage, even at the peak of foundation establishment, let alone breaking through to true golden core stage. "It's not convenient to talk here. Besides, there's still some time before the selection begins. Let's find another place to talk." As Lu Jiuyuan and Emperor Li Qing left, many of the prodigies present began to speculate about Lu Jiuyuan's background. They certainly recognized Emperor Li Qing. Someone who was received so warmly by him must be from the Li family, right? After all, even they had not been greeted by Emperor Li Qing. But there was another possibility, which was that Lu Jiuyuan came from a force that even the Li family had to fear. However, this possibility was minuscule, as a power that could make the Li family wary would not come to participate in the 100-nation competition. Yet they did not expect that the Lu family indeed caused the Li family to feel apprehensive. It seems that besides Zhang Chengfeng, there are quite a few interesting characters this time. Observing the prodigies in the arena, Li Tian shook his head inwardly, while at that moment Li Tai, who had entered with Chen Yuan, was equally astonished. "Did I see wrong? Is that Brother Lu?" Li Tai said in disbelief. After all, when he left, Lu Jiuyuan was still a waste. How could he have transformed into what he was now in such a short time? Hearing Li Tai's words, Chen Yuan, who was beside him, asked in surprise, "Junior brother, from your tone, it seems you know that prodigy." After thinking for a moment, Li Tai shook his head, saying, "The one just now looks very much like an old friend of mine, but that old friend shouldn't be here. I must have mistaken him." After all, it seemed highly unlikely. Even in novels, it would be absurd for someone to become a golden core stage cultivator in just 2 months and to be treated with such respect by Emperor Li Qing. "Well, let's see how junior brother observes how I win the quota later," Chen Yuan said with a face full of battle intent. The battling heaven sect was filled with battle maniacs, especially him. For 3 days without a fight would make him restless. Li Tai could only shake his head, helplessly realizing that there are always stronger individuals out there, and his senior brother was somewhat arrogant. Meanwhile, Lu Jiuyuan had already followed Emperor Li Qing to a private room. "Brother Lu, you truly astonish me once again. I never expected that you would break through to the golden core stage so quickly." Li Qingdi looked earnestly at Lu Jiuyuan before him and spoke. If it weren't for the caution he felt regarding Lu Jiuyuan's background, he would have been tempted to pry open Lu Jiuyuan to see what was inside. How could there be someone so extraordinary? You must understand that reaching the golden core stage is no small feat. Even for him, it was only at nearly 40 years of age that he broke through to the golden core stage, and that was after preparing for 2.5 months before attempting the breakthrough. And Lu Jiuyuan, he seemed to have only been in seclusion for 3 days, and from what Li Qingping mentioned, it appeared that Lu Jiuyuan had only been training for a little over 2 months. In comparison, Li Qingdi felt like a waste. It was merely a stroke of fortune. When the time is right, the breakthrough naturally follows. Lu Jiuyuan spoke with a humble demeanor, yet for some reason his tone made others want to give him a good beating. Suppressing the urge to strike Lu Jiuyuan, Li Qingdi took a deep breath and spoke. "I was initially worried about whether you could secure a spot in the 100 Nations Grand Competition, but given the current situation, I should be more concerned about them. Even if they haven't broken through to the golden core stage, they will not be my opponents." Lu Jiuyuan shook his head, stating the truth. After all, he was full of Dao Foundation, and it was the Chaos Dao Foundation. How could a bunch of golden core cultivators defeat him? If he were to unleash his full power, even those at the nascent soul stage would not be his match. Li Qingdi simply took Lu Jiuyuan's words as a joke, glancing at the time and hurriedly saying, "Alright, time is running out. Brother Lu, you should head down. I need to go down and oversee things." Being from the Yuanwu kingdom, Li Qingdi naturally would not allow them to act recklessly. He would only touch upon the matter. Lu Jiuyuan replied and stood up, walking downwards. Meanwhile, there were already over 100 golden core cultivators below. After all, reaching the golden core stage at this age inevitably instilled a sense of pride, and no one would yield to another. They wanted to prove that they were the true talents. The real geniuses, however, were all meditating, preparing for the battles to come. After all, they knew that what awaited was a chaotic battle where it could be unknown or multiple against one. Therefore, they had to ensure that their condition reached its peak. In the next moment, a voice slowly resonated. "All of you present are the talents intending to represent our Yuanwu kingdom in the 100 Nations Grand Competition. However, unfortunately, we have very few spots available, so we have decided to hold a competition for the spots. Everyone present can fight freely and true talents will not fall here. Therefore, the last 5 standing will obtain the spots for the 100 Nations Grand Competition. However, we emphasize a friendly spar, so unless absolutely necessary, do not kill. For lethal attacks, I will intervene and eliminate the opponent." The crowd quickly lifted their heads. Who else could it be but Li Qingdi? After hearing his words, the fighting spirit within everyone ignited fiercely. After all, Li Qingdi stated he would intervene, which meant they could go all out. Initially wary of some powerful factions, the talents now felt they could unleash their full power. With a command from Li Qingdi, a tremor was felt from a distance, and upon looking again, there appeared a gigantic arena. "Everyone head to the arena," Li Qingdi said calmly, and the golden core cultivators present exchanged glances before quickly rushing towards the arena. The arena itself spanned a terrifying area of over 10 square kilometers with runes laid out on it capable of withstanding peak nascent soul attacks, so there was no worry of them destroying the arena. Of course, Li Qingdi couldn't help but feel a bit worried about Lu Jiuyuan, as his strength could not merely be measured by cultivation level. However, it was unlikely that he could defeat a peak nascent soul with just early golden core strength. Soon the golden core cultivators present all entered the arena, and everyone was astonished to see Lu Jiuyuan appear there. After all, the scene of Li Qingdi taking Lu Jiuyuan away earlier had shocked them greatly. Not to mention Lu Jiuyuan appearing here meant he was likely still under 30, right? But they had no time to think further as Li Qingdi's voice rang out from above. "Fight begin." With Li Qingdi's command, the talents on the arena began to battle, and the scene became exceedingly chaotic in an instant. Some saw the golden core cultivator beside them and did not hesitate to strike. After all, defeating someone meant a greater chance of securing a spot. Of course, there were also a few cultivators who had a clear target right from the start. "Zhang Qingfeng, I Li Tian have been wanting to experience your sword for quite a while. Taking this opportunity, let's see whose strength is greater." Li Tian stepped forward to Zhang Qingfeng, who wore a serious expression filled with fighting spirit. "If that's the case, let me see just how powerful the only disciple of the Broken Sword Master truly is." With that, Zhang Qingfeng unsheathed the long sword from his back and charged at Li Tian, who responded with equal vigor. Boom! The clash between the two sent shockwaves through the golden core cultivators present, as these two were undoubtedly among the most elite of the golden core stage. On the other side, Chen Yuan laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, I have waited for this moment for a long time." With that, Chen Yuan's aura surged, and in the next moment, his clothes ripped apart, revealing the terrifying muscles of his body. As Chen Yuan plunged into the crowd, what awaited them was a one-sided massacre. They were simply not on the same level as Chen Yuan. Meanwhile, Qin Xinyuan was weaving through the crowd. "Brother, I'm so pitiful. Why don't you all go down and let me win, okay?" Qin Xinyuan spoke with a pitiful expression, her face adorned with a slight blush that was utterly captivating, while before her stood several golden core cultivators. However, under Qin Xinyuan's charm, they showed no resistance. All they could do was drool, saying one good word, and then they jumped off the arena. There is another way to be eliminated, which is to leave the bounds of the arena. At this moment, Li Qingdi stood at the edge, observing the chaos of the talented individuals below the arena, shaking his head in disapproval. To break through to the golden core stage before the age of 30 naturally indicates exceptional talent. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they are bound to reach the transformation stage, or even the void refinement stage in the future. However, in the grand competition among the 100 nations, this was evidently insufficient. The talents over there were truly exceptional. It is said that the first grand competition took place 10,000 years ago, and the champion at that time had already reached the human immortal stage. How could their talent possibly be lacking? Many individuals in the arena had captured Li Qingdi's attention. Those two fellows actually collided, but it makes sense. They are both sword practitioners, and it is only reasonable for them to challenge a master of the sword path. Seeing Li Tian and Zhang Chengfeng engaged in fierce combat, Li Qingdi shook his head at these two, had surprisingly grasped the essence of sword intent, so quickly reaching the entry-level proficiency. One must understand this is sword intent. Sword intent is categorized into entry-level, minor success, major success, subtlety, peak, ultimate, pinnacle, and perfection. Even merely comprehending the most rudimentary entry-level sword intent can double one's combat power to a terrifying degree. Of course, aside from sword intent, there are various other intents collectively referred to as realms of intent. For instance, gun practitioners can comprehend gun intent and knife practitioners can grasp knife intent. Ultimately, one only needs to know that realms of intent are like external enhancements, and mastering them will undoubtedly lead to a substantial increase in combat power. Naturally, even a prodigy like Lu Jiuyuan, when he initially comprehended the primordial sword intent, only reached the major success level. However, with Lu Jiuyuan's prodigious talent, it is likely he will achieve perfect sword intent in less than 100 years. Ha ha ha, as expected of a sword path genius. I acknowledge your strength. After a moment of confrontation, Li Tian and Zhang Chengfeng both instinctively retreated. Li Tian laughed heartily, expressing his recognition of Zhang Chengfeng, yet inwardly, he felt trepidation. As a genius from the Sword Immortal sect, it was no surprise ordinary Golden Core pinnacle beasts would struggle to last more than 3 exchanges against him, yet Zhang Chengfeng could battle him for this long, indicating his strength is far from exaggerated. You too, Zhang Chengfeng, have not encountered such an interesting opponent in a long time. Zhang Chengfeng replied nonchalantly, his expression unchanged, leaving one to wonder if it was due to having reached the pinnacle of his mental state or for some other reason. Since that's the case, we might as well eliminate the others first and then see who is stronger, shall we? Li Tian glanced around, noticing that many talents were eyeing them with covetousness, for Li Tian and Zhang Chengfeng were undoubtedly the strongest among them. If they could eliminate Li Tian and Zhang Chengfeng, they would undoubtedly earn fame overnight and secure a new position among the talented. Since Brother Li has spoken, let's proceed as you suggest. Besides, I dislike being watched. Zhang Chengfeng said lightly, and as his words fell, both of them charged towards the golden core talents present. What? Everyone attack. If we eliminate them, we can remove 2 significant threats. The talented individuals were thrown into a panic, but how could a pack of wolves stand against true dragons? In front of Li Tian and Zhang Chengfeng, the gathered talents were slaughtered like vegetables. Li Qingdi, observing the scene, could only shake his head helplessly. He could see that most of the talents present were simply no match for Li Tian and Zhang Chengfeng, so he could only bring out those who were eliminated under their assault, nothing more. Meanwhile, Lu Jiuyuan stood at the edge of the arena, wearing an expression of bewilderment. He couldn't understand why from the start of the battle until now no one had targeted him. Is it because I'm too strong and they dare not make a move? Lu Jiuyuan speculated, inwardly unaware that the others simply wanted to save him for last, because Li Qingdi had taken him away earlier. After all, the Li family was not someone they could afford to offend, and with Lu Jiuyuan not initiating an attack, they certainly would not seek unnecessary trouble. Since that's the case, I might as well make a slight move. After all, it's not good to just stand here. Lu Jiuyuan shook his head, and in the next moment his figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was already in front of a pair of Golden Core latest-stage practitioners engaged in a duel. Cough cough, you two are rather weak. The grand competition is too dangerous and not suitable for you, so you should both withdraw. Lu Jiuyuan assessed their cultivation levels and said earnestly, while one of the long-haired sword practitioners scoffed disdainfully. Who do you think you are? On what grounds? What the hell? But before his words could finish, Lu Jiuyuan appeared before them in the blink of an eye, effortlessly sending them flying with a mere wave of his hand. What a nuisance! Lu Jiuyuan shook his head, expressing mild dissatisfaction. Could his perception really be mistaken? Li Qingdi in midair was dumbfounded. How did it seem like the two eliminated were merely at the Golden Core initial stage? However, knowing that Lu Jiuyuan was one of their own, and possibly his future brother-in-law, Li Qingdi refrained from saying much. Meanwhile, the commotion had shocked the entire audience. Although Lu Jiuyuan's energy fluctuations had been minimal, how could 2 living individuals being sent flying out of the arena not draw attention? Especially the 2 talented individuals who had been sent flying, their faces were filled with disbelief and shock. To be thrown out while being controlled not to sustain injuries, what level of control over spiritual energy did Lu Jiuyuan possess? This person is terrifying. Li Tian and Zhang Chengfeng, who were eliminating the weak, paused involuntarily. They felt unable to gauge Lu Jiuyuan's cultivation level, but to send 2 golden core latest stage talents flying indicated he at least belonged to their tier of strength or perhaps even the nascent soul stage. This guy is so strong. I really like him. Chen Yuan looked at Lu Jiuyuan, and his fighting spirit surged forth, proving the reputation of the battling heaven sect. On the other side, Qin Xinyuan wore an expression of wariness. Unrecognized individuals often represented uncertainty. Especially someone who could be received by Li Qingdi would undoubtedly not be simple. If things do not go well, he'll have to resort to that move. Qin Xinyuan furrowed her brows, clearly eager to participate in the grand competition. She had to win a spot this time. What's going on? Lu Jiuyuan wondered why the battle had come to a halt. But before he could ponder, a voice rang out among them. Everyone, let's eliminate the strongest one first. Is this your way of teaming up by trying to eliminate me first? Lu Jiuyuan thought with a strange expression, but the next moment a torrent of attacks came crashing down upon him. Boom! In an instant, the terrifying attacks completely engulfed Lu Jiuyuan, and the sheer force made even Li Tian and the others furrow their brows. Unknown they could win easily, but with so many attacks raining down at once, it would be extremely difficult for them to defend. Could that guy withstand it? Phew! This guy is so terrifying. We must eliminate him first to have a chance at the 100 Nations Grand Tournament. One of the latest stage Golden Core cultivators sighed in relief after witnessing the scene. They were extremely interested in the rewards of the 100 Nations Grand Tournament, so they all yearned to participate, forgetting that there were many monsters in the competition. Just when they thought Lu Jiuyuan would undoubtedly be eliminated by this strike, a sighing voice emerged from the sparks of the explosion. Alas, you are truly too powerful. You almost tore my clothes apart. Hearing this voice, everyone looked in disbelief towards the center of the arena, where a figure gracefully emerged from the blazing flames, not even a thread of clothing harmed. What? How is this possible? The cultivators who had just attacked could hardly believe it, but the next moment Lu Jiuyuan revealed a bright smile showing his white teeth. You've had your turn and now it's my turn. In the next moment, a sense of impending doom enveloped the hearts of the Golden Core cultivators present. Before they could react, Lu Jiuyuan appeared right in front of them. With just a single palm strike, he sent 1 Golden Core cultivator flying. Before the others could react, Lu Jiuyuan vanished and reappeared. Each of his strikes sent a Golden Core cultivator flying, yet they had no strength to resist or even a chance to react. In just a matter of seconds, all the cultivators who had previously attacked were sent flying off the stage by Lu Jiuyuan, meaning they were all eliminated. After Lu Jiuyuan made his move, only 6 cultivators remained on the stage. Next, who wishes to take their turn? Lu Jiuyuan looked at Li Tian and the others with a grin. At that moment, they were all shocked. This guy must be at the nascent soul stage. Otherwise, how could he so easily dominate so many Golden Core cultivators? It was no joke. Who would dare to take action against Lu Jiuyuan now? After all, there were only 6 cultivators left on the stage, including him, which meant that only 1 more elimination would end the battle. At that moment, a shy voice came from the side. Hey there, you look really handsome. Can I get to know you? This guy is actually making a move now. Li Tian and the others looked over in disbelief and saw that it was none other than Qin Xinyuan. Qin Xinyuan gazed at Lu Jiuyuan with an alluring expression, every movement imbued with captivating power. If it were a typical early-stage Golden Core cultivator, they would have likely been controlled by her long ago. Unfortunately for her, Lu Jiuyuan was no ordinary early-stage Golden Core cultivator. Moreover, Qin Xinyuan intended to use her charm to control Lu Jiuyuan and eliminate the others, as she knew that if Lu Jiuyuan did not act, the others might attack her, so she decided to strike first. However, she overestimated herself and underestimated Lu Jiuyuan. Lu Jiuyuan furrowed his brow slightly, inwardly pondering why this woman was acting so flirtatiously. In his eyes, Qin Xinyuan's looks were merely average. It was only her captivating technique that allowed her to stand out among latest-stage Golden Core cultivators. Sensing that Qin Xinyuan seemed to be the weakest among the nearby cultivators, Lu Jiuyuan decided to end the battle quickly and vanished in the blink of an eye. When he reappeared, Qin Xinyuan had already been sent flying off the stage. What? This guy is terrifyingly fast. It wasn't until Qin Xinyuan appeared outside the arena that Li Tian and the others reacted. Did this mean that if Lu Jiuyuan took action, they would have no power to fight back? The one most stunned was Qin Xinyuan. How could this guy be so unaffected? Even early-stage nascent soul cultivators would feel a stir when faced with her allure. How could he remain completely unfazed? Could this guy be a steel-hearted man? But what Qin Xinyuan didn't realize was that Lu Jiuyuan truly was a steel-hearted man, otherwise, he would have been with Li Qingping long ago. Additionally, an extremely important point was that Lu Jiuyuan's formidable foundation enhanced not only his cultivation but also his soul strength, far surpassing that of cultivators at the same realm, enough to rival early-stage nascent soul experts. Alright, the slots for this 100 Nations Grand Tournament have been assigned. Those who have been eliminated, please return. Li Qingdi appeared on the stage at this moment, shaking his head, as he looked at the outstanding individuals who had been sent flying by Lu Jiuyuan. Although they had decent talents, they still fell short in this kind of competition. Everyone felt unwilling, but looking at the presence on the stage, it seemed there was no one they could defeat, and they could only leave reluctantly. As they departed, Qin Xinyuan cast a cold glance at Lu Jiuyuan, seemingly wanting to remember him, though it was unclear why. After they had all left, Li Qingdi slowly addressed the remaining individuals. My father will emerge from seclusion in 3 days, and the 100 Nations Grand Tournament will commence in 5 days. At that time, my father will take you to Tianquan Kingdom to participate in the tournament. Li Qingdi's words made them nod in agreement. Tianquan Kingdom was home to a peak human immortal powerhouse, a top-tier force, just one step away from advancing to a third-tier force. Alright, come here to gather in 3 days. You may leave now. After saying this, Li Qingdi intended to take Lu Jiuyuan away, but Li Tian and the others obstructed Lu Jiuyuan. Fellow cultivator, may I ask your name? They approached Lu Jiuyuan with serious expressions, clearly moved by his formidable strength and eager to befriend him. Achieving such terrifying strength before the age of 30, his future achievements would undoubtedly be limitless. You can call me Lu Jiuyuan. One should not strike a smiling face unless they were enemies from the start. Since they hadn't attacked Lu Jiuyuan earlier on the stage, he naturally wouldn't ignore them. Given that they would need to interact with these individuals in the upcoming 100 Nations Grand Tournament, it was best to get acquainted now. Lu Jiuyuan, huh? The crowd murmured thoughtfully. Clearly their minds were racing, trying to recall if there were any significant forces with the surname Lu in Tianling Prefecture. However, after pondering for a moment, they found not a single one. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. See you in 3 days. Lu Jiuyuan said, and then vanished, leaving Li Tian and the others with solemn expressions. After all, they did not believe that Lu Jiuyuan had no background. Such a genius was unlikely to be wild. This young man must be befriended. After Lu Jiuyuan left, Li Tian and the others resolved in their hearts that if they did not seize the opportunity now, when else would they? Moreover, they could sense that if Lu Jiuyuan were to unleash his full strength, even a true nascent soul would likely not be his match. Meanwhile, Lu Jiuyuan was unaware of their thoughts, as he had already followed Li Qingdi into the imperial palace. Brother Lu, your strength is truly unparalleled, unprecedented in history, and your future achievements seem boundless. Li Qingdi said sincerely. This was indeed the truth. He had never seen a prodigy like Lu Jiuyuan, who could wield such strength at the early golden core stage. You did not call me here just to say such things, right? Lu Jiuyuan smiled and said. Upon hearing this, Li Qingdi's expression turned serious, and he spoke earnestly. I forgot to mention an important matter to Brother Lu earlier, that is the rewards for the 100 Nations Tournament. Oh, what rewards? This was indeed news to Lu Jiuyuan. It was the first time he had heard of it. Upon Li Qingdi's mention, his curiosity was instantly piqued. Although the 100 Nations Tournament is touted as a friendly competition, the Tianquan Kingdom knows that it is impossible to get everyone enthusiastically participating. Thus, they have offered an unexplored secret realm as a reward. However, one must achieve a top 50 position to qualify for entry into that secret realm. Hearing Li Qingdi's words, Lu Jiuyuan grew curious about the level of the secret realm that could entice so many dynasties to willingly send their prodigies into it. The resources within that secret realm are extremely abundant. Even earth-grade and heavenly-grade treasures are not uncommon, and most importantly, it is said that there is a legacy from a celestial immortal within that realm. When speaking of the celestial immortal, Li Qingdi's face was filled with trepidation. Such beings were beyond their imagination. It was no exaggeration to say that they could wipe out the entire territory of the Yuanwu Kingdom with a single slap, and that would be before Li Xianran and the others even realized what was happening. Moreover, such terrifying existences could not be hindered by lifespan. It was said they could live for billions of years, outlasting countless Li Xuanrans. Their means were unfathomable, a realm that Li Qingdi and the others could not even begin to comprehend. Upon hearing Li Qingdi's words, a hint of yearning appeared in Lu Jiuyuan's gaze. A celestial immortal, he wondered how long it would take him to reach that level. What Lu Jiuyuan did not realize was that at this very moment Lu Shixian was still on his way back to the Yuanwu kingdom. Of course, that is just a rumor. After all, if it were truly a legacy from a celestial immortal, the Tianquan kingdom would have long since kept it for themselves. Nevertheless, the treasures within are still exceedingly rich. If Brother Lu can enter, feel free to seize whatever resources you find. Li Qingdi said with a smile, and Lu Jiuyuan nodded in agreement. I will. However, at that moment Lu Jiuyuan thought of the previous map, wondering when he would find a realm that matched that secret realm. By the way, what is the name of that secret realm? Lu Jiuyuan asked curiously before leaving. Li Qingdi answered each word deliberately. That secret realm is called the Burial of Immortals Secret Realm. In the Tianquan kingdom, the king of Tianquan was calmly observing the ministers below, and a powerful aura of peak human immortal emanated from him. The ministers below were mostly at the integration stage or even the tribulation transcendent stage, indicating that the Yuanwu kingdom was considerably weaker in comparison. Your Majesty, the news has been conveyed, and they all expressed that they will definitely come to participate. A minister at the peak of tribulation transcendence stood up respectfully, and hearing this the king of Tianquan nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the matters regarding the 100 Nations tournament have been handled well as it pertains to the secrets within the Burial of Immortals Secret Realm. When mentioning the Burial of Immortals Secret Realm, a fervent look appeared on the king's face. He had been stuck at the peak of human immortal for 2,500 years, and naturally he yearned to break through to the Earth immortal stage. It is said that the Burial of Immortals Secret Realm contains the legacy of a celestial immortal. If he could obtain it, perhaps he could break through to the Earth immortal stage. Unfortunately, the Burial of Immortals Secret Realm is sealed, and can only be opened once every 10 years, and only cultivators under the age of 30 are allowed to enter. At first, the king of Tianquan intended to send the young prodigies of the Tianquan kingdom into it, but regrettably, they could not find any. Over time, the king of Tianquan had to mobilize the surrounding fifth-rate countries to hold a 100 Nations tournament, allowing their prodigies to enter and search for the legacy of the celestial immortal. This way, even the top fifth-rate forces would not be a match for the Tianquan kingdom, making it easier to control. Furthermore, this would also help them earn more respect from the Tianquan kingdom. A brilliant Tubert Swithinestone strategy. Hearing the king's words, a minister at the peak of the Great Ascension stood up and sighed. Your Majesty, the rumors of the Burial of Immortals Secret Realm have circulated for a long time. We have spent thousands of years trying to verify them, yet we have found no trace. Is it really necessary to continue? The king of Tianquan merely stood up and sighed. Although I know the probability is small, as long as there is even a glimmer of hope, I will not give up. Moreover, the 100 Nations tournament is certainly not an unreasonable endeavor. If we can recruit even a promising talent for the Tianquan kingdom, that would be a fortune for us. Upon hearing the king's words, the ministers below nodded thoughtfully. They could not argue too much as the king's strength was evident, and they had no say in the matter. After the ministers had left, the king of Tianquan came to the front of the palace, gazing at the distant mountains where the Burial of Immortals Secret Realm lay. Taoist of the Burial of Immortals, I will definitely find your legacy. Lu Jiuyuan had no idea what had happened over there. After leaving the palace, he headed straight back to Qingshan Garden and looked at Long Outyen. 3 days from now, you will accompany me to Tianquan Kingdom. Long Aotian's face was filled with bitterness in response to this sudden news. Young master, can we not go? It was clear that Long Outyen was not the type to be ostentatious. Instead of being arrogant, he preferred to stay low-key, waiting to become stronger before stepping out. No, you must go on this trip, Lu Jiuyuan said earnestly. After all, this was Tianquan Kingdom, where they might encounter many powerful forces that could attract Long Outyen. By creating some reasons for them to develop animosity towards him, wouldn't his own background grow stronger over time? Although he wasn't particularly afraid of the 8th Thunder Sect, Lu Jiuyuan couldn't sleep knowing that a rival force still existed. All right then, Long Outyen could only comply under Lu Jiuyuan's firm attitude. However, with the protection of the Thousand Ghost King and the legal protection from the senior Lu Chongqing, there shouldn't be too many problems. Lu Jiuyuan decided not to bring Xiao Huang along. Firstly, Xiao Huang's strength was too low. It had taken him quite some time to break through to the later stage of qi refining. Secondly, Long Outyen was now far more valuable than Xiao Huang, so bringing along just Long Outyen would suffice. Soon Lu Jiuyuan returned to his closed-door cultivation chamber. Although he claimed to be invincible within the Golden Core stage, who knew what kind of monsters might appear in the grand competition of the 100 Kingdoms, perhaps even a reincarnator. Thus, to be safe, Lu Jiuyuan felt it necessary to practice a few more techniques during these 3 days to ensure he could enter the Tomb of Immortals. After all, with his top-tier talent, his comprehension of cultivation techniques was much faster than that of others. It is not an exaggeration to say that with Lu Jiuyuan's current foundation, he had already acquired over 100 techniques and martial arts. After Lu Jiuyuan entered the closed-door chamber, Long Outyen began to fully refine the dragon blood. His current realm was at the later stage of Golden Core, just a step away from the peak. During these 3 days, he aimed to break through to the peak of Golden Core. Li Tian and the others were in a similar situation. Although they were considered absolute geniuses in Yuanwu Kingdom, they were aware that the vastness of the entire Dihuan continent meant there could easily be others who were far more monstrous than them. So after leaving the arena, they returned to their respective residences to adjust their conditions, striving to enhance their strength a bit more within the 3 days. Before long, the 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At dawn on the last day, Lu Jiuyuan opened his eyes in the closed-door chamber, a formless aura bursting forth from within his body. Not bad. During these 3 days, I have perfected 5 top-tier Earth-level martial arts. My strength has increased slightly, and I believe I should be secure in the grand competition of the 100 Kingdoms this time. Lu Jiuyuan, feeling satisfied with his current condition, said with a smile. After all, with his current strength, securing the championship of the grand competition of the 100 Kingdoms should be assured. With that in mind, Lu Jiuyuan leaped down, and in the next moment he appeared outside the closed-door chamber. He was surprised to see Long Outyen. He hadn't expected that Long Outyen had truly broken through to the peak of Golden Core, making him the strongest in the team aside from Lu Jiuyuan. But now was not the time to think about that. A massive flying boat arrived in front of Qingshan Garden. Lu Xiaoyo, it's time to set off. A hearty laughter came from the flying boat. Looking up, Lu Jiuyuan saw Li Shenran standing on the deck laughing, though he didn't know when he had exited his retreat. Lu Jiuyuan, of course, would not hesitate. He turned to Lin Jieling and instructed, "While I'm away, remember to take care of everything at home." "Yes, master." Lin Jieling nodded in agreement. Lu Jiuyuan then looked at Long Outyen and said, "Let's go, carry me up." As soon as Lu Jiuyuan finished speaking, Long Aotian's body began to grow larger, and Lu Jiuyuan lightly jumped onto Long Aotian's back. Under Long Aotian's guidance, the two soon reached the flying boat, and after landing, Long Aotian's body gradually shrank, transforming into a miniature dragon that perched on Lu Jiuyuan's shoulder. Li Shenran was not too surprised to see Lu Jiuyuan with a true dragon mount, but Li Tian and the others looked shocked. After all, the True Dragon clan was a formidable lineage in the Dihuan continent, notorious for their pride, and the saying that true dragons never become slaves. Yet now they had witnessed a true dragon becoming Lu Jiuyuan's mount. Just how terrifying was Lu Jiuyuan's background? "Uncle Li." Lu Jiuyuan greeted Li Shenran with a smile upon his arrival, and he noticed that Li Qingping was also on the flying boat. They both smiled at each other. The time has come. We should leave, as Tianquan Kingdom is very far away. Even at full speed it will take me 2 days, so let the flying boat take us there. Besides, the grand competition of the 100 Kingdoms doesn't start for another 5 days. Li Shenran explained, and Lu Jiuyuan cupped his hands in respect, saying, "I will follow Uncle Li's lead." Set sail. With Li Xuanren's command, the cultivators on the flying boat fully activated it, and in an instant the flying boat disappeared from Lin Jieling and the other's sight. Watching the departing flying boat, Lin Xiling's heart was filled with longing, wondering when she would be able to enjoy such grandeur like the young master. But for now she was merely at the Golden Core stage, and it would take a long time to reach Lu Jiuyuan's level. Inside the flying boat, Lu Jiuyuan also saw Li Tian and the others who had long been waiting there. However, he was surprised to find a familiar figure among them. "Lu Gu, I didn't expect it to really be you." A robust figure standing next to Chen Yuan said with some emotion, and Lu Jiuyuan was pleasantly surprised. "Xiao Tai, I didn't expect to see you here either." After all, he had not anticipated that Xiao Tai, having joined the Batian sect, would be able to come out so quickly. However, it made sense, as there was a person named Lu Guan in his Lu family, who also possessed a diamond body, and had already broken through to the foundation establishment stage under Lu Changsheng's guidance. Xiao Tai's talent couldn't be much lower than that. "Do you two know each other?" Chen Yuan asked, somewhat surprised. No wonder Li Tai's expression had flickered with astonishment when, after his defeat, Chen Yuan returned to report Lu Jiuyuan's name to their master. Yet what he failed to notice was the far greater shift in his master's countenance. For the name Lu Jiuyuan had long haunted his mind like a waking nightmare. "Yes, back before I entered our master's sect, it was Brother Lu who looked after me." Li Tai spoke sincerely. Seeing Lu Jiuyuan now treading the immortal path filled him with genuine joy. As for how Lu Jiuyuan had risen to prominence, he cared not at all. To him, Lu Jiuyuan remained Lu Jiuyuan, unchanged in essence. So you're Xiao Tai's senior brother? Lu Jiuyuan replied, equally astonished. Beside him, Li Tian and the others exchanged stunned glances, clearly unprepared to learn that Chen Yuan bore such a connection to Lu Jiuyuan. The next moment Chen Yuan's face lit up with excitement. Indeed, senior fellow Lu. I am Li Tai's senior brother. Let me tell you, at the Beixiang sect we've always held Xiao Tai dear. After all, cultivating goodwill with Lu Jiuyuan through Li Tai would be like securing a celestial lifeline. Seeing Chen Yuan's effusive greetings, Li Tian and the others could no longer restrain themselves. They rushed forward one by one to greet Lu Jiuyuan. Greetings, elder brother Lu. I am Li Tian, disciple of the Broken Sword cult. Honored to make your acquaintance. Greetings, elder brother Lu. I am Zhang Chengfeng, sword heir of the Sword Immortal sect. Would you consider visiting us? You'd be welcomed with utmost reverence. Step aside. Elder brother Lu, ignore them. I am Chen Yishuan, chief disciple of the Wild Blade sect. Ours is the only sect truly worthy of hosting you. Move aside. If elder brother Lu deigns to visit the ethereal cloud sect is unquestionably the finest choice. After all, we boast numerous peerless female disciples, all eager for profound exchanges with you. Hearing this final remark, the young geniuses inwardly cursed the speaker's shamelessness. Resorting to seduction by beauty, they also feared deeply that Lu Jiuyuan might actually succumb. Lu Jiuyuan responded with solemn gravity. Our esteemed friend, your words miss the mark entirely. We strive for immortality, not indulgence in carnal distractions. Such laxity squanders precious cultivation time, and such thinking must be corrected. At Lu Jiuyuan's reply, Su Shirwei of the ethereal cloud sect flushed with embarrassment, while Li Qingping, witnessing it, couldn't help but smile faintly, only to pause the next instant. Should opportunity arise, I shall certainly pay a visit. To uphold virtue, a true genius must curb such conduct. Lu Jiuyuan declared, face utterly composed, betraying not the slightest hint of irony. Yet something about his tone struck the others as subtly unsettlingly off. Oh, then we eagerly await your honored visit. Su Shirwei exclaimed, elated. Though her own beauty was no trifling matter, she knew well she held no sway over Lu Jiuyuan, especially not with Li Qingping standing so gracefully beside him. Before Li Qingping she dared not claim beauty. But while Li Qingping was singularly exquisite, what if she summoned hundreds of peerless fairy maidens? How then could Lu Jiuyuan possibly resist? Yet we remain curious. Elder brother Lu, such formidable strength must stem from some mighty sect. Might you enlighten us? Over the past 3 days they had probed Lu Jiuyuan's origins, only to find every trace erased, meticulously obliterated by Li Xianran. How could they possibly uncover what had been so thoroughly buried? Their curiosity, far from diminishing, only deepened. As for me, that remains a secret. Yet surely among your legends of the Dixian continent you've heard whispers of my sect. Lu Jiuyuan spoke with deliberate mystique. Revealing too much too soon would strip life of its intrigue. At his words, the others' hearts surged like storm-tossed seas. A sect famed across the entire Dixian continent. Such renown demanded nothing less than an immortal sovereign at its helm. Meaning Lu Jiuyuan's backing must include at least one such transcendent being. Lu Jiuyuan merely smiled, offering no further clarification. Let them speculate. Perhaps one day the Lu clan would indeed ascend to the very heights they imagined. Now then, go enjoy yourselves. I have private matters to attend to. With that, Lu Jiuyuan gently led Li Qingping, still dazed, toward a secluded section of the flying vessel. Li Xuanran, observing, made no move to intervene. After all, when two souls resonate so deeply, who was he to obstruct? Quite the contrary. He secretly hoped Lu Jiuyuan and Li Qingping would grow closer, so that he might soon welcome Lu Jiuyuan as a formal suitor. Meanwhile, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lu Jiuyuan guided Li Qingping to a quiet corner of the vessel. Why did you follow me here? He asked, intrigued. Wasn't this journey reserved solely for young geniuses? Well, I simply wished to see the world beyond my own. Li Qingping had nearly confessed she'd come solely because of him. Yet shyness overcame her, prompting the gentle evasion. Lu Jiuyuan, of course, saw through it instantly, and smiled. Since you've chosen to accompany me, stay close. I'll shield you with my life. Li Qingping murmured, softly nodding. Lu Jiuyuan, meanwhile, felt a quiet surprise. He sensed her cultivation had firmly settled at the Golden Core initial establishment stage, and a breakthrough to the mid-stage seemed imminent. Still, given that her rapid advancement stemmed from consuming that rabbit leg he'd shared, the pace was hardly unexpected. Elsewhere, Chen Yuan approached Li Tai, eyes alight. Brother, You know elder brother Lu. Tell me what is his background. Judging by their easy rapport, their bond clearly ran deep. Li Tai, however, simply shook his head. I don't know his origins well, but we met at a remote spirit stone mine. Back then brother Lu endured great hardship. Chan Yuan and the others exchanged incredulous glances. The contrast between that past and Lu Jiuyuan's present glory was staggering. I see. It's clear he was sent forth by his clan for trial and tempering. His time has simply come to return to his rightful station. Such practices are common among great sects, sending their heirs into obscurity to forge resilience before ascending to higher realms of cultivation. Chan Yishuan suddenly recalled something, nodding in sudden clarity. The others hearing him wore expressions of dawning understanding. This explanation fit more seamlessly than any other. Lu Jiuyuan, unaware his origins had been so neatly categorized, paid the speculation no mind. For a man of his stature, justification was beneath contempt. In these 2 days, the flying boat sped towards the Tianquan kingdom at an astonishing pace, even surpassing that of ordinary tribulation transcendence cultivators. After all, this was the exclusive vehicle of Li Xuanran, and its grade was naturally not low, having reached the upper tier of the heavenly grade. During this time, Lu Jiuyuan was not idle either. He took the opportunity to cultivate the 3 sects of low-grade celestial techniques to their peak realm. In Lu Jiuyuan's philosophy, as long as one learned something, it would eventually prove useful. When Lu Jiuyuan emerged, they had already arrived in a prosperous kingdom, which was none other than the Tianquan kingdom. Let's go, we cannot drive the flying boat within Tianquan kingdom. Let's descend. Li Xianran said to the already emerged talents. They nodded and leaped down, gently landing on the ground. Li Xianran extended his hand, and the once massive flying boat began to shrink rapidly, soon becoming the size of a palm, which he then stored in his storage ring. Could quickly return to its original size when needed. Let's go. Next, we will wait inside for 3 days. Li Xianran said slowly, then led Lu Jiuyuan and the others towards the city gate of Tianquan Kingdom. Before reaching the city gate of Tianquan Kingdom, Lu Jiuyuan and the others couldn't help but be astonished as they saw that the height of the city gate was built to a level that even golden core stage cultivators would find difficult to leap over. Moreover, the soldiers stationed at the city gate had already reached the nascent soul stage, which was truly terrifying. In the Yuanwu kingdom, the soldiers guarding the capital were generally only at the foundation establishment stage. In contrast, the disparity between the 2 nations became apparent. Let's go in first and talk later. Once we are inside, there will be areas for the 100 Kingdoms Grand Competition. Li Xianran explained. Having come many times, he naturally understood the specific rules of the 100 Kingdoms Grand Competition. The Tianquan Kingdom had long prepared accommodations for every dynasty during the 100 Kingdoms Grand Competition, and almost every dynasty invited by the Tianquan Kingdom would come to participate. After all, if they did not come, they risked offending the Tianquan Kingdom, and the allure of the Tomb of Immortals was still somewhat enticing, attracting a vast majority of cultivators. Soon after paying 9,000 mid-grade spirit stones, Lu Jiuyuan and the others smoothly entered the capital city of Tianquan Kingdom, Chengdu. Under Li Xuanran's guidance, they quickly arrived in a luxurious residential area, which was prepared by the Tianquan Kingdom for various dynasties participating in the 100 Kingdoms Grand Competition. However, before they could enter their accommodation, a strange voice came from the side. Oh, isn't this Li Xianran? What's wrong? After losing so badly last time, do you still have the face to come this time? The crowd turned to follow the voice and saw an old man with a long face and beard appearing before them, who for some unknown reason looked particularly irritating. It was evident that this person had a poor relationship with Li Xianran. Sure enough, upon seeing the other party, Li Xianran merely sneered. I don't need you to meddle in my affairs. However, I've already taken down quite a bit of your territory. I estimate that your capital will soon fall. Hu Huang. The other party was none other than the lord of the Hu Huang kingdom, who had instigated war against the Yuanwu kingdom from the north. After hearing Li Xuanran's words, Hu Huang's face clearly darkened a few shades, as what Li Xianran said was not a lie. Especially under the brave leadership of Li Qingshan and Li Qingfeng, the Hu Huang kingdom was retreating steadily, already showing signs of defeat. Humph, this time I see you will fall again, especially since your Yuanwu kingdom's ranking last time was not very good. Hu Huang sneered, and without giving Li Xianran a chance to respond, he strode towards their accommodation, followed by 5 powerful cultivators, who were presumably the cultivators from the Hu Huang kingdom participating in the competition. Uncle Li, they are definitely doomed this time, Lu Jiuyuan said lightly as he walked to Li Xuanran's side. He preferred to speak plainly. He wouldn't hold back if he encountered Hu Huang Kingdom's people. Hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, Li Shenran smiled appreciatively and replied, "That person just now is the Lord of Hu Huang Kingdom. You should also know that recently Hu Huang Kingdom and our Yuanwu Kingdom have been in constant conflict which has lasted for over 100 years. It's just that neither side's high-end combat power has been deployed, or otherwise the war would have ended long ago. During this century, the number of soldiers who died on both sides has already reached hundreds of millions, though most of them were at the Qi refinement stage, while the number of those at the transformation stage was significantly less, only a few thousand. Nevertheless, even so, it was still remarkably shocking. Uncle Li, you jest. You have now broken through to the Great Ascension stage. As long as you take action, Hu Huang Kingdom will undoubtedly be defeated." Lu Jiuyuan shook his head and said, "Currently the Yuanwu Kingdom has 2 Great Ascension stage cultivators. As long as Li Shenran and the Sky-Eating Python take action, what is Hu Huang Kingdom in comparison? You don't understand the pros and cons. You are only seeing the surface. Hu Huang Kingdom has a backing, or otherwise I would have revealed my Great Ascension cultivation long ago." Li Shenran sighed wryly as he was aware of the backing of Hu Huang Kingdom, which was a third-rate power, an existence even more terrifying than the Tianquan Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiuyuan merely smiled and said nothing. After all, no matter how strong the backing was, could it surpass one's own strength? It was better to let time prove everything than to argue with Li Shenran. "Let's go, you all should settle in first, as we will need to stay in Tianquan Kingdom for nearly 2 months. Li Shenran told everyone as the 100 Kingdoms Grand Competition would take about half a month, and entering the Tomb of Immortals would require about a month. With Lu Jiuyuan here, Li Shenran was not worried about them failing to enter the top 100. Moreover, Li Tian and the others were not weak, each one was an invincible presence at the same realm, so they would not believe that they couldn't make it into the top 100. After Li Shenran and the others entered their accommodation, the distant Hu Huang Wang looked at Li Shenran and the others with a dark expression, clearly pondering something. In these 2 days, many fifth-rate dynasties have successively brought their own talented youths to the Tianquan Kingdom, as the Tomb of Immortals held great attraction for a vast majority of powers. Among them, there were many heavenly materials and earthly treasures that were priceless, making them extremely precious to them. After everyone had settled down, Li Shenran gathered them together again. "I believe you all should be aware of the rules of the 100 Nations competition, right?" Li Shenran looked at them with a serious expression and inquired, while Lu Jiuyuan was confused, as he indeed did not know the rules of the 100 Nations competition. At that moment, Li Tian spoke up. He had already learned about the rules of the 100 Nations competition from Xie Jianxian before coming here. Well, the 100 Nations competition is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is individual battles, which, as the name suggests, is a competition testing individual combat prowess. In the individual battles, each participant from the empires will be randomly matched with another empire. The individual battles will be conducted in a round-robin format, continuing until all opponents are defeated to advance. The second stage will be a round-robin battle where new empires are matched, and all the talents will fight together until one side is entirely eliminated to advance. As for the final third stage, everyone will enter the secret realm arranged by the Tianquan Kingdom to hunt magical beasts, and the champion will be determined based on the points earned from hunting these beasts. Hearing Li Tian's words, Li Shenran couldn't help but nod and smile. Indeed, that's the case. However, you need to be cautious. In the final third stage, it's not just the magical beasts that are dangerous, but even more terrifying are the cultivators. Li Xuanren's serious expression made them nod in agreement. Those who had reached the peak of the golden core stage naturally understood the wickedness of human hearts. Only Lu Jiuyuan remained indifferent. For him, none of this was particularly concerning. If someone dared to attack him, Lu Jiuyuan would quickly show them the terrifying battle power of 999 golden cores. Since you all know the rules, I won't need to elaborate further. The 100 Nations competition starts in 3 days. During this time, feel free to explore or go into seclusion. I have matters to attend to, so you can arrange the remaining time as you wish. After speaking, Li Shenran turned and walked outside, needing to register the information of Lu Jiuyuan and the others for the upcoming 100 Nations competition. Once Li Shenran left, Chen Yuan and the others looked at Lu Jiuyuan with eager expressions. "What's wrong?" Lu Jiuyuan asked, somewhat puzzled, while Li Tian spoke excitedly. "Lu brother, you are now the strongest among our team. Clearly, you should lead us at this moment." Although they did not explicitly say it, everyone understood that Lu Jiuyuan's combat power was undoubtedly the strongest among them. In under a minute, he had sent dozens of latest-stage golden core cultivators flying without injuring them in the slightest. This feat alone earned their respect. With his mysterious background, it was evident that no one was more suited to be the leader of their team than Lu Jiuyuan. Upon hearing their words, Lu Jiuyuan began to ponder, weighing the pros and cons, but ultimately found that there seemed to be no significant drawbacks. With that thought, Lu Jiuyuan directly stated, "If that's the case, let's explore the Tianquan Kingdom during the next 3 days. After all, we won't be able to cultivate much in that time. It might be better to relax and perhaps discover something beneficial." Hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, they naturally had no objections. After all, their current combat strength was evident, and how much could they really improve in just 3 days? However, they soon realized that they seemed unfamiliar with the Tianquan Kingdom and wondered where they could go to have fun. Lu Jiuyuan noticed this and smiled slightly. "Don't worry, I've already thought of that. If we're not familiar, we can just find someone who is right." "What do you mean, Lu brother?" Chun Yixuan had yet to grasp the idea and curiously asked, while Li Qingping, standing next to Lu Jiuyuan, rolled her eyes and said, "Are you silly? If we're not familiar, we can spend some spirit stones to hire a guide from the Tianquan Kingdom, can't we?" Chun Yixuan then suddenly realized while Li Tian and the others spoke excitedly. If that's the case, let's set off quickly. After all, they had never left the borders of the Yuanwu Kingdom throughout their lives, and were very curious about the Tianquan Kingdom. The Dixin continent is vast. Even an immortal emperor takes a full minute to traverse it, showcasing its grandeur. If even an immortal emperor takes a minute, one could only imagine how long it would take for them in the Golden Core stage, perhaps never reaching far or even leaving the Tianling prefecture. This matter isn't urgent. It's already getting late and everyone has been on the flying boat for 2 days, so we definitely need to rest. Let's go out tomorrow morning instead. Good night, everyone." With a wave of his hand, Lu Jiuyuan turned and walked into the room he had chosen, while Long Outyen and Shen Guiwang had their own rooms. "Well, okay. Since Lu brother has said we should go tomorrow, then we'll go tomorrow." Zhang Chengfeng was somewhat surprised, but since Lu Jiuyuan was the leader among them, they didn't dare to guarantee that nothing would happen in the Tianquan Kingdom if Lu Jiuyuan didn't go. Soon they returned to their rooms one after another, with Li Qingping the only one lingering, hesitating outside Lu Jiuyuan's door for a long time before finally returning to her own room. On the other side, Li Shenran quickly arrived before a tall building in the night, which was none other than the royal palace of the Tianquan Kingdom, the Tianquan Palace. Before arriving at the Tianquan Palace, Li Shenran soon spotted an acquaintance and greeted him warmly. "Zhang Daoyou, it's been a while. You seem close to breaking through to the midstage of the Great Ascension, right?" Before Li Shenran stood an old man dressed in a blue robe with a long white beard, who was Zhang Dao, the official in charge of the 100 Nations competition in the Tianquan Kingdom. It's you, Li Daoyu. I didn't expect that in just 10 short years you have broken through to the Great Ascension stage. Congratulations." Hearing Li Xuanren's words, Zhang Dao looked up, and upon recognizing him realized that Li Shenran had indeed broken through to the Great Ascension stage. It's worth noting that last time Li Shenran was merely at the peak of the Tribulation Transcendence stage. It was just a matter of chance. "It's not worth mentioning in front of you, Zhang Daoyu." Li Shenran humbly replied, as Zhang Dao was from the Tianquan Kingdom, and he certainly did not want to underestimate him. "All right, let's discuss congratulations later. You are here to register the participating talents from the Yuanwu Kingdom, right?" Zhang Dao could see Li Xuanren's purpose at a glance and curiously asked, "From your expression, it seems that the Yuanwu Kingdom has some promising talents." Having had his thoughts guessed by Zhang Dao, Li Shenran merely smiled, and did not disclose the strength of himself and others, instead saying, "Not exactly good, but entering the top 100 shouldn't be a problem." Soon Li Shenran had registered the information of Lu Jiuyuan and the others with Zhang Dao, then he took his leave. After Li Shenran disappeared, Zhang Dao picked up the information Li Shenran had submitted and began to ponder. These 4 seem quite good, but what about the last one? Has Li Shenran started to slack off? Zhang Dao looked at the last name on the list submitted by Li Xuanran, only to find it was Lu Jiuyuan. Little did Zhang Dao know the kind of shock Lu Jiuyuan would bring him later. On the other side, after returning to his residence, Li Shenran saw that Lu Jiuyuan and the others had already entered their rooms and begun to rest. Seeing this, Li Shenran simply shook his head and then entered his own room. For the next 3 days, he would not go out, as he needed to slowly transform the spiritual energy within him into celestial essence after breaking through to the Great Ascension stage. Currently, Li Shenran still possessed spiritual energy, so he needed a bit of time to convert it. However, time quickly passed to the next day. On the second day, Li Tian and the others impatiently opened their room doors, and after a long wait, Lu Jiuyuan finally opened his room door. "Wow, you all are up so early." Lu Jiuyuan was somewhat surprised, not expecting them to be waiting at his door. Yes, brother Lu, let's go. I am eager to see the sights of the Tianquan kingdom. Chen Yuan said impatiently, while Lu Jiuyuan calmly approached a door and unhesitatingly opened it to enter. Ao Tian, let's go. At Lu Jiuyuan's command, Long Ao Tian, who had been refining dragon blood, could only reluctantly open his eyes, then transformed into a miniature dragon coiling around Lu Jiuyuan's shoulder. Brother Lu, what is this? Li Tian looked curiously at the Long Ao Tian on his shoulder. While out, I like to take my pet to see the world. Is that not normal? Lu Jiuyuan said earnestly, and only then did everyone suddenly realize, while at this moment Li Qingping and Li Tai had also gotten up. Jun Lu Gu, let's set off. Li Qingping and Li Tai were also curious, as this was Li Qingping's first visit to the Tianquan kingdom, while Li Tai simply had never seen such luxurious sights. Since you are all ready, let's go. Lu Jiuyuan smiled and then walked toward the main door, while on the other side the Thousand Ghost King had secretly followed Lu Jiuyuan. After they stepped outside, they noticed that several cultivators from the surrounding villas were also coming out, as this was their first visit to the Tianquan kingdom, and naturally they wanted to explore. Hello, brothers. I am from the Wuduan kingdom. May I get to know you? Just as Lu Jiuyuan and the others came out, a somewhat plump man with a simple appearance walked out from the neighboring villa. From Lu Jiuyuan's perception, the person also possessed the cultivation level of a peak golden core. After all, those attending the competition among the 100 nations could not have low cultivation levels. Sensing no hostility from the other party, Lu Jiuyuan would naturally not give him a cold shoulder. I am Lu Jiuyuan. Lu Jiuyuan shrugged and said, while Li Tian and the others naturally kept quiet upon seeing Lu Jiuyuan's response. Li Tian. Zhang Chengfeng. Chen Yuan. After hearing Lu Jiuyuan and the others introduce themselves, the plump man smiled widely. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Wu Quankai. I see you all are also looking to explore the Tianquan kingdom. How about we go together? What about the pride of your dynasty? Chen Yi curiously inquired at this moment. They are all engrossed in cultivation. I only came out because I felt bored. Wu Quankai said somewhat helplessly, as he too could not immerse himself in cultivation. Li Tian and the others looked to Lu Jiuyuan for only he could decide. After pondering for a moment, Lu Jiuyuan replied, Is that so? Then you can come along with us? He could sense the lack of hostility from Wu Chuansai, and conversely, he felt that Wu Quankai was deliberately trying to befriend them. So he wanted to know what Wu Quankai truly intended. After Lu Jiuyuan agreed, a smile appeared on Wu Quankai's simple expression, and he promptly said, You all must also be visiting the Tianquan kingdom for the first time, just like me. How about I find a guide? I do have a little spirit stone after all. Lu Jiuyuan and the others did not refuse, as it seemed reasonable to have some cost for following them. Soon, under Wu Quankai's lead, Lu Jiuyuan and the others successfully found a suitable guide. Do you want me to lead you? The guide they found was a woman with a surprised expression, possessing only initial foundation establishment cultivation, looking to be in her 50s. Yes, this is our first visit to the Tianquan kingdom, so we want a local to show us around and see what fun places there are. Wu Quankai nodded seriously, then quickly added, You need not worry about the spirit stones. This amount is just for your compensation. After Wu Quankai finished speaking, he tossed out a storage bag, and the woman, after receiving it, used her divine sense to probe the quantity of spirit stones inside, immediately gasping in astonishment. There must be several tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones in it. Realizing this, the guide quickly replaced her expression with a smile and said, Of course I can guide you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Kai Xinlian. You can just call me Xinlian. You plan to play for 3 days, right? Then I will take you to the most interesting places in the Tianquan kingdom. With so many spirit stones as temptation, Kai Xinlian naturally would not refuse. After all, the low-grade spirit stones here could reach over 100,000. Let's go, brother Lu. Wu Quankai turned to Lu Jiuyuan with a smile which made Lu Jiuyuan curious as to why Wu Quankai was being so nice to him, as if they had known each other for a long time. But Lu Jiuyuan did not dwell on it. Perhaps the other party had noticed his talent. Or was he simply wanting to make friends? Several seniors, this way please. Just then Kai Xinlian walked ahead, and Lu Jiuyuan and the others could only hurriedly follow. However, the others did not notice that behind them Wu Quankai's eyes revealed a hint of astonishment. His such thick fortune. Following him I will surely soar. Wu Quankai thought excitedly, and in his eyes Lu Jiuyuan was enveloped in a terrifying golden light to the point where his figure was nearly obscured by it. Originally Wu Quankai was just an unremarkable small cultivator, But by a stroke of luck, he acquired a celestial technique called the fortune-gazing art, which allowed him to glimpse the fortune of others after practicing it. With this celestial technique, Wu Quankai befriended numerous individuals with immense fortune, and he himself also absorbed some of their fortune, which enabled him to break through to the peak of golden core before the age of 30. While going out, he happened to encounter Lu Jiuyuan. Upon activating the fortune-gazing art, he was instantly shocked by the terrifying fortune radiating from Lu Jiuyuan. He saw that Lu Jiuyuan was surrounded by dazzling golden light, and the fortunes of those standing beside him like Li Tian and others also reached a golden level, though not as powerful as Lu Jiuyuan. Apart from Li Tian and the others, the strongest fortunes belonged to Li Qingping and Li Tai, whose fortunes even reached 1/10 of Lu Jiuyuan's, demonstrating the immense favor they received from him. Thus Wu Quankai unhesitatingly chose to befriend Lu Jiuyuan. After all, his fortune-gazing art could enhance his own fortune when associating with individuals of great fortune. And fortune, though invisible and intangible, truly exists. Seeing that Lu Jiuyuan and the others were about to disappear from sight, Wu Quankai hurriedly followed. "Seniors, may I ask what your usual preferences are?" Along the way, Kai Xinlian inquired, as there were many entertainment options in the Tianquan Kingdom, and knowing the preferences of Lu Jiuyuan and the others would be beneficial. "Me. I enjoy fighting," Chen Yuan said without hesitation. He was a battle fanatic, naturally preferring combat, while Li Tian and the others had no particular hobbies. If one had to mention a hobby, cultivation could be considered. In that case, there is a place in the Tianquan Kingdom called the Death-Seeking Arena where you can choose to bet or to fight. If you don't mind, you can go take a look, Kai Xinlian suggested after some thought. Lu Jiuyuan naturally had no objections, and soon under her guidance they arrived before a magnificent building. This was the Death-Seeking Arena, and at the entrance were two tiger demons of the transformation stage, indicating the profound background of the arena. Once inside, Kai Xinlian slowly spoke. "The master of the Death-Seeking Arena is a celestial being named Zhang Wudao, who is at the early stage of human immortality. The reason it is called the Death-Seeking Arena is that this great being is invincible at his level, and he wishes for someone to defeat him in the same realm, so he named his dual arena the Death-Seeking Arena." Upon hearing Kai Xinlian's words, they were somewhat astonished, not expecting such a history behind the arena, but more so they were intimidated by Zhang Wudao. After all, he was a formidable being at the level of human immortality. Only Lu Jiuyuan remained unfazed. After all, what was a mere human immortal to fear? Brother Lu, I want to go up and have some fun." Chen Yuan looked at Lu Jiuyuan seeking his opinion. Before Lu Jiuyuan could respond, Li Tian and the others spoke up. "I also want to go up and see the level of the Tianquan Kingdom's prodigies. After all, seclusion does not enhance strength, but fighting does." Therefore, they all wanted to see what level the golden core cultivators in the Tianquan Kingdom were at. After all, the previous few sessions had all been won by the prodigies of the Tianquan Kingdom, so they were very curious about the strength of the golden core cultivators here. "You want to go up and compete? Then be careful. It is said that many prodigies coming to participate in the 100 Kingdoms Grand Competition have come to the Death-Seeking Arena to fight these days to hone their practical experience." Kai Xinlian, standing by, hesitated to advise, but it did not deter Li Tian and the others. "We are here to participate in the 100 Kingdoms Grand Competition. Witnessing their strength in advance is not a bad thing," Chen Yisun said without hesitation, but Lu Jiuyuan was the leader of this group. If he did not agree, they would feel embarrassed to go up. However, to their surprise, after pondering for a moment, Lu Jiuyuan said, "In that case, I will join in as well. By the way, is there a system of rewards for consecutive wins in the Death-Seeking Arena?" Remembering something, Lu Jiuyuan turned to Kai Xinlian, who after some thought finally replied. Yes, there was an unwritten rule in the Death-Seeking Arena that if one achieves 20 consecutive wins, they would be accepted as a disciple by Zhang Wudao. At this point, a trace of longing appeared on Kai Xinlian's face. After all, he was a being at the level of human immortality. Being accepted as a disciple would likely lead to an achievement of at least reaching the Tribulation Transcendence stage. "Is that so? Never mind, I'll just go up and have some fun," Lu Jiuyuan said, somewhat disappointed. After all, to him, a mere human immortal was not worthy of guiding him. In other words, no one was worthy of guiding him. What a joke! The top-level comprehension does not play around. At this moment, Lu Jiuyuan had already reached a flawless perfection at the early stage of Golden Core, and even his techniques and martial skills had been considerably refined. Turning to look at Li Tian and others, he noticed their expressions were also somewhat bewildered. Clearly, they did not expect Lu Jiuyuan to personally take the stage, as they knew his true level was merely that of early Golden Core. Could he truly eliminate a crowd of peak Golden Core prodigies effortlessly? Was there really anyone capable of defeating Lu Jiuyuan at the early Golden Core stage? Lu Jiuyuan naturally sensed their thoughts and smiled as he said, "Don't worry, I will set some requirements for them." For Lu Jiuyuan, facing Golden Core cultivators posed no pressure at all. Hence he intended to ask the death-seeking arena to pit him against a nascent soul cultivator directly. After all, only a nascent soul cultivator could make Lu Jiuyuan take things seriously, and moreover the death-seeking arena could offer betting odds. For a Golden Core early stage facing a nascent soul, a normal person would expect the nascent soul to win. This was also a sure profit deal for the death-seeking arena. As for how to convince them, a slight show of strength would suffice. "Let's go, we need to register." After all, similar to the 100 Kingdoms Grand Competition, registration is required before arranging a match. Seeing that Lu Jiuyuan did not seem to be joking, Li Tian and the others could only follow along, stealing their resolve. "Young sir, are you absolutely certain about this?" The staff member of the death-seeking arena blinked in disbelief upon hearing Lu Jiuyuan's request to fight a nascent soul cultivator. "Indeed. Is there an issue?" Lu Jiuyuan raised an eyebrow slightly as he asked. Though the staff member dared not refuse, he could not help but doubt. Could this Golden Core cultivator truly stand against a nascent soul expert? Once Lu Jiuyuan released his aura, it confirmed his cultivation realm early-stage Golden Core. Yet something was unusual. His spiritual pressure was markedly denser and more profound than that of ordinary early-stage Golden Core cultivators, suggesting unexpected strength. Meanwhile, Li Tian and the others completed their registration swiftly. Upon finishing, the staff announced their match numbers 20 through 24, with Lu Jiuyuan assigned number 20. "Does this mean 19 fighters precede us?" Chen Yuan asked curiously. Lu Jiuyuan replied first, "No. It means 19 contestants have already registered today aside from ourselves." "Then how many remain before us?" 3. "After those 3, it will be your turn." The staff hurriedly added, glancing toward the distance. "Over there lies our arena's preparation chamber. Please wait there while I transmit your details. You may also place wagers." Like the Tianyong Beast Arena, the death-seeking arena derived its primary revenue from betting, open not only to spectators but to participants themselves. Guided by the staff, Lu Jiuyuan and his companions soon arrived at the wagering window. Below, their match order was clearly displayed, alongside the names of their respective opponents. "How intriguing. My odds are remarkably high," Lu Jiuyuan remarked with mild surprise. His opponent was a nascent soul cultivator. A wager on his victory carried astonishing odds of 100 to 1. A 100-ton payout meant that a stake of 100 low-grade spirit stones would yield 10,000. Still, it was hardly surprising. Defeating a nascent soul cultivator as a Golden Core novice seemed virtually impossible. As for Li Tian and the others, their opponents were all latest-stage Golden Core cultivators. Though prodigies themselves, they harbored no illusions of overcoming a nascent soul cultivator. Such a leap across major cultivation realms offered no guarantee of victory. After all, not everyone possessed Lu Jiuyuan's terrifying, anomalous talent. "What is your maximum allowable wager?" Lu Jiuyuan turned to the staff stationed at the window. The man glanced briefly at Lu Jiuyuan and his companions before replying. 100 million supreme-grade spirit stones. Such a cap existed because even the death-seeking arena could not afford to cover larger bets. Thus Jiang Wuzhao, the arena's founder, had instituted a strict rule: no wager exceeding 100 million supreme-grade spirit stones would be accepted. Before Li Tian and the others could fathom Lu Jiuyuan's intent, he casually produced a spatial ring and placed it on the counter. 100 million supreme-grade spirit stones. Place it all on match number 20. His expression remained serene and unruffled, as though he had just deposited a mere 100 low-grade spirit stones. Staff and companions alike stood frozen in stunned silence. Clearly none had anticipated that Lu Jiuyuan could so effortlessly produce 100 million supreme-grade spirit stones. A fortune beyond imagination. Even Wu Quankai, the wealthiest among them, could muster no more than 10 million supreme-grade spirit stones. Yet upon witnessing Lu Jiuyuan's decisive wager, Wu Quankai wasted no time, immediately committing his entire fortune. "I wager 10 million supreme-grade spirit stones on match number 20's victory." You actually possess such wealth?" Li Tian spoke incredulously. How could peers of the same age differ so vastly in resources? Li Tian himself held only 100,000 supreme-grade spirit stones, hard-earned and painstakingly saved. Yet gazing upon Lu Jiuyuan's unshakable composure, an inexplicable conviction took root within them all. With a collective breath, Li Tian and the others withdrew their entire fortunes, and placed them on Lu Jiuyuan's victory. A band of madmen. The staff member instinctively sucked in a sharp breath, but accepted every wager without hesitation, issuing official vouchers entitling them to claim their winnings after the match. Elsewhere, news of Lu Jiuyuan's impending duel against a nascent soul cultivator spread rapidly among the arena's gamblers, eliciting bursts of raucous laughter. Does that youth truly believe he can defeat a nascent soul cultivator? Has he overestimated himself or underestimated his opponent? Regardless, let us wager. The odds may be modest, only wanton, but this is a guaranteed win. Tisk tisk tsk. This promises to be quite the spectacle. Upon hearing the news, the gamblers unanimously bet on Lu Jiuyuan's defeat, except for Li Qingping and Li Tai, who staked everything on his victory. Li Tai, newly initiated into the Tao, possessed only 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. Yet he committed them all without hesitation. Such unwavering faith spoke volumes. Meanwhile, word of Lu Jiuyuan's challenge reached Zhang Wuzhao, the death-seeking arena sovereign and a celestial immortal at the initial stage. Fascinating. To presume victory over a nascent soul cultivator as an early-stage golden core novice. Even I in my prime could not achieve such a feat. Could this youth's talent surpass my own? Within his secluded abode, Zhang Wuzhao opened his eyes with keen interest and extended his terrifying divine sense toward the preparation chamber where Lu Jiuyuan awaited. At that very moment, Lu Jiuyuan seemed to sense something and turned his gaze directly toward Zhang Wuzhao's direction, prompting genuine astonishment from the celestial immortal. Even cultivators at the Grand Ascension realm might fail to detect his scrutiny. Was this mere coincidence? Or did this youth possess extraordinary origins? Either way, it confirmed one undeniable truth: this youth was no ordinary being. Then I must witness this match myself, and if possible secure him for my own ranks. Zhang Wuzhao mused inwardly. After all, triumphing over a nascent soul cultivator at the early golden core stage suggested that, barring unforeseen calamity, transcending the celestial immortal realm would pose no insurmountable obstacle. His attention then fell upon Qian Guiwang standing beside Lu Jiuyuan, eliciting further astonishment. Qian Guiwang's profound demonic cultivation foundation lay fully exposed beneath Zhang Wuzhao's perception. Yet Zhang Wuzhao knew well in the Dixian continent distinctions between orthodox and demonic paths held no weight. Only strength commanded reverence. Even several demonic sovereign immortals ruled unchallenged across the land. Lu Jiuyuan's subtle reaction drew Li Tian's attention. Is something amiss, brother Lu? Zhang Chengfeng asked curiously. Lu Jiuyuan merely shook his head. Nothing. Merely a passing illusion. Yet inwardly he resolved firmly, unless fate intervened, their presence had already drawn notice. In the deathmatch arena, the opponents assigned are primarily individuals from the arena itself, so our upcoming battle will be against someone from the deathmatch arena. Additionally, there are no restrictions on the weapons used during the battle, but the use of pills is forbidden. If one is used, it will be deemed a loss. While waiting, Li Tian managed to gather the rules of the deathmatch arena, and Lu Jiuyuan and the others nodded in agreement, although they had never resorted to using pills that could harm their bodies. After all, everyone's talents are apparent, and they all foresee themselves as tribulation transcendence beings in the future. It would not be worth it to sacrifice their potential for a momentary victory by taking forbidden pills. Watching the two middle-aged men waiting in the preparation room walk out slowly, it soon became Lu Jiuyuan's turn. Upon hearing the announcement of number 20 entering the arena, he also stood up and walked toward the exit. Go, brother Lu. Our entire fortune relies on you. Li Tian and the others couldn't help but express their excitement. After all, 100,000 spirit stones were not much for Lu Jiuyuan, but for them it represented years of hard-earned savings. Don't worry, they won't be my match, Lu Jiuyuan replied, casting them a reassuring glance which calmed their nerves. It seemed he must have confidence in his abilities. After all, it appeared that Lu Jiuyuan had not yet demonstrated his full strength that day. He had eliminated so many opponents in less than a minute. As Lu Jiuyuan stepped outside, he was met not with cheers, but with ridicule. Where did this kid come from? Just because he looks good. Don't think you can defeat a nascent soul in your golden core initial stage. It's better you leave before wasting our time. Kid, hurry and get out of here. Don't hinder my chance to earn money. Tisk, this kid's appearance is decent. He indeed qualifies to be one of my cauldrons. Lu Jiuyuan's celestial demeanor evoked unique thoughts among many women and even male cultivators. If there were truly immortals in this world, Lu Jiuyuan would be the only one. Naturally, Lu Jiuyuan couldn't be bothered with them. He would soon show them what it meant to have an advantage. Meanwhile, Li Qingping and Li Tai in the audience began to show serious expressions upon seeing Lu Jiuyuan. They believed in his abilities, but it was still inevitable to feel nervous as he prepared to compete. Unaware of their concerns, Lu Jiuyuan soon arrived at the center of the arena. He looked up and surveyed his surroundings, noticing that the arena spanned dozens of square kilometers with formations laid out within. These formations were capable of withstanding attacks from Tribulation Transcendence cultivators. Opposite Lu Jiuyuan stood a burly man 3 meters tall, who looked at Lu Jiuyuan with disdain. "Kid, you'd better go down voluntarily, or otherwise I'm afraid I might accidentally kill you with a single mistake." Lu Jiuyuan had already learned the opponent's name during the earlier betting. He was named Zhang Quni, a nascent soul initial stage cultivator, who should not be Lu Jiuyuan's match. After all, with 999 chaotic golden cores within him, if he couldn't defeat a mere nascent soul, Lu Jiuyuan might as well announce his own demise. "I actually hope you will go all out, or otherwise I fear you won't even be able to withstand a single move before being eliminated by me." Faced with Zhang Quni's provocation, Lu Jiuyuan spoke calmly. His arrogant words caused Zhang Quni's brows to furrow, and he felt a surge of murderous intent toward Lu Jiuyuan. After all, in the deathmatch arena, battles conclude in only 2 ways, either by surrendering or being defeated. It was evident that Zhang Quni intended to eliminate Lu Jiuyuan outright. The match begins. With a commanding shout from the referee, a peak Unity Realm cultivator Zhang Quni vanished in the next moment. Even when battling a rabbit, one must use full strength. Although he spoke lightly of Lu Jiuyuan, Zhang Quni felt a hint of unease from Lu Jiuyuan's calm demeanor. Thus, to be safe, Zhang Quni did not hesitate to unleash his full power right after the referee announced the start. In the face of absolute strength, no techniques were needed. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Quni appeared before Lu Jiuyuan, unleashing a powerful punch. His massive fist was even comparable to Lu Jiuyuan's head. If that punch landed, Lu Jiuyuan would likely be reduced to a pile of flesh. As the fist drew closer to Lu Jiuyuan, he remained motionless, causing Zhang Quni to doubt whether Lu Jiuyuan had even registered the attack. However, the most pressing concern was to eliminate Lu Jiuyuan. Meanwhile, the gamblers in the stands were roaring with excitement, most of them having bet on Zhang Quni to win. Li Qingping and Li Tai clenched their fists, their expressions revealing their inner tension. Only Zhang Wudao sensed that Lu Jiuyuan had yet to make a move. As the massive fist closed in on Lu Jiuyuan just as it was about to strike, Lu Jiuyuan finally moved. He slowly extended his left hand and calmly accepted Zhang Quni's punch. The tremendous force did not even affect Lu Jiuyuan's body, and everything seemed as if Zhang Quni was the one lacking power. Only Zhang Quni felt that he had unleashed his full strength, and it was no exaggeration to say that even a nascent soul initial stage cultivator at the same level would struggle to block it so easily. In that case, why did it feel like he was the one in the golden core initial stage? "You've made your move, now it's my turn." Before Zhang Quni could react, Lu Jiuyuan spoke, delivering a single kick that sent Zhang Quni flying crashing against the edge of the arena before finally coming to a stop. The gamblers in the stands were momentarily stunned, but moments later they erupted in anger, hurling insults. "Is the deathmatch arena treating us like fools? Even if it's acting, it shouldn't be so fake. Is the deathmatch arena trying to swindle our spirit stones?" After all, it looked as if Zhang Quni was just letting Lu Jiuyuan win. It was clearly a fixed match. Only those involved knew that this was no sham. Lu Jiuyuan was simply too strong. Watching all this from a distance, Zhang Wudao couldn't help but gasp in shock. He could accept that Lu Jiuyuan won with difficulty, but he could not accept Lu Jiuyuan's complete domination over Zhang Quni. This kid has the demeanor of an immortal emperor. Even if he can't be accepted as a disciple, I must befriend him. Zhang Wudao thought with a heavy heart, believing that someone who could effortlessly defeat a nascent soul initial stage cultivator at the golden core initial stage would raise skepticism if he claimed to be an immortal emperor. Li Qingping and Li Tai let out a sigh of relief upon witnessing the scene, while Li Tai's heart was filled with curiosity about what kind of fortuitous encounter Lu Jiuyuan had experienced to reach such a terrifying level in just 2 months. However, despite his curiosity, he wouldn't ask Lu Jiuyuan about it. They were good brothers, and if Lu Jiuyuan chose not to tell him, it was undoubtedly for his own reasons. After sending Zhang Quni flying, Lu Jiuyuan shook his head helplessly. It seemed that his strength was too overwhelming. Given the current situation, he likely had no rivals even within the nascent soul stage. Only the transcending tribulation stage could provide him with a bit of pressure. "I think there's no need to continue this contest any further," Lu Jiuyuan said indifferently, while Zhang Quni on the other side was already terrified by Lu Jiuyuan's strike. He could sense that Lu Jiuyuan had not gone all out. This meant that if Lu Jiuyuan pushed a bit harder, he could easily defeat him in an instant. Realizing this, Zhang Quni hastily declared, "I surrender, I surrender." Given the current circumstances, if he didn't surrender, Lu Jiuyuan would indeed eliminate him. Meanwhile, the referee, who was already stunned, managed to regain composure and spoke with a somewhat complex expression. "The winner is Lu Jiuyuan." As the referee's words fell, the gamblers in attendance went wild, having believed that Lu Jiuyuan would surely lose. Most had wagered on Zhang Quni's victory. However, now that Lu Jiuyuan had actually won, it meant that they had all lost their fortunes. Realizing this, they grew angry. "You dare to stage a fixed match in the arena of death? Don't you fear the wrath of the heavenly authority? How can you be so shameless? This is such an obvious setup. Do you really think we are blind? Damn it, refund the bets." Facing their fury, the referee's brow furrowed. If he mishandled this situation, it could tarnish the reputation of the arena of death. At that moment, a figure slowly descended from the sky, exuding a terrifying pressure that made one's heart race. With the appearance of this figure, the angry voices of the gamblers immediately ceased, for this was none other than Zhang Wudao, the founder of the arena of death, and before him they dared not act recklessly. "Are you trying to seek death?" Zhang Wudao said, looking at the gamblers who had spoken earlier. Though he made no move, the murderous intent in his tone made many of the cultivators tremble. Yet there would always be a stubborn cultivator who stood up. A cultivator in the early stage of tribulation transcendence took a deep breath and bowed. "Senior Zhang, it is not that we doubt the arena of death, but defeating someone in the nascent soul stage at the golden core stage seems utterly impossible." Upon hearing this cultivator's doubt, Zhang Wudao snorted coldly and then struck down with a hand. The cultivator clearly did not expect Zhang Wudao to actually take action. Under the crushing force of two major realms, the tribulation transcendence cultivator had no chance to react and was directly slain by Zhang Wudao with a single palm, his spirit extinguished. "Humph, just a mere ant. How dare you doubt the arena of death? If the arena of death wanted to profit, eliminating you would suffice." Zhang Wudao's thunderous strike caused the gamblers present to shiver in fear, worried that he would also eliminate them next. After all, in the Dixian continent, strength ruled supreme, and even if Zhang Wudao killed them, he wouldn't stand up for them. After slaying the tribulation transcendence cultivator, Zhang Wudao then said lightly, "If you doubt Lu Jiuyuan's strength, feel free to step forward and experience it. Oh, however, I cannot guarantee your outcome." Upon hearing Zhang Wudao's words, many felt a stir of eagerness, but more were too afraid to act. From this statement, they understood that if they attacked Lu Jiuyuan, it would be seen as doubting the arena of death, and if Lu Jiuyuan were to lose, Zhang Wudao would also eliminate them. "Lu Xiaoyou, you wouldn't refuse, would you?" Zhang Wudao turned to Lu Jiuyuan with a smile. Zhang Wudao's appearance had also surprised Lu Jiuyuan somewhat, but he quickly recovered, smiled, and said, "Since Senior Zhang has spoken, how could I refuse? Let them all come up, but I cannot guarantee their lives or deaths." "Naturally." Zhang Wudao also smiled, and as Lu Jiuyuan agreed, several nascent soul cultivators quickly jumped forward. "Senior Zhang, if that's the case, I am willing to step forward and test him. If he is truly that powerful, I will accept my defeat willingly." "Me too. Count me in." Soon a cultivator in the early stage of nascent soul jumped onto the platform, glaring fiercely at Lu Jiuyuan. His expression filled with a desire to kill Lu Jiuyuan, yet feeling helpless, which greatly amused Lu Jiuyuan. "Lu Xiaoyou, I will rely on you from here on out," Zhang Wudao said to Lu Jiuyuan before vanishing, leaving only Lu Jiuyuan alone in place. After Zhang Wudao left, the nascent soul cultivator prepared to make his move, but at that moment Lu Jiuyuan spoke up. "State your name." "I do not kill nameless individuals," Lu Jiuyuan said indifferently, while the nascent soul cultivator grinned wickedly. "He, listen well, the one who will kill you is Kai Yuanying." After saying this, Kai Yuanying disappeared, reappearing in an instant in front of Lu Jiuyuan, and kicked fiercely towards Lu Jiuyuan's head. In the next second, he struck Lu Jiuyuan, only to be astonished that his foot actually passed straight through him. "What? Is it an afterimage? When did this happen?" Kai Yuanying said in disbelief. He did not expect Lu Jiuyuan to vanish right before his eyes. Before he could react, a scorching heat emanated from above him, causing him to tremble in fear. Looking up, he saw Lu Jiuyuan already suspended in the air, a purple fireball rapidly condensing in his hand, the power within it instilling fear in him. He could not allow Lu Jiuyuan to succeed in his condensation, otherwise he would die. "Thousand Vine binding of the demon vine!" The nascent soul cultivator roared, slamming both palms violently onto the arena floor. Instantly, the entire platform trembled and fine fissures spiderwebbed across its surface. With a thunderous boom, countless deep green vines erupted from beneath the ground, lashing upward toward Lu Jiuyuan suspended in the sky. At that moment Lu Jiuyuan was still condensing his world-annihilating fireball. "You are swift, but I am swifter." Gazing at the demonic vines surging toward him, and at the viscous, unknown fluid dripping from their tendrils, he needed no imagination to grasp the grim fate awaiting him should they seize him. Were he an ordinary golden core cultivator, this strike would have ended him without question. His opponent had drawn blood, Lu Jiuyuan therefore would hold nothing back. Not that he had ever intended to hold back. "Go!" At his soft command, a deep purple fireball materialized in his palm, its diameter stretching 3 meters. Is this merely a fireball technique? Why does its power dwarf even the most formidable variants? HSS. This assault is terrifying. I know without doubt I would perish instantly beneath it. Truly a golden core cultivator at the initial realm. Spectators in the stands murmured in disbelief. They sensed the fireball's cataclysmic might. Truthfully, even a nascent soul cultivator at the peak realm could not withstand it. And yet, this was not Lu Jiuyuan's ultimate killing technique. He hurled the fireball forward. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the demonic vines, whose venom-laced tendrils crumbled into ash under the fireball's searing heat. "No!" The nascent soul cultivator finally tasted despair, and cried out for mercy, but it was already too late. The infernal fireball swept onward like an unstoppable force. The demonic vines shattered as if made of parchment. Within a heartbeat it struck the nascent soul cultivator squarely. Aha! Within seconds the cultivator was reduced to ash, his nascent soul unable to flee. By then the gamblers in the stands had fully accepted that the Death Seeker arena played no favorites. Yet a chilling realization seized them, drawing sharp, involuntary breaths. To defeat a nascent soul cultivator while only at the initial realm of Golden Core, and with such effortless mastery, did this imply Lu Jiuyuan could slay cultivators of even higher realms? Doubt flickered in their minds. Was Lu Jiuyuan perhaps a reincarnated ancient powerhouse? For no ordinary prodigy could transcend an entire major realm. Golden Core defeating nascent soul, without divine intervention. Elsewhere Li Qingping and Li Tai exhaled in relief once Lu Jiuyuan's battle concluded, only to blink and find him vanished before they could even gather their wits. The referee, startled by the sudden disappearance, quickly recognized Zhang Wupao, the very one who had spirited Lu Jiuyuan away. He swiftly deduced this young man has caught Elder Zhang's eye. He must be destined to become his disciple. Ahem. Next let us welcome contestant number 21. Meanwhile Lu Jiuyuan himself had been taken aback by the abrupt shift. Yet within moments Zhang Wupao stood before him. Zhang Wupao smiled gently. "Young Master Lu, I confess I am deeply curious what is your true origin. That remains a matter I cannot disclose to Elder Zhang, though I hail from the Yuanwu Kingdom. A simple inquiry would suffice to verify." Lu Jiuyuan replied with poised composure. Zhang Wupao fell silent, thoughtful, though he recalled only faint fragments about the Yuanwu Kingdom. His expression soon turned solemn as he studied Lu Jiuyuan intently. "Young Master Lu, your talent is extraordinary. I wish to take you as my disciple. What say you?" Such rare potential was not to be missed. Lu Jiuyuan shook his head, smiling faintly. "Elder Zhang, I sincerely thank you, but I have no intention to accept. My family elders are more than capable of guiding my cultivation path." Zhang Wupao grew urgent. "Young Master Lu, please reconsider. The gulf between immortal ascension and tribulation transcendence realms is vast indeed." Having sensed Qian Gue Wang, who had accompanied Lu Jiuyuan earlier, Zhang Wupao naturally assumed the Ghost King was Lu Jiuyuan's ancestral elder. Yet Lu Jiuyuan shook his head again, firm, unwavering. "Elder Zhang, I am profoundly grateful for your generosity, but I was born to wander like a carefree fish or a solitary crane. To accept a master would impose burdens upon my spirit, jeopardizing my Tao heart. For that reason, I must respectfully decline." When Lu Jiuyuan invoked the sanctity of his Tao heart, Zhang Wupao knew better than to press further, though disappointment shadowed his features. "Should young Master Lu ever change your mind, you need only seek me at the Death Seeker arena. My doors shall remain open to you always. Should that day truly come, I shall seek you out, Elder Zhang. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." With a graceful bow, Lu Jiuyuan turned and departed, leaving Zhang Wupao alone, his gaze, distant thoughts inscrutable. Only after stepping outside did Lu Jiuyuan realize he stood atop the Death Seeker arena's roof. He offered a wry smile, then descended the stairs. Meanwhile, Li Tian and his companions faced formidable opponents, but none proved a match for them. After granting modest combat experience, the rivals were swiftly eliminated. Upon spotting Lu Jiuyuan descending, they rushed over elated. "Brother Lu, your performance just now was simply astonishing. How in heaven's name did you cultivate such power? Indeed, we struggle to overcome even a single minor realm. Yet you slew an enemy an entire major realm above you. I hereby declare from this day forth Brother Lu is my sole idol. None shall ever surpass him." Faced with their fervent admiration, Lu Jiuyuan merely smiled, offering no explanation, before leading them to the betting counter to reclaim their spirit stones. In mere moments their fortunes had multiplied 100-fold, sparking unrestrained excitement. With such wealth they could easily break through multiple minor realms. Wu Chuansai's eyes blazed with exhilaration. He had wagered 10 million supreme-grade spirit stones, and now held 1 billion. Even the senior elder overseeing the betting pool, himself a tribulation transcendence cultivator at the peak realm, turned reedied at the sight. He possessed not even 1 billion supreme-grade spirit stones. Had Zhang Wupao not issued explicit orders protecting them, the elder might well have succumbed to greed and struck to kill. What he did not know was that such an act would have sealed only his own doom. After leaving the death-seeking arena, the sky had already begun to darken. Kai Xinlian curiously inquired, after all Wu Quankai had given her so many spirit stones, she naturally wanted to see it through. "Let's play for a while longer and head back later." Lu Jiuyuan waved his hand at this moment. The premium spirit stones in his possession had reached a terrifying 100 billion, and with so many spirit stones at hand, he naturally intended to spend them well. "Is that so? I happen to know a place in Tianquan Kingdom where the night scenery is exceptionally beautiful. If possible, we could go take a look," Kai Xinlian said after a moment of thought, and Wu Chuansai with a smile on his face responded, "In that case, lead the way." Lu Jiuyuan did not hesitate and agreed, and soon under Kai Xinlian's lead, they arrived at the edge of a river, where Kai Xinlian began to explain. This river is called the Moon's End River because when looking towards the moon from its surface one can faintly see that it seems to connect with the end of the moon, hence the name. Due to the beauty of the Moon's End River, many merchants have come here to do business, and over time it has become a scenic spot in Tianquan Kingdom. Upon hearing Kai Xinlian's narration, everyone turned their curious gazes toward the distance, where a bright moon hung, its sharp end indeed appearing to connect with the Moon's End River. "So lively here, Brother Jiuyuan, let's go have some fun," Li Qingping exclaimed excitedly at the bustling scene around her, and without considering Lu Jiuyuan's opinion, she pulled him away. Li Tian and the others could only smile wryly, and then looked at Kai Xinlian. "You should head back first. After we finish enjoying the Moon's End River, we will return. Come find us tomorrow at Longmo Mountain Courtyard No. 13. Longmo Mountain is where the Tianquan Kingdom arranged accommodations for those participating in the grand competition among the 100 nations. Hearing Li Tian's words, Kai Xinlian realized and turned to leave. After Kai Xinlian left, Li Tian looked at Zhang Chengfeng and the others. "Since that's the case, let's stroll around here." Zhang Chengfeng and the others naturally would not refuse, and soon they began to enjoy themselves in the bustling streets. On the other side, Li Qingping, like a girl discovering a new world, pulled Lu Jiuyuan along the street. Lu Jiuyuan simply smiled and let her lead. After all, if it weren't for Li Qingping's help, he might not have left the mine so quickly. Though he would be able to leave in no time, it was undeniable that Li Qingping had significantly shortened that time for him. "Jiuyuan, look quickly, this thing is so fun," Li Qingping exclaimed excitedly as she spotted something, and she hurried over to a stall filled with various masks. Seeing this, Li Qingping picked up a blue mask and put it on her face, which made her appear even more distinctive. Observing this scene, the stall owner smiled broadly. "This young lady has great taste. This mask is made from netherstone and crafted by a renowned smith. Not only is it beautiful, but it also has a special function. Once worn, even a powerful being at the deification stage cannot see the true face behind the mask." The stall owner appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 30s, somewhat honest-looking, but in the Dishen continent who could really be honest. "How much is this mask?" stall owner Lu Jiuyuan approached to ask, as he was not short of money now. Buying a mask for Li Qingping was no issue. "This young lady is indeed fortunate to have such a good partner. This mask can block the gaze of a deification stage observer, so it won't be cheap, but since I see you have a good connection, I'll let it go for 5,000 top-grade spirit stones," the stall owner said with a smile. Upon hearing that the stall owner referred to Lu Jiuyuan as her partner, Li Qingping's cheeks couldn't help but flush, but the mask obscured that. Especially when Lu Jiuyuan did not refute, her face turned as red as a monkey's, but However, when she heard the price of 5,000 top-grade spirit stones, her brows furrowed slightly, not because she lacked the stones, but because she felt it was somewhat overpriced. Before she could voice her concern, Lu Jiuyuan tossed out a storage bag and calmly stated, "Here are 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. Please count them." The stall owner swiftly collected the spirit stones, and having quietly checked with his divine sense, said with a smile, "This guest is so generous. I naturally want doubt it, just a bit envious of this young lady for having such a good partner." The stall owner's words made Li Qingping feel a bit shy, and she suddenly remembered something and curiously asked stall owner, "Does this mask have a name?" "A name? Naturally it doesn't. The masks in our shop do not have names. Their names are given by their owners." The stall owner pondered for a moment and replied. Upon hearing this, Li Qingping let out a sigh of relief and looked at Lu Jiuyuan with anticipation, saying, "Jun, how about you name this mask since you are the one paying for it?" You should do it." Lu Jiuyuan smiled and declined, as everyone knew his talent for naming wasn't very good. If you were to name it, it probably wouldn't sound pleasant. No, I want you to do it." Li Qingping pouted, and Lu Jiuyuan found himself at a loss for words. He carefully examined the mask, which was adorned with twinkling starlight, and the patterns seemed to possess a unique charm that drew one in. Having thought of this, Lu Jiuyuan quickly made a decision and said with a serious expression, "In that case, let's call it the Star Demon Mask." "Star Demon Mask? Then let's call it the Star Demon Mask." Li Qingping nodded in agreement, while the stall owner couldn't help but flatter them. But just then a voice came from the side. "Brother Wang, this mask is so beautiful. I want this one." Upon hearing that voice, Lu Jiuyuan's brows subtly furrowed as he turned his gaze in its direction, only to see a group of cultivators approaching them. The one who had spoken first was a graceful young woman, who now leaned affectionately against a young man, her expression coy and playful. Hearing her words, the young man merely smiled in response. Very well. If my beauty desires it, I shall gladly bestow it upon you." "Hey brat, that mask belongs to me now. Hand it over at once." Lu Jiuyuan did not stir. He cast a cold, indifferent glance at them before replying, "Oh, you're addressing me." At that moment, Lu Jiuyuan noticed something else. As the young man's entourage drew near, surrounding cultivators instinctively recoiled, their faces taut with wary apprehension. Clearly this group was no ordinary assembly. Lu Jiuyuan mused inwardly, simultaneously sensing the profound, awe-inspiring aura emanating from several stern-faced cultivators flanking the young man. Cultivators whose cultivation realms were unfathomably deep. Even now, with his own formidable foundation, Lu Jiuyuan could accurately discern the realms of even nascent soul cultivators. Yet these figures remained veiled in impenetrable obscurity. There was only one plausible explanation: they were cultivators of at least the Tao integration realm, or more likely the harmonious union realm or beyond, powerful enough to command universal trepidation. Upon hearing Lu Jiuyuan's reply, the young man did not rage, but laughed instead. "Boy, it seems you have no idea who I am. Let me introduce myself once more. I am Wang Teng, and I have claimed your mask. Hand it over now, and perhaps I shall grant you the honor of serving me." Wang Teng spoke with quiet condescension, assuming his name would be instantly recognized across the Tianquan kingdom. Yet Lu Jiuyuan truly had never heard of him. What Lu Jiuyuan did know was far simpler: provoke him, and extinction would follow. "Then I offer you one chance in return. Kneel before me now and beg forgiveness, and I may choose to let this transgression pass." Lu Jiuyuan spoke calmly, while Li Qingping, standing behind him, wore an expression of deep concern. After all, this was the Tianquan kingdom, and she feared Lu Jiuyuan had just provoked someone perilously untouchable. She swiftly removed the mask and said anxiously, "Jiuyuan, it's just a mask. Let him have it. I have others." Li Qingping failed to notice the sudden flash of avarice that crossed Wang Teng's face the instant the mask came off. Clearly it was her he now coveted. "No, this mask was a gift. From me to you. This meaning is irreplaceable. If he wishes to take it, he must pay with his life." Lu Jiuyuan turned to her, his tone grave and unwavering. Words that sent a fresh wave of crimson flooding Li Qingping's cheeks. At that very moment, Wang Teng spoke again. Ha! What fortune! To stumble upon such a rare beauty while out for leisure. Boy, I'm afraid my demands have grown. I want both the mask and the one who wears it. You too, seize her. Take care not to mar my beauty's flawless form." At Wang Teng's command, two burly cultivators surged forward toward Li Qingping. She flinched. Yet before they could close the distance, Lu Jiuyuan stepped smoothly into her path and said, voice calm as still water, "Qian Gui, time to work." "Yes, young master." In the next breath, the two cultivators sensed something, an overwhelming presence descending like a shroud. their expressions twisted in disbelief. What? Another expert? What? Another expert? They whirled around intent on seizing Qian Gue Wang, only to find thick black mist coiling behind them. Before they could react, Qian Gue Wang's hands settled lightly upon their shoulders. Gentlemen, arrogance alas seldom ends well. Qian Gue Wang emerged from the shadows like a specter, his voice soft, his presence suffocating. An immense pressure descended upon them, crushing absolute. Their hearts seized. This was a tribulation transcendence midstage powerhouse. They themselves stood at the pinnacle of the harmonious union realm. Yet before a tribulation transcendence cultivator they were utterly defenseless. With no choice they yielded. Wang Teng, however, remained oblivious. Seeing his men immobilized, his face darkened with fury. Wang Si, Wang Wu, why do you stand there like fools? Destroy him now, and bring that woman to me. I intend to savor her thoroughly. Wang Si, Wang Wu, why do you stand there like fools? Destroy him now, and bring that woman to me. I intend to savor her thoroughly. Wang Si and Wang Wu remained frozen. Not out of cowardice, but because they knew a single twitch would invite instant annihilation at Qian Gue Wang's hand. Meanwhile, at a distance, Li Tian and his companions had also taken note. That's Brother Lu. Let's go see what's unfolding. At Li Tian's order, the group hastened toward the scene. Only after confirming Wang Si and Wang Wu were fully restrained by Qian Gue Wang did Lu Jiuyuan speak again, calm, dismissive. Don't gape, rustic fool. Your underlings are already subdued by my retainer. Can't you perceive the truth of your predicament? Wang Teng's expression hardened. The radiant woman beside him paled, fear flickering across her features. Yet recalling his lineage, Wang Teng sneered, so what? Do you dare lay a finger on me? My father serves as a royal cultivation advisor of the Tianquan kingdom, and has attained the Grand Ascension realm. Dare you touch me? As he spoke, a golden core realm aura erupted from him, a testament to his pride. At 50, attaining golden core status as the scion of a Grand Ascension cultivator was no small feat. What he failed to grasp was that Lu Jiuyuan held no reverence for pedigree. In this age, who among the elite lacked ancestral backing? His own ancestor Lu Chongqing stood at the zenith of the Grand Ascension realm, and had slain a celestial immortal early-stage prodigy in single combat. He would grant Wang Teng no deference. Oh, and if I refuse? Lu Jiuyuan asked, voice serene, while Wang Teng stared stunned into silence. Then voices echoed from afar. Brother Lu, what's occurred? Lu Jiuyuan lifted his gaze. There stood Li Tian and his companions, arriving as ever just a moment too late. Seizing that fleeting distraction, Wang Teng gritted his teeth and drew forth a talisman. Boy, we'll settle this another day. With that he tore the talisman, vanishing in a shimmer of spatial distortion, leaving only the trembling woman who had clung to him moments before. A spatial transmission talisman, Lu Jiuyuan murmured thoughtfully, but felt no urgency. Wang Teng was negligible, a minor ripple. Should they meet again, he would erase him without hesitation. Nothing serious, merely a few arrogant fools who mistook ignorance for invincibility. Lu Jiuyuan said coolly, then turned to Qian Gue Wang. Eliminate them, they've already drawn their blades. To those who dared strike first, Lu Jiuyuan showed no mercy. Wang Si and Wang Wu paled, struggling to resist, only to be absorbed whole by Qian Gue Wang in the next instant, his aura swelling with renewed chilling potency. Watching Qian Gue Wang's cultivation technique, Lu Jiuyuan's brow furrowed faintly. It was time, long past, to refine and elevate his retainer's art. Although Lu Jiuyuan was only at the initial stage of Golden Core, one must not forget that he possessed a top-tier innate understanding. With just a glance at the technique of the Thousand Ghost King, he could identify its flaws and perfect it. However, this was clearly not a suitable place for such endeavors, as perfecting a technique would likely require some time. It would be best to wait until the end of the 100 Nations tournament. On the other side, the beautiful woman trembled in fear upon seeing her companions being eliminated. She was merely a canary raised by Wang Teng with a cultivation level only at foundation establishment, or otherwise she would have been easily dealt with by Wang Teng. Big brother, please let me go. I will do anything you want, the beautiful woman said, trembling as she let her shoulder strap slide down a bit. Lu Jiuyuan remained indifferent to this display, his expression unchanged as he replied, Don't be foolish, sister-in-law. I do not kill women, you may leave. Upon hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, the beautiful woman hurriedly expressed her gratitude, then turned to leave. She had to escape Tianquan Kingdom, or otherwise, even if she returned, Wang Teng would definitely not let her go. But just then a voice came from behind Lu Jiuyuan. "Sorry, but I didn't say you could leave." Upon hearing this voice, the expression of relief on the beautiful woman's face vanished. The next moment, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from behind Lu Jiuyuan, directly obliterating the beautiful woman. The one who acted was Li Qingping. "You caused this trouble, and now you think you can leave unscathed. Do you think that's possible?" Li Qingping's face was filled with murderous intent. The root of the problem was that woman's words, so naturally Li Qingping would not let her off. Seeing this scene, Lu Jiuyuan shook his head helplessly. Since Li Qingping had already made her move, he would not let Li Tian and the others intervene. Indeed, from the very beginning, Lu Jiuyuan had no intention of sparing the beautiful woman. He had said he wouldn't act, but he never stated that he wouldn't let Li Tian and the others act. The beautiful woman was merely at the peak of foundation establishment, forcibly elevated by Wang Teng. Otherwise, she would have likely been unable to withstand Wang Teng's impact during her movements. Her foundation was naturally not strong, and she was killed by Li Qingping's strike. After eliminating the beautiful woman, Li Qingping looked at Lu Jiuyuan with some embarrassment and said, "Jiuyuan, you won't be angry with me for suddenly taking action against her, will you?" "It's fine. I didn't intend to spare her anyway." Lu Jiuyuan smiled as he ruffled Li Qingping's hair. However, for some reason, Li Qingping's face turned red again. It seemed that regardless of the world, a gentle head pat had a significant impact. At that moment, Li Tian and the others approached Lu Jiuyuan, their faces serious. "Brother Lu, it's not safe to linger here. Since it's getting late, why don't we head back?" Seeing the Tianquan Kingdom's guards approaching, and having already had enough excitement for one day, Lu Jiuyuan nodded in agreement. Soon they left the area. The late-arriving guard team, unaware of Lu Jiuyuan and the others' backgrounds, ultimately let the matter pass without resolution. Upon returning to Longmo Mountain, the group was quite exhilarated about the day's events, as they had earned a considerable amount of money. However, Li Qingping's expression was somewhat worried. Meanwhile, Li Xianran had also emerged from seclusion. Upon seeing the expression on his daughter's face, he curiously asked, "What's wrong, daughter?" Li Qingping sighed and recounted the events of the day. At that moment, Lu Jiuyuan and the others were also present, and after hearing Li Qingping's account, their faces showed disbelief. After listening to Li Qingping's story, Li Xianran's expression turned serious, and he sighed as he looked at Lu Jiuyuan. "Young friend Lu, you shouldn't have intervened. What's wrong? Is that Wang Teng's father someone extraordinary?" Lu Jiuyuan asked, confused, while Li Xianran sighed and replied, "Wang Teng's father is a revered figure in Tianquan Kingdom named Wang Shao, a cultivator at the late stage of Great Ascension. Although he may not seem significant in front of senior Lu Chongsheng, Wang Shao is backed by Tianquan Kingdom, so even early-stage immortals must show him some respect." Upon hearing Li Xianran's explanation, Lu Jiuyuan raised an eyebrow. It wasn't that he was afraid, but he suddenly remembered that his previous passive ability had not yet been activated. Logically speaking, he should at least have a protector at the immortal stage by now. However, after pondering, Lu Jiuyuan shook his head and smiled. "Uncle Li, the situation was critical at that moment. That Wang Teng was going to abduct Qingping as a furnace. How could I not take action?" Hearing that Li Qingping had encountered such a situation, Li Xianran's expression turned angrily red. He indignantly said, if he dares to do that, I will self-destruct to eliminate him." Clearly, as Li Xianran's only daughter, Li Qingping was of utmost importance to him. If anyone dared to harm her, even an immortal emperor, Li Xianran would seek vengeance. "Rest assured, they don't know our names, and we haven't revealed ourselves. Furthermore, I believe Tianquan Kingdom should be reasonable," Lu Jiuyuan said with a smile, while Li Xianran could only sigh. Fortunately, he still had some connections in Tianquan Kingdom, so it should be possible to avoid retaliation from Wang Shao. After this incident, Li Qingping excitedly recounted the events at the death-seeking arena, which made Li Xianran regret not attending. Had he known, he would have gone. After all, it involved 100 billion top-tier spirit stones, which were extremely important for the current Yuanwu Kingdom. Although he had broken through to the Great Ascension stage, spirit stones remained very important to him. As for immortal stones, Li Xianran planned to consider acquiring some later. After all, with his current strength, obtaining some immortal stones should not be difficult. Above spirit stones are immortal stones, which are extremely precious. The celestial energy contained within is terrifying, and only by breaking through to the tribulation transcendent stage can one convert internal spiritual power into celestial power to absorb that celestial energy.